I used to be the youngest and most talented alchemist in the Sky Continent. I had a chaos pill body, and at the age of 18 I was awarded the title of the top 3 alchemy saints in the Sky Continent and was accepted as the close disciple by the Don Huang Emperor. I should have had a bright future, but I never expected that my most respected master would throw me into the alchemy furnace and use my flesh and blood to refine the elixir. I was sealed in the alchemy furnace for 100 years, begging desperately, but only received his indifference and determination. 500 years later, I was reborn in the Yi family of the 8 desolate ancient domain because of a remnant soul. I woke up from a nightmare and found myself in tattered clothes, chained to a dilapidated courtyard. It turned out that the owner of this body was also called Yihan. He was once the #1 prodigy of the Yi family, but was returned by the Yunhai sect due to illness. Then he was poisoned by the Xuanyin poison, his dantian was sealed, and his spiritual power could not be used. He was bullied in the Yi family. After I checked my body, I found that although the mysterious poison was almost incurable to the Yi family, it was nothing to me. I used the spell to force out the cold poison, and my cultivation level instantly soared to the 9th level of the Lingquan realm. I broke the chain and decided to attend the Yi family's family meeting. I knew that Yi Qianga and his son were ambitious and would definitely deprive me of my position as the young patriarch at the meeting and take my spiritual vein, but I wanted to see if they had the ability to do so. I changed into a green robe and came to the family meeting. People around me mocked me, but I had seen through the coldness of human nature and remained unmoved. When Yi Qianga appeared, everyone was paying attention. He had broken through the spiritual sea realm, but I was regarded as a waste. Everything that originally belonged to me was taken away by him in a despicable way. I was filled with murderous intent. The family meeting started, and the elder announced that Yi Qianga would be the new young patriarch, and he also wanted to take my spiritual vein. I asked them why, and Yi Qianba said that I was wasting family resources, and the second elder also said that if I handed over my spiritual vein, the family would give me an industry. I angrily pointed out that the second elder had been saved by my father, but now he wanted to join them to harm me. But several elders had made up their minds, and they would forcibly deprive me of my spiritual vein even if I disagreed. I looked at Yi Qianga and asked him to come down and fight me. If he could beat me, I would give him my spiritual vein. Yihan wants to challenge Yi Qianga. Is he crazy? At this moment, the eyes of thousands of disciples in the entire square widened, causing a commotion. Did I hear correctly? This loser wants to challenge Yi Qianga. And he actually wanted Qianga to get down. What a big mouth he has. At this moment, the entire square was like a boiling pot, and countless tribesmen were shocked. But their looks were more of mockery and ridicule. Yi Qianga is now the real dragon of the Yi family. And Yihan is just a waste, a clown. Even several elders were shocked when they heard this. They didn't understand whether Yihan had gone crazy because of the stimulation. Haha, does he really think he is still the genius he used to be? A member of the clan couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Now that Yi Qianga has entered the Spirit Sea realm, defeating Yihan is as easy as stepping on an ant to death. It is already known to all the tribe members that Yihan is unable to use spiritual power. However, he actually wanted to challenge Yi Qianga without knowing his own limitations. Is this a test on the brink of death? So, everyone raised their heads and looked at the young man standing high up, shining like the bright moon. They wanted to see if Yi Qianga would choose to accept the challenge. However, although there was no expression on Yi Qianga's face at the moment, his eyes were full of amusement and disdain. Now, he is like the bright moon in the sky, while Yihan is like a grain of rice on the ground. How can he compete with him? Ha ha ha. Yihan, you are so ridiculous. How dare you challenge my brother? I'm afraid he will dirty his hands. Suddenly, a scornful laugh was heard. Boom. A red spiritual power surged like a gust of air, and a young man in a white robe landed on the field. The stone slab he was standing on was actually burning with a faint flame. The young man in white robe was thin, in his early 20s, and was half a head taller than Yihan. He looked somewhat similar to Yi Qianga. However, there was a black scar on his left cheek, which made him look a little eerie. The crowd retreated with a noise, forming a huge circle to surround the two men. Yi Tianwu. Exclamations of surprise were heard from all around. This young man in white robe is Yi Qianga's half-brother, Yi Tianwu. Yi Han only took a glance and sensed Yi Tianwu's aura. The 7th level of Lingquan realm. Yi Han, if you are willing to hand over your spiritual vein, I can spare your life. Otherwise, fists and feet are blind on the martial arts stage. Even if I accidentally kill you, the clan cannot blame me. Yi Tianwu sneered. Yi Han naturally heard that these words were full of threats. However, Yi Han said indifferently. Who do you think you are? Humph. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Boom. Yi Tianwu's whole body shook, and the hot spiritual power surged out, and the floor around him was shaken with a crack, leaving a tiny crack. Fire Spirit Fist. He gathered spiritual power in his fists, forming 2 cyclones of fire, and punched out heavily. Boom. 2 gusts of scorching wind blew towards him, but Yi Han dodged them easily like a ghost. Brush. The flame cyclone hit nothing, and Yi Han's figure suddenly swept away, leaving a series of shadows on the stone platform. Then, he suddenly appeared on Yi Tianwu's left side, as fast as lightning, and Yi Tianwu couldn't react at all. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The figure was so fast that only a trace of afterimages could be seen. Yi Han quickly raised his whip kick and kicked Yi Tianwu hard in the abdomen. Bang. Phew. This powerful kick landed heavily, making a violent crashing sound that rang in everyone's ears. Yi Tianwu's eyes widened in horror, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell forward like a sandbag. With a thud, his head hit the ground heavily, cracking the floor, and his blood-red teeth collided with each other and shattered all over the ground. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Yi Han walked over indifferently with his hands behind his back, and without hesitation, he stepped hard on Yiwu's spine. Snap. Ah. A shrill scream instantly brought everyone back to their senses, and they shuddered. Yi Tianwu is ruined. He is at the 7th level of the spiritual spring realm. Is that young man still a loser who fell from the altar? Everyone swallowed their saliva and were stunned when they saw Yi Tianwu being trampled by Yi Han like a dead dog. When they looked at Yi Han, they seemed to see a dragon dormant in the abyss, making a sudden splash. You're only at the 7th level of the spiritual spring realm, but you're still yelling at me. Who gave you the courage? Yi Hanin laughed, and then the breath all over his body spread out in all directions, shattering the floor. Hiss. This is the 9th level of the spiritual spring realm. The eldest elder Yi Bailey and other elders' pupils shrank, extremely shocked. And Yi Tiange's face changed drastically at this moment, his expression full of disbelief. Impossible. Yi Tiange clenched his fists and his face became ferocious. Yi Han was poisoned by the Xuanin cold poison, which was almost incurable. Even the great elders and others were helpless. However, Yi Han not only cured the poison, but his cultivation level even skyrocketed. 9th level of Lingquan realm. Oh my god, isn't Yi Han even more evil than Yi Tiange? In the square, all the children of the Yi family gasped and were completely dumbfounded. You know, Yi Han is a few years younger than Yi Tiange. At the same age, Yi Tiange is far from being as amazing as Yi Han. This 17-year-old is at the 9th level of Lingquan realm. How did his cultivation recover? Yi Tianba frowned and looked gloomy. Yi Tiange, are you wondering why it didn't work when you clearly put the extreme cold poison and the mysterious Iena poison on me? Yi looked at Yi Tiange coldly and raised his voice deliberately. Wow. This sentence was like a bombshell, causing an even greater sensation throughout the entire clan. No way, Yi Han's cultivation was destroyed because of the Xian Iena poison given by Yi Tiange. This is too vicious. The surrounding discussions were extremely harsh. Yi Tiange gritted his teeth, tried to calm down, and said in a deep voice. Yi Han, stop spitting blood at me. The two of them confronted each other sharply, and the situation became tense immediately. That's enough. This meeting ends here. However, just as the two were at loggerheads, the great elder's majestic voice was heard. He looked at Yi Han with some admiration in his eyes, and said, Yi Han, you have recovered your cultivation, which is naturally a good thing. But whether the Xuanin poison was given by Yi Tiange cannot be hastily judged. From now on, you should serve the family. Assume that we never mentioned the deprivation of your spiritual veins before. Hee hee. Yihan felt extremely ironic. When he had no cultivation, the Yi family wanted to deprive him of his spiritual veins regardless of their own safety. Now that he is still useful, he has changed his attitude. This is the cold family interest. The Great Elder just treated it as a chess piece. Moreover, he could see that the Great Elder was deliberately protecting Yiqianga. The second elder stepped forward, looked down, and said, Okay, there is a second thing to announce today. This one is that we will decide to open the Wu Tower in 3 days. Wow. Is the Wu Tower finally going to be opened? I heard that the martial arts of my entire Yi family are hidden in the martial arts tower, which is extremely precious. Suddenly, countless disciples looked at each other with fiery eyes and discussed heatedly. After a while, the meeting came to an end. At this time, Yiqianga walked slowly and passed by Yihan. A gloomy voice came into Yihan's ears. 3 days later, inside the Wu Tower, you, Yihan, will become my stepping stone. Yihan turned around, his eyes sharp as a knife, and said, It's still unclear who is the stepping stone for whom. The end of the family meeting did not calm the turmoil, but instead caused heated discussions throughout the Yi family. Yihan once fell heavily from the altar and endured the cold ridicule of all members of the entire family. And now, he has returned again. Not only has his cultivation level recovered, he has even leapt into the 9th level of Lingquan realm. This was like a loud slap in the face, which landed on the faces of all the members of the Yi family, leaving a burning sensation. At the age of 17, he was already at the 9th level of Lingquan realm. His talent was simply monstrous. Countless people speculated that Yihan's return would inevitably lead to a fierce battle between him and Yiqianga. Some members of the tribe believe that Yihan is extremely talented and his rise is unstoppable. But some members of the clan also believe that Yiqianga had received the full support of the clan and had already entered the spiritual sea realm, so his talent was also extraordinary. It would be very difficult for Yihan to surpass him in a short period of time. However, during this period of time, there was another major event that diverted the attention of all the tribesmen. That is, the Yi family will open the Wu Tower. This martial arts tower is the place where the Yi family has accumulated 100 years of heritage. It is said that there are countless spiritual arts books hidden inside, and countless people in the family are trying their best to get in. However, the Wu Tower is closed all year round, and only tribesmen who have made great contributions can enter. But this time when the martial arts tower is opened, all members of the Yi family can enter and choose spiritual arts. After the meeting, Yihan returned to the small, dilapidated garden in the backyard. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and was barren. It looked very dilapidated and filled with the smell of decay and decay. A breeze blew by, and the shadows of the Paulownia trees danced. In front of a small house, a black furnace was floating in front of Yihan. Puff! He moved his fingertips slightly, and a wisp of hot flame moved like a fire snake, wrapping the entire furnace and burning it. After a while, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out from the furnace. At this moment, Yihan was concentrating on refining a pill. As an alchemist of the pill saint level in his previous life, refining pills was naturally a piece of cake for him. He controlled the flames with his hands skillfully, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. Even the most outstanding alchemist in the entire 8 desolate ancient domain would be impressed by this kind of alchemy skills. After a while, the flame slowly went out, and the alchemy furnace fell to the ground with a bang. Yihan walked over and opened the furnace. A wave of steaming hot air hit his face. He pinched out a red pill from the furnace with 2 fingers. This pill is called the Immaculate Pill. Huh? Why are there no Donwen? Yihan let out a light exclamation, seeming dissatisfied. As a saintly alchemist, even if he casually refined a pill in his previous life, pill patterns and even various strange phenomena would inevitably appear. However, the Immaculate Pill refined this time did not have any pill patterns. It seems to be because of the flame. This flame is only a first-grade Den fire, which is far inferior to my Chaos Den fire. Yihan sighed helplessly. The Chaos Divine fire he possessed in his previous life was an Imperial-grade pill fire. Den fire is divided into 9 grades, and above the 9th grade are the Imperial grade, the Noble grade, and the Holy grade. The Dan fire that is higher than the holy grade is the imperial grade Dan fire. The imperial elixir fire is also called the Emperor's fire. Looking across the entire Tsangkong continent, there are only a handful of alchemists who possess imperial grade elixir fire. It's a pity that his primal chaos divine fire was also taken away by Emperor Danwu. Never mind. Even though no Danwen has been formed, this immaculate pill is enough. However, Yihan also shook his head helplessly. His body was too weak now, and the powerful pills would have the opposite effect. This immaculate pill is a second-grade medicinal pill. Swallowing it can cleanse the muscles and bones, and completely expel impurities from the body in order to build a better foundation. He pondered for a moment, sat cross-legged on the ground, and threw the immaculate pill into his mouth like a soybean. Laugh. When the elixir entered the body, it instantly turned into a stream of hot energy that merged into every part of the body. This power was like a clear spring, cleansing the dirt and remaining toxins in the body. Then, black sludge was discharged from the surface of the skin, emitting a foul odor. Half an hour later, Yihan slowly opened his eyes and cleaned up the black impurities. He stretched his arms refreshed, and his muscles and bones crackled like popping beans, as if they were unblocked, and he immediately felt extremely comfortable. It's so comfortable. At this moment, Yihan felt as if every pore in his body was breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even his cultivation speed was much faster. At this rate, it won't be long before he surpasses Yitianga. However, there is still a long way to go to surpass Emperor Danwu. 500 years have passed, and Danwu Old Dog's strength and alchemy skills have become more advanced. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for me to surpass him. Yihan sensed the power in his body, pondered secretly, and muttered. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that there was a superior spiritual vein in this body. The so-called spiritual vein is a spiritual root with magical power that is born in the body of a practitioner. It is said that people with spiritual veins have stronger talents in cultivation, and they will also gain magical powers bestowed by the spiritual veins. Spiritual veins are divided into grades 1 to 9, and those above grade 9 are royal, holy, and emperor grades. Only spiritual veins above grade 4 are considered top grade. In the entire Yanqing over the past 100 years, there are only a handful of geniuses who possess superior spiritual veins. I wonder what grade of spiritual vein I have in my body. Yihan suddenly became curious, and he planned to carefully explore the secrets of this body. So he closed his eyes slightly and immersed his body in the power of his soul. Buzz. Sure enough, he found a dark vortex near his dantian. The dark vortex actually emitted mysterious and powerful fluctuations. What's this? Yihan's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he looked puzzled. This didn't seem to be a spiritual vein, right? Buzz. Just as he was wondering, the black vortex suddenly expanded and then swallowed up his dantian completely. Yihan's expression changed drastically, because the black vortex was still expanding, swallowing up his soul. Boom. With a loud bang, Yihan seemed to see in a trance that the vortex was torn apart and turned into a black world in his body. An ancient world slowly took shape in his body. That world was like the universe, with stars twinkling in it. This. Yihan's soul stood in the dark star field, like a drop in the ocean, extremely small. Even though he was a Dan saint in his previous life and had seen a lot of things, Yihan was still so shocked by this scene that his face changed drastically. He suddenly remembered something, his eyes changed, and he murmured. I heard from old Danwu that there are 3 most powerful Dan bodies in the world. In addition to my Chaos Dan body, there is another Dan body called the Sky Dan body. And it is said that this Dan body will give birth to a world Dan furnace that can devour the dantian. Could it be? Yihan's pupils suddenly widened, and he already had a vague guess in his heart. It turns out that what is hidden in this body is not some superior spiritual vein. Hidden inside his body is the Tsangqiong Dan body, the first of the 3 major Dan bodies. It is said that the power of this sky pill body lies in that it can transform the dantian into a universe, but this is not the real universe, but a pill furnace. Given time, once the Dan body is cultivated to perfection, it can even refine a divine pill that surpasses the imperial grade. Ordinary people need an alchemy furnace to refine elixirs, but the world inside Yihan's body is an alchemy furnace, and it is an alchemy furnace that can refine the legendary magic elixir. Ha 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 ha. Is this God's will? You old dog Don Wu, just clean your neck and wait. Now I have the capital to compete with you. Don't worry, sooner or later I will pull you off the altar and trample you hard under my feet, making you fall into eternal damnation. Yi Han's eyes were burning with the flame of revenge and he clenched his fists. Although he lost the Chaos Pill body, he obtained the Sky Pill body, which is even more powerful than the Chaos Pill body. Yi Han was immersed in ecstasy. He did not expect that by chance, he would become the master of the Zhangqiong Dan body. There are many kinds of magical physiques in the world. But there are 3 kinds of Dan bodies that have long disappeared. Chaos Pill body, Medicine God Pill body, Sky Pill body. The Sky Pill body is ranked first among these 3 types of pill body. It is said that alchemists with this kind of elixir body can not only improve their alchemy skills quickly and effectively, but also refine elixirs of much higher quality and efficacy than ordinary alchemists. It is even easy for them to refine elixirs to produce elixir patterns or even elixir clouds. This is the magic of Dante. Of course, the mysteries of the Zhangqiong Dan body are endless, and Yi Han still needs some time to slowly comprehend them. In 2 days, the Yi family will open the martial arts tower. By then, Yi Tiange will definitely try every possible way to deal with me. After a while, Yi Han slowly came back to his senses, and a cold light flashed imperceptibly in his eyes. It's not that he was afraid of Yi Tiange, but he couldn't be sure what despicable tricks this guy might have. Therefore, he must break through the Spirit Sea realm as soon as possible before the martial tower opens to increase his chances of winning. As a Dan Saint in the previous life, if he wanted to improve his own strength, it would be easy. In order to break through the Linghai realm within 2 days, one only needs to refine a 3rd-grade elixir, Lingxian Pill. Although Lingxian Pill is not a rare elixir, I don't know if I can gather all the medicinal materials in Yancheng. Yi Han frowned and said with some worry. After all, the medicinal materials for refining Lingxian Dan are relatively unpopular. In the entire Yancheng, the only place where you can buy medicinal materials is Tianyan Market, which is controlled by the city lord's mansion. However, now that night has fallen, I can only wait until tomorrow to go to the market to see if I can gather all the herbs. Thinking of this, Yi Han exhaled, closed his eyes and started practicing again. Until late at night, a full moon hung high in the sky. In the dilapidated courtyard, a figure was sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed. He was breathing in and out like a circulation of the heavenly body, and his spiritual energy was gathering towards his dantian. If you look closely, you can see that the dantian is like a starry abyss, with colorful starlight inside, just like a magnificent universe. As spiritual power flowed into his limbs and bones, Yi Han's aura gradually became more powerful. The next day, the sun was scorching hot. The scorching sun poured down from the sky, making the entire Yancheng steaming. Inside the city, the willow trees drooped their branches slightly, looking listless. Yi Han prepared a carriage and went to Tianyan Market early to look for medicinal herbs. Tianyan Market is located in the center of Yancheng, and it is also the most prosperous place in the entire city. All materials that need to be traded in the entire city, such as medicinal materials, skills, weapons, etc., can be traded in Tianyan Market. Therefore, Tianyan Market is bustling with traffic almost every day. Clack, clack. A carriage came galloping. Ouch. Master, we have arrived at Tianyan Market. A servant bowed slightly, and Yi Han casually rewarded him with a bag of spirit stones and got off the car. Is this Tianyanfang Market? Yi Han looked ahead and was slightly surprised to find that Tianyan Market was much more prosperous than he had imagined. The streets were lined with stalls, with no end in sight, and pedestrians were constantly coming and going, with shouts and bargaining sounds echoing. Here it comes, the soul gathering pill is on sale now, only 500 spiritual stones for one. The 2nd grade spiritual skill mountain splitting fist is only 800 spiritual stones. Don't miss it. The 2nd grade spiritual weapon, the mysterious heavenly sword, can cut iron like mud, and it only costs 700 spiritual stones. Walking into the market, some vendors were shouting at the top of their lungs, spitting everywhere. Although this Tianyan Market is simple, it has a wide variety of items and everything you need. Yi Han glanced around the stall and couldn't help but say with some surprise. Maybe, he could really gather all the 17 medicinal herbs here. So, he walked and stopped, looking among the various stalls. Soon, he found the first herbal medicine he needed. How much is this dew-condensing grass? Yihan placed a purple herb in his palm, first observing its appearance, then sniffing it with the tip of his nose. The old man at the stall glanced at Yihan, and seeing that he was very young, he smiled with a mouthful of yellow teeth. This condensed dew grass is 500 years old. It has a strong fragrance, fresh herbs, and its medicinal properties are well preserved. It requires 800 spirit stones. Hearing this, Yihan shook his head and said, "Your plant of condensed dew grass is of good quality. It retains at least 80% of its medicinal properties, but its age is definitely no more than 300 years old. What a good eye. It seems I have met an expert." The old man showed some surprise. He never thought that Yihan, who was so young, could actually tell the age of the medicinal herbs at a glance. Being able to identify the age of medicinal materials by just smelling them is not something that ordinary alchemists can do. 400 spiritual stones. Yihan immediately stretched out 4 fingers and said in a deep voice, "Make a deal." Since the other party was an expert, the old man had no choice but to agree. The first medicinal ingredient, condensation grass, was successfully collected. After leaving the stall, Yihan came to an area specializing in selling medicinal herbs. This area is home to more medicinal herbs and treasures. Each precious herb on the stall exudes spiritual light and has a rich fragrance. Looking away, there are many alchemists nearby selecting elixirs. In this area, Yihan bought more than a dozen medicinal herbs needed to refine the Lingxian pill, including thick earth ganoderma, vitality fruit, and purple orchid leaf grass. However, the last 2 herbs, bone-washing flower and green turtle vine, were nowhere to be found. These 2 medicinal herbs are somewhat uncommon. Just as Yihan was looking for the last 2 precious medicinal herbs, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the items on a stall. On the stall, there was a piece of animal bone, which was emitting a spiritual glow and was as white as jade. There were countless people surrounding it, and they were also looking at the animal bone with curiosity. Everyone, in order to hunt down this late-stage spiritual sea realm heavenly mystic mad lion, my Wu family has lost a lot of elite troops this time. And this piece of animal bone must contain a heavenly mystic mad lion spiritual technique. A burly man said in a deep voice. Wow. The mysterious wild lion of the spiritual sea realm. This beast bone magic is probably at least 5th or even 6th grade. There was an uproar all around, and many warriors' eyes were filled with fiery looks. Yihan also stopped and became very interested. The bones of the spiritual beasts in this world all have a certain chance of giving birth to spiritual arts, and their power is in no way inferior to the spiritual arts possessed by some families or sects. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the higher the level of the spirit technique. Yihan could tell at a glance that the magical skills contained in the animal bones were definitely not ordinary martial arts. "I'll give you 1,000 spirit stones." A white-haired old man said in a hoarse voice. "My Lin family offers 12,000. A young man raised his hand. 1,003. 14,000. Soon, the area around this piece of animal bone caused a frenzy of looting by people from all sides. 2,000. At this time, Yihan also suddenly raised his hand. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on him. However, the price of 2,000 spirit stones was also considered very high. Although the Yi family almost cut off his cultivation resources during the days when he fell from grace and became a useless person, Yihan secretly accumulated a lot of spirit stones during the years when he was emerging, so he was not short of money. There was silence for a moment, and no one offered a higher price. This piece of animal bone eventually fell into Yihan's hands. I wonder what kind of spiritual arts are in it. After getting the animal bones, Yihan looked for a secluded place and planned to open them. Buzz. The spiritual power at his fingertips pierced through the animal bones, and suddenly a talisman light burst out, and a ray of light shot out from the animal bones. Whoosh! The ray of light shot into Yihan's brows and instantly turned into countless mysterious words in his mind. Roar. The lion's golden roar. An ancient lion's roar was heard, and at this moment several golden words appeared in his mind. This is actually a 7th grade spiritual technique. Yihan was stunned at first, then looked surprised. Moreover, This Heavenly Lion's Golden Roar is an extremely special and rare sonic spiritual technique. It's actually a 7th grade spiritual technique. Yihan sensed the information hidden in his mind and couldn't help but look surprised. This spiritual art is called the Heavenly Lion's Golden Roar. Not only is it a 7th grade spiritual art, but it is also an extremely rare sonic spiritual art. Therefore, in terms of value, it is probably comparable to the 8th grade spiritual technique. The spiritual arts between heaven and earth are divided into 1st to 9th grades, and above the 9th grade are mysterious arts, heavenly mysterious arts, Taoist palace arts, supernatural powers, supreme arts, etc. You know, the 7th grade spiritual art is considered a rare and top grade spiritual art even in the Yi family. This 7th grade spiritual technique is worth at least 8,000 spiritual stones. I really made a fortune. Yihan touched the animal bone in his palm, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Although he was a saintly alchemist in his previous life, he was almost madly immersed in alchemy in the short 20 years and neglected the practice of martial arts. As a result, apart from countless pill recipes and alchemy techniques, his memory did not even contain any decent spiritual arts. And in this life, he naturally understood more clearly the importance of possessing powerful strength. Not only does he want to become the god of alchemy, he also wants to surpass the emperor of alchemy and martial arts in martial arts. Thinking of this, Yihan happily put the animal bones into the qianquan bag and continued to look for the remaining medicinal herbs. Before I knew it, several hours had passed. A total of 17 kinds of medicinal materials are needed to refine the 3rd grade elixir Lingxian Dan, and after searching for several hours, he has found 15 of them. However, only one herb were nowhere to be found. These 2 medicinal ingredients are relatively rare and precious. But hard work pays off. After a patient search, Yihan finally discovered the 16th medicinal ingredient, bone cleansing grass. In a secluded corner not far away, there was a shabby stall. And the precious bone cleansing grass was actually placed in such an inconspicuous corner. The seller of medicinal herbs was an old man who looked skinny and dressed in tattered clothes. 2nd rank alchemist. Yihan only took one glance to recognize the identity of this sloppy old man. The old man had the scent of elixir left over from years of alchemy, and the scent of the highest level elixir was the Tianxian pill. That is to say, it is a high-level 2nd grade elixir. In other words, this sloppy old man is at least a 2nd grade high-level alchemist. Yihan strode forward and asked politely, "What's the price of this bone-cleansing grass?" The sloppy old man stretched and yawned lazily, then smiled and said, "Young man, anyone who can use the herb bone-cleansing grass must be at least an alchemist of a high rank. I believe you should also know how rare this herb is. You can't find another one in the exchange except the one I have." What he said was, of course, to show that the price of this bone-cleansing grass must be very high. "Tell me, I can afford it." Yihan was straightforward and didn't want to waste time bargaining. 4,000 high-grade spirit stones. The slovenly old man held up 3 fingers. 4,000. Hearing this, Yihan frowned, seeming a little unhappy. This price was obviously a bit high, but it was already quite difficult to find this bone-cleansing grass. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll buy it." However, just as the two were delivering the goods, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew from behind Yihan. "Found it, bone-cleansing grass." A woman in red, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, walked over. This girl is very pretty, with skin as smooth as a baby's. She has a delicate face and is very beautiful. She has a slender figure, a willow-like waist, and stands tall and graceful. Although she hasn't fully grown up yet, it can be seen that she is a beauty. "Hey, old man, I want this bone-cleansing grass. Please give me a price." The girl casually pointed at the bone-cleansing grass. What a coincidence. This young man has already bought this bone-cleansing grass. The sloppy old man pointed at Yihan and said, "He." The girl in red glanced at Yihan, looking rich and powerful, and said like a proud peacock, "Isn't the bone-cleansing grass still on the stall? I'll offer you 5 times more than he's paying." This. The old man looked at Yihan with an apologetic expression. He wanted to give Yihan the bone-cleansing grass, but couldn't help but take it back. Seeing this red-dressed woman being so arrogant and unreasonable, Yihan's face darkened and he said in a cold tone. First come, first served. Since I've already bought the bone-cleansing grass, you should look for another store. Unexpectedly, Yihan's words seemed to anger the woman in red. She frowned and said coldly. Who do you think you are? You dare to teach me a lesson? Don't you know that my master is Master Zuga from the Alchemist Guild? What, Master Zuga? The slovenly old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the girl carefully again, and then said in surprise. Could it be that you are the most outstanding genius alchemist in the entire Yanqing, Lu Qingtan? The girl in red was very satisfied with the tone and nodded proudly. Lu Qingtan, a disciple of Master Zuga, a third-grade high-level alchemist in the Alchemist Guild, was promoted to a second-grade alchemist at the age of 16. Even an ordinary Spirit Sea Realm expert would not dare to offend her easily. But he's a second-rank alchemist with a bad temper. Yihan looked indifferent and spoke in a calm tone. What a big mouth. Lu Qingtan laughed out of anger. A 16-year-old second-grade alchemist had a talent that was at a monstrous level. However, from Yihan's mouth, the only comment he got was, that's all. And in Yihan's eyes, the 16-year-old second-grade alchemist was indeed mediocre. After all, when he was 16 years old, he had already aspired to become the Alchemy Emperor, causing a sensation in the region. Old man, I will pay 7 times the price, please sell me the bone-cleansing grass. If you are short-sighted, it would be a waste of this medicinal material. Lu Qingtan refused to give up and raised the price again. Well. The slovenly old man looked a little embarrassed. How about this, I'll use a scroll of the third-grade pill recipe as an exchange, do you want to trade it or not? Yihan took out an ancient scroll from his sleeve and handed it over. The old man quickly opened the scroll and took a look. His eyes lit up. It's settled, deal. Are you crazy? You must have stolen this third-grade pill recipe. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and stomped his feet in anger. This is a precious third-grade elixir recipe. Even the value of 100 bone-cleansing grass plants is not as great as a third-grade pill recipe. Does it have anything to do with you? Yihan put away the bone-washing grass, and did not forget to annoy Lu Qingtan. As a pill sage in his previous life, the thing he lacked the most was the pill formula. Okay, wait for me. Lu Qingtan was furious and turned around and walked away in shame. Uncle, I also need a medicinal herb called Qingmuguading. Do you have it? Yihan looked at the stall owner again and took the opportunity to ask. Green turtle vine. This is a precious medicinal material that has reached the 4th grade. In the whole Yanqing, I am afraid that only the Alchemist Guild has it. After the sloppy old man finished speaking, he was afraid that Yihan would regret taking back the third-grade pill recipe, so he immediately rolled up his stall and ran away, disappearing without a trace. Alchemist Guild. Yihan learned the information about the Alchemist Guild from the memories of this physical body. The most prestigious organization in the entire Yanqing is not the major families or the city lord's mansion, but the Alchemist Guild. Only alchemists with excellent talents are qualified to join the Alchemist Guild. Previously, Lu Qingtan was taught by Master Zuga and had a very high status in the Alchemist Guild. Even the Lord of Yanqing had to be respectful to the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild. Yihan pondered for a moment. For the last medicinal ingredient, he had to make a trip. However, it would be best not to run into the arrogant and rude Lu Qingtan again, otherwise this trip might be full of twists and turns. Yanqing, Alchemy Square. This Jade Square is the place where the disciples of the Alchemist Guild practice alchemy. Puff. 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 Blazing flames rose up and rolled in the alchemy furnace, turning into rolling heat waves that spread in all directions. In this wide square, hundreds of alchemists were busy refining pills, attracting many people to stop and watch, marveling at them. The whole square was instantly filled with the fragrance of elixir. Bang. However, occasionally, the sound of alchemy furnaces exploding could be heard all around, and some dusty disciples rushed out of the flames and were harshly rebuked by the elders. Today, in addition to the disciples of the Alchemist Guild, countless warriors and alchemists from the entire Yanqing also gathered here. In the central area of the alchemy field, it was crowded with thousands of people forming a large circle, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, making it impossible to get through, and it was quite a spectacular sight. They seemed to be watching something with great interest, and the sound of discussion could be heard everywhere. Located in the center of the circle is a 3-meter-high black stone platform. A white-haired old man stood on the stone platform. He was wearing a black robe and looked serious, with a wrinkled face. In front of him, there was a vermilion alchemy furnace with a divine bird pattern on it. This old man is the elder of the Alchemist Guild, Master Zuga. I heard that this is the first time that Master Zuga has made an elixir in public. We can feast our eyes on it. Master Zuga is a master of alchemy. It is a great honor to witness him making an elixir in public once in a lifetime. An alchemist who was watching said in admiration that it turned out that the reason why this place was so crowded today was because this Master Zuga was going to make alchemy in public. I heard that Master Zuga has been a third-grade alchemist for many years and is only one step away from becoming a fourth-grade alchemist. No one in the entire Yanqing can match him except the president. If we can comprehend a little of his exquisite alchemy skills, we will benefit a lot. Everyone echoed. This Master Zuga is so famous because he is a third-grade high-level alchemist. Looking at the entire Yanqing, Master Zuga's alchemy skills are enough to rank among the top 3. His disciple Lu Qingtan is even more amazing. At only 17 years old, he has already become a second-grade alchemist. Given time, it will be no problem for him to surpass the president. Everyone looked and saw a woman in red standing next to Master Zuga. She was like the moon surrounded by stars, like a proud peacock, and at this moment she became one of the focuses of the whole audience. He is Master Zuga. In the crowd, Yihan didn't know when he arrived here. He stared at the master and disciple on the stone platform, with a slight smile on his face. It's a good opportunity to see the level of Yanqing's top alchemist. I hope Master Zuga won't let me down. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the square. In order to witness the style of Master Zuga, everyone was in high spirits and their eyes were full of anticipation. Among them, there were also some alchemists who came here specifically to admire and learn, hoping to comprehend some tricks from Master Zuga's alchemy. Qingtan, take out the herbs. Master Zuga said with a serious face and no smile. Yes, Master. Lu Qingtan nodded, then gently waved her jade hand, and hundreds of medicinal herbs emitting various spiritual lights and fragrant aroma fell on the stone platform in front of her. Third-grade elixir, flame spirit pill. Yihan took a quick glance at the medicinal materials on the stone table and he already knew what kind of elixir Master Zuga wanted to refine. Puff. Flames rose from Master Zuga's palm, moving in his hand like a fire snake. Wow. Oh my god, what an exquisite fire control technique. I'm not as good as you are worthy of being called Master Zuga. There was an explosion of exclamations from below, like an overwhelming tide. However, Yihan frowned, seeming a little disappointed. This fire control technique is a bit crude. Whoosh whoosh. Master Zuga wrapped his palm with spiritual power, wrapped the medicinal materials with flames, and entered the furnace. At this time, the cauldron floated up, and then a powerful soul force roared out, pouring into the cauldron along with the flames, extracting the elixir. At this moment, Master Zuga was completely immersed in alchemy, as if isolated from the outside world. He kept changing his alchemy techniques, and the level of his skills was so dazzling that it was breathtaking. Boom. Suddenly, the flames surged up into the sky. The entire furnace soared into the sky, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Afterwards, the alchemy furnace continued to rotate, and at the same time, Master Zuga's soul was also mixing the elixir. It's amazing. It's really amazing. This alchemy technique has reached the highest level. As expected of a third-rank alchemist from the Alchemist Guild. Everyone praised that this alchemy technique was so wonderful that it was beyond description. The alchemy process is so smooth and breathtaking that one cannot help but admire it. Bang. Finally, after several hours, the alchemy furnace landed. The flame spirit pill is ready. But everyone was still immersed in the superb alchemy skills and felt unsatisfied. Buzz. The lid of the alchemy furnace was opened, and a wave of hot spiritual energy rushed in all directions. A round, red pill slowly floated up. Third-grade high-level elixir. Flame spirit pill. Countless people were wildly excited, and after several minutes of exclamation, they slowly calmed down. Just as everyone calmed down, a sudden voice came out. The fire control technique is a little lacking, the soul power palm is not yet at ease, and the alchemy technique is a little rough. Otherwise, this flame spirit pill should be able to produce pill patterns. What a pity. Hiss. Who is making such a fuss? Everyone was startled and looked around. This sentence was not only heard by the people watching around, but also heard clearly by Master Zuga, who had powerful soul power. Junior, what did you just say? Master Zuga looked at Yihan and spoke in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Yihan walked into the circle slowly and immediately all eyes turned towards him. Is it him? On the side, Lu Qingtan saw Yihan's face and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Yihan bowed slightly to Master Zuga and said bluntly. Although Master Zuga has refined the third-grade elixir, the flame spirit pill, his fire control technique is substandard, his elixir refining technique is rather crude, and his control over his soul power is insufficient. Hiss. Who is this kid? Haha, he actually dared to criticize Master Zuga's alchemy skills. Suddenly, there was an uproar all around, and the other alchemists were all angry. Master Zuga's alchemy skills are so superb, but he is evaluated like this by the young men in front of him. The alchemy technique is a bit crude. The control of soul power is insufficient. These words are simply unbearable to hear. These words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, arousing the anger of countless alchemists. Isn't he Yihan? He was the #1 genius in Yanqing, but unfortunately he is now useless. So it was him. Hearing the voices around him, Master Zuga's eyes revealed a bit of contempt. It turned out that the person who was pointing fingers at him was actually a waste. Where did this stray dog come from? How dare you criticize my master? Lu Qingtan looked at him fiercely with his phoenix eyes and shouted angrily. Can just any Tom, Dick or Harry be allowed to point fingers at a third-grade high-level alchemist? Yihan seemed to say this deliberately, his eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice. If you don't believe me, how about I compete with Master Zuga? But if I win, I need to get something. Wow. I didn't hear it wrong. He wants to challenge Master Zuga. Below, the pot exploded instantly. Wow. Did I hear wrong? He actually wants to challenge Master Zuga. The entire huge square seemed to be in an uproar, and the surrounding exclamations were endless. Young people nowadays really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Master Zuga is not only highly respected, but he is also one of the top alchemists in the entire Yanqing. He actually wants to learn from him in alchemy. Isn't he a little too ignorant of the heavens and how deep the earth is? An old man with a thunder god's mouth couldn't help but sneer. He's just a clown trying to attract attention. Everyone knows that Master Zuga is an excellent alchemist. This boy probably hasn't even grown all his hair yet he dares to challenge Master Zuga. A beautiful woman curled her lips and snorted coldly. Around them, others nodded in agreement. Who is Master Zuga? This is one of the best third-grade high-level alchemists in the entire Yanqing. Are you worthy enough to compete with my master in alchemy? Even Lu Qingtan was stunned and showed a look of disgust. Because she didn't expect Yihan to be so arrogant that he actually wanted to compete with his master in alchemy. This is like a firefly competing with the bright moon, there is simply no comparison. Moreover, she looked at Yihan with contempt, as this guy was about the same age as her. Because Lu Qingtan was born with alchemy spiritual veins, he had extraordinary talent in alchemy. But even so, now at the age of 17, she is only a second-grade intermediate alchemist. Even though he had extraordinary talent, Lu Qingtan did not dare to say that he could become a third-grade high-level alchemist within 5 years. There is absolutely no way that the young men in front of her could surpass her, let alone compete with her master in alchemy. Yihan simply ignored the sighs and groans around him. In his eyes, a mere third-grade alchemist was not worth mentioning. Even if he were to rebuild this life, it would be easy for him to surpass a third-grade alchemist. Young man, are you insulting me? Master Zuga was a little angry and raised his white eyebrows. Being challenged by a junior is definitely a huge insult to him. Yihan shook his head secretly. No wonder Lu Qingtan was so arrogant. He was exactly like his master. However, he was not angry at the moment, but took out a scroll from his chinquin bag and smiled faintly. How about this? I happen to have a third-grade pill recipe here, let's use it as the bet. If Master wins, this recipe will be given to you. But if by chance I win, I want a medicinal ingredient. Greenwood turtlevine, how about that? As a pill saint in his previous life, he had collected a large number of pill recipes in his soul sea. Naturally, he could take out a mere third-grade pill recipe at will. This third-grade pill recipe is worthless to Yihan, but to Master Zuga, it is a rare treasure. Master Zuga immersed himself in the recipe. He was a little skeptical at first, but his cloudy eyes suddenly shone with brilliance and he said excitedly, "Okay, then I will compete with you. But in order to give you some points, the elixir for this competition will be decided by you. Let's compare the 9 yuan pills." Yihan looked directly at Master Zuga and said, 9 yuan pill. Master Zuga frowned immediately, feeling confused. This Ju Yuan pill is not only a high-grade third-grade pill, but also an extremely difficult pill to refine. Even he only had a 60% chance of success. Master Zuga didn't understand why Yihan would choose such a difficult pill. But Master Zuga still nodded and agreed. Okay, then let's compete for the 9 yuan pill. After saying that, Master Zuga asked Lu Qingtan to bring 2 sets of medicinal materials and then began to make the elixir, etc. At this time, Yihan turned around and looked at everyone, scanning them, and asked, "Can anyone lend me a third-grade den fire?" Wow! What did he say? Borrow the den fire. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This kid doesn't even have elixir fire, yet he's still pretending to be refining a third-grade elixir. If being an alchemist was so easy, I would have been the alchemy king a long time ago. This is really embarrassing. The people around were shocked at first, and then they were overwhelmed by a wave of ridicule and sarcasm. How can there be an alchemist who doesn't even have the fire for making an elixir? Yihan was indeed a little helpless, because he only had a first-grade den fire in his hand. Elder Kanglin, please lend him your third-grade precious fire, the blazing lion fire. Master Zuga said with a cold face, sneering even more inwardly. But he was also secretly happy in his heart. Was this kid out of his mind? He had to come and give him a third-grade pill recipe. Naturally, he would not be polite when this treasure was delivered to his doorstep. Young man, you'd better be careful. This old man's flaming lion fire is extremely violent. Don't get burned by it. Elder Kanglin's tone was somewhat sarcastic. It is impossible for a true third-grade alchemist to not even have third-grade alchemy fire. After saying that, a brown flame fell into the alchemy furnace. Whoosh whoosh. After getting the flame, the two stood in a row and began to refine the 9 yuan pill. Buzz. I have to say that Master Zuga's alchemy skills are truly amazing. He waved his sleeves and the medicinal materials were sent into the alchemy furnace. Then the flames lifted the furnace and it burned madly. Soul power poured into it, and he had the demeanor of a master alchemist. This tempering process is very smooth. Soon, after extracting one batch of medicinal materials, Master Zuga started to extract the second batch of medicinal materials. The audience around were amazed and dared not blink for fear of missing anything. Bang. Elsewhere, Yihan casually threw all the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unexpectedly, the raging flames directly enveloped the entire furnace and burned violently. Look, what is that kid doing? Ha ha ha. This is not alchemy, are they stewing medicinal herbs? If he can refine the 9 yuan pill, I will eat a pound of shit right away. There were people pointing and talking all around, and sounds of laughter could be heard from time to time. Because Yihan actually stuffed all the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace roughly, and then burned them madly with the alchemy fire. It was really ridiculous. What a foolish move. We've wasted precious medicinal materials. Elder Kanglin couldn't help but curse angrily, puffing his beard and glaring. How can you make elixirs in this way? To make the 9 yuan pill, you need to extract it in 3 batches, and it needs to be refined over a slow fire. If you are not careful, the furnace will explode. However, Yihan's alchemy skills are so crude that such a big flame will burn away the medicinal properties of the herbs. Do you really think that the alchemist is making stew? Lu Qingtan's eyes were filled with sarcasm. She thought to herself that this boy was really a half-baked person with no real ability. Despite the constant booze from all around, Yihan still kept the furnace burning with a fierce fire and was not distracted by the sneers around him. Because this time he used the unique alchemy technique that came with the Zhangqiong Den body. This technique is called Fire Dragon Spits Pearls. The flame is like a dragon, and the alchemy furnace wrapped in it is its pearl. This can only be achieved when the soul power is extremely delicately controlled. Now in the blazing alchemy furnace, the gigantic divine soul is extracting 3 batches of medicinal liquid at the same time. Time passed by little, and 4 hours passed. Suddenly, Master Zuga waved his sleeves. Bang! The flame died out. The top of the furnace fell onto the stone platform. He was sweating and panting because refining this 9 yuan pill consumed too much energy. I have already mastered it. After saying this, Master Zuga calmly opened the furnace lid. Buzz. A burst of spiritual light burst out, a fragrance gushed out, and a round brown pill floated in the air. Master Zuga's alchemy skills have truly reached perfection. Hey, that kid is still stewing herbs. While marveling at Master Zuga, everyone's eyes were focused on Yihan, sneering. Master Zuga kept a straight face and said nothing. It was absolutely impossible to refine the 9 yuan pill like this. As expected, the medicinal materials in the furnace had already been burnt. After a while, Yihan raised his eyelids and said slowly, "My 9 yuan pill is also done." Bang! Bang! As soon as the voice came out, the alchemy furnace vibrated violently, as if a force of energy was rushing out from inside. Roar! Then, an ancient dragon roar was heard, and the flames condensed into a fire dragon. In the mouth of the fire dragon, the red alchemy furnace was suspended. This scene is like a fire dragon spitting out pearls. There seemed to be a strong fluctuation of elixir coming from the fire dragon's mouth. Impossible. Master Zuga's face changed. It was absolutely impossible to make a pill using this method. However. Bang. Buzz. The furnace lid opened, a dazzling light burst out, and a pill was slowly spit out from the fire dragon's mouth. The next moment, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Oh my god, Dan patterns. That's Dunwen. Oh my god, I'm lucky enough to witness a spiritual elixir pattern being born. This voice made Master Zuga and others instantly look at the 9 yuan pill floating in front of Yihan. Suddenly, the square was dead silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, not even daring to breathe. Clear scarlet lines appeared on the round pill, covered by a hazy light. Dunwen, it's really Dunwen. Yihan not only refined the 9 yuan pill, but also made the pill body condense rare pill patterns. Dunwen, absolutely impossible. Master Zuga's eyes were blank and he clenched his fists. As we all know, a spiritual pill with elixir patterns is worth 100 times more than an ordinary spiritual pill. Pills with Dunwen are extremely rare, and even if you refine 10,000 pills, you may not be able to refine one with Dunwen. Although Master Zuga lived for more than 100 years, he never succeeded in refining a pill that could produce elixir patterns in his life. And the young boy in front of him actually refined an elixir with elixir patterns on it. Master Kanglin and the elders of the Alchemist Guild were also shocked and speechless. As for Lu Qingtan, his Danfeng eyes were filled with indescribable shock. The 3rd grade elixir, Zhu Yuan pill. And it has the legendary Dan pattern. She asked herself, even if she was given another 20 years, she would never be able to refine it. A 17-year-old 3rd grade alchemist is a genius that can cause a sensation, not to mention the entire Yanqing, even in the 8 desolate ancient territory. Haha, who was the one who mocked him before? Now he's been slapped in the face. What a bunch of short-sighted fellows. The whole square was in an uproar and aroused heated discussion. A 3rd grade alchemist was not uncommon, but a 17-year-old 3rd grade alchemist was enough to cause a sensation in the entire Alchemist Guild. Master Yi, I admit defeat. After a moment, Master Zuga was convinced, and his previous arrogance and contempt were gone. Instead, there is admiration. At the age of 17, her alchemy skills had already surpassed him. Master Zuga is too modest. Yihan did not take advantage of the situation and was not merciful, but instead gave him a way out. This made Master Zuga look at him with even greater respect and feel extremely grateful. Elder Kanglin, thank you for your fire. This Dan fire is quite handy. After saying that, Yihan bent his finger and flicked it. The violent flaming lion fire whooshed and shot into Elder Kanglin's brow like a ray of light. Master Yi, you are too polite. Elder Kanglin bowed respectfully. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. Such a violent flaming lion fire was so light and gentle in Yihan's hands. The master is indeed a master. The crowd watching was also amazed to see Elder Kanglin and Elder Zuga calling a junior a master. You know, even the Lord of Yanqing may not allow them to be so polite. Master Zuga, I will give you this 9 yuan pill. However, that Qing Muguiting hopes that you can fulfill your promise. Yihan waved his sleeves and the Zhu Yuan pill fell into Master Zuga's hands. Master Zuga held the pill in his trembling hands, his eyes admiring a rare treasure. What he pursued all his life was to refine an elixir that could produce elixir patterns. But Yihan did it. Sure, please. Master Zuga, who usually had a stern face, immediately smiled and stretched out his hands to make way for both sides. Under the guidance of several elders, Yihan entered the Alchemist Guild building. Alchemist Guild, Den Tower. Inside a tall tower, disciples were secretly flocking towards this place. They either lay outside the window or climbed up onto the pillars, as if trying to peek into the pavilion. Have you heard? It seems that a genius in alchemy has come to our guild. I heard that his alchemy skills are even more sophisticated than Master Zuga's. A young girl whispered softly. It is said that the boy is only 17 years old, about the same age as Senior Sister Lu. However, it seems that Senior Sister Lu's alchemy skills are no match for him. A chubby boy echoed. Don't push, I saw him. Oh my God, so handsome. Some young girls became infatuated with him and had wild fantasies. What a disgrace to make so much noise. Suddenly, an old voice was heard from behind. Elder Yunlong. Hundreds of disciples quickly stood up and lowered their heads. Stop peeking and go inside. After the white-haired elder finished speaking, a group of male and female disciples rushed forward, swarmed into the hall, and stood in a row. The danta is filled with sandalwood and is solemn and dignified. Yihan sat in the VIP seat, with the elders of the Alchemist Guild on his left and right. These elders usually act superior, but in front of Yihan, they all have smiles on their faces and are extremely respectful. Some disciples were stunned. It was the first time for them to see a majestic elder being so respectful to a junior. It was a rare occurrence in their lives. However, he was facing a 17-year-old whose alchemy skills surpassed Master Zuga's. Not to mention them, even the president of the Alchemist Guild has to be respectful. Master Yi, wait a moment. Elder Zuga has gone to get the herbs for you. Elder Kanglin stroked his beard and said with a smile. Yihan sipped his tea slowly and nodded. I don't know if Master Yi can give me some advice on alchemy. I have been a second-grade high-level alchemist for many years. At this time, Elder Yunlong said a little embarrassedly. The eyes of the other elders immediately lit up, and they naturally wanted to listen to the master's advice. Okay, try refining a batch of pills. Yihan put down the teacup and agreed. Whoosh whoosh. Elder Yunlong nodded, then took out the alchemy furnace and began to refine one of his best Tianling pills in front of Yihan. Yihan watched carefully until the furnace landed, then he pondered. Elder Yunlong has strong soul power, but his fire control level is a little insufficient. How about this, I will give you a fire control technique. After saying that, Yihan began to demonstrate. The raging flames felt so smooth in his palms. Wonderful, so wonderful. As expected of a master fire controller. The elders were amazed and looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. No wonder Master Zuga lost. Boom. Ha ha ha. I have achieved a breakthrough to become a third-grade alchemist. Half an hour later, a wild laugh was heard. It turned out that Elder Yunlong had made a breakthrough after Yihan's casual guidance. The bottleneck that he had spent 10 years trying to break through was broken by Yihan with just a few words, and he successfully became a third-grade alchemist. Master Yi, please guide me. I don't have enough control over my soul power. I also want to learn this fire control technique. Master Tiank, it's wrong for you to cut in line. It was clearly me who was one step ahead of you. When the elders saw Elder Yunlong being promoted to a third-grade alchemist, they were naturally jealous. How could they miss such a good opportunity? They all blushed and clamored to ask Yihan to teach them the art of alchemy. The disciples looked on in amazement. After all, Yihan has the background of a Dan saint, so even if he just gives some casual advice, it will be enough for these elders to benefit from it for the rest of their lives. After Yihan's guidance, some elders suddenly understood the truth. Some of them improved their soul power, some of them became more skilled in fire control, and some of the disciples who watched also benefited a lot. Half an hour later, Master Zuga and Lu Qingtan entered the hall. Two figures strode into the hall with great strides, and all eyes were instantly focused on them. The people who came were Master Zuga and Lu Qingtan. Master Zuga looked embarrassed, clenched his fists and said with some guilt. Master Yi, the last herb you need, called Qingmuguading, is too rare. There is only one left in our entire Alchemist Guild, so I have no right to decide to give it to you. However, if you absolutely must have this herb, you can ask the president for permission. Please ask the president. Yihan gently put down the teacup and raised his eyebrows. On the side, Elder Yunlong frowned and shook his head. I'm afraid it's really not the right time to meet the guild master. He has been in seclusion for several months. Even for us guild elders, it's not easy to meet him. The president has a strange temper. If we go to see him rashly, I'm afraid. Elder Tiank also nodded slightly and looked at Yihan with a guilty look on his face. Is there no other way? Yihan's face suddenly looked unhappy. The martial tower would be opened in 2 days, so he had to get this last medicinal ingredient. The president's retreat this time will take at least a year and a half. It is said that the president obtained a broken 4th-grade pill recipe a few months ago. The broken corner of this precious pill scroll happened to have lost a medicinal ingredient. The president is currently studying the missing medicinal ingredient. Another elder pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. Oh, there is such a thing. Yihan thought for a moment and said. Maybe I can find the missing ingredient for your president and restore the 4th-grade pill recipe to its original state. Hearing this, the other elders looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment. Although Yihan is an excellent alchemy expert, the president has spent several months researching it and still hasn't figured it out. They don't believe that Yihan can do it. However, they had listened to Yihan's teachings on alchemy before, so they were also indebted to Yihan. Therefore, after Elder Zuga discussed with Elder Yunlong and others, he nodded and said. Okay, then come with me to meet the president. However, the president has a weird temper, so I hope you are mentally prepared. Yihan nodded, and became more and more curious. Under the guidance of several elders, they soon passed the Dan Tower and a courtyard surrounded by bamboo forest appeared before their eyes. There are winding paths here, the spiritual energy is rich, and the atmosphere is peaceful. However, when they entered the courtyard, they saw the ground was in a mess, with broken pieces of medicinal herbs everywhere. President. Elder Zuga and others stepped forward and bowed. Get out of here. An old man's angry roar was heard from the alchemy room. Then with a whoosh, a pile of pitch-black medicinal herbs were thrown out, emitting thick smoke. Several elders looked at Yihan awkwardly. Yihan stood where he was, looking towards the alchemy room, his eyes calm and composed. The president has a hot temper, but he's actually a very nice person. Elder Yunlong quickly explained with an embarrassed look on his face. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden bang, the alchemy room shook violently, and thick smoke poured out. After a while, a bald old man in tattered clothes, covered in dust, covered his face and coughed violently. His beard was singed and there was not a single spot of cleanliness on his robe. Oh, the furnace exploded again. We were so close to success. The president picked up the remaining medicinal herbs on the ground and couldn't help but curse. Yihan took a glance and saw that the old man looked extremely thin, with a few strands of hair on his head standing upright, which made people laugh. "President, we have a distinguished guest," Lord Zuga reminded again in a low voice. "Don't disturb me while I'm refining the elixir. Get out." The president was furious at the moment and started cursing. Yihan walked forward, sniffed around gently, nodded slightly, and said, "The smell is clear and strong, but also has a refreshing fragrance. This is definitely the smell of royal blood grass. There are also star anise mysterious ice grass, phoenix fire spirit fruit, and red sand leaf." Meeting. Several elders' faces changed, and they were about to step forward, fearing that the president's temper would explode. Unexpectedly, the president glared at Elder Zuga fiercely, and then looked at Yihan with ecstasy, looking him up and down, and asked impatiently, "What other medicinal herbs are there?" Yihan smiled and then said, "Fire spirit root, jade skin flower, and the 9th grade purple fungus, water spirit lotus." Yihan simply named 100 kinds of medicinal herbs. The president looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of shock. You know, being able to distinguish medicinal herbs by their smell in a pile of medicinal herbs that looked like a ruin was something that even a 4th-grade alchemist like him couldn't do. But the next sentence made the president feel like he was struck by lightning. "If I guess correctly, this should be the 4th-grade pill recipe, the 9 transformation golden spirit pill." Yihan was certain of it and said solemnly, You can actually tell that this is the 9 revolutions golden spirit pill just by the smell of the medicinal herbs." The president's eyes suddenly widened into unbelievable ones. Even he, a 4th-rank alchemist, couldn't do it. Not all. Yihan smiled mysteriously. As a saint of alchemy, elixirs like these were low-grade elixirs in his eyes. He had already memorized the elixir formula, so he could naturally tell them apart. The missing ingredient in the recipe is... The president stared at Yihan intently, wishing he could pry his mouth open. "Snow ginseng." Yihan smiled with his eyes narrowed. "It's actually snow bone ginseng. Okay, I'll give it a try. If I can't refine the 9 transformation golden spirit pill, you just wait." After saying this, the president's eyes were burning with enthusiasm, and he returned to the hut to refine the elixir again. The alchemy madman does have a weird personality. He could have strived for the 5th rank, but unfortunately, his talent is average. Yihan had a pretty good opinion of this Alchemist Guild president who was obsessed with alchemy. However, after hearing this, the other elders were speechless and stunned. The president is a 4th-rank alchemist, but in Yihan's words, his talent is just average. Could it be that Yihan's alchemy skills are even better than the president's? Elder Yunlong and others became even more curious. Can the medicinal herbs that Yihan mentioned be used to refine the 9-turn golden spirit pill? Buzz. A few hours later, the alchemy room was filled with flashing light and a rich elixir fragrance filled the air. "Ha ha 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 ha. It's done." A voice of wild laughter came from the alchemy room. "Is this, really, successful?" Master Zuga and others looked at each other, secretly shocked. The president had studied it for several months, but he never thought that Yihan could know the recipe and the missing pill just by a rough smell. They suddenly felt that Yihan's alchemy skills were simply unfathomable. Not long after, the president readily gave the green turtle vine to Yihan. After getting the last medicinal ingredient, Yihan returned to the Yi family courtyard and began to practice alchemy in seclusion. He wants to reach the spiritual sea realm in the last 2 days. It was a dark and windy night. Deep in the Yi family mansion, a hall was brightly lit. Father Yi Tiange was dressed in a white robe, with a tough look between his brows and sharp eyes. "Tomorrow is the day to open the Martial Tower. You must seize the opportunity. If you can obtain high-level spiritual arts, you will surely shine in the Yunhai sex recruitment in the future." Yi Tianba held the chair with his hands and spoke sternly. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said with a sharp look, "Also, if there is a chance, destroy the kid Yihan. Father, please rest assured. He was lucky that the Xuanin poison failed to destroy him last time. This time, I will destroy his dantian with my own hands and trample him hard under my feet." Yi Tiange's tone was full of contempt and his eyes were fierce. He will let all the clan members understand that he is the real #1 prodigy of the Yi family. As for Yi Han, he is just an insignificant stepping stone. He is destined to be the dragon of the 9 heavens. Moreover, in order to open the Wu Tower this time, he had naturally made sufficient preparations. Yi Tiange has absolute confidence that inside the Wu Tower, he will let Yi Han know what despair is. Before I knew it, 2 days had passed. Today is the day when the Yi family opens the martial arts tower. For the disciples of the Yi family, such an opportunity is rare. Because the martial arts tower is the foundation of the Yi family, it contains all kinds of spiritual arts accumulated by the Yi family over the past 100 years. Even if you can get a spiritual art at random, it is enough to greatly enhance your own strength. Normally, the disciples of the clan don't even have the chance to get close to the martial arts tower, but today they can choose spiritual arts here. In the center of Yi Mansion stood a tall golden iron tower. At this moment, the area around the tower was already crowded with people. Under the sunlight, the entire tower reflects a magnificent light, as if countless mysterious runes are flowing on the tower. Thousands of Yi clan disciples surrounded the martial arts tower, and among the crowd, 2 figures undoubtedly became the focus of everyone at this moment. Yi Han was dressed in a simple blue shirt, standing out from the crowd like a crane among chickens, looking extraordinary. Not far away, opposite him, Yi Tiange was wearing a blue robe and had a proud look on his face, as dazzling as the bright moon in the sky. But at this moment, everyone vaguely noticed that the 2 people were looking at each other, as if they were confronting each other, and the air was filled with the smell of fire. Although Yi Han has recovered his cultivation, I am curious whether his current strength is a match for Yi Tiange. On one side of the crowd, some disciples of the Yi family looked at the 2 figures in the field, their eyes full of expectation, and they were talking a lot. After all, one of them was once the #1 genius of the Yi family, and the other was now the #1 genius of the Yi family. If he had not suddenly become unable to practice, with Yi Han's incredible talent, even Yi Tiange today would be far behind him. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Yi Tiange just smiled faintly, his eyes fixed on Yi Han's somewhat thin figure in the field. There was a very faint cold light secretly surging in the depths of his eyes. Now he is like the moon surrounded by stars in the Yi family, and no one can take away his halo. Even Yi Han can't do it. I was able to drive you to the bottom of the abyss before, and I can do it now. Yi Tiange raised the corner of his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. Behind him, a woman in red had a cold look in her eyes that showed some disdain, and then said, "Does this guy really think that he can be your opponent after recovering his cultivation? He really has wild thoughts. Now that you have entered the early stage of the spiritual sea realm, even if you give him another 3 months of hard training, I'm afraid he won't be able to catch up." The woman in red is named Yi Hongling, and she is also a genius of the Yi family. But it is obvious that her relationship with Yi Tiange is extremely close, which seems to be very unusual. Talent is always talent. No matter how strong Yi Han's talent is, he can't fight against a strong man in the Spirit Sea realm at the 9th level of the Spirit Spring realm. If this guy insists on fighting with the young patriarch of the Tiange clan, he is simply courting death. Beside Yi Hongling, a young man in a grey robe snorted coldly. Seeing the discussions around Wuda, several elders standing in the field also frowned. However, they were not optimistic about Yi Han. After all, although the Lingquan realm and the Linghai realm were only 1 step away, there was a world of difference between them. But no matter what, who of the 2 is the true emperor of the Yi family now will be revealed here in the Wu Tower after today. Next, my Yi family martial arts tower will be opened. What kind of fortune you can obtain depends on whether you can grasp it. Yi Bailey stroked his beard and spoke in a dignified voice. Suddenly, there was a great commotion in the surroundings. Everyone's eyes seemed to be burning with blazing fire, full of anticipation. I heard that there is a 9th grade spiritual technique in the martial arts tower, which is the Yi family's martial arts. I wonder if it is true. At this moment, Yi Han's eyes lit up slightly, and it was obvious that he had great interest in this spiritual art. The spiritual arts were initially divided into 9 grades. For a remote place like Yanqing, the 9th grade spiritual arts were already quite rare. However, there were higher-level mysterious arts, Taoist arts, and even various powerful magical powers above the 9th grade spiritual arts. But it is said that in the entire Yanqing, only that City Lord possesses high-level mystical arts. Open the Wu Tower. The great elder shouted in a deep voice, and with his old palm, a ray of spiritual light suddenly shot into the martial arts tower. In an instant, the tower body shook violently. Rumble. Buzz. The entire golden pagoda emitted light, and mottled ancient lines slowly emerged on it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, everyone saw thousands of light balls of different colors rushing out from the pagoda and circling around the tower. Oh my God! These are spiritual arts. All the disciples couldn't help but become greedy and fanatical. It turns out that there is a spiritual technique hidden in every ball of light. However, the grade of these spiritual arts is unknown, and only by relying on extremely keen perception or luck can one pick high-level spiritual arts. And so far, no one in the Yi family has been able to pick up that 9th grade spiritual technique. Boom. 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 All of a sudden, all the disciples rushed towards the tower, fighting for the spiritual arts. However, Yiqianga and Yihan stood where they were, looking among the light balls. Naturally, they wanted to choose the 9th grade spiritual technique. The 9th grade spiritual arts are hidden in these thousands of light balls. Bang. A golden light exploded, and the sound of a lion's roar was heard, and a scroll appeared. Ha ha ha. 4th grade spiritual technique. Mad Lion Fist. A young man in a gray robe picked up the scroll and laughed wildly, causing envy and jealousy from the disciples around him. This is a 4th grade spiritual technique. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, another gray light shot out, with an extremely strong wave. That is, a 5th grade spiritual technique. Countless people looked at him greedily as a gray scroll fell into Yi Hongling's palm. Why don't those two guys take action yet? Yi Hongling frowned slightly and looked at Yihan and the other men in confusion. They had their eyes closed, as if they were sensing something. Time passed bit by bit, and many disciples had already chosen their own spiritual arts. Some of them were excited, and some disciples secretly cursed their bad luck. And everyone only had one chance to choose what is spiritual technique. Finally, Yihan and Yiqianga seemed to sense a slight fluctuation. They both opened their eyes at the same time and looked suddenly towards a corner where a golden ball of light was suspended. This ball of light was ordinary, but both of them locked their eyes on it at the same time. Boom. Yihan stomped his feet on the ground and rushed out like a cheetah. Light golden spiritual power surged on his palms, mixed with heavy force, and grabbed towards the ball of light. It's not that easy to get spiritual skills. However, a sudden gust of wind blew in the face, filled with icy cold. Yiqianga was wrapped in icy blue light, like an ice arrow shooting over, and the floor along the way was frozen inch by frost. Bang. The two of them stretched out their palms at the same time and slapped the ball of light with powerful spiritual power. Two powerful spiritual powers rushed out, and with a bang, the entire ball of light instantly split apart, and a scroll emerged. Buzz. The intense light was like a golden sun rising and suspended in the air. This fluctuation. At this moment, the pupils of everyone in the Yi family, including the 4 elders, suddenly shrank, and their eyes were filled with shock and heat. 9th grade spiritual technique. Buzz. Rays of golden light scattered in all directions, with a scroll vaguely wrapped in it, like a rising sun suspended in the air. A powerful spiritual power surged and fell, causing the space to expand like an air wave. This fluctuation. 9th grade spiritual technique. Sensing this wave, the eyes of all the disciples instantly became greedy. They were like a pack of wolves staring at their prey, and their breathing became hot. No one expected that Yihan and Yiqianga actually found this 9th grade spiritual technique at the same time. This 9th grade spiritual technique has not been practiced in my Yi family for decades. If it is practiced to the highest level, its power will be comparable to that of the mysterious technique. The great elder's tone was also full of excitement, his eyes fixed on the scroll. The power is comparable to that of mysterious magic. Hearing this, the tribesmen below immediately became agitated. Mystical arts, that is the top-level martial art that only those in the Purple Mansion realm are qualified to practice. At this moment, everyone's eyes were once again focused on the 2 figures on the field. They were curious about this fight between the dragon and the tiger, who would be able to take away this 9th grade spiritual art. Yi Tiange looked at Yihan in front of him with a bit of surprise. He didn't expect Yihan to have discovered this spiritual technique. However, he raised a malicious smile at the corner of his mouth, then stared at Yihan and said sarcastically, "You'd better give up. This kind of spiritual arts is not something you can get involved in. Otherwise, this time it will not just be as simple as wasting your cultivation." Facing his ridicule, Yihan not only did not show any anger on his face, but instead stretched out his hand, smiled faintly, and said, "You probably don't have the ability. You don't know your own limitations." Yi Tiange's eyes flashed with anger, and he clenched his palms. The icy blue spiritual power contained a terrible cold force that wrapped around his arms. The next moment, he took a step forward, and the icy cold air froze the floor inch by inch. Its body, carrying a gust of cold wind, burst out like a cheetah. Boom. The ice-blue fist wrapped in cold air approached Yihan in an instant. The spiritual power pressed on the air, making a strange creaking sound. Yihan's expression was calm, and his body just quickly leaned to one side. At the moment when Yi Tiange's fist was approaching, his left hand burst into spiritual light, and the fingertips were wrapped with light golden spiritual power, like a sharp blade, slashing at Yi Tiange's wrist mercilessly. The speed was so fast that it left a trace in the air. However, Yi Tiange naturally had some skills. His face changed slightly, and he quickly changed his fist into a palm, and his backhand also collided with Yihan. Bang. The two palms collided, spiritual power burst out, a low sound rang out, and both of them took half a step back, and the ground was covered with broken ice. "You actually want to compete with me in spiritual power?" Yi Tiange couldn't help but smile coldly. He squatted down on the ground with his feet, and the spiritual power in his body surged out, covering his whole body. The strength of that spiritual power was far beyond the Lingquan realm. Brush. With spiritual power wrapped around his whole body, Yi Tiange's speed suddenly increased, as fast as an arrow, and his figure was like a flash of light, causing the disciples present to marvel again and again. He moved in front of Yihan in an instant, clenched his fists, and scolded. "Frost Fist." Bang bang bang. Yi Tiange's fists were constantly hitting, and the wind from his fists was wrapped in coldness, like an ice whirlwind, launching a fierce and sharp attack towards Yihan's head, feet, and abdomen. The spiritual power was so overwhelming that it suppressed Yihan and forced him to retreat step by step. Wow. Seeing Yi Tiange's momentum, all the disciples of the Yi family were shocked. Especially the boxing method that Yi Tiange used, which was a spiritual technique of the 5th grade. That Yihan is indeed suppressed. He will surely be defeated before long. It is not easy for him to fight Yi Tiange for so many moves with the help of Lingquan realm. There was a mocking look on Yi Hongling's face. Yes, judging from the situation, Yihan is already losing ground. On the side, several tribesmen nodded. However, several elders had different expressions at this moment. They could see that although Yihan was retreating step by step, he was not in a mess, and even seemed to be retreating to advance, and was not suppressed. Bang bang bang. Yi Tiange's attack was like a rainstorm, but in the blizzard, Yihan's figure was like a bluestone, standing firm. No matter how fierce and tricky the attack was, he took it all effortlessly. He looked as if he had seen through all of Yi Tiange's hidden attacks. Yihan was calm when facing an enemy. Although he is only 17 years old, he seems to have experienced hundreds of battles. He can even use his own strength to dissipate the enemy's force. This is not simple. The great elder's tone was filled with shock. He didn't expect that Yihan could actually fight with Yi Tiange in Linghai realm to this extent. Humph, so what? This is only temporary. Tiange has entered the spiritual sea realm after all, and his spiritual power is much stronger than Yihan's. As long as Tiange continues to attack, once Yihan's spiritual power weakens, he will definitely lose. Yi Tianba snorted coldly. The other elders remained silent. Is that all you can do? After a long time of attack, Yi Tiange's face finally darkened. Yihan broke through the 10 skills with one force, and his figure was exquisite, and he actually blocked all of his torrential attacks. For a moment, he was a little angry and embarrassed. You don't really think I'm scared of you, I'm just warming up. Yihan dodged flexibly, and suddenly, with the spiritual power, his dantian started to work. Boom. In an instant, his aura rose rapidly, and within a few breaths, he broke through the bottleneck of the Lingquan realm and entered the Linghai realm. What? At this moment, Yi Tiange's face changed drastically. Brush. Before he could react, Yi Han suddenly attacked. His sharp fingers were like an extremely sharp dagger, wrapped with light golden spiritual power. It penetrated the fist wind and hit the figure as fast as lightning. Bang. There was a dull sound, and the cold fist wind was broken, and a slightly embarrassed figure was seen kicking back. The robe on his shoulders was torn, and a trace of blood was seeping out. At this moment, a loud uproar suddenly broke out around the Wu Tower. Spiritual sea realm. All the disciples swallowed their saliva. Absolutely impossible. This guy was clearly at the 9th level of the spiritual spring realm 3 days ago. How could he break through to the spiritual sea realm so quickly? Yi Hongling gritted her teeth. Even the elders were looking at each other with shocked expressions. It's only been 3 days and Yi Han has made another breakthrough. You. Yi Tiange lowered his head and looked at his left shoulder, his face as gloomy as if water was dripping out. He also didn't expect that in just 3 days, Yi Han's strength had broken through to the Linghai realm, and was even enough to be on par with him. This spiritual power fluctuation. Below the stage, the Great Elder and others finally showed expressions of surprise on their faces. Spiritual sea realm. Impossible. Shaken away by the powerful spiritual power, Yi Tiange staggered back more than 10 steps before he stopped, his face filled with shock. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. You know, over the years, he relied on the accumulation of the Yi family's resources, and consumed countless natural resources and treasures, just to barely enter the spiritual sea realm. And Yi Han in front of him actually broke through the spiritual sea in just 3 days. If Yi Tiange had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could break into the spirit sea realm in just 3 days. At this moment, Yi Tiange's only pride seemed to be shattered, and the light dimmed in an instant. Spirit Sea Realm, Yi Han has also been promoted to the Spirit Sea Realm. 3 days ago, he was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Spring Realm. This is really terrifying. A disciple gasped. Yes, it seems that this competition may be suspenseful. Now that Yi Han has entered the Spiritual Sea Realm, it is still uncertain who will win. A woman nodded her head. Hearing the exclamations from all around, Yi Tiange's expression gradually turned gloomy, as dark blue as liver, and cold. The spiritual power in his palms suddenly surged, and was filled with an icy air, as if the air around him was completely frozen. I won't let you turn over. Yi Tiange turned his palm into fingers, and the 2 fingers gathered spiritual power and froze in an instant. His eyes flashed with a sharpness, and his fingertips suddenly flew in the air and pointed towards Yi Han. Boom. The cold spiritual energy flowed into the fingertips and was compressed into an ice-blue light, which rushed forward like a rainbow. However, just as the finger force was about to strike, Yi Han leaped lightly, and with a bang, the floor where he was standing was shattered by the finger force, and then the ice froze onto the floor. Brush. Ice palm. Yi Tiange rushed forward again. He smiled grimly at Yi Han. His palm was wrapped in a ball of blue light, so violent that it made people close their eyes. 5th grade spiritual technique. This ice palm is the spiritual technique that the Great Elder bestowed upon Yi Tiange. There was a cry of surprise from below. Obviously, this spiritual technique is very unusual. Spiritual skills are not the only thing you have. Yi Han spread his legs and clenched his fists. The spiritual energy in his body boiled like gas, and the air was shaking violently. Flaming Sun Fist. Boom. Yi Han punched forward with both fists. His fists were red like the sun, burning with blazing spiritual fire. Under the gazes of everyone, the 2 of them collided. Bang. The violent spiritual power stirred up a strong wind, and the floor beneath the feet of the 2 people shattered at the same time. The robes rustled in the vibration of the spiritual power, and the black hair was also dancing. The spiritual power of the 2 is actually equally matched. You are looking for death. Yi Tiange growled in his heart, and his spiritual power continued to flow into his palm. He saw that Yi Han's eyes were not panicked, and his anger was even greater. If you saw me stepping on you in front of so many people, would you still be able to handle this? Want to step on me? The corners of Yihan's mouth slowly curled up into a smile, as cold as a knife. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. He violently practiced the magic formula, and the medicinal properties of the Lingxian pill remaining in his dantian were completely activated. Boom. An even more powerful aura rushed towards the surroundings of the stage like a gust of air. What? Yi Tiange raised his head suddenly, and at this moment, there was a burst of exclamation around him. This fluctuation of spiritual power is infinitely close to the level of the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. Light golden spiritual power surged out of Yihan's body like a stream, and then wrapped around his two arms. He stretched out his arms like a monkey's arms, and a strong wave of energy suddenly formed under his fists, and he punched out. This punch, at a very short distance, was like a taut spear, bursting out with powerful spiritual power and tearing the air apart. Bang! In an instant, Yi Tiange was blown away by the brute force. Under the influence of the violent fist wind, his body was unstable and he almost fell to the ground. But even so, his robes were torn into pieces by the fist wind, his hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely embarrassed. And his blood and qi were shaking inside his body, and it was difficult to calm down. Wow! There was an uproar all around again. Two figures faced each other on the stage, one with a gloomy expression, the other as calm as water. Anyone can see that Yihan has an absolute advantage in this move. What a domineering fist style. How come his spiritual power suddenly increased so much? The great elder said with a look of surprise. On the side, Yi Tianba's face was as gloomy as a thundercloud, and he was furious. He never thought that Yihan, who had become a waste, would rise again, and be even more powerful and dazzling than Yi Tiange. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Tiangu, don't hold back. Yi Tianba glared and shouted angrily. Hearing this, the faces of the Yi family disciples around him changed slightly. Could it be that Yi Tiange had some powerful trump card? You forced me to do this. Yi Tiange took a deep breath, and saw a red pill appear in his palm. He swallowed the pill whole, and his eyes turned blood red like a mad beast. Boom. An even more violent spiritual power swept out, cracking the surrounding floor inch by inch. And this powerful aura has apparently already stepped into the middle stage of the spirit sea realm. Raging pill. Yihan understood instantly that the red pill was undoubtedly the violent pill. The violent pill is a unique pill made from the violent blood of monsters. After swallowing it, the person will lose their mind like a human-shaped beast, and their strength will also increase dramatically. Is this your trump card? There was no panic in Yihan's eyes, instead there was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Let's see how long you can remain so proud. Yi Tiange's eyes were bloodshot, and he was enveloped by a fierce aura. He gathered spiritual power in his palms like a tide and shouted. Ice mysterious art, ice ruler. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice blue spiritual energy gathered and formed a huge ice ruler above his head. Oh my god. 6th grade peak spiritual technique. Sensing this fluctuation, all the disciples were horrified. Then they looked at the slightly thin figure in the field wearing a green robe. Can Yihan stop it? Boom. The ice ruler fell, whistling with a violent icy force, and the ground along the way was frozen into ice cubes inch by inch. You have a 6th grade spiritual technique, so why can't I have a stronger 7th grade spiritual technique? Yihan sneered, then took a deep breath, as if all the spiritual energy around him was sucked into his throat, forming a whirlpool. Then, a lion's roar was heard. Roar. At this moment, all the disciples could not help but cover their ears, their eyes filled with horror. Roar. Using the heavenly lion's golden roar, a deafening lion's roar came out from Yihan's throat and turned into waves of violent sound waves, instantly distorting the surrounding space, like waves of surging air rushing out to crush the surroundings. The sound wave seemed to tear the eardrums, causing everyone present to cover their ears. What kind of spiritual art is this? Some disciples looked horrified. The quality of this spiritual technique is definitely stronger than Yi Tiange's ice art. In other words, it is at least a 7th grade spiritual technique. Where did he learn the 7th grade spiritual technique? The Great Elder also narrowed his eyes, with an expression of disbelief on his face. 7th grade spiritual arts, ordinary tribesmen are not qualified to practice. Boom. The sound waves created cracks on the hard floor, which spread to the soles of Etienga's feet. Then, the power of the violent sound waves became real, and the space was violently vibrating. The sound waves condensed into a mad lion spirit with bared teeth and roaring, and it pounced forward with its legs running. Bang. The mad lion carried the violent power of sound waves, and it shattered the ice ruler that was chopped down like dead wood. How is it possible? How can he possess such a powerful spiritual skill? And at the moment when the ice ruler was shattered, Etienga was also shocked and retreated dozens of steps in embarrassment, extremely horrified. However, before he could adjust his spiritual power, the lion formed by the sound waves had already rushed over. At this moment, Etienga's eyes suddenly widened, and his horrified pupils reflected the shadow of the mad lion rushing towards him, and then, under his terrified expression, it hit him heavily on the chest. Bang. Snap. There was only a dull thud, and Etienga's chest collapsed, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. His whole body was like a kite with a broken string, smashing heavily towards the floor behind him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yihan had already prepared his strength. He stomped his feet on the ground, and the spiritual power in his body circulated rapidly. Then, golden light wrapped around his legs, like a ferocious cheetah moving quickly, and before Etienga fell to the ground, he instantly approached. A ghostly voice came out. You used despicable means to destroy my Dantian, but have you ever thought about this day? Boom. Yihan's palm was transformed into a fierce fist wind under the influence of golden spiritual power. He roared and punched hard at the Dantian in his abdomen. Puff. Ah. The punch landed heavily on Dantian, and his Dantian was instantly torn apart by the powerful force. A heart-wrenching scream echoed around the Wu Tower. Under the gaze of horror, the blue-robed figure finally fell heavily to the floor. Boom. There was another dull sound, dust was raised, and the stone slabs on the ground were smashed to pieces by his body. Phew. A mouthful of blood spurted into the sky, staining the floor red. At this moment, all the tribesmen stared at Yihan's figure in a daze, their eyes blank. This scene is too shocking. In the distance, Etienga had curled up into a ball, covering his abdomen and struggling in pain, looking as miserable as a dog. The powerful spiritual energy in his Dantian continued to dissipate like a funnel and turned into nothing in an instant. You are so cruel. How dare you destroy my Dantian? Etienga's face was as pale as paper, he roared like a madman, his eyes filled with vicious hatred. Without his cultivation, he would be a useless person. How ridiculous. You are not worthy of the word vicious. You used the Xuanin poison to seal my Dantian, which was 1,000 times more sinister. Today, I am only returning everything you gave me intact. Sparing you a life is already a great mercy. Yihan's tone was extremely calm, and his eyes flashed with coldness. However, destroying his Dantian is even more cruel than killing him. You. Although Etienga was furious, he didn't know how to start speaking for a moment. The waste that he once sneered at can now look down on him with a condescending look. Yihan, how dare you hurt my son? I will kill you, you little bastard. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out. Boom. The terrifying spiritual power roared in like an overwhelming tidal wave, enveloping Yihan. Yihan hurriedly stepped back a few steps, and the spiritual power in his body surged out to protect his body. At this moment, a sinister face emerged, Yitianba's spiritual power surged, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Deep yellow spiritual energy coiled and rose above his arms, emitting heavy fluctuations. Middle stage of the spiritual soul realm. Yihan's expression instantly became solemn due to the strong spiritual power, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Snort. Yitianba snorted coldly, stepped on the ground with both feet, and flames surged around him. In the majestic flames, it seemed as if a scorching sun was rising, extremely dazzling. Looking closely, it turned out that it was not a scorching sun, but a firebird burning with flames. Wow! The spirit of the flame spirit eagle. There were exclamations coming from all around, and eyes were either shocked or fanatical. Entering the spirit realm, one needs to rely on the spirit of monsters to practice. The stronger the spirit of the monster, the stronger the power the practitioner will gain. And Yi Tianba's flame spirit eagle is at least the spirit of a 7th grade demon beast. By exerting the power of this spiritual essence, he would not be at a disadvantage even when facing the Great Elder. Stop. Just as Yihan was thinking about how to get out, a deep and old voice of rebuke was heard. The voice contained a powerful spiritual power that swept over, and with a bang, the spiritual pressure around the martial arts tower was directly repelled like a tide, and the flames were annihilated into nothingness in an instant. An old figure walked out slowly. Yihan was a little surprised, because the person who took action was actually the Great Elder. Great Elder, do you want to protect this little bastard? He crippled my son, and I will tear out his tendons and bones. Yi Tianba glared at the Great Elder, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with strong hatred. The son he had painstakingly cultivated was now completely ruined by Yihan. He wished he could tear Yihan into pieces. However, the Great Elder seemed to turn a deaf ear to him and said sternly, "You can't blame others for your lack of strength. Yihan has outstanding martial arts talent. He will be related to the future of my entire Yi family. He is the dragon of my Yi family and the capital for my Yanqing Yi family to return to the main line of the Yi family. If you want to touch him, I'm afraid you have to get past me first." The Great Elder doesn't care about Yihan or Yi Tianga, he cares about the interests of the family. He will stand on the side of whoever can bring great benefits to the family. The extraordinary potential that Yihan has shown now is enough to make him want to protect it at all costs. Yihan looked at the father and son and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The retribution came really quickly. At this moment, these two people should have experienced what he felt back then. Yi Tianba's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Now that he had the protection of the Great Elder, even if he tried his best, he would probably not be able to gain any benefit. I will never give up. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Tianba withdrew his spiritual power, and the flame spirit sculpture above his head turned into fragments of light and merged into his body. He looked at Yihan with eyes as sharp as a knife, helped Yi Tianga up, and the father and son turned around and left the Wu Tower. Buzz. At this moment, the 9th grade spiritual technique slowly fell into Yihan's hands under many greedy gazes. All around the Wu Tower, under the gazes of envious eyes, a yellow scroll fell from the sky and landed in Yihan's palm. At the same time, his soul immersed in the scroll along his palm, and a powerful information was transmitted into his mind, turning into complex and profound characters. Dragon Suction Technique. When these words slowly emerged, Yihan was suddenly shocked, and his eyes were filled with horror. This is indeed a 9th grade spiritual technique. However, it is completely different from ordinary spiritual arts because it is not an offensive spiritual art, but a supporting spiritual art. To practice the dragon absorption technique, one needs to create a spiritual vortex in the body, starting with 100. Once a spiritual vortex is formed in the body, it will absorb a large amount of spiritual power from heaven and earth like a real dragon absorbing the ocean, thus achieving the magical effect of rapidly increasing one's cultivation in a short period of time. However, this sudden increase in cultivation is completely different from Yi Tianga swallowing the violent aura pill, because it will not produce any sequelae at all. And when one cultivates to the highest level, one can even cultivate millions of spiritual energy vortexes. Once you reach this level, the increase in your cultivation is unimaginable, and you can even advance to several higher levels in a short period of time. The value of this spiritual art is probably far beyond the 9th grade spiritual art, and is far beyond the reach of ordinary offensive spiritual arts. Yihan held the scroll as if he had found a treasure. This spiritual art was really to his liking. Moreover, this kind of auxiliary spiritual art is quite rare and almost out of stock. After a while, the soul left the scroll and Yihan happily put it into his Qinquan bag. Not far away, the Great Elder came over, feeling a mixture of emotions. They naturally would not have thought that Yihan, who had become a cripple, would rise again and amaze the entire clan. At the same time, they also felt ashamed that what they did was so cold-blooded and ruthless. Yihan, my Yi family has been sorry for you in the past. I hope you will not bear grudges. My Yi family will also do our best to make it up to you. From now on, you can use all the cultivation resources of the Yi family at will, including entering the martial arts tower. And, from today on, you are still the young patriarch of my Yi family. Wow. Hearing the great elder's words, the jealousy in the eyes of the surrounding Yi family disciples almost turned into substance, and their faces were filled with envy. Yi Han can enter a forbidden place like Wuda at will. After hearing the elder's words, Yi Han's anger subsided a lot, but he didn't appreciate it. Because he was not interested in the position of the young patriarch of the Yi family. However, at present, his cultivation was shallow, and it was the critical period to build a foundation, so he really needed a lot of resources. So, Yi Han had no choice but to nod reluctantly. Seeing Yi Han nod, the elder was very pleased, and then he said, "Also, I have sent people to inquire about your father's news these days." "My father?" Yi Han couldn't help but frown, and a gentle and kind face suddenly appeared in his mind. In his memory, his father treated him very well. Not only did he sternly instruct him to practice diligently, he also often practiced martial arts with him on weekdays. When he thought of this familiar face, Yi Han felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. However, ever since his dantian was destroyed, his father suddenly disappeared from the Yi family. If you can strengthen the Yi family, your father will definitely be pleased when he finds out about this. The second elder also spoke earnestly. The time has come, close the Wu Tower. Several elders looked at each other, and then shot a stream of spiritual power into the martial arts tower. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All the light balls were put back into the pagoda and returned to their original state. Soon, all the disciples left the martial arts tower. Some of them had obviously returned with a lot of gains, with happy expressions on their faces. Of course, there are also some disciples who seem to be unlucky. The quality of the spiritual arts they chose is average, so they don't seem very happy. But no matter what, this rare opportunity to open the martial arts tower will definitely bring some gains. After the Wu Tower was closed, Yi Han returned directly to the small courtyard. Although the Yi family arranged a better place for him to live, he was still used to this secluded courtyard. In the quiet courtyard, Yi Han was standing beside a stone pool. He was holding a scroll in his hand and reading the scriptures. He frowned and pondered from time to time, and this scroll was naturally about the dragon absorption technique. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air and whispered to himself. It seems that it is quite difficult to practice this dragon suction technique. It is not easy to condense a vortex of spiritual energy in the body. It is even more difficult to absorb and gather spiritual energy like a real dragon. Although this spiritual art is coveted, it is quite difficult to practice. Even Yi Han was not completely sure that he could cultivate it in a short period of time. However, he still decided to give it a try. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yi Han first loosened his muscles and bones, then found a clean stone and sat cross-legged on it. The qi sinks into the dantian, and the breath is like a dragon. The spiritual energy in the body circulates around the body, opening a vortex, and the breathing is like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. After saying that, he closed his eyes. Laugh. Light golden spiritual energy wrapped around his body and flowed up and down. Yi Han began to practice according to what was recorded in the scriptures. The spiritual energy in his body circulated throughout his body, constantly surging in his limbs and bones. 1 hour, 2 hours. Unknowingly, several hours passed, and Yi Han still did not feel any changes in his body, let alone condensing a vortex of spiritual energy. However, just when he was about to give up, the light golden spiritual power in his dantian suddenly began to boil. During the boiling, he could also feel the spiritual power rapidly increasing in strength. Moreover, his body seemed to burst out with amazing suction at this moment, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy around him. Yi Han felt more and more magical. With the absorption of spiritual power from dantian, a deep feeling of comfort spread throughout his limbs. However, he did not dare to relax. These spiritual powers flowed along the meridians and were finally compressed in dantian. In the blur, a black light spot seemed to be compressed in dantian. Then, the black light grew bigger and bigger, turning into a vortex the size of a thumb. Spiritual power vortex. Yi Han's heart trembled, because the speed at which the vortex absorbed was too overbearing. A powerful suction force burst out from his body, plundering the spiritual power of heaven and earth in an almost brutal manner and gathering it into the spiritual power vortex. Yihan could also sense that his aura was constantly increasing in a short period of time. It's not enough. I need to cultivate 100 spiritual energy vortexes to barely get started. Yihan did not get complacent, but became more serious. He was immersed in cultivation, and unknowingly more than 3 days had passed. Roar. Boom. On the third day, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, a powerful spiritual energy wave bombarded the surroundings, causing the space to vibrate. This powerful aura actually temporarily reached the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. Did it work? Yihan opened his eyes and was extremely surprised. At this moment, his aura had indeed entered the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. In fact, his spiritual power was even more powerful than Yiqianga, who had taken the violent chi pill and forcibly upgraded to the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. However, this dragon absorption technique is only an auxiliary spiritual technique after all. It can only temporarily improve my cultivation and the duration is not long. Yihan muttered secretly. But on second thought, being able to improve one small realm in a short period of time is enough. Young patriarch, something bad has happened. Just as Yihan was finishing his training, a panicked servant rushed into the yard. Young patriarch, something bad has happened. Not far away, a black figure as agile as a monkey came flying over and knelt down towards Yihan. Yihan slowly closed his palms, sank his chi into his dantian, and the spiritual energy rippling throughout his body gradually calmed down. What is it? He exhaled, opened his eyes calmly, and turned around to glance at the guard indifferently. The Lu family brought people to cause trouble in our Yi family's Tianyang mountain mine. The black-robed guard quickly cupped his hands and said in a panic. Lu family. Hearing this, Yihan's face turned cold. As two of the 4 major families in Yanqing, the grudge between the Lu family and the Yi family has been going on for a long time. The cause of the feud was the fight over a spiritual mine. The Tianyang Mountains are located at the junction of the Lu family and the Yi family. The land is vast and rich in resources. A few years ago, a spiritual mine with extremely rich resources was discovered, and the two sides launched a fierce competition. However, over the years, each side has won and lost, and the matter has never come to a conclusion. Later, the mining area was divided into 2 parts, the northern and southern parts, with the Yi family controlling the northern mining area and the Lu family controlling the southern mining area. Now the Lu family has brought people to openly break into the mine controlled by the Yi family to cause trouble, and their ambition is naturally to connect the mines in the north and annex them together. I have to say, the Lu family is really ambitious. Although the Yi family was once ruthless to me, this spiritual mine is definitely not the Lu family's turn to get involved. Let's go and take a look. Yihan's voice was filled with chilliness, and he and the guards quickly headed for the mining area in the Tianyang Mountains. Yanqing, Tianyang Mountains. This place is located in the north of Yanqing. The mountains are endless and the land is red, like a mountain of fire. It was extremely hot here, the rocks on the ground were all scalding hot, and the air was filled with a strong fire attribute spiritual power. This was because there was a fire vein under the Tianyang Mountains. The violent spiritual power of the fire vein had been precipitated and compressed over the years, and finally condensed into a high-quality mineral vein under this land. Spiritual ore is not only an important material for cultivation, but also a currency for transactions between warriors. Whoever can control the mineral vein can occupy a place in Yanqing. Located in the northern part of the mining area, there were 2 groups of people confronting each other, and it seemed that a considerable conflict had broken out. Because it is so hot, there is almost no vegetation here, and there are bare rocks everywhere. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Yi Ling clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, looked at the group of people opposite, and shouted angrily. On a rock opposite, there stood more than a dozen figures in white robes, looking down from above. They looked at Yi Ling and the other members of the Yi family, and at this moment, a sinister smile appeared on their lips. The leader was a handsome young man in a white robe. Although he is young, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from his body have already shown that he has entered the half-step spiritual sea realm. This young man's name is Lu Ming, and he is now the young master of the Lu family. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face, but in his bones there was a cold and venomous aura. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "For such an important mining area, the Yi family actually sent idiots like you to guard it. Are they planning to give the northern mineral vein to my Lu family as well?" On the side, Yi Hongling gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Wishful thinking. Lu Ming, you broke into my Yi family's mining area. Are you trying to provoke a war between the two clans?" Unexpectedly, Lu Ming did not hide his ambition at all, but smiled greedily. "The resources in this northern mining area are several times richer than those in our Lu family's southern mining area. Why should it belong to your Yi family? If my Lu family can annex this mining area, we will definitely become the leader of the four major families in Yanqing." It turns out that the Lu family has long been jealous of the northern mining area controlled by the Yi family. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect your Lu family to be so good at dreaming." Yi Ling's face turned completely gloomy. He knew that the Lu family would not let it go. Lu Ming was just trying to provoke them on purpose. So, he waved his hand to the dozens of disciples of the Yi family behind him and shouted, "Get started." Boom. 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 Behind him, dozens of Yi family disciples activated their spiritual power, their bodies shook with energy, and then rushed towards the Lu family's men like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. "You don't know your own limitations." A hint of sneer flashed across Lu Ming's face, and then he led the men behind him to jump off the boulder and start fighting with the Yi family's men. Dozens of figures soon engaged in a fierce battle, creating chaos. Mountain Collapse Fist. Yi Ling shouted angrily, his arms were as heavy as mountains, wrapped in brown spiritual power, and he swung them towards Lu Ming with all his might. This mountain collapsing punch is a third-grade spiritual technique. You dare to act wildly in front of me with just a third-grade spiritual technique. Lu Ming snorted coldly, and then his whole body was wrapped in golden spiritual power, and he slapped his palm forward fiercely. 8 desolate palms. Boom. This palm turned into a heavy spiritual power palm print, whistling away with a strong wind. With a bang, this domineering and sharp palm collided violently with Yi Ling's Bangshan fist. However, Lu Ming's 8 desolate palm was a 5th-grade spiritual technique, and with Lu Ming's half-step spiritual sea-realm strength, his domineering palm power almost crushed Yi Ling's fist technique like a dead tree or rotten wood, and then the fierce palm wind landed heavily on Yi Ling's chest. Bang. Puff. Yi Ling's pupils suddenly shrank, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily backwards. Senior brother Yi. Yi Hongling's beautiful eyes turned red, and the Yi family disciples behind her fought like crazy. The Lu family is really going too far. "My little beauty, you can't take care of yourself, why are you still worrying about him?" A playful, teasing voice was heard, and a young man from the Lu family laughed obscenely. Roll. Yi Hongling was furious and swung the magic sword in her hand down wildly, leaving a trail of afterimage. However, when several members of the Lu family surrounded her, she was temporarily in crisis and in danger. As for the rest of the Yi family, some died and many were injured. It was an extremely tragic situation. "Lu Ming, my Yi family will not let you go. I have sent people to spread the message to the clan. Yi Han will definitely come to deal with you." Yi Ling covered his chest with his hands, his expression painful and his eyes red. "Yi Han. Ha ha ha. He thinks he can deal with me." Lu Ming shook his head and couldn't help but grin. In the entire Yanqing, who doesn't know Yi Han, the fallen genius? If the Yi family sent Yi Qianga, Lu Ming might still be a little bit afraid. But if it was Yi Han, he would be courting death. Boom. However, at this moment, suddenly a light golden spiritual power came from nowhere with a gust of wind. It carried a powerful force like the afterimage of lightning. With a bang, it directly pierced the body of a disciple of the Lu family, causing him to fall to the ground and die instantly. Wow. At this moment, the Lu family members quickly became alert and looked around. Who is hiding his head and showing his tail? Get out here. Lu Ming looked at his clansman lying dead on the ground, his expression becoming completely gloomy. "Lu Ming, you are so brave to come to my Yi family's mining area to cause trouble." A cold snort was heard, and at this moment, a figure in a green shirt slowly walked out from behind. Yi Han. Seeing the tall and straight figure in green clothes slowly walking out from behind Yi Ling, Lu Ming, and others couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because they didn't expect that this piece of trash would have the courage to show up here. Is this idiot here to die? The Lu family disciple raised his lips and couldn't help but sneer. In the entire Yanqing, everyone knew that Yihan's Dantian was destroyed and he had become a useless person, but now he actually dared to come here alone. Haha, you are really courageous. However, Lu Ming lowered his head to look at the Lu family disciple who was lying dead on the ground, and then glanced around. He frowned secretly and looked alert. Obviously, he did not think that Yihan was the one who killed the Lu family disciple. What Lu Ming was afraid of was that there might be some mysterious and powerful people from the Yi family lurking nearby. This had to make him secretly wary. Young patriarch. Yi Ling was covered in blood. He struggled to get up and walked over, looking excited as if he had seen a savior. Leave this to me. Yihan glanced at him, then quickly glanced at the Yi family disciples. Dozens of disciples were killed or injured. It was quite tragic. Be careful, Lu Ming is very powerful. Yi Ling nodded and stepped back behind Yihan. In the flaming rock pile not far away, there were corpses of Yi family disciples, a horrific sight. Seeing this, a hint of cold murderous intent emerged in the depths of Yihan's eyes. Lu Ming stood on a huge rock, looking down at Yihan from a high position, then shook his head and said jokingly. How ridiculous. I thought the Yi family had invited some powerful reinforcements, but I didn't expect they invited a loser like you. It seems that today, this mine can be taken over by my Lu family without even a single soldier. He looked like he was in control of the situation and smiled faintly. Beside him, two disciples of the Lu family, Lu Qi and Lu Yunhai, looked at each other, bowed to Lu Ming, stared at Yihan like prey, and said, Master Lu, why do you need to deal with this loser yourself? Why don't you let the two of us capture this guy first and humiliate him? Lu Ming nodded casually. With his strength, it would be a real demotion to deal with Yihan. A piece of trash, not worthy of his attack. Boom. Immediately, on both sides of Lu Ming, two figures wrapped in spiritual power, like two rainbow rays, one blue and one white, rushed towards Yihan. The two men rushed over at an extremely fast speed and were close to Yihan in the blink of an eye. Hey, come with us. Lu Qi smiled grimly and stretched out his hand to capture Yihan alive. You are really looking for death. Seeing the other party so rampant, Yihan snorted in his heart, then suddenly took a step forward. The spiritual power in his body swirled and spread like a cyclone, shaking away all the gravel and dust on the ground. Then, he circulated spiritual power in his palm, and a fierce palm wind slashed over with a whistling sound. Boom. What? The palm wind was like a sharp blade, emitting an extremely powerful force, which instantly made Lu Qi and the other men change color. Their faces were filled with deep fear, and they had to quickly switch from offense to defense, urging their spiritual power to transform into a light shield to protect their bodies. However, the strength of these two people is only at the 6th level of Lingquan realm. How can they stop Yihan's attack? Bang. The fierce palm wind broke through Lu Qi's defense effortlessly, and then landed heavily on his crown. There was a dull sound, and then a cracking sound, and the sound of the skull shattering came. Lu Qi screamed, ah, and fell to the ground dead instantly. Lu Qi. When Lu Yunhai saw that Lu Qi was dead, he panicked so much that his crotch and legs were shaking, and he looked at Yihan with extremely terrified eyes. However, before he could escape, the next moment. Snap. Ah. A sharp and swift palm landed directly on the top of Lu Yunhai's head. The whole head was twisted off with a snap and then torn off alive. Yihan picked up the bloody head indifferently and threw it in front of Lu Ming with a plop, and it rolled to the ground. Hiss. Lu Ming and the others were so frightened that they took a few steps back and saw Lu Yunhai's head with wide eyes on the ground and Lu Qi who was dead not far away. Suddenly, a chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, and I felt a chill. How is that possible? Lu Ming looked horrified and muttered to himself. Two powerful warriors at the 6th level of Lingquan realm were killed by Yihan at the first encounter. On the side, Yi Ling, Yi Hongling, and other clansmen were also stunned where they were, their faces changed color. It was the first time they saw Yihan kill someone, and his methods were so decisive and ruthless, without any hesitation. Yihan killed the two people without even raising his eyelids. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze and said in a cold tone, "Lu Ming, your Lu family members have intruded into my Yi family's mining area. How many people my Yi family lost today, your Lu family will have to bury with them." Hearing this, all the tribesmen behind him fixed their eyes on the tribesmen behind Lu Ming, waiting for Yihan's order to surround and kill them all. Lu Ming came back to his senses, raised his head with a gloomy face, and grinned. "It really surprises me. I didn't expect that your Dantian is not destroyed. However, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid you, Yihan, don't have the ability to do so." There was a hint of pride in his eyes. Lu Ming was only one step away from the spiritual sea realm, and he possessed many high-level spiritual arts. Therefore, even if he faced a strongman in the spiritual sea realm, he was absolutely confident that he would not be at a disadvantage in a fight. "Let me kill you with my own hands." The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and then his whole body of spiritual power shook. A powerful golden spiritual power burst out from his body, setting off a whirlwind. Brush! Lu Ming's figure rushed out violently, and his speed was as fast as thunder. Only a moving afterimage could be seen. In just a breath, Lu Ming had already approached Yihan. The moment he approached Yihan, his palms were entangled by waves of fiery spiritual power, and then his palms merged into a 10-foot-sized fiery red sun, which slowly rose up and was filled with amazing fluctuations. Great sun-burning sky hand. Lu Ming growled in his heart, and slapped forward with a palm that seemed to be carrying a scorching sun. 7th grade spiritual technique. Sensing the violent and hot spiritual power coming towards him, Yihan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he moved his body slightly sideways. The big sun's palm hit a huge rock, and with a bang, it was crushed into powder. It seems that although Lu Ming expressed disdain, he was actually very afraid of Yihan, otherwise he would not have used his most lethal move right away. The move missed, and Lu Ming was now wrapped in red flames. 2 big suns appeared on his palms at the same time, and he flew away like a wild bull. Die! Lu Ming roared wildly, his hair fluttering wildly, and in an instant the sun in his hand burst into an intense light. This time, Yihan did not avoid it. Instead, he took a deep breath. 100 black spiritual power whirlpools rotated in his body and burst out with suction force. "I will use you to test the effectiveness of my dragon suction technique." Roar. A dragon roar came from his dantian, and in an instant, the majestic spiritual power from all directions flowed into Yihan's body, and his limbs and bones seemed to be filled with surging spiritual power. Then, a gradually powerful aura rushed over fiercely. Boom. Spiritual, middle stage of spiritual sea realm. At this moment, Lu Ming hurriedly stopped, his eyes suddenly widened, and his face was shocked. An indescribable fear spread in my heart. The spiritual power in his body surged and boiled, and Yihan channeled it into his palm, condensing it in his palm like a stream, and then clenched it into a fist. This punch was filled with terrifying spiritual power fluctuations. "Lu Ming, what now?" Yi Hansen smiled coldly, and then his punch landed heavily on Lu Ming's chest under his horrified gaze. Bang! The power of this punch was so strong that it pierced through Lu Ming's body, leaving a bloody hole. "You!" Lu Ming's lips trembled, and he looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. The vitality in his body quickly faded away. How is it possible? A trickle of bright red blood slowly slid down from the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. His eyes were as big as bells, and he saw the bloody hole in his chest with horror, and the life force in his body was rapidly draining away. At this moment, his expression was filled with despair and regret. With a thud, Lu Ming fell to the ground, his life completely gone. He never expected that this time he kicked an iron bucket that should not be provoked. Young master. Not far away, the Lu family members were so frightened that their legs and feet went limp and their faces were terrified. They looked at Yihan's figure, and even their legs began to tremble involuntarily. Even someone as strong as Lu Ming, who was at the half-step spiritual sea realm, was killed by a single punch. Run away. After Lu Ming was killed, the other Lu family disciples dared not stay here anymore. They fled in a panic like a pile of loose sand. Humph! You're thinking of escaping after you've killed my Yi family disciples. Kill them. Yi Ling snorted coldly. He had no place to vent his anger from being besieged by the Lu family. He immediately led all the clansmen behind him to chase after them. Boom. 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 After a while, fierce fighting broke out again between the two sides. However, the Lu family members had lost all their will to fight and were like a pile of loose sand. The Yi family disciples launched a frenzied massacre against them. Soon, the smell of blood spread and the ground was littered with corpses. Qian Kuan bag. It seems to contain quite a few treasures. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Han searched Lu Ming's body for a while, and finally took out a Qian Kuan bag from his arms. He weighed it and found it heavy, and his expression couldn't help but show a slight joy. Thinking of this, a spiritual power surged into it. As expected of the young master of the Lu family, your collection is quite rich, but it's a pity that I got it for free. After a careful investigation, Yi Han actually found a lot of good treasures in the Qian Kuan bag. Among them was a high-level spiritual technique, which was the great sun-burning sky palm that Lu Ming had used before. This spiritual art is of the 7th grade. In addition to the great sun-burning heaven palm, there are also a lot of spirit stones and other cultivation materials in the Qian Kuan bag. After collecting the spoils, the battle in the distance soon subsided. Brush. Young master, a few of them have escaped. Should we continue to chase them? Yi Lingfei flew over, his face was covered with blood, but his expression was full of joy. No need, it's just a fish that slipped through the net. Yi Han said indifferently. On the side, Yi Hongling frowned and said with some concern. But if we let them go back and tip off the Lu family, they will come to the Yi family to question you if they find out that you killed Lu Ming. Since the Lu family has set their sights on our Yi family's mineral veins, it means that they have long wanted to take action against the Yi family. In this case, why should we hide our intentions and bring trouble upon ourselves? It would be better to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys and let them suffer a little. After Yi Han finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Ming's body on the ground again and sneered. Return these bodies to the Lu family. This. After hearing this, Yi Ling and the others obviously knew Yi Han's intention. He wanted to kill people and destroy their hearts in order to completely anger the Lu family. Yes. Yi Ling and others bowed and did as they were told. Behind him, Yi Hongling secretly glanced at Yi Han, with a hint of complexity and amazement in her beautiful eyes. In the past, she admired Yi Tiange very much and thought that no one could match him, but after today, she had to admit that she was wrong. It's not only because of his strength, but also because of Yi Han's courage, which are far beyond the reach of Yi Tiange. Is this the Tianyang mine? Yi Han looked away and his gaze fell on a red mountain in front of him. This mountain range is winding and undulating, like a dormant dragon. And within the mountain, there are extremely rich mineral veins. The vein runs from west to east. There is a cave entrance in the west. The Yi family dug the entrance here and mined a lot of spiritual mines over the years. The entrance to the cave not far away was a dark cave with a hot current constantly pouring out of it. Yi Han pondered for a moment and entered the dark and narrow corridor. The surroundings were as hot as a furnace, with waves of heat coming continuously, making it hard to breathe. However, the entrance to the cave was a bit narrow at first, but as one went deeper, the narrow passage inside gradually became wider and wider. The spiritual power contained in these spiritual ore stones is so abundant. Yi Han stroked the rough mountain wall and saw countless transparent crystals inlaid in it, each of which contained rich spiritual power. However, these spirit stones seemed to have absorbed a large amount of the Earth's core fire, and their surfaces were burning hot and somewhat red. But for those who practice fire-attributed techniques, it is more useful than ordinary spirit stones. Yi Han used his hand to break a palm-sized piece of raw stone on the mountain wall. The surface of the raw stone was covered with a layer of stone skin and was very rough. Snap. He squeezed his palms, and at the moment the stone shattered, a huge amount of spiritual power was absorbed into his body along his palms like silk. A pure and hot spiritual power surged in the body and was soon completely absorbed by the Dantian. Such a pure fire attributes spiritual power. Yi Han was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the power contained in the spiritual mine had almost no impurities. In short, its quality is superb. No wonder the Liu family wants to fight for it. If my Yi family can develop this mineral vein, even 10 Liu families will be far inferior to us. Having said this, Yihan crushed the spirit stone in his hand that had been drained of its spiritual power and scattered its ashes. He looked into the depths of the cave with his dark eyes and continued to move forward. However, the depth of the vein was somewhat beyond his expectations. After walking for an hour, we finally reached the end of the vein. At this time, at the end of the mine, a mottled stone door appeared. The stone gate is embedded in the mountain and looks weathered and ancient. Yihan's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked a little puzzled. Why is there a stone gate here? He tried to push it with his hands, but he didn't expect the stone door to be firmly embedded in the mountain and didn't move at all. Yihan was even more surprised, so he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and slammed his palm towards the ancient stone gate. Boom. The palm force, carrying an inch of light, hit the stone gate violently. With a loud bang, the entire stone gate collapsed and the rubble fell inward. A closed smell of decay emanated. The smell is a bit pungent and unpleasant. Yihan used his sleeves to shake off the dust and stepped inside, only to find that it was a closed secret room. On a stone platform in the secret room, Yihan also found a corpse sitting cross-legged. He walked over and saw some strange tools placed in front of the stone platform. These tools are some ancient talisman pens and furnace tripods engraved with complex patterns. These are talisman instruments. After all, Yihan was a Dan saint in his previous life, so he still has some vision. When he saw these strange instruments, he knew that they were the magical tools of the talisman master. In other words, the mysterious corpse in front of us might have been a talisman master in his lifetime. Searching around the corpse, Yihan suddenly found another Qianquan bag. This made his eyes light up. He picked up the Qianquan bag and gently opened it. The moment it opened, a strong light suddenly burst out. Buzz. Then, 3 ancient yellowed talismans slowly floated up from it. Talisman. Inside the closed secret cave, Yihan's eyes were filled with indescribable ecstasy at this moment. Buzz. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling light, the entire stone cave suddenly became bright, and 3 talismans floated up in the Qianquan bag. These 3 talisman papers all have strange patterns painted on them in gold, emitting an ancient and powerful mysterious aura. Is this an intact talisman? Yihan stared at the 3 talismans closely, unable to suppress the surprise in his heart. The so-called talismans are talismans that the talisman master uses as a basis to engrave various array patterns on, thus giving these talismans powerful powers. Different talismans have different grades, and their functions and powers are completely different. The talisman master, like the alchemist, is an extremely rare profession and they enjoy a very high reputation in the Sky Continent. The person you should never mess with in this world is the talisman master. This is because any talisman they create can unleash infinite power. Some top-level talisman masters can move mountains, fill the sea, and pluck the stars and the moon with just a talisman. The 3 talismans shone brightly and had powerful fluctuations, which meant they were intact and should still be usable. Thinking of this, Yihan waved his sleeves, and 3 talismans slowly fell into it. He couldn't wait to pick up one of the golden talismans and carefully observe the patterns and words on it. Iron Body Talisman. The first talisman is called the Iron Body Talisman. As the name suggests, this talisman only needs to be inserted into the human body to make the body as indestructible as gold and stone. This is a defensive talisman. This Iron Body Talisman should be a 9th grade talisman. Yihan's eyes flashed slightly, and he exclaimed in amazement. By using this Iron Body Talisman, the body will be hard enough to easily withstand a full-force attack from a quasi-spiritual soul realm expert or a 9th grade spiritual weapon. However, this Iron Body Talisman is only valid for half an hour. Once the time is up, the magical power contained in the talisman will disappear. After putting away this talisman, Yihan looked at the second one curiously. Hiss. Quasi-Xian level talisman. Yihan took a deep breath. The second talisman was of a higher grade than the first one. This talisman, called the Black Demon Thunder Talisman, has reached the level of a quasi-profound talisman. Once this talisman is activated, it will attract the terrible black magic thunder. Even a strong man in the late stage of the spirit realm will be killed. This time I really found a treasure. Yihan was overjoyed. He didn't expect to get such a treasure by chance. But what is the third talisman? Yihan couldn't help but look forward to it and looked at the last talisman. Barbarian Bull Talisman, grade unknown. Yihan frowned. The third talisman seemed to be a defective product. There was no grade indicated on it, and even its function was not described in any detail. For a moment, he was not sure how powerful this talisman was. No matter what, even if it's a defective product, it should be worth a lot. Besides, I'm lucky to have the first two talismans. Yihan was not a greedy person, so he put away the talisman with satisfaction. He then glanced at the stone platform, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said, "These things cannot be wasted." After saying that, he swept away all the talismans on the stone platform into his chinquin bag like a whirlwind. Even if these treasures cannot be used, they might be able to be sold for a good price in the future. After clearing out everything in the stone chamber, Yihan walked out contentedly. After a while, he returned along the same route through the corridor. However, when he was halfway back, he suddenly noticed a green light flashing out of the darkness. Puff! The green light flickered and seemed to be some kind of flame, filled with fiery power. Yihan walked over and saw that there were countless deep cracks on the ground. And under the crack, a green flame was rising. It was like a green fire snake, occasionally poking its head out from under the cracks. Emerald Earth Fire. Yihan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "This flame was born under the earth veins. This emerald core fire is not violent, but its temperature is extremely hot, which is suitable for alchemy. If it were placed in the alchemy fire, it could barely be considered a third-grade alchemy fire. I just need a pill fire. Although the grade of this emerald earth core fire is not high, it is better than the first-grade flame I have now." Yihan recalled the embarrassment of not having the elixir fire when he was competing with Master Zuga in refining the 9 yuan pill. Therefore, although this emerald earth core fire is not a precious elixir fire, it can also be used in the transition period. Then, he reached forward with his palm and sucked suddenly, and a ball of emerald flame slowly rose from under the crack. After taming the emerald earth core fire, Yihan left the mine contentedly. In the eastern part of Yanqing, the Lu family mansion. In a spacious and grand hall, there was a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere that made people feel suffocated. On the floor of the hall, there were corpses lying all over the place. On the first seat was a man with a burly figure and arms as deep as the mountains. He stared at Lu Ming's corpse with eyes like daggers, a rage brewing in his body like a flash flood, and his whole body was shaking slightly. "Who is it? Who killed Ming'er?" Lu Zhentian roared angrily, and bloodshot lines appeared in his scarlet and ferocious eyes. Boom! A strong airflow spread out from his body, shattering the coffee table with a bang, and even the stone pillars of the hall were cracked. Below, the tribesmen were trembling and dared not look up. Clan leader, it was done by the Yi family. The young master had a dispute with the Yi family over the mineral vein in the Tianyang Mountains, and was killed by Yihan. A young man in a green robe knelt on the ground, trembling. Yi family. Lu Zhentian's eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to kill people, making people dare not look directly at him. The two words, Yi family, were squeezed out from between his teeth one by one, filled with endless hatred. Clan leader, the Yi family killed Lu Ming, which was simply too much. We in the Lu family cannot swallow this breath. It is time to take action against the Yi family. This time, our Lu family will not only seize the mineral vein, but also take this opportunity to eliminate the Yi family and avenge our hatred. An old voice was heard, and the old man was none other than the great elder of the Lu family, Lu Shi. Lu Zhentian was still furious, and it took him a long time to calm down. However, from his clenched palms, there were still terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy faintly emanating. I will definitely massacre the Yi family this time. I will use the head of that little bastard Yihan as a blood sacrifice to Ming'er. Lu Zhentian gritted his teeth and said gloomily. The pain of losing a child is like being cut into pieces. Humph. In fact, my Lu family should have taken action long ago. Apart from Yi Bailey, the Yi family has no other late-stage spiritual soul realm expert. If we summon the Lu family's guardian monster this time, we will surely be able to wipe out the entire Yi family in one fell swoop. Lu Shi raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted coldly. The Lu family's guardian monster that he mentioned is a powerful monster that no outsider has ever known about. This is the hidden power of the Lu family. This monster has been raised by the Lu family for more than 10 years. Its strength is at the late stage of the spiritual soul realm, and is not inferior to Lu Zhentian at all. In this operation, the Lu family will bring out this powerful monster, and the Yi family will definitely not be able to resist and will be completely destroyed. Prepare your troops and horses. 3 days later, I will personally come to your house and massacre the entire Yi family. Lu Zhentian's fists creaked, and a pair of vicious eyes showed strong murderous intent. After the Tianyang mine was returned, the fact that Lu Ming was killed by Yi Han, as expected, caused a sensation in the entire clan. However, this news does not seem to be good news for the Yi family. The senior members of the Yi family held an emergency family meeting to discuss how to deal with the Lu family. Yi family mansion, meeting hall. The Lu family and our Yi family have always been at odds, and even have a long-standing grudge. Lu Ming is Lu Zhentian's only son, and now he has been killed by Honor. I think given this old guy's vindictive and overbearing character, I'm afraid he will definitely attack our Yi family this time. Sitting in the first seat, Yi Bailey's withered hands rested on the wooden chair, his eyes filled with a solemn look. Lu Zhentian is so powerful that even the great elder has to be wary of him. Our Yi family is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. In my opinion, Lu Ming has brought this upon himself. Moreover, the Lu family is greedy and has been coveting our Yi family's northern mineral vein for years. If Honor hadn't intervened, I'm afraid the Tianyang mineral vein would have suffered heavy losses. A man in black robe snorted coldly. Yes, the Lu family will take action against our Yi family sooner or later. In this case, we might as well prepare early and fight against them. The second elder also nodded. If the Lu family dares to come, I, Yi Kai, will be the first to kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. A white-haired elder said in a deep voice, which immediately aroused the indignation of the tribe members below. Yes, why should we be afraid of him? After all, our Yi family is one of the 4 major families in Yancheng. We are not lambs to be slaughtered at will. I'm afraid the Lu family doesn't have the guts. Yi Bailey frowned. He knew very well that it was only a matter of time before the Lu family and the Yi family went to war. However, if both sides suffer losses, I am afraid that the other 2 major families will benefit. The 4 major families in Yancheng, as well as the rest of the Wu and Su families, have long coveted the Tianyang mine. Although this mineral vein is rich in resources, it is also a hot potato. The other families are all eyeing covetously. No matter what, we must protect Honor. He hasn't grown up yet, and we must not let the Lu family hurt him in the slightest. The great elder looked at everyone and said solemnly. With Yi Han's talent, once he grows up, their Yancheng Yi family will sooner or later become the overlord of this city. Thinking of this, the great elder said with a cold look in his eyes. Pass the order down. Strengthen the patrol of the Yi mansion in the next few days. If the Lu family really dares to come, then our Yi mansion will definitely make them suffer heavy losses. Yes. The tribesmen below nodded. The entire Yi mansion was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was about to come. In the backyard, in a secluded courtyard. Sitting on the bluestone road, Yi Han was doing horse stance. Sometimes his eyes were looking at a scripture, and sometimes he was gesturing with his arms. Sink the qi into dantian, draw out the fire power with both palms, and compress the spiritual power in the palms. This martial art is the spiritual technique obtained from Lu Ming's Qianquan bag, and it is called the Great Sun-Burning Sky Palm. This is a 7th grade spiritual technique, and its grade is not inferior to the Heavenly Lion's Golden Roar. Moreover, the Great Sun-Burning Sky Palm is one of the spiritual arts in the Lu family's clan spiritual art, the Great Sun-Burning Sky Sutra. To practice this spiritual art, the practitioner must possess spiritual power of fire attribute. It requires the practitioner to use extremely strong spiritual power to compress the flame in the palm of his hand and condense it into a scorching sun. As an alchemist, Yi Han's spiritual power possesses both fire and wood attributes, so he can practice the Great Sun-Burning Sky Palm. Laugh. After several hours of practice, a ball of fire burned in Yihan's palm, and he repeatedly compressed the fire-attributed spiritual power in his palm. Buzz. After a while, the spiritual power was condensed to the extreme, and a scorching sun slowly rose. The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy surged out in all directions like waves of heat. Boom. Yihan's legs shot up and he slapped a big tree not far away. Bang. This palm was like a huge sun hitting the thick tree trunk hard. Unexpectedly, the powerful palm force directly pierced through the entire tree, leaving a charred fire hole on it. Finally it worked. This palm technique is truly domineering. Yihan slowly withdrew his palm energy, and at the same time saw a charred fire hole on the tree stump. He was secretly shocked at the lethality of this spiritual technique. However, although this spiritual art can be activated, it is still a little short of the mark. Yihan always felt that something was missing, so he continued to practice repeatedly day after day and became more and more proficient. In the past few days, in addition to practicing spiritual arts, Yihan naturally did not forget to refine pills. After all, this is what he is best at. After obtaining the Emerald Earth Core Fire, among the 7 furnaces of elixirs refined by Yihan, 5 of them showed elixir patterns. The improvement in the quality of Don Huang has obvious effects. Just like that, 3 days passed in a flash. However, to the surprise of the Yi family, there was no news of any movement from the Lu family. This caused the Yi family to gradually relax their vigilance. And late at night on the 4th day. It was a dark and windy night. The sky was like a giant dark hand, covering the entire Yi family mansion. Brush, brush, brush. Suddenly in the pitch-black night, rays of spiritual light rushed into the Yi mansion from the wall and transformed into countless men in black. Lu Zhentian stood in the front, and behind him were hundreds of elite soldiers of the Lu family. Who? Such noise immediately attracted the Yi family guards who were patrolling everywhere. Lu Zhentian said nothing, and immediately used his palm wrapped in spiritual power to slap the guard's chest. Bang. Ah. A guard was turned into a bloody mist on the spot. The scream tore through the darkness. Oh no, the Lu family is attacking. Hurry up and get your weapons. Suddenly, the entire Yi family was in turmoil, and figures rushed out from all directions and swarmed over. Kill. 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 The Lu family's men shouted angrily and collided with the Yi family's powerful men like a torrent. Boom. 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 In an instant, powerful spiritual energy bombarded everywhere. The entire Yi family mansion was filled with spiritual light, loud noises, and chaos. Snort. Lu Zhentian, you are here as expected. An old voice rang out, containing shocking anger. Yi Bailey was seen wrapped in white aura, like a streak of light shooting out from the darkness, and the scepter in his hand was rushing towards Lu Baishan. You are courting death, old man. Lu Zhentian was also furious at the moment, his face gloomy, and the spiritual power in his body roared out without reservation. He punched out with a sound like a low explosion of air, colliding with the scepter. Bang. The moment the two figures collided, it was like fireworks blooming, bursting out with intense light, even illuminating the entire Yi mansion. Boom boom boom. The two men fought fiercely and started killing each other. Not long after, a figure landed not far away. The Lu family is here after all. When Yihan saw this scene, there was an astonishing murderous intent in his eyes. Little bastard, I have been waiting for you for a long time, and you actually showed up on your own initiative. Haha, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. I will capture you alive, and then peel off your skin piece by piece and make human skin lanterns to light sky lanterns. An old voice was heard, and the gloomy face of an old man slowly emerged. This person is the 4th elder of the Lu family, Lu Shi. Whoosh. A strong wind blew from afar, and an old man in a grey robe, wrapped in spiritual power, blocked Yihan. His pair of eyes, emitting cold light like daggers, looked at Yihan as if he was staring at a lamb to be slaughtered. The grey-robed old man is named Lu Shi, and he is the 4th elder of the Lu family. He was emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, and he had apparently entered the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. Yihan took a few steps back, frowned, and became slightly alert. Little bastard, I advise you to surrender obediently, otherwise if I take action, you will probably suffer a lot. Lu Shi pursed his lips and spoke in a hoarse and sinister voice, as if there was a mouthful of old phlegm in his throat. Old dog, I'm just afraid you don't have the ability. Boom. Yihan clenched his fists, and suddenly a light golden spiritual power surged out of his body, enveloping his entire body, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. You little bastard, you're looking for death. Lu Shi snorted coldly, then laughed in anger, thinking that a junior dared to provoke him. He was simply courting death. With a swish, a gray figure rushed out like an arrow. Golden light also emerged from his dry palms, wrapping his palms, making the golden palms look like they were made of gold, extremely dazzling. King Kong's skybreaking hand, die. Buzz. Lu Shi soared into the air and slapped Yihan with his right palm. His spiritual power immediately turned into a golden handprint several meters in size, whizzing out. This vdra skybreaking hand is a top-level 7th grade spiritual technique of the Lu family. Dragon Suction Technique. Whoosh whoosh. Yihan gave a light rebuke in his heart, and an ancient dragon roar came from his dantian, and a vast amount of spiritual power flowed into his body. Boom. In an instant, his cultivation level skyrocketed. What's going on? The middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. Elder Lu Shi's cloudy eyes burst into surprise. He did not expect that Yihan actually possessed a secret technique that could quickly improve his cultivation. Moreover, at such a young age, his cultivation is already comparable to his. A strong murderous intent flashed through Elder Lu Shi's heart. This boy must not be kept, otherwise he will become a big trouble. After the aura surged, Yihan's palms suddenly turned red like branding irons, and then the hot spiritual power was madly compressed in his palms. With a humming sound, a bright red sun condensed in his palm and floated up into the air. Great sun-burning sky palm. Boom. The blazing sun blasted out with a tremendous momentum and, under the gazes of everyone, collided with the vdra breaking heaven hand. Boom. The two powerful attacks collided violently, causing a deafening sound. Golden waves spread from the sky, causing gusts of wind. The aftermath of the two spiritual arts impacted everywhere, causing each of them to retreat more than 10 steps. Great sun burning heaven scripture. Lu Shi's pupils suddenly shrank. He knew after a brief thought that it must be the Lu family spiritual technique that Yihan secretly learned from Lu Ming. You deserve to die. Lu Shi gritted his teeth and his expression became violent. Unexpectedly, even the Lu family's top spiritual technique was secretly learned by Yihan. This made his murderous intent surge instantly. However, he had to admit that there was some reason why Lu Ming fell into Yihan's hands. Although Lu Shi's cultivation was a little higher than Yihan's, he had no advantage at all in the previous competition of spiritual power. What kind of skills did this kid practice? If I could get it, maybe I could break through to the spiritual soul realm. Lu Shi was secretly shocked, and his eyes gradually became greedy. Snort. Lu Shi snorted coldly, and used a spiritual technique to move like a ghost. Then black gas appeared on his palm and he blasted out with one palm. Crazy killing palm. Boom. The terrifying palm wind crushed the air and headed straight for Yihan's chest. This spiritual technique was no less powerful than the vdra breaking heaven hand. However, Yihan leaped nimbly and flipped in the air to behind Lu Shi. His palm missed and caused the void to shake. Lu Shi glanced back secretly with his sharp eyes, then turned back suddenly, and the palm power that had been accumulated for a long time was used to fight with Yihan again. Bang bang bang. His attacks were sometimes swift and sometimes tricky, like a rainstorm. His offensive was endless and extremely brutal. The palm wind swept through the void, making a whistling sound. The close combat between the two was full of dangers and fatal moves. If you were not careful, you would be killed by the opponent's palm. However, Yihan also relied on his excellent combat awareness to avoid danger many times. Humph. I wonder how long you can hold on. After all, my realm is higher than yours. You will definitely be defeated within half an hour. Lu Shi said grimly, but despite his words, there was actually a storm in his heart. Yihan countered every move and avoided danger many times. It seemed that his combat experience was even more experienced than his. Hearing Lu Shi's words, Yihan couldn't help but frown slightly. He also knew that Lu Shi wanted to wait until his spiritual power was exhausted before launching a fierce attack. It seems that we must end this battle quickly. Bang. He struck out with one palm, and then the two palms collided. With the rebound force generated by the collision, Yihan quickly retreated more than 10 meters. At this moment, a talisman appeared in his palm and spiritual power suddenly poured into it. Iron Body Talisman. Buzz. The yellow talisman burst into light, and then turned into a powerful force and merged into the body. In an instant, Yihan's skin seemed to be covered with a layer of gold foil, and there were strange golden lines on his muscles. At this moment, Yihan seemed to feel that his body had become extremely hard, even invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. Huh. Not far away, Lu Shi frowned when he saw that Yihan's skin had become so strange. Suddenly he noticed something was wrong and said in a deep voice. We can't delay it any longer, otherwise things will change later. Netherworld Ghost Hand. Laugh. The billowing black energy was released from his body, causing Lu Shi's palm to turn into pitch black, and some black scales even appeared on his palm. This black energy is poisonous miasma. As long as you are injured by this ghost hand, the poisonous gas will attack your heart and kill you within a few hours. Boom. Lu Shi's eyes were fierce, and the palm wrapped in poisonous gas struck towards the heart vein in Yihan's chest. However, Yihan not only did not escape, he even stood motionless on the spot. You're really looking for death? Lu Shi sneered in his heart. Even if a strong person in the spiritual soul realm encountered this move of his, he would probably have to be on high alert. However, this kid didn't intend to dodge or defend. This is nothing but suicide. Clang. What? However, the next moment, Lu Shi's pupil suddenly shrank. His palm fell on Yihan's body, as if hitting indestructible gold and stone, making a metallic sound. Not only was Yihan unharmed, but even the poisonous gas in Lu Shi's palm was completely useless. What's going on? Lu Shi was filled with fear. How could this guy's body suddenly become so hard? This is simply an indestructible body. The Iron Body Talisman is indeed powerful. Yihan clenched his fists tightly. His body was as strong as gold and stone and indestructible. Even a 9th-grade spiritual sword could not leave a scratch on his body. While Lu Shi was shocked and distracted, Yihan quickly mobilized his spiritual power and took a deep breath. 7th-grade spiritual art, the Heavenly Lion's Golden Roar. Roar. The lion roared wildly, carrying an extremely ferocious sound wave force, which turned into an invisible air wave and crashed head-on into Lu Shi. Not good. Elder Lu Shi's face changed drastically, but the speed of the sound wave was too fast and it almost hit his body directly. Bang. In an instant, Lu Shi was shocked by the sound waves and bleeding from all 7 orifices. His soul seemed to be torn apart and he rolled more than 10 meters away. Puff. Lu Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, and lay on the ground like a dead dog, with a painful expression. He looked at Yihan with eyes filled with fear. On the jade floor, a scarlet blood stain was left on the ground and spread for dozens of meters. Looking towards the end, Elder Lu Shi was lying on the ground like a dead dog, his whole body weak. His face was covered in blood, his expression was in pain, and several ribs in his chest were shattered by the sound waves. Yihan picked up a sword from the ground, walked towards Elder Lu Shi, raised his eyelids and said lightly, "Aren't you going to skin me alive?" Although the voice was extremely plain, it seemed to contain a chilling chill, as if it came faintly from the underworld. Seeing that gloomy face, Elder Lu Shi felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He felt cold all over and his eyes were filled with fear. He was extremely horrified in his heart, and he never expected that he would fall into the hands of a young man from the Yi family. Don't be too happy too soon. My Lu family will kill all of your Yi family sooner or later. Boom. A dark and cold light flashed in the depths of Elder Lu Shi's eyes, and spiritual power suddenly burst out from his palms. He wanted to use up the last bit of spiritual power to launch a sneak attack. However, Yihan had already seen this, so how could he let this old man succeed? Yihan did not hesitate, he raised his sword and a ray of silver light cut through the void. Puff. Ah! There was a shrill scream, and blood spurted several meters into the air. Then Elder Luciur's head tumbled to the ground. Elder Luciur was killed. On the side, the Lu family disciples who were fighting fiercely felt a chill in their spines when they saw Luciur's head rolling down. They looked at Yihan with a cold expression on his face, and the silver sword in his hand was dripping blood onto the floor. He was the one who killed Elder Luciur. How is this possible? Elder Luciur is a powerful person who has entered the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. The Lu family disciples spoke in horror. The second elder and others who were fighting fiercely not far away gasped and were extremely shocked when they saw Luciur lying dead on the ground. Elder Luciur is very powerful, and even the second elder may not be sure of killing him. Good. Good kill. The second elder laughed wildly and shook his palm towards another disciple of the Lu family. Bang. The old palm burst out with spiritual light, and exploded a disciple of the Lu family into a bloody mist. Boom. 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 Throughout the Yi mansion, hundreds of figures were fighting fiercely, with swords flashing and violent spiritual power rushing everywhere, cracking the floor. After a while, the Jade Square was already covered with blood and piles of corpses. However, Yihan raised his head and looked at the two figures confronting each other in the sky. He knew that although the fighting below was fierce, the two spiritual soul realm powerhouses were the ones who decided the entire battle. Boom. The great elder released spiritual light all over his body, and vast spiritual power formed a roaring golden tiger behind him. This is the 7th grade spirit essence, the vdra flame tiger. Boom. The golden spirit tiger roared like thunder, and its limbs suddenly shot out into the air, opening its broad claws, trying to tear Lu Zhentian apart. Seeing the tiger coming at him fiercely, a trace of solemnity flashed across Lu Zhentian's eyes, and his palms immediately burst into light, becoming crystal clear and bright, like jade. Heaven-turning hand. He pressed his palm towards the void, and a crystal handprint whizzed out. Boom. The spirit of the King Kong flame tiger collided with the handprint, making a dull sound, and the space was slightly rippled, as if it was about to sink. Lu Zhentian was knocked hundreds of meters away, and the blood in his body was boiling. Humph. You are not the only one with spirit. Lu Zhentian snorted coldly, and blue spiritual energy swept out of his body. A chill suddenly froze the air around him. Violent. The ice-blue spiritual energy in his body rose and condensed into an iceberg that was filled with coldness. 8th grade spiritual soul, polar snow sculpture. To enter the spirit realm, one needs to cultivate with the spirit of a monster. The spirit that Lu Zhentian cultivated is slightly stronger than the King Kong flame tiger that Yi Bailey cultivated. The snow sculpture was surrounded by ice-blue spiritual energy and its wings flapped violently. Call. The ice-blue spiritual energy was compressed into a cold current, whistling out, and the palaces along the way below were frozen into ice. Seeing this, Yihan's eyes couldn't help but change slightly. This Lu Zhentian really has some abilities. Bang. The King Kong flame tiger was pushed back hundreds of meters by the cold current and its body was covered with a thin layer of ice, but the ice soon melted. Yi Bailey's vdra flame tiger seems to have the attributes to restrain the cold eagle, so even if its grade is slightly inferior, it is not at a disadvantage. This couldn't help but make Lu Zhentian frown slightly. He looked down and saw that the people from the two major families were fighting each other, but it seemed that the Yi family had a slight advantage. Seeing Lu Zhentian's expression, Yi Bailey sneered. Lu Zhentian, your Lu family wants to swallow up my Yi family, it's wishful thinking. My Yi family is not a persimmon that can be bullied by others. But your Lu family has lost another elder. If you continue to fight stubbornly, I'm afraid it will be your Lu family that will lose. After hearing this, Lu Zhentian's face became even gloomier. The loss of an elder was like cutting off one's left and right arms for the Lu family. It was definitely a heavy blow. We can't delay it any longer, otherwise, as Yi Bailey said, the losses to the Lu family will be even greater. Thinking of this, Lu Zhentian took a deep breath and suddenly sneered. Really? Yi Bailey, I advise you not to be too proud too soon. Buzz. An ancient jade token appeared in his palm. After saying that, Lu Zhentian smiled grimly and crushed it decisively. Rumble. The moment the jade token broke, there seemed to be an extremely strong aura coming, and the entire mansion began to shake violently. What's going on? Everyone looked towards the center of the square, where the floor was cracking, as if something was about to break out from the ground. Boom. A red light burst out from the ground, and a huge scorpion dug out from the ground. Everyone in the Yi family was shocked and stood there in a daze for a moment. The scorpion was more than 10 meters tall and was wrapped in gray fog. Its entire body was brown like a rock, and its surface was also uneven like a rock. Those blood-red pupils were like red lanterns, eerie and strange. It was crawling on the ground, with its huge claws retracted in front of its chest and a sharp poisonous hook on its tail pointing vertically into the air. A terrifying pressure was sweeping out from its body. Is this a demon beast in the late spiritual soul realm? After seeing this, the great elder and other powerful men of the Yi family could not help but look shocked and cried out in surprise. Yi Bailey, you didn't expect this, did you? This is the spiritual beast that my Lu family has raised and worshipped for more than 10 years, the giant rock scorpion. Lu Zhentian raised his eyebrows and looked at the giant rock scorpion proudly. What? Hearing this, the faces of the Yi family members and other powerful men turned pale instantly. Naturally, they didn't expect that the Lu family actually had such a backup plan. The Yi family is finished. An elder of the Yi family couldn't help but tremble his lips, his eyes filled with fear. If the Lu family only had Lu Zhentian, who was in the late soul realm, the Yi family would not be too wary. But if the Lu family had another late soul realm spirit beast, the balance of power between the two clans would be instantly broken, and the Yi family would almost fall to the Lu family camp. The Lu family has such a killer move. At this moment, a strange look flashed in Yihan's eyes, and he secretly took out a yellowed talisman paper from his hand. Black Magic Thunder Talisman. However, he was not sure whether this Black Magic Thunder Talisman could deal with the giant rock scorpion. Buzz. A stream of spiritual power surged into the talisman, but this time, the Black Magic Thunder Talisman did not react at all. What's going on? Yihan was roaring in his heart and his face changed. At the critical moment, this Black Magic Thunder Talisman was unusable. What is going on? Giant rock scorpion, kill the entire Yi family. Lu Zhentian waved his sleeves, and his overbearing and cold voice echoed throughout the Yi family mansion. Boom. At this moment, the giant rock scorpion crawling on the ground suddenly swung its tail, and the barbed poisonous stinger stabbed the great elder first. Vdra Flame Tiger. Roar. The great elder's robe fluttered wildly and his eyes were determined, as if he was determined to fight to the death and release all his spiritual power. The Vdra Flame Tiger was burning with flames all over its body as it pounced towards the poisonous hook. However, the poison hook was like a streak of silk piercing through the void. With a puff, it pierced through the chest of the golden flame spirit tiger and shattered it. Boom. At this time, the speed of the stinger did not slow down, but instead suddenly increased and killed Yi Bailey. The great elder's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly waved the scepter in his hand to block the poisonous sting. Unexpectedly, with a clang, the scepter bounced back and hit his chest heavily. With a puff of blood splattering, Yi Bailey fell straight down from the void like a bird with broken wings. At this moment, the hearts of all the people in the Yi family seemed to sink to the bottom of the valley, and their faces were as pale as despair. Bang. Yi Bailey's body fell straight down from the void and landed heavily on the floor. With that loud noise, almost everyone in the Yi family fell into the abyss of cold despair. Countless members of the Yi family turned pale as paper and looked terrified. They knew that if the pillar of support, the great elder, fell, it would be equivalent to the fall of the Yi family. What they will face will surely be a brutal massacre by the Lu family. Ha 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 ha, the Yi family is now a toothless tiger, showing its declining trend. From now on, one of the 4 major families in Yanqing will be gone, and the Yi family will no longer exist. On the contrary, the disciples of the Lu family were all ecstatic and their morale was high. Boom. 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 They brandished their spiritual weapons again and began to counterattack, slaughtering the Yi family's men, and the scene became chaotic again. Puff, puff, puff. Ah. Ah. Screams were heard one after another, and the entire square was filled with blood, which was a horrifying sight. "Chief, that kid is hiding there. He killed Lu Shi." Behind him, Elder Lu Shi, dressed in a white robe, pointed at Yihan and said sinisterly. Lu Zhentian looked over with murderous intent, and the air around him was boiling with his spiritual power. Yihan killed his only son Lu Ming, and now he killed the fourth elder of the Lu family. Even if it costs a heavy price today, he must kill Yihan here. So, he looked at the giant rock scorpion crawling behind him with a gloomy look and said in a deep voice. "Giant rock scorpion, kill that kid." Boom. The giant rock scorpion crawled slowly, and every step it moved made a loud noise. The floor could not bear its weight and shattered into pieces. The powerful pressure also pushed Yihan back a few steps. The spiritual power in his body roared out like a tide and wrapped around his legs, making his legs look like they were made of gold, shining with golden light. With a bang, a huge poisonous hook suddenly stabbed down. Yihan suddenly leaped back with his legs, his speed increased dramatically, and he dodged like a shadow, while the stinger smashed the floor with a bang, creating a huge hole. To avoid the attack, Yihan not only did not retreat, but instead rushed to the left side of the poison hook. Brush! A shadow flashed, and Yihan's sword struck the poison hook fiercely. Unexpectedly, a clang sound was heard, and the sword broke. Boom! The giant rock scorpion moved again, gray mist swirling all over its body. It raised its two huge claws, which rubbed against the air making a whistling sound, and then swung them forward. Not good. Yihan thought it was not good, and dodged it violently again. There was a loud bang behind him, and two giant claws actually smashed a palace. You are really trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. You are overestimating your own strength. The giant rock scorpion has already entered the late stage of the spiritual soul realm. Its body is invulnerable to swords and spears. It is as hard as rock, gold, and wood. Not to mention his small spiritual sea realm, even Yi Bailey is no match for this ferocious beast. Lu Shi snorted coldly and couldn't help but sneer. Boom. 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 In the distance, the giant rock scorpion's huge claws were like two large pincers, constantly launching attacks. Yihan was like a star, darting through the void at high speed. Under the swift attack of the giant rock scorpion, he was almost in danger. Rumble. Palaces were reduced to ruins, and even some members of the Yi family were crushed into a ball of blood by giant rock scorpions. This giant rock scorpion is so ferocious. Great sun burning sky palm. Call. Yihan soared into the air, a blazing sun appeared on his palm, and then condensed into a golden fire palm, which he slapped out. Bang. That scorching fire palm hit the giant rock scorpion's back hard, and it exploded into pieces of fire in an instant. Yihan's eyes also became extremely solemn at this moment. Unexpectedly, this 7th grade spiritual technique could not hurt it at all. Whoosh! While Yihan was deep in thought, the poison hook stabbed out again, like a dormant hidden weapon, leaving a trail of afterimage in the air. Yihan's pupils suddenly shrank as he smelled the breath of death. Oh no, too careless. The poison hook suddenly attacked him and he had no time to avoid it. Young patriarch, go away. Boom. However, at this moment, a figure wrapped in spiritual power came roaring and blocked the way ahead. Yihan looked forward and saw an old man in a gray robe. The fourth elder of the Yi family, Yi Kai. Yi Kai's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared and swung his sword towards the poisonous hook. Puff. However, the poisonous hook directly pierced Yi Kai's body, and with a bang, it exploded into a ball of bloody mist. Elder Yi Kai. Yihan's eyes turned cold and he clenched his fists. However, at this moment he had not noticed that the blood on his palm was continuously seeping into the black magic talisman and was absorbed by the lines on the talisman. As the blood poured in, the spiritual patterns became clearer, and the talisman on his palm finally burst into light and floated up. Buzz. This is. When the talisman fell in the air, a mysterious and terrifying wave instantly enveloped the entire Yi family mansion. That kind of fluctuation made even Lu Zhentian, who was in the late stage of the spirit-soul realm, have a drastic change of expression and a look of horror. It's a talisman. The great elder also looked horrified and his pupils shrank. Moreover, the fluctuation of this talisman is at least that of a quasi-chen level talisman. Unexpectedly, Yihan has such a powerful trump card. Yihan was also stunned, and took a look at his bloody palm. Only then did he understand that this black magic thunder talisman was activated by the blood essence. Now, it depends on whether the Lu family can withstand my wrath. Yihan raised the corner of his mouth and said in a cold voice. Laugh. The terrifying wave spread, and the talisman rose up and turned into a black light curtain, covering the entire mansion. Chilla chilla. Above the light curtain, black lightning carrying the breath of annihilation flickered from time to time, making everyone tremble with fear. Every ray of black magic lightning is extremely terrifying. This is black magic thunder. Not good. Retreat quickly. Lu Zhentian stared at the pitch-black magic thunder, his whole body trembling, his scalp tingling, and he almost roared. Want to run? It's too late. Yihan stood in the void with a gloomy look. He also wanted to see the power of this black thunder demon. Rumble. At this time, an ancient roar of thunder resounded over the entire mansion, and a violent force of thunder was gathering. Whoosh whoosh. Everyone looked up in horror. The light curtain was covered with thunderclouds. Black lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, as if black dragons were sticking out their heads. Every bolt of lightning is comparable to the aura of a late-stage spiritual soul realm. Impossible. How could the Yi family have high-level talismans? Lu Zhentian's face was pale, his spine felt cold, and his eyes were blank. Lu Shi and the others were so frightened that they swallowed their saliva, as if they were enveloped by the breath of death. Those black magic thunders are so terrifying. There were hundreds of black magic thunders, even any one of them was enough to kill them. Break the barrier quickly. Lu Zhentian's whole body was glowing with spiritual light, as if he was burning all the strength in his body, and he madly bombarded the light curtain of the barrier. However, no one below the purple mansion realm could break this barrier of light. Boom. At this moment, black magic thunder suddenly fell from the sky. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck, and in an instant the entire Yi family became as bright as day. Amidst the horrified gazes, the black magic lightning struck down from the top of Lu Zhentian's head. No. With a thunderous bang, the black magic thunder struck Lu Zhentian's body. Lu Zhentian roared in fear, but the next moment. Bang. His body exploded into a ball of bloody mist. Chief. Everyone in the Lu family collapsed. Boom. 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 The second, third, and fourth black magic lightning fell densely. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. The black magic lightning was like a death meat grinder, splitting the figures into bloody mist. Even the giant rock scorpion had its body pierced by the bombardment of several black magic thunders. The entire Lu family was howling with ghosts. Boom. 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 Along with the deafening sound of bombing, black thunder emitting a breath of destruction fell from the sky. They were like the scythe of the god of death, wreaking havoc and slaughtering members of the Lu family. Every time a ray of lightning descended, a figure exploded into a bloody mist. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. Hysterical screams, ghost howls, and terrified voices echoed throughout the entire square. The scene was like hell on earth and was extremely bloody. There were already piles of corpses and blood flowing everywhere in the formation. How horrible. Even the members of the Yi family couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene, their hearts filled with fear. Yihan stared at the black magic circle and was shocked. He didn't expect that this black magic thunder talisman was so terrifying. Even someone as strong as Lu Zhentian could not withstand the attack of the black demon thunder and exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. Soon, the stone platform was covered with blood and corpses, and the air was filled with a violent and bloody smell. At that moment, the members of the Lu family realized what true despair and helplessness were. This almost brutal massacre lasted only a few minutes, and the members of the Lu family had fallen in a pool of blood, with no intact bodies left. Blood seeped onto the floor, and body parts were scattered all over the place. It was a horrific and shocking sight. Boom. While high in the sky, less than 1/3 of the power of the black magic thunder was consumed. But after a while, the black thundercloud gradually dissipated, and the thunder curtain covering the sky above Yi Mansion turned transparent and disappeared. The oppressive and destructive aura disappeared in an instant, allowing the Yi family members to finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the entire Lu family, they have been completely wiped out. Even the giant rock scorpion's body had been riddled with holes under the bombardment of the black magic thunder, and it was dead beyond dead. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes away and looked at the green-robed figure on the side of the stone platform with an extremely odd look, Yi Han. The entire Lu family was wiped out, all because of him. I never thought that it would be him who saved our Yi family. The Great Elder and several other elders looked at each other deeply. They knew that without Yi Han, the Yi family would have been finished long ago. They felt guilty in their hearts for how the Yi family had ruthlessly humiliated Yi Han. Yi Han glanced at the corpse on the ground indifferently, and then walked towards the huge rock scorpion corpse. Seeing that this huge creature had lost all its breath, he secretly felt a pity in his heart. If this giant rock scorpion could be used by him, it would definitely be a powerful assistant to him. Unfortunately, the giant rock scorpion's body had long been shattered to pieces under the bombardment of the black magic thunder. However, although the giant rock scorpion's body was destroyed, it still had many treasures on it. As he thought of this, Yi Han's palm was wrapped in a golden halo and fell down. Puff! The head and abdomen of the giant rock scorpion were torn apart by a palm force, and a ball of light emitting brown light and crystal clear bones fell out. This is the spirit of the giant rock scorpion. Seeing this ball of light, the Great Elder and others gathered around with fiery eyes. In this palm-sized ball of light, there is the spirit of a miniature giant rock scorpion. This is the spirit of the monster. The spirits of demon beasts are treasures for cultivation. Especially after entering the spiritual realm, the essence of monsters is needed for cultivation. The higher the level of the monster spirit, the stronger its power. If Yi Bailey had been able to practice with this giant rock scorpion spirit, his chances of winning against Lu Zhentian today would have been much higher. Honor, this giant rock scorpion spirit is extraordinary. It is at least a 9th grade spirit. If you use it to practice after you advance to the spiritual soul realm, it will definitely be of great benefit to the improvement of your own strength. The Great Elder's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said in a deep voice. Yes, with your talent, I'm afraid you will be able to advance to the spiritual soul realm in a few years. This essence is too important to you. The other elders stroked their beards and nodded. However, Yi Han didn't think highly of this 9th grade spirit essence at all. He had already planned that if he broke through to the spiritual soul realm, he would need to replace this giant rock scorpion with a higher grade spirit essence. Of course, he would not give it to these elders of the Yi family. After all, he still remembered what these old guys had done to him before. I wonder if there is any spiritual power in this animal bone. Yi Han put away the spirit essence, and then his eyes fell on the animal bone in his palm again. There is a certain chance that spiritual magic will be born from the bones of any monster. For example, the heavenly lion's golden roar that he had obtained before was obtained from the bones of a flaming heavenly lion beast. With this thought in mind, Yi Han released a wisp of his soul and immersed it into the animal bones. A few minutes later, he threw away the animal bones in his hand with a little disappointment. Because no spiritual power was born from this piece of animal bone. Then, Yi Han looked at the Great Elder and said in a deep voice. Grand Elder, reorganize the troops. Now is the best time for us to settle accounts with the Lu family. Liquidate the Lu family. Hearing these words, everyone took a breath. Several elders nodded. Now is indeed the time to nip the thorns in the bud. After saying that, the Yi family members reunited and marched towards the Lu family mansion in a mighty manner. Lu family mansion. This is a large and luxurious courtyard, and there are many strong men from the Lu family guarding and patrolling here. In the center of the stone platform stood 2 white-haired old men. They were elders Lu Yu and Lu Xian who were left by the Lu family to guard the mansion. It's been several hours, and there's still no news from the clan leader. Could something have happened? Elder Lu Yu frowned. He always felt a little uneasy. Don't worry. With so many experts from my Lu family dispatched this time, the Yi family will definitely not be able to resist. And don't forget, the giant rock scorpion, the guardian spirit beast of my Lu family, has also been dispatched. I think the entire Yi family has been wiped out at this moment. Elder Lu Xian shook his head and said arrogantly. After hearing this, Elder Lu Yu pondered and nodded. At least, Lu Zhentian and Giant Rock Scorpion, both of whom are at the spiritual soul level, are enough to sweep the entire Yi family. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from somewhere. Don't wait, your Lu family has been completely wiped out. Boom. 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 Enemy attack. Ah. Roaring sounds resounded throughout the Lu family mansion. At this moment, with a bang, the door of the Lu family's palace was blown to pieces, and several Lu family disciples, covered in blood and with broken bones, fell in front of the two elders. What? Lu Yu and Lu Xian's pupils shrank, and they raised their heads to see the black-robed men entering one after another. The Yi clan's men. Their minds were struck by thunder, and at that moment they stood there in a daze, unable to move. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Yi Han stepped into the Lu family mansion and said in a cold tone. Yes. Boom boom boom. Behind him, hundreds of Yi family disciples burst out with spiritual power and surrounded and killed the Lu family disciples. Puff puff puff. Ah. The entire Lu family was in chaos. It was not until this moment that Elder Lu Xian and Elder Lu Yu came to their senses. Their faces turned pale and they almost stumbled to the ground. They knew that Lu Zhentian's plan to encircle the Yi family had failed. Your Lu family is finished. These cold words were like a thunderbolt that made Elder Lu Yu and Elder Lu Xian's legs go weak and they almost fell down. Impossible, how could the Lu family lose? With Lu Zhentian's strength, plus a giant rock scorpion in the late spirit soul realm, it is more than enough for the Lu family to destroy the Yi family. Could it be that the Yi family has an expert to help? Lu Yu and the other person's faces were pale without a trace of blood, and they seemed to have suffered a great mental blow. Their eyes were dull and they kept talking to themselves. But screams were heard all around them, quickly bringing them back to reality. The two men looked up in panic and saw the Lu family with flames rising to the sky and countless people being slaughtered. Their eyes trembled violently. Puff puff puff. Ah. There were screams, flashes of swords and sabers, and the entire Lu family was almost turned into a river of blood in an instant. Your Lu family has been plotting to wipe out my entire Yi family. Today, you have reaped the fruits of your own actions. You cannot blame anyone else. Yi Han looked at the two Lu family elders and said with a cold expression. At this moment, the eyes of Elder Lu Yu and Elder Lu Xian became full of vicious resentment, bloodshot lines appeared in their pupils, and their eyes were bloodshot. You little bastard. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will drag you down with me. Boom. Elder Lu Yu roared hysterically, his wild hair flying, his fangs and claws bared, and the aura of a half-step spiritual soul realm emanated from his body. Brush. His figure burst out, and violent spiritual power gathered in his palm, trying to kill Yi Han with one palm. Lu Yu, you are not treating me like a decoration. At this moment, a majestic rebuke was heard from behind, and the void was shaken up and down. Yi Bailey snorted coldly, stepped forward, and the powerful spiritual power in his palms burst out with spiritual light, and then turned his palms into fists. Roar. The punch made a tiger roar, and a golden tiger could be vaguely seen. Under Lu Yu's horrified gaze, with a bang, the power in Lu Yu's palm collapsed. The punch landed heavily on his crown, and his head split like a watermelon, and he fell to the ground dead in an instant. Brush, brush, brush. Behind him, several elders of the Yi family looked at each other, and at the same time, they besieged Elder Lu Xian, and a shocking battle broke out. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. After a while, Elder Lu Xian died in the fierce siege. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The entire Lu family was engulfed in flames, and palaces after palaces were reduced to ashes in the raging fire. On the ground, there were corpses lying in a pool of blood, with their eyes open. Yi Han did not have any compassion. He knew that if the Yi family was defeated today, the Lu family would definitely massacre the entire Yi family. This brutal massacre lasted for half an hour and finally came to an end. Young patriarch, we have captured some of the younger generations of the Lu family alive. What should we do with them? At this time, the second elder brought out dozens of Lu family members who were only 7 or 8 years old. These boys and girls had terrified looks in their eyes, were trembling all over, and their tender faces were stained red with blood. Let us go, we are willing to serve the Yi family like slaves. The oldest boy, who was only about 14 or 15 years old, fell to his knees. Behind him, the members of the Lu family knelt on the ground one after another. However, among the dozen or so young people of the Lu family, there was only a cute girl of 7 or 8 years old with a ponytail who did not kneel on the ground. At this moment, she clenched her pink fists, and her round eyes were staring at Yihan fiercely. Compared to the panic of other tribesmen, she gritted her teeth and did not show any panic expression. May I have your name? Yihan looked at the girl and asked in a deep voice. Lu Qingling. The girl said indifferently. You are so brave. I will spare your life. If you have the ability in the future, you can seek revenge on me. A hint of admiration flashed across Yihan's face, and then he glanced at the elder behind him and said in a deep voice. Kill the rest. After hearing this, the younger generations of the Lu family were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their crotches were soaked with urine, and their faces were as pale as paper. They didn't expect that weak pleading would only make Yihan more disgusted and hateful. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and soon, except for Lu Qingling, more than a dozen young people of the Lu family fell in a pool of blood. Lu Qingling stood coldly among the corpses, her tender little face stained red with blood. However, there was still no panic on her face. I will kill you when I grow up. After saying that, Lu Qingling walked out of the Lu mansion. Young patriarch, we must root out the weeds. Why did you let this little girl go? Behind him, the Yi family members looked confused and puzzled. Yihan did not respond, not because he felt compassion. Instead, he admired the fact that Lu Qingling, at such a young age, had such a character, which was really extraordinary. And at this moment, Yihan seemed to recall the feeling of despair when he was thrown into the alchemy furnace and burned by Emperor Don Wu. This feeling of empathy made him decide to give Lu Qingling a chance. I'm afraid he didn't expect that the girl he let go would become a terrifying existence in the entire Zhangqiong continent 10 years later. After destroying the Lu family, the Yi family began to search for the Lu family's treasure in the mansion. As one of the 4 major families in Yanqing, the Lu family left behind martial arts, weapons, and countless training resources. For the Yi family, this is a rare and rich fortune. However, after searching for several hours, the entire Lu family was found empty. Apart from some small amounts of cultivation resources and spirit stones, there were no other precious treasures. What's going on? Yihan was puzzled. It was impossible for such a big Lu family to have only so many cultivation resources. Could it be that they were moved in advance? This is impossible. The Lu family probably hasn't thought about the fact that they will suffer a crushing defeat. Young patriarch. At this time, several tribesmen ran over panting, took a breath, and said, we discovered that there seems to be a secret cave on the back mountain of the Lu family. The secret cave may be where the Lu family hides their treasure. Oh. Hearing this, Yihan and the Great Elder and others couldn't help but look delighted. Lead the way. After saying that, Yihan followed this group of people and hurriedly walked towards the back mountain of the Lu family. After a while, the group climbed up a not-so-tall black mountain behind the Lu family. Not long after, halfway up the mountain, there was a hidden place entangled with countless ancient vines, and a vermilion stone door could be vaguely seen. This Lu Zhentian is really cunning. Yi Bailey saw the stone gate and walked over slowly. No one had expected that the Lu family would hide the treasure in such a remote place. Young patriarch, this is the key we found from the elder of the Lu family. It seems to be the key to open this stone door. The tribesman took out a palm-sized iron key. Yihan nodded and ordered. Open the secret cave. Yes. After saying this, all the Yi family members gathered around excitedly, and the old man inserted the key into the stone door. Rumble. The stone door vibrated and slowly opened, and wisps of black mist poured out from the crack in the door. Just as everyone was about to go in, suddenly whistling sounds came out from the black fog. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the black fog, only poisonous arrows were seen piercing out. There are hidden weapons, everyone be careful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the secret cave was opened, suddenly a series of poisonous arrows pierced out from the black fog, carrying strong winds. There are poison arrows, be careful. Yihan's face changed slightly, and he stomped his feet hard, and his figure flew into the air. He slightly tilted his body, and the poisonous arrows narrowly missed him. Puff puff puff. However, some of the people behind him were unable to react in time, and in the blink of an eye they were pierced through the body by poisonous arrows and fell to the ground dead. Hiss. When the others saw the corpse on the ground, they stepped back in fear, their faces turned pale and they were still frightened. That old fellow Lu Jintian actually buried poisonous arrows and hidden weapons in the secret cave. Yi Bailey took one look at the corpse on the ground and became furious. If they had not been very cautious, the Yi family would have suffered even greater losses. This place is so heavily guarded, and there are hidden weapons ambushed here. It seems that this cave is undoubtedly the treasure house of the Lu family. Yihan frowned and said in a deep voice. Since the Lu family took great pains to place hidden weapons here, it means that there must be something precious hidden in this secret cave. Thinking of this, he glanced at everyone calmly and said, "Everyone, step back a few steps. Let me see if there are any other hidden weapons here." Boom. After saying that, Yihan took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body roared out and shot into the cave entrance. But this time, no poisonous arrows shot out from the black fog. It seems that the hidden weapon in the secret cave can only be used once, and it has already failed. Seeing that Yihan was safe and sound, the great elder and others behind him couldn't help but look at each other and breathe a sigh of relief. There are no hidden weapons at the entrance, so you can enter the secret cave. However, you'd better be careful and don't touch the objects inside for the time being. There are dangers everywhere here, and there is no guarantee that there won't be other hidden weapons inside. After a while, Yihan's voice was heard from the cave, and a group of tribesmen raised torches and swarmed in. As soon as you enter the secret cave, a spacious stone chamber appears before your eyes. Yihan shone the torch forward and saw that in the center of the stone chamber there were a series of ancient wooden racks. These are weapons. Several elders looked towards the wooden rack, and saw weapons placed on it, including knives, swords, and so on. These weapons all emit a faint halo and are extremely eye-catching. This made everyone excited and they rushed over to check it out. I didn't expect that what was displayed on these shelves were all the weapons treasured by the Lu family. Spiritual weapon, there is actually a spiritual weapon. Some tribesmen raised a silver sword and shouted excitedly. This sword is called the Star Moon Sword, and it is a third-grade spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons are precious treasures, and even the Yi family does not own many of them. And if the Yi family can get this batch of weapons from the Lu family, it will definitely help improve their foundation and strength. So, everyone quickly began to count these weapons. Yihan played with these weapons as he walked. Most of these weapons were ordinary weapons, and there were very few that could be called spiritual weapons. Golden Crow Blade, a third-grade common weapon. Zuga Crossbow, a second-grade spiritual weapon. Yenyang Sword, a fourth-grade spiritual weapon. These collections are quite rich. Although the Yi family is also one of the four major families, they still feel inferior when they see the collection of the Lu family. Young Patriarch, there are more than 1,300 weapons treasured here. Among them, there are more than 1,200 ordinary weapons ranging from the 1st to the 9th grade, and more than 100 spiritual weapons of varying grades. After a while, an elder came over with a smile and bowed. Behind him, the disciples of the Yi family also had beaming smiles on their faces and were extremely excited. Pack these weapons carefully and transport them back to the Yi family for safekeeping. Yihan nodded and said in a deep voice. Then he looked at the other stone chambers in the secret cave. There is more than one stone chamber in this secret cave, and the other stone chambers are also filled with treasures of the Lu family. Entering the second stone chamber, scrolls were placed on the ancient wooden shelves. Perhaps because no one has taken care of them for a long time, most of these scrolls are covered with dust and some are yellowed. Third-grade spiritual technique, Flame Spirit Palm. Yihan casually flipped open a scroll, and what caught his eye were the 3 words, Flame Spirit Palm. It seems that this stone chamber should be similar to the Yi family's martial arts tower, and these scrolls are all various spiritual arts collected by the Liu family. Yi Bailey and the other elders flipped through the scroll, their eyes flashed with brilliance, their faces were filled with surprise, and they couldn't stop smiling. These are all precious spiritual arts. Move all these spiritual arts back to the Yi family. The great elder excitedly gave orders to the clan members behind him, and the Yi family's men came in again to sweep the area and move all the spiritual arts out. While the Yi family was moving the spiritual arts, Yi Han was also flipping through the scrolls. He was curious whether there were some high-level spiritual arts here. However, what disappointed him a little was that most of these spiritual arts were low-level spiritual arts. The highest level he found was only the 6th grade spiritual technique, which was naturally not to his liking. Just as Yi Han was about to turn around and leave the stone chamber, his eyes suddenly fell on a vermilion wooden shelf. Located in an extremely remote corner of the wooden frame, there is a golden iron scroll covered with dust. He was attracted to it because the scroll was cast in metal. Out of curiosity, Yi Han took out the golden iron scroll, wiped off the dust on it, revealing a few blurred words. On the scroll, it was written: 5 Elements Tiangang Sutra. Relying on his intuition, Yi Han secretly felt that this spiritual art seemed a little unusual, so he quickly opened the iron scroll and read it carefully. There is such a spiritual technique. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Han slowly closed the scripture. His eyes rippled slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. This spiritual art is somewhat special, as it requires the 5 elements treasures to assist in its practice. The 5 elements are composed of 5 spiritual arts. To practice each spiritual art, one needs to use one of the corresponding treasures from the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to assist. For example, if one wants to practice one of the spiritual arts called vdra hand, one needs the assistance of a treasure with the gold attribute among the 5 elements. However, the grade of this 5 elements Tiangang Sutra was not specified, so Yi Han had no idea what grade this spiritual technique composed of 5 spiritual techniques was. This 5 elements heavenly gang scripture cultivation method is so special, it seems that it is definitely not an ordinary spiritual art. It has been thrown here and covered with dust, which shows that the Liu family has not noticed this spiritual art. I can try to practice it, maybe it can give me some unexpected surprises. Yi Han thought this in his heart as he put the iron scroll away. Obviously, he had planned to try to practice this spiritual technique when he had the chance. Soon, this stone chamber was also emptied. There are 2 stone chambers left, one is where medicinal materials are placed, and the other is where a large number of spirit stones and other cultivation materials are placed. Naturally, the Yi family would not let it go and would sweep them all away. After annexing so many resources from the Liu family, it is foreseeable that the Yi family will grow rapidly in strength. The next day, the news that the Liu family was destroyed by the Yi family spread throughout Yanqing, causing a huge sensation. Especially the Wu family and the Su family among the 4 major families, they seemed to have smelled something bad. In the past, the 4 major families restrained each other, and their strength was almost the same. Now that the Yi family has annexed the Liu family, its strength will inevitably expand, and it is already poised to become the leader of the 3 major families in Yanqing. This balance was broken, and the Wu family and the Su family were naturally worried that the expansion of the Yi family would threaten their 2 major families. Therefore, in the past few days, the Wu family and the Su family have met and secretly discussed the alliance. However, what everyone doesn't understand is that the Liu family is not weak. It is almost impossible for the Yi family to swallow it up overnight. However, all this actually happened. Moreover, the Yi family annexed the Liu family without too many casualties. This makes people wonder how the Yi family did it. Only the Yi family members realized that the reason they were able to destroy the Liu family was all because of Yi Han. Without Yi Han, it would probably be the Yi family that would be destroyed. Yi Han became the undisputed first hero in the destruction of the Liu family, and also became the object of admiration of the entire Yi family. You have to know that a few days ago, he was still the shameful waste, but now he has transformed into a dragon and was completely reborn. Yi Han's status in the Yi family is no longer the same as it was before. Yanqing, City Lord's Mansion. Located in the center of Yanqing, there stands a magnificent white jade palace. Under the scorching sun, the entire white jade palace actually reflected a faint halo. Here is the city lord's mansion. The four major families are just a few powerful family forces in Yanqing, and the city lord's mansion is the real ruler of Yanqing. Located on this towering palace, one can overlook the entire Yanqing. And at this moment, right in front of the palace, there are several figures standing. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a white robe, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at the city from afar. He has a tall and straight figure, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and his gaze is as deep as a whirlpool, as if one would sink into it just by looking into his eyes. Those dark eyes were full of wisdom and strategy, full of firmness and dominance. And this middle-aged man is the owner of the city lord's mansion and the strongest man in Yanqing, Dugu Longqing. Dugu Longqing is not only the strongest man in Yanqing today, but also the only strong man in the entire Yanqing who has entered the Purple Mansion realm. If you look closely, you can see that his body is emitting a faint glow and his skin is like jade. When one enters the Purple Mansion realm, one strengthens the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs internally, making them as hard as iron, and one refines the body externally, making it as strong as fine steel and invulnerable to swords and spears. With Dugu Longqing's physical body, even a strong man in the spirit-soul realm could not hurt him at all. Not only that, after entering the Purple Mansion realm, the strength of the physical body will also increase accordingly, and one punch will have the power of 10 tigers and 10 elephants at least. With his strength, he can easily destroy the four major families with a flip of his hand. At this moment, he looked like a ruler, overlooking the entire Yanqing with cold eyes. Behind him, a man in black robe stepped forward and bowed. City Lord, the Lu family was destroyed by the Yi family overnight. According to the information we have obtained, the instigator was actually a young man from the Yi family. And that person seems to be Yi Han, who was born with a top-grade spiritual vein in his body a few years ago and was known as the #1 genius in Yanqing. I didn't expect the Lu family to fall to a young boy. It's ridiculous. However, the Lu family has many backup plans and strong resources. I'm curious about how the Yi family can deal with the late-stage spirit realm monster raised by the Lu family. Dugu Longqing frowned, his voice as deep as a bell. This, I don't know. The old man in black robe thought for a moment and shook his head. City Lord, would you like me to send someone to deal with the kid from the Yi family? 3 months later, the elders from the 3 super sects will arrive in Yanqing for the preliminary test. We only have one spot in Yanqing, and I'm afraid this kid will become a stumbling block for the young city lord. Behind him, a white-haired old man spoke in a hoarse voice. Hearing about the 3 super sects, even Dugu Longqing showed a hint of solemnity. There are 18 states in the ancient domain of Bahuang, and Qingzhou is one of them. Yanqing is just one of the hundreds of inconspicuous cities under Qingzhou. The 3 super sects, Yunhai sect, Xingshan Palace, and Wuji sect, are the real overlords of Qingzhou and are very famous. There are countless talented young men who are trying their best to become disciples of the 3 major sects. Every 3 years, the 3 major sects would recruit disciples. The elders of these sects will come to various cities to look for talents, and Yanqing has only one spot for promotion this year. The geniuses who passed the preliminary selection in these small cities would be gathered in Qingzhou for the final selection. Once selected by the 3 major sects, it would be like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, and one's future would be limitless. There is only one qualifying spot in Yanqing, so the competition will naturally be extremely fierce. Dad, it's just a small Yi family. Do you need to worry so much? At this moment, a clear laugh came from behind. I saw a young man with long hair wearing a purple robe, looking noble and handsome, slowly walking towards Dugu Longqing. This handsome and extraordinary young man is the current young lord of the city lord's mansion, Dugu Qianqing. Dugu Qianqing looked extremely arrogant, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, Dad, I have successfully refined the Northern Territory Golden Eagle, and now I have successfully entered the spiritual soul realm. Looking across the entire Yan city, there is no one who can match me. Yi Han from the Yi family is no match for me. Even if I meet him on the selection stage, I am afraid he will definitely die. Oh! You succeeded. Hearing this, Dugu Longqing's face was also full of admiration. He stroked his beard and could not help but nodded and smiled repeatedly. Good. A good father will have a good son. You are worthy of being my son, Dugu Longqing. Behind him, the men in black robe and the white-haired old man also had expressions of shock on their faces. Dugu Qianxing not only entered the spiritual realm, but also refined the spirit of the powerful Northern Territory Golden Eagle. The Northern Territory Golden Eagle was a mysterious beast spirit that Dugu Longqing had just acquired at a huge cost. Moreover, this Northern Territory Golden Eagle is a demon beast listed on the 10,000 beasts list, and is extremely ferocious and powerful. The record of 10,000 beasts is a list that records various powerful monsters, divided into the Heaven list and the Earth list. Only the monsters with noble blood and powerful strength on the Sky Continent are qualified to be included in the record of 10,000 beasts. The Northern Territory Golden Eagle is the monster ranked 87th on the list of all beasts. After refining its spirit, although Dugu Qianxing was only at the early stage of the spiritual soul realm, even if he was at the middle stage of the spiritual soul realm, he might not be his opponent. This is the deterrent power of high-level spirit. Dugu Longqing originally had a hint of murderous intent, but now he slowly calmed down. How can a small Yi family compare with the Dugu family in terms of resources and talents? Yi Han. Dugu Qianxing curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer, his eyes full of amusement and mockery. 3 months later, he will defeat this guy with his own hands and let him know who is the real #1 genius in Yanqing. He is also determined to win the only preliminary spot among the 3 super sects. In the past few days, the entire Yi family has been calm and peaceful. Although the Yi family's strength has expanded rapidly after annexing the Lu family, far surpassing any other family, the Yi family's performance is no different from usual, and is even more low-key than before. They understand that only when the roots are deep enough can the tree grow luxuriantly enough. The same is true for a family. After the Lu family was destroyed, the Yi family gained a lot of resources and benefits from it. They obtained a large number of weapons, spiritual arts, and medicinal materials, as well as many territories of the Lu family. And the previous Tianyang mine was completely occupied by the Yi family alone. The current strength of the Yi family is at least 3 times stronger than before. As the Yi clan grew stronger, the power structure of the entire Yanqing naturally changed. The other 2 major families, the Wu family and the Su family, announced an alliance to counter the Yi family. Yi family mansion, backyard. On the rock beside the lake, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, like an old monk in meditation. At this moment, Yi Han placed his palms on his dantian, and he activated the dragon suction technique. In an instant, his whole body was wrapped in golden spiritual power, and his skin was glowing brightly. Roar! After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and at that moment when he opened his mouth, a deep dragon roar seemed to come from his dantian. Along with the dragon's roar, a suction force burst out from the dantian in the abdomen, like a whirlpool that madly devoured the spiritual energy around it. Whoosh whoosh. That feeling is as if the spiritual power between heaven and earth is flowing into the sea, continuously flowing into the dantian. As the spiritual power poured into his limbs and bones, the spiritual power around Yi Han became more and more powerful, as if a powerful force was about to break out of his body. After practicing like this for 3 hours, Yi Han finally opened his eyes and slowly stood up. It is worthy of being a 9th-grade spiritual technique. With this dragon absorption technique, my cultivation speed has increased by at least several times. If I continue to cultivate at this speed, I should be able to break through to the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm in no time. Yi Han felt the power filling his body and was secretly delighted. Young patriarch. At this moment, several black-robed figures suddenly appeared behind him like ghosts and bowed respectfully. What's up? Yi Han adjusted his breathing and glanced behind him calmly. The Great Elder asked me to send this treasure to you, saying that it was found in the Lu family's treasure house and would be helpful to your cultivation. A black-robed guard handed over a mahogany box engraved with exquisite floral decorations. Oh. Yi Han took the wooden box curiously and immediately opened it to see what treasure was inside. Buzz. Unexpectedly, as soon as the box was opened, a ray of red light burst out. Then, a strange fragrance wafted into my nose. This is... Yi Han took a closer look, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in slight surprise. Top-grade blood spirit lotus. Inside the wooden box is a blood-red lotus with an emerald-colored branch. The petals of the lotus seem to be made of condensed blood and emit light. Yihan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Liu family actually had such a precious collection of spiritual treasures. This top-grade blood spirit lotus is at least a quasi-profound level spiritual treasure. If you swallow it, it will not only strengthen your body, but also improve your cultivation. I didn't expect this old guy didn't hide such a precious treasure. Yihan took out the blood lotus and looked at it carefully. The fact that Yi Bailey was willing to give him such a precious blood spirit lotus showed that he had completely recognized him as the future leader of the Yi family. Back off, Yihan said indifferently, and when he saw the servants behind him leave the yard, he took out a furnace from his Qianquan bag. A wisp of divine soul surged out, lifted up the alchemy furnace and suspended it in the air. Swallowing the blood spirit lotus has a certain chance of assisting in breaking through the realm. However, the probability is not too high. And if it can be refined into blood spirit pill, then there will be at least a 50% chance of improving a small realm. This blood spirit lotus is considered a 4th grade elixir. With my current conditions, I should be considered a 4th grade alchemist, so I can refine it. Yihan frowned and muttered to himself. Although he was a Dan saint in his previous life, he has to practice everything from scratch in this life, including alchemy. Puff. After saying this, a flame as green as emerald rose from his palm. This is the 3rd grade flame, the emerald earth core fire. Under Yihan's control, the flame nimbly leaped into the furnace. Then, a blood lotus was placed into the alchemy furnace, sealed, and began to be tempered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the burning flames, the blood lotus soon turned into a pool of blood water. Boom. Then, a powerful soul surged out, continuously extracting the medicinal effects from the spiritual lotus. My current soul power should barely be considered as the great perfection of the spiritual realm. I am only one step away from the heavenly realm, Yihan said in a deep voice. Soul power is the key to becoming an alchemist, but most people's soul power is in the mortal realm. Only some people who are born with strong souls can break through the mortal realm and enter the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is divided into small spiritual realm, large spiritual realm and great spiritual realm. After the spiritual realm, there are heavenly realm, incarnation realm, extraordinary realm, rebirth realm, and so on. In Yihan's previous life, his soul power had entered the spiritual transformation realm when he was born, and later when he was only 16 years old, his soul power even broke into the saint realm. The owner of this body is extremely gifted in spirit and soul. It is extremely rare for a 17-year-old soul to reach the spiritual realm of perfection. Yihan was not worried. With the magical physique of the Zhangqiong Den body, his spiritual power would increase. And if the owner of this body had awakened the Sky Den body from the beginning, then his spiritual power would be even more terrifying now. As the huge soul poured in, a round pill took shape in the furnace. Buzz. Yihan waved his sleeves, and the lid of the pill slowly opened, with billowing hot steam rising out. A red pill floated up and landed in Yihan's palm, filled with a strong pill fragrance and still warm. He looked down and saw a dense pattern of dantian on the pill. As expected, possessing a sky pill body, his talent for alchemy is extraordinary. Even if a 4th grade blood spirit pill is refined with a 3rd grade pill fire, it is still possible to make the pill condense into pill patterns. After saying that, Yihan sat cross-legged again, swallowed the blood spirit pill, and began to practice. Half an hour later, a slight roar was heard from the body, and powerful spiritual power spread out in all directions like a wave. The effect of the blood spirit pill is quite good. Yihan slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. At this moment, he seemed to have a vast ocean of spiritual energy in his body, full of power. His realm has successfully broken through to the middle stage of Linghai realm. And with the help of the dragon suction technique, his spiritual power is already as powerful as that of the late Spirit Sea realm. Even if it was a strongman in the Spirit Soul realm, he might be able to deal with him head-on for a while. This 3rd grade Den fire is a little inferior after all. It seems that I need to find a more handy Den fire as a substitute. Yihan stared at the emerald green flame in his palm with dark eyes and muttered to himself. As an alchemist, alchemy fire is absolutely indispensable. For an alchemist, possessing a high-quality, high-level alchemy fire is something they have always dreamed of. This is because a top-level alchemy fire can greatly assist in alchemy. The quality of the same pill refined with different levels of pill fire will be different. In this world, there is a list of alchemy fires, which records the top-level alchemy fires that all alchemists in the entire continent dream of. The chaos divine fire that Yihan possessed in his previous life is enough to rank among the top 3 on this Den fire list. However, Yihan was playing with the emerald core fire in his hand, but he was not quite satisfied. Although everything has returned to the starting point, Yihan has now become a 4th-grade alchemist again. He needs at least a 5th-grade alchemy fire to make it work. This made him want to find a superior elixir fire. One of the ways to obtain Don Huang is to hunt fire-attributed monsters and obtain fire. The stronger the monster's fire attribute and the higher its grade, the better the quality of the pill fire. And these flames are also called beast fires. Yihan frowned secretly, pondered for a while, his eyes flashed, and he muttered. There is a spirit beast valley in the north of Yanqing. I heard that monsters are rampant there. There may be high-level fire-attributed monsters there. Also, I have already entered the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. It won't be long before I break through to the spiritual soul realm. I just need a top-grade spiritual soul. Thinking of this, Yihan immediately decided to go to the Spirit Beast Valley to try his luck. Soon, he changed into simple clothes and headed towards the north of Yanqing alone. In the northern part of Yanqing, the Spirit Beast Valley. There are high mountains and deep valleys here, and countless monsters roam rampant, so it is called the Paradise of Monsters. Not far away, covered by a thin layer of mist, a long mountain range is looming. There are gurgling streams between the mountains, and countless towering ancient trees stand among them, filling the air with the atmosphere of wilderness. These ancient trees are tall and straight, and they are very old. On the rugged rocks, there are countless ancient vines winding like dragons. Although the Spirit Beast Valley is secluded and filled with an air of desolation, it is not uninhabited. Since it is not far from Yanqing, there are often teams organized here to hunt monsters. And these organizations are called monster hunting mercenaries. By noon, no less than 10 groups of monster hunting mercenaries had entered the Spirit Beast Valley in groups. These mercenaries usually consist of 5 or 6 people, carrying various spiritual weapons, and go deep into the Spirit Beast Valley to hunt monsters. Once a monster is captured, they will take out its blood, spirit, bones, etc. and sell them at Tianyan Market in exchange for a lot of training materials. The piece of animal bone that Yihan had bought in Tianyan Market before came from the monster hunting mercenary group. On the north side of the valley, a group of 7 mercenaries carrying spiritual bows were walking towards the valley entrance. Brother Lu, the Black Wind mercenary group is really lucky. I heard that they hunted down a wounded spiritual sea realm monster a few hours ago and earned tens of thousands of spiritual stones. A young man with a thunder god's mouth had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. On the side, a woman in red said arrogantly, "They are just lucky. Our lone wolf mercenary group is the strongest mercenary group in the entire Yanqing. We cannot lose to the Black Wind mercenary group this time. When we enter the Spirit Beast Valley later, we must hunt down a monster of the same level." After hearing this, the other mercenaries all nodded and encouraged each other secretly. At this moment, on a huge rock high up, a figure was observing this group of people. These mercenary groups have been here for many years, so they should be very familiar with the Spirit Beast Valley. Yihan frowned and looked around. The terrain of the Spirit Beast Valley was complex and it was shrouded in fog all year round. It would be easy to get lost if he went deep into it alone. Therefore, it would be a good idea to join the monster hunting mercenary group. Thinking of this, Yihan suddenly jumped from the huge rock and rushed down the steep slope like a cheetah. Brush. Who? An agile figure suddenly rushed over from the side slope, and the members of the lone wolf mercenary group quickly became alert and aimed their spiritual bows. "Ah! Why is it that you are alone?" The members of the lone wolf mercenary group frowned and put down their spirit bows. "Which mercenary group are you from?" The leading young man in green robe walked towards Yihan and asked in a deep voice. The captain of the young lone wolf mercenary group is also the eldest son of the Yanqing Lu family, Lu Qingshan. "I'm not from a mercenary group. I just want to enter the Spirit Beast Valley to hunt monsters. But since this is my first time in the Spirit Beast Valley, I don't know how complicated the terrain is here, and I'm afraid I'll get lost, so I plan to join your lone wolf mercenary group. I wonder if it's okay." Yihan bowed towards Lu Qingshan and told the truth. Unexpectedly, after this sentence was spoken, a shrill laugh was heard. How ignorant. You actually want to break into the Spirit Beast Valley alone. Even our mercenary group has to be extremely careful. This place is full of dangers. If you encounter a powerful monster, I'm afraid you will be gnawed to pieces without leaving a single bone. The person who spoke was the arrogant woman in red, Lu Shui. Lu Shui looked Yihan up and down, and seeing that this guy was even younger than him, there was a hint of disdain in her eyes. Lu Qingshan frowned. He rarely saw warriors breaking into the Spirit Beast Valley alone. To enter the Spirit Beast Valley alone, one needs at least the strength of the Spirit Sea realm. But the young men in front of him seemed to be 4 or 5 years younger than him. How could he be a strong man in the Spirit Sea realm? For a moment, Lu Qingshan was a little troubled. However, Lu Shui on the side was straightforward and refused directly. Our lone wolf mercenary group is one of the strongest mercenary groups in the entire Yanqing. To join us, you need to be at least at the 7th level of the spiritual spring realm. Do you think you are qualified? We are not stupid enough to bring a burden along. Hearing this, Yihan couldn't help but frown. Looking at Lu Shui's delicate face, he didn't have any good impression of her at all at this moment. Especially that arrogant attitude of looking down on others is disgusting. However, Yihan was also sneering in his heart. Lu Qingshan, the strongest member of the lone wolf mercenary group, had only half a step into the spiritual sea realm. If he could join the mercenary group, it would definitely be a great help. It's a pity that these arrogant mercenaries have poor eyesight. In that case, forget it. Yihan's face showed no emotion. If this little brother doesn't mind, he can join our Ironwood mercenary group. At this moment, a hearty voice came from behind. Not far away, another group of mercenaries in black were seen walking towards the valley entrance. The Ironwood mercenaries are here too. Seeing this group of men in black, the faces of the lone wolf mercenaries turned ugly. There is also competition between these mercenary groups, and the Ironwood mercenary group and the lone wolf mercenary group have a lot of grudges against each other. At the Western Valley entrance, another group of aggressive troops arrived. These people are members of another mercenary group, the Ironwood mercenary group. Yihan looked at them curiously and immediately found that these people's clothes were somewhat strange. This group of people were all wearing animal skin coats, with dark and rough skin and well-developed limbs, like indigenous primitive people. The burly man in the lead was of a sturdy build, with a rugged appearance and strong muscles. And he is the leader of the Taimu mercenary group, Taimu. Taimu, you are here too. Lu Qingshan said in a deep voice with a hostile look on his face. Taimu's voice was as deep as a bell. He looked at Lu Qingshan and snorted coldly. Lu Qingshan, last time your lone wolf mercenary group used despicable means to cheat our Ironwood mercenary group of a 9th-level Lingquan realm demon beast that they hunted. We haven't settled the score yet, so of course we have to come. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The monsters in the Spirit Beast Valley do not belong to your Taimu mercenary group. They belong to whoever they fall into. Lu Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said shamelessly. It turned out that a month ago, 2 major mercenary groups had a hunting competition here, but they never expected that the Taimu mercenary group was intercepted by the other side when they were hunting a seriously injured monster. Hearing Lu Qingshan's words, the group of members behind the Taimu mercenary group clenched their fists in anger. Why, you want to start a fight here? The members of the lone wolf mercenary group looked defiant. However, Taimu frowned and stretched out his hand to stop his angry brother. He knew that since the monster had not been hunted down yet, it would not be wise to start a conflict here. Taimu's eyes fell on Yihan and he smiled heartily. My dear little brother, if the lone wolf mercenary group doesn't accept you, we will. If you don't mind, you can join our Ironwood mercenary group. We are short of some people. And don't worry, you will also have a share of the monsters hunted this time. Yihan glanced at Taimu. This guy was big and strong, generous, and looked much more pleasing to the eye than Lu Qingshan, so he said. Brother Tai is straightforward, of course I am willing. Good. Taimu patted Yihan's body, and a spiritual power came out secretly. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be shaken by this spiritual power. But Yihan had a smile on his face and didn't move at all. Huh. Taimu was secretly surprised. He wanted to test Yihan's strength, but at the moment it seemed that this little guy's strength was unfathomable. Yihan knew very well that Taimu was deliberately testing his strength. However, Taimu's realm is the same as Lu Qingshan's, only half a step into the spiritual sea realm. How can one measure his depth? You, the Taimu mercenary group, really dare to recruit third-rate members. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Haha, Commander Taimu, I'm afraid you will lose to our lone wolf mercenary group again in this Spirit Beast Valley monster hunting operation. Lu Shui raised her eyebrows and teased. Haha, it's you, the lone wolf mercenary group, who didn't know how to recognize a talent. You gave us such a strong teammate. I have to thank you. Taimu smiled disapprovingly. Just him. Lu Shui looked at Yihan with disdain and curled her lips. He is just a 17-year-old boy, how strong can he be? Taimu, let's see who will win and who will lose between our two mercenary groups this time. Lu Qingshan had a provocative look on his face, with a hint of sparks flashing in his eyes. Behind them, the brothers from the Lone Wolf mercenary group and the Ironwood mercenary group were glaring at each other with gritted teeth. Humph. Let's go. Lu Qingshan snorted coldly, turned around and led his brothers in the army into the Spirit Beast Valley. This guy is really rampant. Looking at Lu Qingshan's back, the brothers of the Taimu mercenary group gritted their teeth. My dear brother, this is Taiwu from our Taimu mercenary group. He is particularly good at using a sword. He once easily chopped off the head of a 7th-level Lingquan realm mad lion tiger beast with one sword. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Taimu looked at Yihan and introduced the cold-faced boy with a knife. Although Tiewu looked indifferent, he also nodded to Yihan. This is Tai Lan. After a while, Taimu introduced the members of the mercenary group to Yihan one by one. These mercenary groups neither opposed nor were overly happy about Yihan's joining. After all, in their opinion, Yihan's strength might not be enough to join the Taimu mercenary group. But only Taimu knew that the young man in front of him might not be a good person. Let's go in. This time, we must hunt more monsters than the Lone Wolf mercenary group to put a stop to their arrogance. After saying that, this group of burly men, along with Yihan, rushed into the valley in a hurry. Dense forest, towering ancient trees. The fallen leaves on the ground have accumulated over the years and are more than a foot thick, making them very soft to step on. At this moment, Yihan and the Taimu mercenary group had slowly entered a dense forest. This dense forest is overgrown with weeds and looks mysterious and eerie under the cover of fog. The brothers of the Ironwood mercenary group held a bone spear in their hands, carefully hiding in the grass, looking around from time to time. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, a sound came from the bushes not far ahead. Hush, there's a spirit beast out there. Tiewu made a gesture to silence everyone, and then looked at Taimu, Yihan, and others. They tiptoed and surrounded the bushes from 4 directions. It's a pack of ironback wolves. Yihan pushed aside the weeds and saw about 7 or 8 wolves with silver fur. The strength of these wolves is approximately at the 7th level of the Lingquan realm, which is considered to be quite strong. Get started. After a while, Taimu winked at a few people. Boom. The mercenary member raised his bone spear and stabbed out with a whoosh like a beam of white light. Puff. A whoa. An ironback wolf was pierced through the flesh, and its bone spear was stuck in the mud, bleeding and howling. Roar, roar, roar. The remaining ironback wolves were frightened and bared their teeth at Tiewu and the others, then pounced on them with their sharp claws. Boom. 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 The members of the Taimu mercenary group also burst out with powerful spiritual power, and engaged in an extremely fierce battle with the ironback wolves. A whoa. The ironback wolves were not to be trifled with either. They howled towards the sky, as if to summon the surrounding wolves. One of the ironback wolves pounced towards Yihan. Yihan dodged and with a bang, a huge rock was torn into pieces by the wolf's claws. Brother Yi, get out of the way. A deep voice was heard, and Tiewu was rushing over with his knife. He was filled with murderous aura, and with a bang he pounced at the ironback wolf, then pressed it hard to the ground and slashed it with his knife. Puff. Blood splattered and the wolf's head fell to the ground. Awoe! Awoe! Just when the Taimu mercenary group was about to win, suddenly there were bursts of extremely loud wolf howls all around. Oh no, the wolves have been summoned. Yihan frowned, thinking that this was not good. The howling of these iron-back wolves before was actually to summon their companions. Rustle, rustle. Sure enough, after a while, a rustling sound was heard from the surrounding grass. Hundreds of iron-back wolves with dark green pupils surrounded all the members of the Ironwood mercenary group. Oh no! At this moment, Taimu's face changed drastically. Oh no! Taimu and the others' faces changed drastically. They looked around and heard rustling sounds and the figures of iron-back wolves emerged. These wolves bared their teeth and growled. There were at least hundreds of them. Everyone, get together! Taimu shouted loudly, and all the members rushed back quickly, forming a circle with their backs to each other and looking around vigilantly. At this moment, they were no longer besieging the iron-back wolves, but were being besieged by the iron-back wolves. Awoe! The howls of wolves echoed in the valley. Yihan took a quick glance and found that the strength of these iron-back wolves was not very strong. Most of them were below the 5th level of Lingquan realm, but they had the advantage of large numbers. There are only 8 of them here, facing the siege of hundreds of iron-back wolves. Once they get into a fierce battle, even those at the Spirit Sea realm will be dragged to death. Brother, what should we do now? Tiewu gripped the knife tightly, his palms sweating, and said nervously. The rest of the team members were also breathing heavily, their bodies tense, and their faces were even slightly pale due to panic. Taimu clenched his fists, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his determined eyes. He knew that if he didn't fight his way out, the entire Ironwood mercenary group would be destroyed here. Go to the left. Boom. Taimu roared, shook his fists, and a wave of spiritual energy blasted towards the wolf pack. He shot out and punched the wolves hard with both fists. With a bang, blood splattered into the sky, and the 2 iron-backed wolves fell to the ground with a howl and died. Awoe! Awoe! At this time, the wolves also became furious, showing their sharp claws and fangs and pounced forward. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of them rushed forward, and the scene was naturally extremely magnificent. The ferocious wolves bared their fangs and pounced on Tiewu and others. For a moment, the members of the Taimu mercenary group were trapped. Bang! Yihan clapped his palms and a handprint of spiritual light whizzed out, blasting a wolf into a bloody mist, and scaring the rest of the wolves back. These wolves are quite intelligent. Yihan raised his eyebrows slightly and muttered. He found that not many iron-back wolves actively surrounded him, but stared at him with fear. Obviously, these wolves knew that he was not to be messed with. However, Taimu and others were surrounded by wolves in several circles and were being bitten. Puff! Ah! An angry roar was heard, and Yihan looked in shock. It turned out that Tiewu was bitten directly by the iron-back wolf on the arm, and the flesh was torn apart. In the other battle circles, Taimu and others were also covered in blood, with scars all over their bodies torn by the sharp claws of the iron-back wolf. Back! Taimu's eyes were bloodshot and he roared. Boom boom boom. After a while, the group of people came back panting and formed a circle with their backs to each other. They found that they couldn't break out at all. Damn it! Taimu clenched his fists and blamed himself deeply. They should never have provoked a group of vengeful wolves. At this moment, the eyes of the other members were also filled with despair and their faces were full of ruthlessness. Except for Yihan, the others had all suffered serious injuries, and their spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Yihan looked at Taimu, who had a miserable face, and said in a deep voice. Brother Tai, I have a way to make these iron-back wolves retreat on their own. What's the solution? Tell me. As Taimu spoke, his eyes remained fixed on the wolves around him, fearing that they would pounce on him. See. There is a gray-brown wolf on that huge rock. I guess it is the iron-back wolf king. As long as we kill that wolf king, the wolf pack will collapse and retreat in disappointment. Yihan pointed to the left. Less than 300 meters away from them, there was a huge rock. On the rock stood a majestic giant wolf. Its shiny mane, sharp teeth, and domineering appearance make it clear at first glance that it is the Wolf King. Kill the Wolf King. Tiewu and others smiled bitterly, their faces pale. Not to mention whether they can break out of the wolf pack and kill them more than 300 meters away. Even if they do, they may not be able to deal with the Wolf King. The Wolf King's strength is at the peak of Lingquan realm. If Taimu were in his prime, he would be able to defeat the Wolf King in a one-on-one fight. But now, it is obviously impossible. Brother Taimu, watch out. After saying that, Yihan smiled slightly. He quickly mobilized his spiritual power, and a heavy force crushed the surroundings. The golden spiritual power surged fiercely, and he stomped his feet. Boom. That figure was like a ray of golden thunder roaring out, reaching an extremely fast speed. Brush, brush, brush. Roar. Seeing Yihan pounce on the Wolf King, the rest of the wolves also pounced on him like crazy. Taimu and others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Yihan to have the courage to kill the Wolf King. Brother Yi, come back quickly. Taimu came back to his senses, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he yelled at Yihan behind him. But at this moment, Yihan stepped lightly on the wolf's head and his figure moved quickly. Woohoo! The wolves around them showed their claws and pounced. Court death! Yihan snorted coldly, and golden spiritual power spread out from his arms, making his arms look like they were made of gold. He didn't even try to dodge, but clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and struck out. Bang bang bang. The 8 iron-backed wolves of the 8th level of the Lingquan realm were actually blown into a bloody mist by Yihan's punch. This. Behind him, Taimu and others who saw this scene widened their eyes and swallowed. 8 iron-back wolves were killed by Yihan with just one punch. They took a deep breath and realized that they might have underestimated this new member. Brush, brush, brush. A residual shadow flashed by, and Yihan landed on the huge rock in the blink of an eye. Roar. A roar was heard, shaking the surrounding leaves to the ground. The iron-back Wolf King was obviously also angry. It stood up, its body was 2 meters tall, and it showed its claws. That claw looked like a sharp spiritual weapon. Great sun-burning sky palm. Yihan cursed in his heart and launched a killing move as soon as he made a move. With a humming sound, his palm shone with golden light, like the rising sun. Under the shocked gazes of Taimu and others, its claws collided with the Wolf King's. Bang. A whoa. Flames exploded, and terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations formed air waves that rushed in all directions, causing the rocks to crack. Then a wailing sound was heard, and a huge figure was seen rolling down the rock and died on the spot. There was a charred palm print on its chest. Hiss. Wolf. The Wolf King was killed by Brother Yi. At this moment, Taimu and others widened their eyes and cried out in surprise. They were completely shocked by this scene, their hearts were filled with horror and their eyes were filled with disbelief. This Wolf King, who was at the peak of Lingquan realm, was actually killed by Yihan with just one palm strike. A whoa. The Wolf King fell to the ground dead. The rest of the wolves were so frightened that they dared not stay any longer. They howled and quickly turned around and ran away. After a while, the surroundings were empty. Besides the Wolf King's corpse, there were dozens of bloody iron-backed wolves on the ground. Brush. Brother Taimu, are you okay? Yihan rushed over and patted his robe. Taimu was still immersed in shock and had not yet recovered. After a long while, he said, "No, it's okay." He took a deep breath, looked at Yihan with respect, and then laughed. "I was wrong. I didn't expect you, Brother Yi, to be so secretive." Behind Taimu, Tiewu, and the others also looked at him with admiration. After a fierce battle, the surrounding bushes were in ruins. Not far away, bloody wolf corpses were lying everywhere. Seeing that everything around him had calmed down, Taimu finally breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that even though they were surrounded by a huge pack of ironback wolves, their mercenary group could still survive. They were really lucky. At this moment, the members of the Taimu mercenary group walked over, supporting each other, and their eyes were full of gratitude when they looked at Yihan. If Yihan had not killed the Wolf King and intimidated the ironback wolves, I'm afraid their Ironwood mercenary group would have been wiped out here. For a moment, Taima secretly felt lucky to have brought Yihan into the Taima mercenary group. Brother Yi, I am grateful for your kindness. Taimu was so grateful that he almost knelt down on one knee in front of Yihan. Brother Taimu, please stand up quickly. Yihan quickly helped Taimu up. He knew that Taimu was a man of sentimental character who valued his brother's life more than his own. Yes, Brother Yi, this time thanks to you, otherwise our mercenary group would have been destroyed here. I didn't expect you to be so talented at such a young age. Fortunately, Lu Qingshan was blind, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten a helping hand like you. Tiewu covered the wound on his arm and said with a slight smile on his face. Seeing the bloody wound on Tiewu's arm, Yihan looked at everyone and said, everyone should take a rest and treat the wounds on your bodies. Good. Several people sat on the ground and put down their weapons. In addition to Yihan, there was a bald boy named Tieju who was not injured. He quickly took out a bandage from the cloth bag and bandaged Tiewu's wound. Yihan pondered for a moment, took out a bottle of pills from his arms and handed them to Taimu and others. This is... Taimu looked puzzled and immediately opened it to take a look. Unexpectedly, a strong scent of elixir hit him in the face, causing him to take a deep breath and say, high-level elixir. This is the third-grade elixir, the purple spirit pill. If you swallow it, it will speed up your recovery. Yihan smiled and explained. Brother Yi, you can't do that. Such rare elixirs are not something that we, the rough guys, can use. Taimu stopped and stuffed the pill bottle back. This is a third-grade elixir. The value of one elixir is more valuable than hunting a spiritual sea realm monster. Tai Lan didn't dare to take it and shook his head. It's okay. We have as many pills as you want. Use them as you like. Yihan stuffed the pill bottle back into Taimu's hand and said with a smile. This. After hearing these words, Taimu and others were secretly shocked. A precious item like the third-grade elixir is worthless in Yihan's mouth. They had to guess that the power behind Yihan was probably very uncertain. Could it be the Yi family? Taimu's heart was stirred and he had some vague guesses. Okay, then I'll be grateful to you, bro. Taimu bowed and stopped being polite. He poured a few pills out of the bottle, distributed them to Tiewu and others, and then swallowed them. A warm feeling surged to his abdomen, and Taimu immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing the magic formula. At the side, Tieju piled up the hunted ironback wolves, and then skillfully picked out the bones and spirits. Yihan was standing not far away. The bloody smell of these ironback wolves' corpses was too strong, and there was no guarantee that other powerful monsters would come looking for the scent. Although some monsters were ready to move, they did not dare to approach Yihan because they sensed the powerful aura of a mid-stage spirit sea realm from him. Half an hour later, Taimu and others finally slowly opened their eyes and exhaled. Brother Yi, thank you for your elixir. My injuries are almost healed now. Taimu stood up slowly and stretched his muscles, his bones crackling. Not only did the wounds on his body heal completely, but his spiritual power even became more powerful. Thanks to Brother Ye's kindness, I am able to take this high-level elixir today. It is indeed extremely effective. Soon, Tiewu, Tielan and others also opened their eyes. Especially Tiewu, he was amazed at the effect of this high-level elixir. His arm was torn by the ironback wolf, and even a lot of flesh was lost. But now, his arm is intact, with only some scars left. For a moment, the brothers of the Taima mercenary group were even more grateful to Yihan. After all, not everyone is willing to give such high-level elixirs to people like them. Brother, I have dealt with these ironback wolves. I have extracted a total of 25 animal bones and spirits. But unfortunately, some of the ironback wolves have exploded into a ball of blood mist, and their spirits have been destroyed. Tieju came over and gave all the spirits and animal bones to Taimu. Although I almost died, the reward was totally worth it. Taimu and others were so excited that their bodies were shaking. You know, in the past, if their Ironwood mercenary group could hunt a few monsters in one trip, it would be considered a good harvest. But this time they harvested dozens of them at once. Moreover, among these monsters there is an iron-backed wolf king who is at the peak of Lingquan realm. Brother Yi, you killed this iron-back wolf king alone, and his spirit belongs to you. Taimu generously handed a ball of black light to Yihan. On the side, Tiewu and others all looked at him with a little excitement. Brother Taimu, I'll give it to you. We have just entered the Spirit Beast Valley, and maybe we will have a bigger harvest later. Yihan just let it go and said indifferently. Oh well. Taimu took back the Wolf King's spirit, and then the group reorganized and continued on their journey. Located in the northern part of Spirit Beast Valley, this is an area with deep ravines and rugged terrain. Located at the bottom of a deep ravine, a dark cave entrance can be vaguely seen, and a cold black wind constantly blows out from it. At this moment, in the depths of the darkness, there seemed to be a huge black shadow moving slowly. Suddenly, two red lights shot out from the black hole from a pair of gloomy pupils. Damn it, I didn't expect the human-faced demon spider to be so powerful that even the soul-breaking arrow had no effect on it. On a high place, several figures jumped onto the rocks in a panic and couldn't help cursing. These men are members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group. However, at this moment, all of them had livid faces, gritted their teeth, and carried many wounded. Lu Qingshan looked down from a high place at the dark cave entrance at the bottom of the deep ravine, his face as pale as liver. He was so angry that he slapped the rock wall next to him, leaving a deep palm print. It turned out that they found a monster in that secret cave, a human-faced demon spider. However, they underestimated the power of this human-faced magic bead and were almost wiped out. I do have a way to deal with the human-faced demon spider without sacrificing any manpower. Lu Shue's eyes flashed and she sneered. Oh. What's the solution? Lu Qingshan and others frowned. This human-faced demon spider is very powerful. Is there any way to subdue it without any effort? Lu Shue smoothed her black hair and then narrowed her eyes and said. Why don't we spread the news about the man-faced demon spider? Then, other mercenary groups will naturally come to deal with it. We just need to wait until both of them are defeated, and then we can take action to put an end to the man-faced demon spider. After hearing these words, Lu Qingshan and others' faces changed slightly, and they were surprised. Sister Shui is really smart. We didn't even think of this method. Lu Qingshan smiled grimly. This method is really wonderful. The vast mountains are shrouded in mist, as if covered by a layer of gauze. In the dense primeval forest, many mercenary groups are hunting monsters at this moment. In the core area of the Spirit Beast Valley, a group of people were heading towards a deep ravine below the valley. This group of people is called the Black Wind Mercenaries. They are strong enough to rank among the top 5 mercenaries in the entire Yanqing, which is quite strong. At this moment, the Black Wind mercenary group heard the news that a spirit sea realm monster appeared deep in the valley. A spiritual sea realm demon beast is enough to be a strong temptation for any mercenary group. On the rugged mountain road, a total of 8 people from the Black Wind mercenary group stopped on a rock. Brother Chen, below is the deep ravine area where the news spread. It is said that the human-faced demon spider is hiding in a secret cave. A boy as skinny as a monkey climbed up the ancient tree next to him and pointed to a deep ravine far below and said in a deep voice. Among these 8 figures, the leader was a handsome man wearing a blue robe and with deep eyes. The man held a sword in his hand, his eyes were deep and sharp, and he looked very calm. He is the leader of the Black Wind mercenary group, Chen Yi. Hearing the words, Spirit Sea Realm Demonic Beast, Chen Ye's brows slightly raised, and there was an undisguised fanaticism in his eyes. A slim woman in black came over and said with a worried look on her face. I heard that in the past few hours, many mercenary groups have entered the secret cave, but unfortunately, they all returned empty-handed without exception. Yes, I heard that another group of mercenaries was wiped out. Brother Chen, we have to be extremely careful too. Another team member nodded solemnly. Chen Yi looked down into the deep ravine, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he clenched his fists and said. No risk, no gain. Moreover, this is a perfect opportunity for our Black Wind mercenary group to make a name for ourselves. If we can kill this monster, I'm afraid that the reputation of the Lone Wolf mercenary group and other mercenary groups will be surpassed by us. After saying that, Chen Yi jumped off the rock and waved to the team members behind him. Leave. After a while, 8 figures rushed towards the deep ravine in the valley below like cheetahs. Hey, Captain, another group of people is coming. On a high rock, a young man took a bite of the spiritual fruit in his hand. Before he could eat it, he spat it out and said excitedly to Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back, the green ribbon on his waist fluttering, and then sneered. It's actually the Black Wind mercenary group. Chen Yi is quite powerful, but he still lacks some strength to deal with the human-faced demon spider. On the side, Lu Shui walked over and said, Captain, Chen Yi and his crew are the fifth group of mercenaries to break in here. No matter how powerful the human-faced demon spider is, it has already been through 5 rounds of battles. I think it must have been seriously injured. It's time for us to take action. No hurry, we can wait for another batch. There is northwest rush to close the net right now. Lu Qingshan said calmly. Boom. 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 After a while, a loud noise erupted from the cave entrance below. Hey, they're fighting. The lone wolf mercenaries sneered as they saw their plans come to fruition. Half an hour later, several figures covered in dust and blood rushed out of the cave. Quick, retreat. Chen Yi covered his broken arm with his hands, his body covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and roared towards the back. Swish, swish, swish. Damn it. The remaining members of the Black Wind mercenary team were either dead or injured. Only 5 of the 8 members escaped from the terrible cave. Lu Qingshan and others were watching from a high place, and they couldn't help but sneer, with a weird smile on their lips. They watched as the Black Wind mercenary group left the deep ravine area with heavy losses. Chen Yi was so badly injured, I think he fought for his life. The human-faced demon spider must have also suffered considerable injuries. Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered inwardly. They were still waiting, but half an hour had passed and the next group of mercenaries still hadn't arrived. This couldn't help but make the members of the lone wolf mercenary group feel puzzled. I think this method is unlikely to work. If the news of the Black Wind mercenary group's heavy losses spreads, the other mercenary groups will probably have to weigh their own strength and retreat in the face of difficulties, not daring to take risks. Lu Shui frowned and said in a deep voice. After all, the Black Wind mercenary group, which was so powerful, suffered heavy losses. How could the other mercenary groups have the courage to break in here? In that case, let's close the net. The strength of the human-faced demon spider should be greatly reduced. Now is the perfect time for us to take action. Lu Qingshan nodded and was about to lead the lone wolf mercenary group back to Shenzhen. Unexpectedly, another group of people appeared in sight below. Boss, it's the Ironwood mercenaries. One team member said in surprise and delight. Lu Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked down. He saw Yihan, Taimu, and others going deep into the valley. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he said faintly. Taimu, they are finally here. There was a faint murderous aura in that sinister smile. Among all the mercenary groups, the one with the deepest grudge against the lone wolf mercenary group is undoubtedly the Ironwood mercenary group. He, Taimu, I told you that there will be no good outcome if you go against our lone wolf mercenary group. Lu Qingshan's fists creaked, he even hoped that the Taimu mercenary group would be wiped out. Captain, I have a way to make the Ironwood mercenary group suffer even greater losses, or even destroy the entire army. At this time, Lu Shui came up with another plan. Tell me about it. Lu Qingshan looked at Lu Shui and said lightly. Lu Shui smiled sweetly, looked at a huge gray rock beside the secret cave below, and opened her red lips slightly. Once the Ironwood mercenary group enters the secret cave, we can use the huge rock at the entrance to seal it off. Hiss. Hearing these words, all members of the lone wolf mercenary group were shocked. This move is really too shady. Once the entrance to the cave is sealed, the Ironwood mercenaries will have no way to retreat and will surely die. Taimu, you are walking into a trap. Lu Qingshan smiled sinisterly, with a hint of complacency in his eyes. Captain, we're almost there. Tiewu led the way with a knife in hand and pointed to a deep ravine not far below. Yihan raised his head and observed the surrounding environment. He found that this place seemed to be a sunken sinkhole, closed and dark on all sides, and they were in a deep ravine at the bottom of the sinkhole. Because Yihan's soul power is extremely strong and his perception is different from that of ordinary people. At this moment, he frowned, and he was keenly aware that someone seemed to be observing them secretly. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Seeing Yihan frowning, Taimu couldn't help but walk over curiously and asked puzzledly. Yihan raised his head and looked up, taking a quick glance, but the place where Lu Qingshan and the others were was very hidden and he did not discover them. After observing for a long time, Yihan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Nothing, go down." After that, the group went down along the rugged gravel path. After a while, they finally arrived at the eerie and dark cave. Whoosh whoosh. A chilly wind whistled out from inside. Whoosh whoosh. As I approached the eerie cave entrance, a damp and chilly wind blew out from inside. Taimu and others stood outside the cave entrance with vigilant expressions. They looked inside and vaguely smelled a hint of danger. There is still undried blood on the ground. It seems that a war broke out here not long ago. Yihan glanced at the pool of blood on the gravel outside the cave entrance, frowned, and lowered his voice. He guessed that the first group of people to arrive here might be the Black Wind mercenaries. Thinking of this, Yihan's expression became more serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful. The human-faced demon spider inside might not be simple." "Good." Tiewu and others secretly clenched their weapons and nodded. "Let me take the lead, so that you don't fall behind when everyone goes in later." At this time, Taimu came over with a torch in hand and gave orders to everyone. But Yihan hesitated for a moment, and suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Taimu, who was about to enter the cave. A gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and he said, "Etc. This black hole is the lair of the man-faced demon spider. If we break in, I'm afraid we won't be able to gain any benefit. It would be better to find a way to lure it out." After hearing this, the brothers of the Taimu mercenary group looked at each other and nodded. "That's a good idea." So Tai Wuchen and the others chanted for a while and slowly retreated out of the cave. Before, many mercenary groups had rashly rushed in and were ambushed by the human-faced demon spiders, resulting in countless casualties. But if we find a way to bring it out, the situation might be different. But how to bring it out? "I have an idea, Tielan, go find some firewood." Taimu suddenly had an idea and shouted to a burly man behind him. "Okay." Tielan and Tieju turned around and ran, searching the surroundings quickly. They found a lot of dry branches and piled them at the entrance of the cave. Puff. Whoosh whoosh. Taimu threw the torch in his hand onto the dry firewood, which instantly caught fire and emitted thick smoke. But at this time, Taimu took out another vermilion pill from his arms and threw it into the pile of matches. In an instant, the white smoke turned into red smoke, and also emitted a pungent and unpleasant smell. "This smoke is poisonous. Cover your mouth and nose and try to hold your breath." Taimu took a few steps back and said to the crowd, "This pill is made from a special secret recipe and is specifically used to expel monsters. Let's mobilize our spiritual power together and try to blow the smoke into this cave." Yihan also took a few steps back and saw the smoke slowly pouring in. He immediately came up with an idea. His sleeves fluttered and powerful spiritual power whizzed out from his palms, bringing a gust of wind and thick smoke into the cave. Seeing this, Taimu and others on the side also followed suit, with spiritual power surging in their palms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Waves of spiritual energy created strong winds, blowing smoke into the cave. "Boss, what are they doing?" On the high rock, the members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group all frowned. He wanted to use poisonous smoke to lure out the monster. Taimu has always been a dull guy. How come he became so smart this time? Lu Qingshan frowned, looking grim. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling. As red smoke poured into the cave, a loud rumbling sound was heard from inside. Call. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew out from the cave, scattering the firewood everywhere. Taimu and the others quickly became alert, their spiritual energy surging secretly. Roar. Accompanied by a furious roar like thunder, the eardrums were numbed. At this time, a huge black spider rushed out of the cave with bared fangs and claws. Yihan dodged and shouted to his fellow mercenaries. "Get out of the way." Crunch. Crunch. The spider's legs were crawling like steel, making a harsh sound as they rubbed against the rocks. Hiss. Yihan and others raised their heads and looked at the giant monster, and couldn't help but gasp. This black spider was about 7 or 8 meters tall, with a bloated abdomen and red stripes on its body. Its 8 slender legs stood upright on the ground like steel, with thin black hairs on its legs that looked like poisonous stings. Its blood-red pupils emitted a cold light like lanterns. The most terrifying thing is that it actually has a human face and 2 fangs spewing out of its mouth. The human-faced demon spider. Seeing this giant spider, the members of the Ironwood Mercenary Corps instinctively raised their bone spears, then took a few steps back, their faces filled with fear. Yihan's face darkened and he became extremely solemn. Because this human-faced demon spider is not at the Spirit Sea realm at all, it is already half a step into the Spirit Soul realm. It is much more troublesome than Elder Lu Shur of the Lu family. The monster is much stronger than human warriors in both physical body and strength. Moreover, the bombardment by several groups of mercenaries before had not caused it any damage at all. However, Taimu's spiritual power surged, and he raised his bone spear and shouted, "Get started." The members of the Taimu mercenary group poured their spiritual power into the bone spears and threw them towards the human-faced demon spider like a ray of light. Boom boom boom. Bone spears stabbed forward like a rainstorm, but the human-faced demon spider burst out with purple-gray spiritual light all over its body, which turned into a shield to protect its entire body. Bang, bang, bang. Unexpectedly, these bone spears were directly bounced away. Boom. The 2 front limbs of the human-faced demon spider were like 2 long curved swords, drawing 2 sharp shadows in the void and slashing down. Tiewu and the others' faces changed drastically, and they dodged to the sides with spiritual power wrapped around their bodies. With a bang, a huge rock was split in half and collapsed with a loud bang. Dragon Suction Technique. Yihan took a deep breath, like a real dragon inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, and a low dragon roar came from his dantian. Boom. A huge amount of spiritual power poured into his dantian, and his aura directly increased from the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm to the late stage. With a swish, Yihan's body suddenly flew up lightly, and he turned into a residual shadow and appeared in front of the human-faced demon spider in an instant. Great sun-burning sky palm. He drew out a ball of blazing fire from his palm, which turned into a ray of scorching sun and slammed down towards the demon spider. Call. The sun was burning with blazing flames, roaring away in the void carrying a wave of heat. However, the human-faced demon spider was not afraid at all. It raised one of its front limbs, like a sharp sickle, and chopped down with a strong wind. With a loud bang, the scorching sun was chopped into pieces of fire by the spider's legs. Under the recoil of spiritual power, Yihan retreated dozens of steps. So strong. The energy and blood in his body were shaking constantly, and he was secretly shocked. The difficulty of this human-faced demon spider was far beyond his expectations. Boom boom boom. At this time, the human-faced demon spider's 6 iron legs moved quickly on the rocks, while its 2 front limbs kept slashing at Yihan. Bang bang bang. Yihan kept dodging, as agile as a monkey. The sharp spider legs were like the flash of swords, so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. With a loud bang, a huge ancient tree was cut in half. Not far away, Taimu and others swallowed their saliva with pale faces. Boom. There was a loud noise behind him, and a lightning-like sickle claw flashed across, and a thick ancient tree fell to the ground and broke in half. Yihan looked back and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly, secretly feeling shocked. The human-faced demon spider was chasing closely behind him, and its 8 legs rubbed against the rocks, making a sharp clanging sound. At this time, it swung its sickle-like claws again and chopped down from behind. Feeling a strong wind coming from behind, Yihan took a deep breath, and spiritual power surged out of his body, and golden light quickly enveloped his body. The bronze skin had a hard luster like metal. He clenched his fists, growled inwardly, turned around and punched out fiercely. Clang. When the fist collided with the giant claw, an intense light burst out in an instant, like the sound of a punch hitting metal. Under this impact, Yihan groaned and retreated several meters, finally stopping in midair, his arms numb from the shock. However, the huge claws of the human-faced spider were smashed into a deep dent by this heavy punch. Boom. Yihan shook his slightly numb arms, took a deep breath, and kicked out again. His fists seemed to have compressed the spiritual power to the extreme. The moment he swung his fists, one could faintly hear the whistling sound of the air being crushed by his fists. Ding ding ding. Golden fists came out like a rainstorm, and when they collided with the sharp sickle claws, bursts of metal sparks exploded. With every collision, Yihan would be pushed back several meters by the force. However, the spider's claws also made a low buzzing sound when hit by the fist, and a dent appeared. It can be seen how brutal the punch was. Brush, brush, brush. Yihan's figure moved quickly, his attacks were swift, and his position kept changing. Sometimes he was on the spider's back, sometimes on its abdomen, almost in a hand-to-hand combat posture, bombarding the human-faced demon spider in all directions with his lightning-fast fists. For a moment, a man and a spider fought together, and violent energy blasted out in all directions like a tide, shaking the valley. Not far away, Taimu and others who were watching the battle were unable to intervene in the battle at all. Brother Yi is really a humanoid monster. His strength is so brutal, not inferior to that demon spider. Tiewu took a deep breath and said with disbelief in his eyes. You know, this human-faced demon spider is a demon beast in the late spirit sea realm. Taimu was so shocked that he couldn't speak at this moment, and his whole body was stunned like a piece of wood. The brothers of the Ironwood mercenary group clenched their fists and were extremely excited. If Yihan can hunt down this human-faced spider, then their Ironwood mercenary group will definitely become famous and become the #1 mercenary group. Brush. Yihan's figure moved like a wisp of green smoke, and at this moment his fist suddenly changed into a palm. Spiritual power continued to surge out of that palm, then compressed into streaks of light that suddenly chopped down at the spider behind him. Boom boom boom. These spiritual light swords spun out and chopped down on the spider's back. Unexpectedly, the spider's back is as hard as a piece of iron. These light swords all exploded at the moment of impact. What a tough body. Yihan was secretly shocked. He glanced over the spider's body, as if trying to find a breakthrough. However, this lump of iron is as hard as iron. How can it be broken easily? Suddenly, Yihan's gaze landed on the spider pupil. He seemed to have a plan in mind, and his eyes flickered slightly. Got it. Brush. His figure ran as fast as a monkey, and at the same time he pulled out 2 bone spears on the ground, and then shot them towards the human-faced spider. Seeing Yihan coming, the human-faced spider roared wildly and swung its 2 sickle claws down again. At the moment when the spider's claws were about to chop down, Yihan flexibly turned slightly and avoided it like a shadow. Just as the spider's claws passed by him, he shot the bone spear in his hand at the spider's pupil. Boom. The 2 bone spears burst out with light while being wrapped in spiritual power, and accompanied by a strong wind, they pierced straight towards the spider pupil of the human-faced demon spider. Puff. The 2 bone spears pierced right into the spider's pupils, and 2 pools of sticky liquid spurted out of the eyeballs into the sky. Roar. The human-faced demon spider instantly lost its vision and rushed around like a madman. With a thud, the huge body hit the mountain wall, causing violent vibration and rocks rolling down. Yihan pulled out a dagger from his waist, poured all his spiritual power into the dagger, and his eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. He rushed towards the abdomen of the human-faced spider and stabbed it hard downwards. Puff. A hideous crack appeared, the abdomen of the human-faced spider was cut open, and a large pool of purple liquid flowed out. The human-faced spider let out a painful roar, then fell to the ground with its 4 legs facing the air. Finally done. Yihan threw the dagger away, wiped the sweat off his body, breathed a sigh of relief, and a feeling of weakness came over him. Brother Yi, are you okay? Taimu and others rushed over in a hurry, and when they saw the fallen demon spider, they gasped in surprise and shock. I'm fine, Brother Tai, you guys can clean it up. The essence and blood of this human-faced demon spider should be worth a lot of money. Yihan shook his head and said with a smile. Let us do it. Tiewu and others couldn't wait any longer, so they rushed forward and dismembered the human-faced demon spider. Soon, only a bare skeleton was left of the huge spider body. Pieces of crystal-clear animal bones and a glowing spirit were placed on the ground, making the mercenary brothers jealous. They even removed the spider's claws, intending to use them as materials for making weapons. Seeing such a huge harvest, Taimu and others couldn't stop smiling, and their hearts were filled with joy and anger. Yihan was not very interested in these treasures. Instead, he picked up a torch from the ground and looked at Taimu and the others and said, "It is said that in the territories where powerful monsters are found, there is usually a chance that natural treasures will appear. Follow me into the cave and explore." After hearing this, Tiewu and Taimu nodded and said, "The rest of you stay outside the cave, and come in to report if there's any movement." After saying that, the two followed closely and entered the cave. "This damn kid, damn it, makes me so mad." Standing on a huge rock high up, seeing the human-faced demon spider being hunted, Lu Qingshan was so angry that his face was distorted and looked extremely ugly. Bang! His palm struck through the mountain wall fiercely, leaving 5 claw marks on the stone wall with a crackling sound. They spread the news in order to let the other mercenary groups fight in turns to weaken the strength of the human-faced demon spider. Who would have thought that the Ironwood mercenary group would actually destroy the lair of the human-faced demon spider? This is really like throwing meat buns at a dog, and in the end the Taima mercenary group benefited. "Boss, what should we do now? Are we just going to let them take advantage of us for nothing?" The members of the Lone Wolf mercenary group looked livid and said unwillingly, "What else can we do? That kid is so powerful, can we handle him?" Lu Qingshan glared at his men fiercely, the anger in his eyes almost turning into reality. However, he was secretly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Yihan, at such a young age, could have the strength to kill the man-faced demon spider. He was indeed wrong. "Walk." Lu Qingshan waved his sleeves and left angrily. Behind her, Lu Shui stared at the cave entrance below with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. Her expression changed, showing regret, unwillingness, anger, and sadness. If it weren't for her sarcastic words, and Yihan joined the Lone Wolf mercenary group, then this human-faced demon spider might have been theirs. In the dark cave, Yihan, Taimu, and Tiewu were holding torches and moving carefully in the passage. Under the light of the fire, the ground in the cold and dark cave was covered with damp dead leaves, which were very soft to step on. From time to time, I could hear the sound of cold wind, which gave me a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Yihan walked in front, the fire in his hand swaying slightly. His eyes were like the starry sky in the dark night, keenly observing the movements around him. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the three people's bodies was also surging secretly. After walking for a few minutes, there seemed to be a huge object blocking the way ahead. "What is this?" The three men stopped, and Taiwu shone the torch in his hand forward, and suddenly a pile of huge skeletons appeared before their eyes. This pile of bones looked like giant animal bones, snow-white and shocking. The three of them looked at each other, then quickly surrounded the skeleton and examined it carefully. Yihan picked up a piece of bones and weighed it. It seemed to be a leg bone of a monster. It was 2 meters long and weighed hundreds of kilograms. It was very heavy. This corpse is at least that of a demon beast in the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. It may have been eaten by the human-faced demon spider. Yihan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he said in a deep voice, "Hiss. Being eaten. No wonder this demon spider is so ferocious." Tiewu and Taima gasped, secretly shocked. A demon beast in the spirit sea realm is considered to be very powerful, but it has become food for the human-faced demon spider. The two searched the pile of white bones but found nothing valuable, so they threw the bones aside and continued to go deeper. The cave was very damp, with an indescribable stench. In addition to the giant monster skeleton, there were countless small piles of bones everywhere. There are even countless human skeletons. These are the members of the Black Wind mercenary group. At this time, Tiewu bent down and picked up a black token next to a corpse. The words "Black Wind" are written on this token. At this time, Yihan raised the torch high, and suddenly noticed something and sniffed it. "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Taimu saw Yihan had a strange expression on his face and immediately looked puzzled. "There really are precious treasures in this cave. Don't you smell that scent?" Yihan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a look of surprise, "Smell. Besides the damp and moldy smell in this cave, there is also a fishy smell. Is there any other smell?" Taimu and Tiewu looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. They sniffed around but smelled nothing. As an alchemist, Yihan has a very keen sense of smell for some rare treasures, especially some medicinal herbs. Come with me. After saying that, Yihan hurriedly picked up the torch and started searching in the interconnected corridors. After a while, they entered a narrow cave and stopped. Buzz. Inside the cave, a purple light enveloped the surroundings. When they looked, they saw a medicinal herb rooted in the ground not far ahead. It was actually a crystal-clear purple Ganoderma lucidum. This is Shen Pozi. Yihan's eyes sparkled and his voice was filled with excitement. Shen Pozi. On the side, Tiewu and Taimu looked confused. Although they also knew that this Ganoderma lucidum must be a treasure, they were not clear about the effects of this Ganoderma lucidum. Brother Yi, what is Shen Pozi? Tiewu couldn't help but ask. Yihan slowly calmed down, then looked at Tiewu and Taimu, and said in a deep voice. It is a special medicinal herb that can enhance the power of the soul. It is extremely rare, so it is considered a secret treasure of the soul. A secret treasure that increases the power of the soul. After hearing this, Taimu and the other men frowned slightly, seeming a little disappointed. For ordinary warriors, spiritual power is of little use at all. But for alchemists, this is a rare treasure. If this Shenpozi were released, I don't know how many alchemists would scramble for it. As an alchemist, it is not easy to enhance the power of the soul. Apart from strengthening the soul and spirit during alchemy, the only remaining method is to swallow some rare medicinal herbs that can enhance the soul and spirit strength. Now that my soul power has entered the spiritual realm of great perfection, if I want to break into the heavenly realm, it normally takes at least 3 months of hard work to refine the elixir. But if I have the Shenpozi, it will be much easier. Thinking of this, Yihan walked over, bent down, carefully dug up the soil, dug out the Shenpozi, and placed it in his palm. This Shenpozi is only as big as a palm, emitting a rich purple light and a faint fragrance. Brother Taimu, please help me protect the law. I want to refine this Shenpozi here. Yihan looked at Taimu and the other two and said solemnly. Don't worry, we will stay here and won't let anyone disturb your practice. Taimu nodded and said in a deep voice. Yihan found a clean place, sat cross-legged, and swallowed the Shenpozi. He slowly closed his eyes and circulated his spiritual power to refine it. The moment the Ganoderma lucidum is swallowed, it transforms into a powerful energy that nourishes the soul. As the Shenpa Ganoderma was refined, it seemed as if a huge purple sun was rising in his mind. The purple light enveloped the ocean of soul, making it even more powerful. Even Yihan's body was emitting a faint purple light. Time passes by little. This long-lasting refining lasted for 3 hours. 3 hours later, Yihan's soul became more condensed, as if it was about to turn into substance. When the soul enters the heavenly realm, the spirit can be transformed into a physical entity. The thin membrane of the spiritual realm's great perfection was finally about to be pierced, and the huge soul continued to condense and impact in the mind. Finally. Boom. A surging force like a tide surged out in all directions of the cave, surging repeatedly. What a strong spiritual power. Taimu and Tiewu's faces changed drastically. They were pressed down by this spiritual power as if a huge rock had fallen on their chest and they couldn't breathe. They had never seen such a majestic and terrifying spiritual power. Finally broke through the heaven realm. Yihan slowly exhaled, and the moment he opened his eyes, he felt extremely comfortable all over. Heavenly realm. When they heard these 2 words, Taimu and the others couldn't help but become furious. Although they were not very knowledgeable, they knew that many alchemists had only just entered the spiritual realm. And Yihan's spiritual power has actually reached the heavenly realm. This Shenpozi is indeed powerful. It allowed me to step into the heavenly realm easily. Yihan was amazed and said with satisfaction. He slowly stood up, patted his robe, glanced inside the cave, and said to Taimu and the other men. There shouldn't be any other treasures here, let's get out. After saying that, the 3 of them nodded and left the cave. Outside the cave, Tai Lan and others waited for 3 hours but saw no movement from inside, and they became a little worried. However, just as he was about to go in and investigate, 3 beams of fire shone out from inside. Captain and the others are coming out. Tai Lan's expression suddenly brightened up and heaved a sigh of relief. Team leader. Seeing the three figures walk out of the cave safely, Tai Lon and other brothers in the mercenary group breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to support them. The three of them came out of the black hole, their vision suddenly became clear, and a fresh air blew in their faces. How is it? There shouldn't be any other mercenary groups approaching here just now, right? Taimu let out a long sigh, looked at Tielon and others and asked in a deep voice. No. Tai Lon shook his head. Yihan patted his robe and looked up, only to find that it was gradually getting dark. As night fell, the valley was silent. Brother Yi, we must leave the Spirit Beast Valley before it gets completely dark, otherwise it will be dangerous. Taimu suddenly looked at the sky with a serious expression and reminded. Brother Taimu, why do you have to leave? Yihan frowned, looking puzzled. The main purpose of his trip was to hunt monsters and obtain beast fire, but it was obvious that his goal had not been achieved yet and he did not want to return empty-handed. It seems that this is Brother Ye's first time entering the Spirit Beast Valley to hunt monsters, right? Taimu said with some surprise. Yihan nodded slightly. On the side, Tiewu said. Because once night falls, all the powerful monsters hidden deep in the Spirit Beast Valley will come out to look for food. These monsters are powerful and fierce, and some are even in the Purple Mansion realm. Even those in the late Spirit Soul realm dare not stay at night. A demon beast from the Purple Mansion realm. Yihan was slightly shocked. This was a strength comparable to that of the Lord of Yanqing. If he encountered this with his current strength, he would definitely be in danger of death. It seems that we can no longer stay in the Spirit Beast Valley. Brother Yi, this time our Ironwood mercenary group was able to hunt down so many monsters, all thanks to your contribution. I have discussed with the brothers and decided to give you 2/3 of the harvest and the spoils of the human-faced demon spider, and leave the rest to us. How do you think? Taimu patted Yihan on the chest and smiled proudly. The brothers from other mercenary groups also looked at him with gratitude and nodded. Yeah, you're welcome. After hearing this, Yihan shook his head and said with a smile. Take these spoils. I didn't come here for these. It's fate that I can get to know you. This. Taimu didn't know what to do for a moment. He was originally a little worried that he had given too little, but he didn't expect that Yihan didn't even intend to take it. Brother Taimu, I am not completely without gain. The value of the Chen posy is not less than these spoils of war. Yihan knew that Taimu felt a little guilty, so he comforted him again. Oh well. After hearing Yihan's explanation, Taimu nodded with a smile on his face. After that, a group of people left along the valley entrance. We have come back with a lot of harvest today. Hee, when we return later, the old guy in Taijayashai will probably be shocked. Along the way, Tiewu was in a good mood and couldn't help but speak with joy. We in Taijayashai have never hunted down a demon beast in the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. This time when we return, we will definitely be able to hold our heads high. The other mercenary brothers nodded and smiled. This trip was really fruitful. After a while, the sky gradually darkened. The group left the Spirit Beast Valley, said goodbye to each other, and went their separate ways. Half an hour later, Yihan stepped into the threshold of the Yi family mansion, exhausted. It was already completely dark. He was about to return to the courtyard from the small path when a servant ran up to him in a hurry and bowed. Master, I finally found you. What's up? Yihan looked back and frowned. The Great Elder asked me to inform you that your father has been found and is now in the backyard. Please go over there quickly. The servant said hurriedly. What? My father was found. Yihan was stunned for a moment, then he waved his sleeves and rushed towards the backyard of Ye's family without looking back. Inside a chic courtyard in the backyard, the hall was brightly lit. At this moment, the Great Elder and others are here. And on the bed, there lay a pale and weak man. His eyebrows were somewhat similar to Yihan's, with sharp edges and corners. He is Yihan's father, Yi Xiaotian. Father. A voice came from outside the hall, causing everyone to look over there. After a while, Yihan hurriedly walked into the hall and walked quickly towards the bed. Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Xiaotian hurriedly stood up with difficulty, his eyes filled with tears and his hands trembled. Looking at Yihan's face, he smiled with a hint of blame in his tone. "You're finally back, kid." As he spoke, Yi Xiaotian grabbed Yihan's wrist and examined it carefully. "Well." Sensing the powerful spiritual power in Yihan's body, Yi Xiaotian's pale face revealed an excited smile. Obviously, the Great Elder had already told him that Yihan had recovered his cultivation. "Dad, you..." Yihan held Yi Xiaotian, but he found that Yi Xiaotian was weak and his face was as pale as paper. Not only did he lose all his spiritual energy, but even his legs were crippled. Yihan's face darkened, and he looked at the Great Elder and others with anger and said, "Great Elder, what's going on?" "This." The Great Elder and others looked a little hesitant. "Honor, this matter has nothing to do with you, so it's better for you not to know about it." Yi Xiaotian stopped repeatedly and sighed helplessly. "Dad, who was so cruel to hurt you like this? Who destroyed your dantian? Who destroyed your legs?" Yihan's voice was extremely cold, and even the air was filled with chilliness. Yi Xiaotian was silent. He originally didn't plan to tell Yihan, because the person who seriously injured him was too insignificant in front of him, even if it was the entire Yi family. "Yihan, what can you do even if you know? That person is far from someone our Yi family can afford to provoke. Otherwise, it will only bring disaster." The Great Elder also sighed. "I have a right to know." Yihan's eyes were cold, and the Elder said, "Do you know the background of my Yi family?" Yihan shook his head. The Great Elder came over and sighed. "Our Yi family is far more powerful than you think. In Qingzhou, the Yi family is one of the 4 major families with a great reputation. Even the entire Yanqing is insignificant in their eyes. And our Yi family is just a branch of the Yi clan, responsible for managing the territory resources of the Yi clan in Yanqing. These branches are also called lower tribes. That is to say, they are the lower class members of the Yi clan. In order to repair your dantian, your father went to the main branch of the Qingzhou Yi clan to seek spiritual medicine. However, how could the main branch give such a precious spiritual medicine to a mere low-ranking clan member, let alone to a useless person? So Yihan suddenly realized. It turns out that the one who crippled Yi Xiaotian's legs and destroyed Yi Xiaotian's dantian was a member of the Yi clan's upper clan. "Yihan, do you know how powerful the person who attacked your father is?" At this time, the Great Elder became serious. "Great Elder, no matter who he is, no matter how strong he is, I don't care. As long as I, Yihan, am still alive, I believe that one day, he will pay a heavy price." Beside the bed, Yihan's voice was calm and without any ripples, but it was mixed with a hint of cold murderous intent. His deep eyes also secretly revealed a hint of bloodiness. On the side, several elders sighed helplessly. Their Yi family was just a lower clan member, and in the huge Yi clan, they were the lower class. In front of that behemoth, the Yi family of Yanqing seemed too insignificant. With the strength of the Yi family, destroying the Yi family in Yanqing would only take a snap of a finger. Everyone understood that the people of the lower clan would never be able to compete with the upper clan. Even Yihan would not be able to do that. However, the Great Elder was relieved when he saw Yihan's firm tone, and said in a deep voice, "The person who seriously injured your father is the pride of the upper clan, and is known as the strongest genius of the Yi clan in the past 100 years, Yi Lingxiao." Yi Lingxiao. When Yihan heard the name, he frowned subconsciously and his eyes became colder. Because in his eyes, Yi Lingxiao is destined to be a dead man. "Yihan, you still don't understand how terrifying Yi Lingxiao's talent is." The elder shook his head and said, "He started practicing at the age of 3. Not only did he reach the Nirvana realm at the age of 20, he also possessed an imperial spiritual vein. At the same time, he received a recommendation letter for a seed spot in the 3 super sects of Qingzhou. Moreover, as far as I know, he is also a high-level talisman master. With his qualifications, he is destined to be a 9 heavens dragon in the future. Even this small Qingzhou cannot accommodate him." Yi Bailey looked at Yihan deeply, and his words made all the elders in the hall gasp in shock. Yi Lingxiao, the pride of the upper clan. Even if an ordinary person had just one of his experiences, it would be enough to cause a sensation. However, all these halos of attention were bestowed upon him alone. At the age of 20, he reached the state of nirvana. 20 years old, senior talisman master. At the age of 20, he received a recommendation letter for a position as a core disciple of the 3 super sects. Such talent is simply amazing. Not to mention the small Yanqing, even if you look at the entire vast Qingzhou, Yi Lingxiao is the top genius that everyone is paying attention to. What's more, there is a huge Yi family behind Yi Lingxiao. Yi Han, our Yanqing Yi family is like a speck of dust to that behemoth. Do you think there is still a chance for revenge? Yi Bailey looked at Yi Han and said solemnly. He believed that anyone who heard about Yi Lingxiao's amazing resume and background would be afraid. But Yi Han stood up slowly. Not only was he not afraid at all, but he smiled and said, "Even a tiny pearl will eventually shine. Not only will Yi Lingxiao die, but the entire Yi clan will also have to pay a heavy price. I will uproot it, change the clan and the generation, and make the world a new place." Hiss. Yi Han, are you crazy? Several elders were so frightened that their faces changed, as if they were struck by thunder, and they almost couldn't stand. Change of clan and generation. This is treason. They are just the lower class members of the Yi clan. Trying to overthrow the upper clan is like an ant trying to shake a tree. But Yi Han didn't think so. He was a Dan saint in his previous life, and now in this life he possessed the Zhangqiong Dan body, a rare physique throughout the ages. It was not impossible for him to surpass Yi Lingxiao. Yi Lingxiao is indeed stunning, but compared to Yi Han, he is destined to be dull. As a Dan saint in his previous life, Yi Han had seen too many top geniuses, including the sons of the emperor family and the saints of the saint family. Compared with them, Yi Lingxiao was still far behind. It can only be said that in this corner of Qingzhou, Yi Lingxiao is indeed considered a top genius. Yi Han, if you want to avenge your father, there are other ways. At this time, the great elder seemed to have thought of something, his eyes flickered slightly, and then he said, "If you can get the recommendation letter for the seed quota of the 3 super sects, then you will definitely be qualified to compete with the entire Yi clan." 3 super sects. Yi Han had naturally heard that there were 3 dominant forces in the entire Qingzhou: Yunhai sect, Xingshan Palace, and Wuji sect. When he was discovered to have a superior spiritual vein, he was almost taken away by the elders of the Yunhai sect and became an outer disciple of the Yunhai sect. The disciples of the 3 major sects are divided into 4 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, and seed disciples. Seed disciples, also called core disciples. Only disciples with extraordinary talents will receive the seed recommendation letters from the 3 major sects. However, in the vast territory of Qingzhou, the number of geniuses who can get the seed quota recommendation for books every 3 years is definitely no more than 5. And Yi Lingxiao is one of them. Yi Han, as long as you get the seed quota recommendation letter to join the 3 super sects, even the Yi clan will never dare to touch you. Yi Bailey said in a serious tone. How do I get a recommendation letter for a seed quota? Yi Han couldn't help but feel curious. There are 2 ways. The first way is to pass the martial arts selection. The geniuses who pass the preliminary selection will go through the final selection in Qingzhou, and only the top 3 disciples in the final selection will have a chance to get it. Yi Bailey pondered for a moment and said, "As for the second method, it is to participate in the Don Huang conference held every 3 years in Qingzhou and win the first place in the Don Huang conference. Dan Huang Club." Hearing this, Yi Han's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he was delighted. He must attend this Dan Emperor conference. In a month, the preliminary round of the 3 super sects will begin, and it is said that this time, Yanqing will only have 1 qualifying spot. On the side, the second elder frowned. Although Yi Bailey also wanted Yi Han to participate in this preliminary selection, it would be very difficult to win this only spot. Alas, although Yi Han has excellent talent, the young master of the City Lord's mansion is probably not a pushover. This time, he is the biggest competitor of our Yi family. The other elders also nodded. Although the City Lord's mansion kept a low profile and there was almost no news about it, and even Duga Qianqing was not well known, how could the City Lord's mansion lose to the Yi family with its strength? Yi Han listened quietly on the side. He had secretly made up his mind to get this spot. Moreover, he firmly believed that Qingzhou Don Huang Association would definitely be his absolute home ground. Great Elder, Master Zuga from the Alchemist Guild wants to see you for something. At this time, a servant outside the door said. What? Master Zuga. Hearing this, the Great Elder and the others were flattered and waved their hands hurriedly. Quick, come in. What's this old guy doing here? Yihan raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. After a while, Master Zuga and his disciple Lu Qingtan walked into the hall with smiles on their faces. Master Zuga's presence at the Yi family is truly a great honor to our family. The Great Elder did not dare to be negligent, and immediately joined several elders in respectfully paying respect to Master Zuga. I am rather abrupt in coming here today. I hope Elder Yi will not blame me. As soon as he stepped into the hall, a strong aroma of elixir hit him in the face. Master Zuga bowed to Yi Bailey and other elders. No, it's a great honor for the Yi family to have Master Zuga visit us. The Great Elder and his entourage were flattered and quickly stood up to greet them, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. However, they were all confused. What wind brought a big shot like Master Zuga to their Yi family? Although the Yi family is a big family in Yanqing, it is far inferior to the Alchemist Guild. Master Zuga is an alchemy master who is highly respected, and even Yi Bailey has to be respectful to him. At the side, Lu Qingtan's pair of beautiful eyes as clear as glass glanced at Yihan secretly like a lake. However, her eyes no longer had the arrogance they had in the past, but instead contained a hint of admiration. Honor, quickly pay your respects to the master. Yi Bailey looked at Yihan, obviously wanting to introduce Yihan to Master Zuga. However, Master Zuga was immediately flattered when he heard this, and said with a smile. That's unacceptable. With my alchemy skills, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to have Master Yihan pay his respects to me. I think I should greet him personally. After saying that, Master Zuga bowed to Yihan. Hiss. This. Master Yihan. Hearing this, Yi Bailey and other elders took a breath and looked at each other with confusion and shock. Master Zuga, who has a very high reputation in the entire Yanqing, actually respectfully calls Yihan master. Moreover, that humble attitude clearly showed that he thought he was far inferior to Yihan. How is this possible? You know, even if the Lord of Yanqing met Master Zuga, he might not be able to greet him with such an attitude. Master Zuga, it's been a few days since we last met. I never thought we would meet again. Yihan smiled and walked over. Compared with Yi Bailey and others' respectful attitude towards Master Zuga, Yihan seemed much more casual. Honor, do you know Master Zuga? Yi Bailey looked at Yihan with a tone of surprise and shock. Haha, we are more than just acquaintances. I have also competed with Mr. Yi in alchemy. Unfortunately, I lost because I was not as skilled as him. This young man's alchemy skills are truly superb. I have to marvel at them. Master Zuga said, let it go. Wow. What? Master Zuga lost in a competition of alchemy with Yihan. How is this possible? At this moment, the entire Yi family, including Yi Bailey, Yi Xiaotian and others, were all stunned as if struck by lightning. Because they had no idea that Yihan was actually an alchemist. Master Zuga is a third-grade high-level alchemist, so Yihan is at least a fourth-grade alchemist. Our Yi family actually produced a fourth-grade alchemist. Isn't this impossible? Yi Bailey stood there in a daze, completely dumbfounded. He was both ecstatic and shocked by what Master Zuga had said before. If this is true, then their Yi family is capable of walking around Yanqing in a domineering manner. Honor, is this true? Yi Xiaotian was so excited that he was speechless. Yihan smiled and nodded. At this moment, Yi Xiaotian felt a sense of pride in his heart and was extremely excited. A fourth-grade alchemist. Their Yi family has produced a fourth-grade alchemist. He knew what this meant. Even for the behemoth upper clan of the Yi clan, a 17-year-old fourth-grade alchemist was enough to cause them shock and sensation. Of course this is true. Would I lie to you? Master Zuga smiled kindly. Ever since Master Zuga lost to Yihan in alchemy last time, he no longer had that arrogant attitude. And with Yihan's guidance, he is getting closer and closer to becoming a fourth-grade alchemist. I heard that your father was injured. These are the pills specially given by the president. Although Yihan is also a high-level alchemist, these pills are also a gift from our Alchemist Guild. After saying that, Master Zhuge took out a jade bottle from his arms and handed it over. This is the Huayu Tianling pill that the president personally refined. It is ranked as a 4th-grade pill. My Yi family is grateful. Yi Bailey's hands were shaking. This was the elixir given to him by the president of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, it was made by hand. The Yi family has never had such a great honor before. Everyone knew that the reason why the Alchemist Guild was so polite to the Yi family was naturally all because of Yihan. This old guy has changed a lot. Yihan nodded slightly, thinking about asking Master Zhuge for some more guidance. With his guidance, he would definitely be able to break into the 4th level. Master Zhuge, you didn't come here just to give me the elixir, did you? Yihan smiled and said meaningfully. He knew that Master Zhuge must have other purposes in visiting the Yi family this time. No one comes to visit you for no reason. I came here today to ask for a favor. Master Zhuge's expression suddenly became serious. What is it? If it's within my ability, I'd be happy to lend a hand. Yihan raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice. Master Zhuge shook his head and sighed. Well, it's a long story. A few years ago, my Alchemist Guild expelled an alchemy elder with evil intentions, named Elder Hong Yuan. After being expelled from the guild, Elder Hong Yuan got a lot of luck in Qingzhou. Not only did his alchemy skills improve by leaps and bounds, but he also accepted an alchemy genius as his disciple. Now, he still holds a grudge for what happened back then, so he brought that disciple to challenge our Alchemist Guild. Oh. Yihan nodded, he understood. It seems that Master Zhuge wants to ask him to help deal with the alchemy genius. It is said that the disciple of Elder Hong Yuan has a special physique for alchemy. Not only was I defeated, but even the president. Lu Qingtan's eyes dimmed. Even the president was defeated. Yihan was slightly surprised. What's even more abominable is that Elder Hong Yuan still holds a grudge against what happened back then, and now he is even more vehement in his words, humiliating the president and others in every way, saying that our Alchemist Guild is just a name for nothing and is full of trash. Lu Qingtan bit her teeth. So he's here to show off his power. Yihan's face darkened. He had met the president once before and had a good impression of him. Elder Hong Yuan was originally expelled from the Alchemist Guild, but due to some chance, his alchemy skills improved by leaps and bounds, and now he is back to seek revenge. Moreover, his attitude seems extremely arrogant and domineering. Friend Yi, it's okay for old people like us to lose face, but the reputation of the entire Alchemist Guild cannot be insulted by anyone, so I have no choice but to come here to ask you for help. Master Zhuge's eyes were filled with anger, but more of helplessness. In that case, lead the way. Yihan pondered for a moment and decided to teach Master Hong Yuan and his disciple, who was known as an alchemy genius, a lesson. After saying that, the 3 of them took a carriage and headed towards the Alchemist Guild. Behind him, the elders of the Yi family were still immersed in shock and had not recovered. Alchemist Guild, inside the hall. At this moment, this huge palace gathered the elders and disciples of the entire guild, and even the president appeared here. However, these elders and disciples were looking at the 2 figures in front of them with anger. Hong Yuan, how dare you insult the president? Elder Yunlong gritted his teeth. He stared ahead at an old man wearing a black robe, with a short stature and sparse silver hair. This old man exudes a sinister aura. He is Elder Hong Yuan, who was expelled from the Alchemist Guild. But at this time, a young man in a gray robe walked out from beside Elder Hong Yuan. This young man in gray robe is none other than the talented alchemist Wei Yun, who was recruited by Elder Hong Yuan. Wei Yun looked at Elder Yunlong with a cold and arrogant look, and said sarcastically, Haha, defeated general, do you have the qualifications to talk to my master? You. Hearing this, Elder Yunlong was so angry that he was out of breath and almost vomited blood. He has lived for hundreds of years, but he was insulted by a junior like this. It is really a shame. You are not allowed to insult our master. Behind him, several disciples were enraged. Am I wrong? Even your master was defeated by me, so the alchemy skills of you disciples are probably even worse. Wei Yunlong had a look of contempt on his face. He was indeed right. Elder Yunlong was almost defeated miserably when he competed with him in alchemy. Old man, your Alchemist Guild doesn't even have a capable alchemist. It seems that you are all a bunch of trash, a bunch of reptiles, not even qualified to carry my master's shoes. Were you blind when you expelled my master? Wei Yun glanced down, his tone filled with contempt, disdain, and sneer. These words were like a slap of shame in everyone's face. The disciples of the Alchemist Guild clenched their fists at this moment, their faces ashen. However, although they were furious, they could do nothing. The grey-robed young man in front of him was only 23 or 24 years old, but he had already become a fourth-grade alchemist. In fact, his alchemy skills are more advanced than those of the president, who is also of the fourth rank. Hong Yuan, what do you want to do? At this time, the president finally spoke. He had a hot temper by nature, but at this moment his voice was unusually calm. Because his alchemy skills were defeated by Wei Yun. Wei Yun raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. It's very simple. You just need to kneel down and kowtow to my master and admit your mistake. Wei Yun, don't go too far. Hearing this, all the disciples of the Alchemist Guild behind him stepped forward in indignation, and the spiritual energy in their bodies surged secretly. This is simply too much. Asking the president to kowtow to Elder Hong Yuan is clearly an attempt to humiliate the president. Back off. Since my alchemy skills are inferior to yours, I have nothing to say. The president scolded the disciple behind him. At this time, Elder Hong Yuan, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. He slowly stood up, his voice hoarse as if he had a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat. I came here today to ask for something from the guild. If you are willing to hand over that fire, I will leave. Hiss. What? You want fire? Elder Yunlong and others' expressions changed. They are the Alchemist Guild, and they imprison a powerful fire that has taken shape. Even the president cannot subdue this mysterious fire. It is extremely powerful and violent. The president narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that Hong Yuan came back this time not only to humiliate their Alchemist Guild, but also to covet the fire. This old guy is really still harboring evil intentions. But suddenly, the angry voice of Elder Zuga was heard from inside the hall. Humph. Hong Yuan, don't be too happy too soon. Who said that our Alchemist Guild is empty-handed? Today, let the most outstanding and talented alchemist in our guild compete with your disciple to see who will win. Along with this voice, Yi Han, Elder Zuga, and Lu Qingtan entered the hall under the gazes of everyone. Wow. It's him. Isn't he the genius alchemist who defeated Master Zuga that day? This caused quite a stir in the entire hall, and the guild's disciples still have a very deep impression of this person. Because Yi Han not only defeated Master Zuga, but also with just a few words of guidance, he allowed Master Yunlong to break through to become a third-grade alchemist. His alchemy skills are equally unfathomable. I wonder if he can handle this arrogant guy Wei Yun. The other disciples whispered to each other, feeling curious and nervous. Although Yi Han is an expert in alchemy, Wei Yun is also an alchemy genius. Haha, this is the most outstanding disciple of the Alchemist Guild you mentioned. Nothing special. Wei Yun looked at Yi Han, but just sized him up and down and then looked away, his expression full of arrogance and disdain. On the side, Hong Yuan pursed his lips and snorted coldly. This young man looks to be only 17 or 18 years old, younger than Wei Yun. How could his alchemy skills be better than Wei Yun's? It's such a huge joke. Tell me, what kind of elixir are we competing for? Yi Han smiled and said calmly. This Wei Yun was actually so arrogant in front of him. When he became a Dan saint and caused a sensation in the ancient Danzhou area, this guy was probably not yet reincarnated. Since you insist on bringing humiliation upon yourself, well, I'll help you. How about we compete in refining the Great Bodhi Pill? Wei Yun said with a joking look and a sneer. Wow. Great Bodhi Pill. Hearing this, the whole hall was in an uproar. Even the president's eyes were filled with disbelief. Wei Yun actually wanted to compete for the Great Bodhi Pill. This was a top-grade 4th-grade elixir, and its difficulty in refining was even comparable to that of a 5th-grade elixir. For a moment, everyone was half-hearted. The fact that Wei Yun dared to propose refining this pill showed that his alchemy skills were even more sophisticated than they imagined. At least half a step to the 5th level. Although Yihan is also a genius, can he compare with him? Wei Yun looked at Yihan with a provocative look in his eyes. He originally thought that Yihan would retreat or be shocked. However, when Yihan heard about the competition for the Great Bodhi Pill, he did not feel surprised or shocked like the others, and even looked calm. This made Wei Yun frown, and he secretly wondered in his heart, could this guy really be able to refine this Great Bodhi Pill? Impossible, he must be pretending to be calm. Isn't it just the Great Bodhi Pill? Yihan sneered in his heart. In the eyes of others, refining the Great Bodhi Pill was extremely difficult. But he doesn't think so. As an excellent alchemist, there is no elixir of the same level in this world that he cannot refine. Just as you said, let's compete for the Great Bodhi Pill. Yihan nodded casually and spoke in a calm voice. You really don't know your own limits. After Wei Yun finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and a black furnace tripod fell on the stone platform. He came to the stone platform, raised his palm upwards, and with a puff, a light yellow flame emerged. This flame was completely different from the one he had used before against the guild master. When the flame rose up, the whole hall became violent and hot. This is... The president's pupils suddenly shrank. Wei Yun's fire was actually the Tianyun Shuyan, ranked 285th on the Danhua list. Puff. At this moment, a pale yellow flame slowly appeared in Wei Yun's palm. The flame was rich in color, like a ball of chaotic mist. Wisps of fire mist continued to rise, as agile and light as a cloud of fog. However, this fire that seemed as light as water contained extremely violent power, so much so that the entire hall heated up rapidly. The 285th on the Danhua ranking and Earth ranking. Tianyun Shuyan. When the flame appeared, everyone, including the president, couldn't help but gasp. Especially some disciples of the Alchemist Guild, their expressions were filled with envy. The flames on the pill fire list are the pill fires that all alchemists dream of. I didn't expect that this guy hadn't used up all his strength in the previous competition with the president. Elder Yunlong was shocked, and at the same time he began to worry about Yihan. Wei Yun's alchemy skills are already superb, and now he also possesses a Danhua that is on the Danhua list, which is undoubtedly even more powerful. A bunch of shallow-minded people, are you really making such a fuss? However, it is not surprising that a small place like Yanqing has never seen a high-level flame like Tianyun Shuyan. Wei Yun raised the corner of his mouth with an arrogant look. After saying that, he looked at Yihan. While showing off his power, he was obviously also waiting for Yihan to show his Dan fire for comparison. President, can you lend me the Dan fire? Yihan looked at the president and smiled. This. At this moment, everyone present was disappointed. Why would he borrow Dan fire again? Even Elder Zuga, who was standing by, had a bad feeling at this moment. Ha 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 ha. You even need to borrow Dan fire to fight with me. Then there is no need to continue this competition. Wei Yun sneered repeatedly. He didn't expect that Yihan actually needed to borrow fire to compete. It's such a irony. However, Yihan had no choice. After his chaos pill fire was taken away by Emperor Danwu, he now had not found a suitable pill fire. Okay, I'll lend it to you. Puff. The president waved his sleeves and a ball of dark green flame shot out and hovered in front of Yihan. The fire was dark green like lotus leaves, deep and majestic, and in the center of the fire there was a faint shadow of a celestial turtle. The president's sky turtle spirit fire. Below, the eyes of the disciples also revealed a hint of fiery intent. Although this heavenly turtle spirit fire is not as good as Wei Yun's heavenly water cloud flame, it is also an extremely extraordinary pill fire. Isn't this level of Danhua a bit too shabby to compete with my Tianxue Yunyan? Wei Yun looked at Yihan and said sarcastically with bared teeth. Yihan walked to the stone platform, looked at Wei Yun coldly, and then counterattacked. Alchemy fire is certainly important, but it cannot determine the outcome of this competition. Moreover, a powerful alchemy fire also requires a powerful alchemist to match it. If a powerful fire falls into the hands of a mob, it will be in vain. You. Wei Yun's face turned ashen and looked extremely ugly. Yihan actually ridiculed him in public as a mob. You're quite good at talking, but I don't know if your alchemy skills are good enough. Don't lose too miserably later, haha. After Wei Yun finished speaking, he sank his chi into his dantian, and a huge amount of soul power surged out and lifted up the alchemy furnace. The two took a deep breath and quickly took out the herbs. Master, can Master Yi win? Some disciples were nervous and asked Elder Yunlong and others nearby. Well. Elder Yunlong just sighed. It's not that he doesn't think highly of Yihan, but Wei Yun's alchemy skills are too superb. Now with the help of the divine fire, it will be hard for him not to win. Hearing this sigh, all the disciples felt extremely heavy in their hearts. Although the president looked calm at the moment, he was a little worried in his heart. If Yihan lost, then their Alchemist Guild would really lose all face. He will definitely win. In a corner, Lu Qingtan bit her teeth lightly and said. When she first met Yihan, she was extremely arrogant and domineering. However, she was gradually convinced by this young man. This young man remained calm in the face of danger. Even when facing the powerful Wei Yun, he did not show any fear and remained composed. She has secretly become a little fangirl. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, a wonderful fight had already begun in the field. Flames wrapped around the alchemy furnace, which was suspended in the air and burned fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. Wei Yun waved his sleeves, and the medicinal herbs were wrapped in his soul power and thrown into the alchemy furnace in batches cleanly and neatly. Then, his flames moved flexibly and gracefully wrapped around the alchemy furnace. Combined with Wei Yun's special techniques, he continued to extract the medicinal liquid. This process is as smooth as flowing water and has a great visual impact. Boom. Suddenly, the flames surged, scaring all the disciples so much that their faces changed, but then the flames went out again. Repeat this 4 or 5 times before stopping. What kind of alchemy technique is this? Everyone was amazed because they found that after the flames exploded, all the impurities in the medicinal materials were actually expelled. At this moment, the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace is extremely pure and transparent. This alchemy technique is simply amazing. The opponent is very strong. Oh, I hope there will be a miracle. Now, the disciples of the Alchemist Guild were even more unsure and felt very nervous. They looked away and looked at Yihan standing aside. Compared with Wei Yun's alchemy, which was grand and visually impactful, Yihan, dressed in a green robe, stood like a pine tree. He looked calm and composed, with a sense of tranquility and peace, unfathomable, as calm as a pool of water in the mountains. Humph, you're just being mysterious. Wei Yun glanced at him and snorted coldly. Yihan disagreed. Although his alchemy skills made very little noise, they actually had the power to move a large object with a small force. This kind of unfathomable depth requires a certain level of attainment to be seen. TSK. 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 Wei Yun's speed of refining the elixir was incredibly strange, with large openings and closings and full of momentum, causing everyone present to secretly marvel. In just a few hours, he had completed 4 rounds of medicine extraction. Buzz. At this moment, everyone saw that there was an emerald glow coming from his alchemy furnace. The liquid medicine was extracted perfectly, without even a trace of impurities. Elder Tiang took a breath and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. At this time, Wei Yun took out a jade bottle from his arms, and then poured a drop of glowing blood stored in the jade bottle into it. What is he doing? Everyone looked puzzled. It's the essence and blood of a high-level monster. The president frowned and said in a deep voice. Old man, you have some good eyesight. Wei Yun raised his head, and then his gaze fell on the alchemy furnace again. The moment this drop of monster blood fell into the alchemy furnace, the furnace burst out with a terrifying light, covering the entire hall. Boom. A powerful energy wave rippled through the hall like layer upon layer of emerald green waves. This. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. This guy has some skills in using the blood of monsters to sublimate the medicinal properties. Yihan muttered secretly, it seems that Wei Yun came prepared. The great Bodhi pill he refined should be of very high quality. Buzz. At this moment, Wei Yun, who was immersed in alchemy, had his body flashing with a light golden light, which was extremely magical. What's going on? The president frowned. He clearly noticed that Wei Yun was in better condition, as if he had merged with the flames. Even the speed of refining the elixir is becoming more and more skillful, and it seems to be very enjoyable. At the side, Elder Hong Yuan, who had always been calm and composed, finally uttered a hoarse voice. This is a wonderful spirit elixir body. Yuner is a rare alchemy genius that only appears once in a century. Only he has this kind of miraculous physique. Elder Hong Yuan sounded quite proud. It turned out that his disciple had a special physique, the Mialingdan body. In this world, some people with extraordinary talents often have various miraculous physiques. Wei Yun possesses this magical and spiritual body, which not only enables him to comprehend alchemy faster than ordinary people, but also his alchemy speed and the quality of the pills he refines are obviously better than those of ordinary alchemists. It turns out to be a Mialingdan body. Yihan raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Wei Yun, who was radiating golden light all over his body, but was not too surprised. Although the Mialingdan body can be considered a powerful physique for alchemy, it is obviously not up to par when compared with his Zhangqiongdan body. No wonder this guy is so conceited. It's over. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean we have even less hope? Shut up your crow mouth. Inside the hall, some disciples of the Alchemist Guild also started a heated discussion. Elder Yunlong on the side was sweating with anxiety, but they also knew in their hearts that Yihan's chances of winning might become increasingly slim. 1 hour, 2 hours. Before I knew it, 4 hours had passed. Finally, Wei Yun took the lead in completing the process of extracting the medicinal liquid, and he began to form the pill. Call. He waved his sleeves, and the huge spiritual power suddenly hit the alchemy furnace. Clang. A crisp sound echoed, and the alchemy furnace in front of Wei Yun rose into the sky and began to spin rapidly. As the alchemy furnace spun rapidly, waves of emerald green spread through the hall like a tide. Instantly, a whiff of elixir fragrance wafted out. Condensation of the elixir. Wei Yun shouted, and then quickly made mysterious hand gestures with his hands, and ancient red lines appeared on the alchemy furnace. And inside the alchemy furnace, there was a round pill that was gradually condensing into shape. Bang. In a moment, the alchemy furnace slowly landed on the stone platform. Wow. Suddenly, everyone in the hall looked over nervously. Wei Yun succeeded in refining it. I don't know what the quality of the pill is. If it's inferior, then we still have hope. All the disciples clenched their fists nervously. At this point, they could only hope that the pills Wei Yun had made were of low quality. Wei Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at Yihan provocatively and said sarcastically, "You are too young to compete with me in alchemy. I will let you see the quality of this great Bodhi pill." Buzz. The moment Wei Yun pushed aside the pill cover, it was as if a burst of energy exploded out and rushed madly towards the entire hall. Then, a pill-emitting emerald light floated up. This is the Great Bodhi Pill. The president, Elder Zhuge, Elder Yunlong, and others stared at the emerald-colored pill. They saw that the Great Bodhi Pill looked round and full, the pill was flawless, and the medicinal properties were strong. There were even faint lines on the surface of the pill. Hiss. Is that Dan pattern? Oh my god, this guy actually refined a pill pattern of extremely high quality, even though the difficulty of refining the Great Bodhi Pill is so high. The whole hall was immediately in an uproar. You know, the Great Bodhi Pill itself is extremely difficult to refine, and Wei Yun actually refined the legendary pill with pill patterns. It's over. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in the Alchemist Guild fell to the bottom. Because even if Yihan also refined the Great Bodhi Pill with pill patterns, it would only be a draw. Wei Yun was almost invincible. However, this Great Bodhi Pill is an extremely difficult 4th-grade top-level pill. How could it be so easy for the legendary pill pattern to appear? Wei Yun exhaled a breath of foul air, his face flushed, and he was a little surprised that he could refine the Great Bodhi Pill with pill patterns. Because he was not sure he could refine the elixir patterns, this time his performance was considered exceptional. Still struggling. Wei Yun glanced at Yihan secretly with a smile on his face. After refining the Donwen, he was almost certain that he would win. Don't be happy too soon, Yihan said with a calm expression. See how long you can keep pretending. Wei Yun waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Finally, wrapped in the heavenly turtle spirit fire, Yihan's alchemy furnace also began to spin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a powerful suction force suddenly burst out from the alchemy furnace. What's going on? That alchemy furnace seems to be absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked to find that the alchemy furnace was madly absorbing the spiritual energy from its surroundings. It turns out that this is a special method of forming a pill that comes with the Zhangqiong Den body, called the soul-absorbing pill condensing technique. While forming the elixir, it continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth to enhance the quality of the elixir. And I'm afraid no one else has this special alchemy technique except him. After a while, the alchemy furnace slowly fell to the ground. I want to see if there is a pile of messy medicine residue in your furnace. Wei Yun laughed, his eyes mocking. The great Bodhi pill is extremely difficult to refine, and he believed that Yihan had most likely failed. Really? Then you better watch out. After saying that, Yihan waved his sleeves, and a stream of spiritual power gently pushed open the lid of the alchemy furnace. Buzz. The moment the furnace lid was opened, a emerald green light burst out from the furnace as if it could not be suppressed. Boom. Then, wisps of emerald green smoke slowly rose from the alchemy furnace. These smokes gathered together like chaotic mist and turned into the shadow of a huge Bodhi tree, floating above the alchemy furnace. This Bodhi tree is ancient and profound, with vigorous green branches and leaves, and a hint of precious light all over its body. What's going on? Everyone was stunned, even Wei Yun's pupils shrank and he was completely dumbfounded. I vaguely heard that some extremely high-quality elixirs will be accompanied by strange phenomena. The president muttered to himself. Buzz. At this moment, in the shadow of the green Bodhi tree, a pill wrapped in a faint mist gradually emerged. This is the great Bodhi pill. Yihan waved his sleeves, and soon all the strange phenomena disappeared, and the fragrance of elixir filled the air. When everyone smelled this fragrance, the tiredness in their bodies instantly disappeared and they became energetic. Oh my God, I am not seeing things. Master Zhuge and others looked horrified. Dan Yun. How is that possible? Wei Yun's expression turned ferocious almost instantly, and his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. Everyone looked and saw that there seemed to be wisps of light green mist entwined on the surface of the great Bodhi pill suspended in the air. This is Don Yun. Don Yun, like Donwen, is a standard for measuring the quality of a pill. A elixir with elixir patterns can be locked by the patterns for 100 years, and its medicinal properties will not change at all. If you have Dan Yun's elixir, its medicinal properties can remain the same for thousands of years. That layer of light mist can continuously absorb spiritual energy and firmly lock in the medicinal properties. Among all the people present, no one except Yihan had ever seen Dan Yun. It only exists in books on elixirs. But today, they got to see it. It's really Dan Yun. I didn't expect that there is actually someone who can refine Dan Yun. Elder Yunlong was full of envy, as if he was admiring a rare treasure. This is definitely the lifelong pursuit of all alchemists. Wei Yun, you lose. Yihan looked at Wei Yun. At this moment, there was no trace of pride on the latter's face. Instead, he looked dazed and shocked. Wei Yun, you lose. Yihan looked at Wei Yun calmly. He did not show any emotional fluctuations because of winning the competition. Because, he never regarded Wei Yun as his opponent from the beginning to the end. As a pill saint in his previous life, Yihan defeated too many alchemy geniuses. Although he wants to learn the art of alchemy again in this life, not everyone is qualified to be his opponent. Wei Yun, obviously not qualified. On the contrary, Wei Yun was still looking at the big Bodhi pill surrounded by red clouds with a dazed look on his face, still unable to believe it. Even though he refined the great Bodhi pill with pill patterns, he still failed miserably. Because, what Yihan refined was the legendary peerless elixir with Dan Yun. Not to mention Wei Yun, even some alchemists have never seen Dan Yun in their entire lives. At this moment, Wei Yun's eyes were dim and he was devastated. He thought that he could sweep the entire Alchemist Guild with his miraculous elixir body, but he never imagined that there was an even more evil alchemist here. At this time, Yihan turned around and looked at Hong Yuan, who was standing aside with a shocked look in his eyes, and said coldly, "Elder Hong Yuan, why don't you take your disciples and get out of here? The Alchemist Guild is a place where you can run wild." "You." Hong Yuan stood up suddenly. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and a powerful soul wave surged out of his body. He was so angry and embarrassed that he actually wanted to launch a soul attack on Yihan. And the soul power emanating from him was already close to the heavenly realm. Boom. The invisible soul power rolled towards Yihan along the floor, and the floor cracked inch by inch. If hit, Yihan would suffer a minor injury to his soul, or die on the spot. Careful. Elder Zuga and others' faces changed drastically. "You are so vicious, old dog." Yihan snorted coldly, then waved his sleeves, took a light step forward, and released his soul power. Boom. An even more terrifying soul power surged out from under his feet and collided with Elder Hong Yuan's spiritual power like a mountain torrent or tsunami. Bang. What? Heavenly soul. Impossible. Elder Hong Yuan's face changed drastically. He had been blessed in Qingzhou and his soul power had increased greatly, but he did not expect that this junior would be even stronger. How is this possible? Want to sneak attack me? You're looking for death. Yihan's eyes turned cold, and that powerful soul power suddenly surged, directly crushing and defeating Elder Hong Yuan's soul power, and then fiercely crushed towards Elder Hong Yuan, who had an extremely terrified expression. Ah! A scream was heard, and Elder Hong Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood. He covered his head, which was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and flew backwards. With a bang, the tables and chairs were smashed to pieces. Master. Wei Yun was so frightened that his face turned pale and he stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, the president and others were so shocked that they were speechless. Heavenly soul. So horrible. Even though the president has cultivated soul power for hundreds of years, he has only barely touched the spiritual realm of perfection. And the 17-year-old Yihan has already stepped into the heavenly realm he has always dreamed of. Elder Zuga glanced at Elder Hong Yuan, who was lying on the ground with blood flowing from all his 7 orifices and a traumatized soul. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking in his heart that Yihan was too cruel. Elder Hong Yuan might have a brain problem or even become mentally retarded. However, when he thought about how this old guy had shown off his power here before, he felt extremely happy. Yuner, let's go. Elder Hong Yuan was somewhat unconscious, covering his splitting headache and wailing. Wei Yun hurriedly helped them up, and the 2 figures ran away in shame like dogs that had lost their homes. Damn it, I finally got rid of my anger. It feels so good. Who made him show off here so arrogantly before? Now he's running away as if his mother has died. Ha ha ha. Bah, you deserve it. Some disciples of the Alchemist Guild below had been holding their breath for a long time, but now they finally felt relieved. Thank you for your help, my friend Yi. Otherwise, the reputation of our Alchemist Guild would be in jeopardy today. The president, Elder Yunlong, and others also bowed to Yihan with respect. You're welcome. Yihan said calmly. Hee, Mr. Yi, I wonder which Danyan level Great Bodhi pill we can give to you. The president said this a little embarrassedly, but his eyes were filled with passion. Sure. Yihan nodded, waved his sleeves, and the pill fell into the president's hands. Wow. At this time, all the elders and disciples of the guild rushed forward like wolves and tigers. This is a rare Danyan level elixir. Even though the president has lived to a ripe old age, he has never seen an elixir of this level. It's really a magic pill. These spiritual mists should be the pill clouds. I heard that the pill clouds can continuously absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth and constantly nourish the pill. The longer the time, the stronger the medicinal properties of the pill will be. It's really magical. Elder Yunlong was amazed. This pill would attract big forces to scramble for it even if it was placed in Qingzhou. Elder Zuga was very excited. On the side, Yihan saw that the president and others were very fond of it, so he smiled and said, Master President, I will give this pill to your Alchemist Guild. Hiss. What? What did you say? Give it to our guild. The eyes of the president, Elder Yunlong and others burst into strong brilliance, staring at Yihan, as if they wanted to eat him. Yihan nodded. After all, he was once an alchemist at the Dansheng level. Naturally, he had refined many elixirs with Dan Yun. It's not rare for him. Great. Great. This Danyan level Great Bodhi Pill can be passed down as the treasure of the town association in the future. The president's voice trembled with excitement. He hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly. Friend Yi, since you have given our Alchemist Guild such a precious thing, we naturally cannot remain silent. Oh. Yihan raised his eyebrows with interest. Could it be? Elder Zuga and others' expressions changed. There is a mysterious fire in our Alchemist Guild. It fell from the sky into the Alchemy Tower on a stormy night a few years ago. This fire seems to have taken on a form, powerful and overbearing. The president said solemnly. The flame of transformation. Yihan was slightly shocked. A flame that could change shape must be extremely powerful. If this kind of flame could be used as a source of fire for alchemy, it would be perfect. Even the guild master doesn't know what this flame is. However, it's probably very difficult to subdue it. We have tried every possible way over the years, but we still can't subdue this mysterious fire. Elder Zuga shook his head. Yihan frowned, and suddenly became more curious about this flame. He vaguely felt that this flame might be quite extraordinary and might be the alchemy fire he had been searching for. However, it is already dark now, so let's wait until tomorrow to open the Dan Tower. However, the flames are violent and we were almost swallowed up several times. You must act according to your ability tomorrow. The president warned solemnly. Yihan nodded. He wanted to see what kind of flame was so overbearing. Early the next morning, Yihan, the president and others had arrived under the Dan Tower. The sun was scorching, rising high into the sky. In the center of the square, there stands a 10-meter-high bronze tower. Yihan looked at it and saw that the bronze tower must have gone through years. It was a little mottled all over and looked extremely old. Friend Yi, that mysterious flame is in this Den Tower. The president stood with his hands behind his back, raised his head and stared at the tower in front of him, with a hint of heat in the depths of his eyes. It was a few years ago, on a stormy night, the sky suddenly became bright, and then a mysterious ball of fire fell from the sky into the Danta, causing a huge commotion. Over the years, we have tried every possible way to subdue it but failed. The president sighed and it was obvious from his words that he was quite coveting the flame. Oh. Then is the flame inside the Dan Tower a flame on the Dan fire list? Yihan frowned and asked curiously. On the side, Master Zuga shook his head. No, but it is definitely more terrifying than Wei Yun's sky cloud water flame. Oh. Yihan was even more surprised when he heard this. Between heaven and earth, some powerful Dan fires are recorded in the Dan fire list. However, this mysterious flame is more powerful than Tianyan Shuyan, but it is not on the Dan fire list. Why is that? You'll know when you go in later. Elder Yunlong's smile was very mysterious. However, I also want to remind you that this flame is very aggressive and extremely violent. If you cannot subdue it within half an hour, you must come out, otherwise we are worried that you will be in danger. The president said in a serious tone. Yihan nodded. At this time, several elders behind him looked at each other, took out a token and embedded it into the groove of the tower door. Buzz. A ray of spiritual light surged from the groove and spread along the patterns on the bronze tower door. Soon the entire tower door emitted a golden light. Rumble. The tower door opened, and a long-forgotten breath surged out from inside. Friend Yi, we won't go in. Otherwise, if we anger the flame, it will break out of the tower and cause trouble. The president stroked his beard and said solemnly. Yihan took a deep breath, looked inside, and then stepped into the bronze tower. As soon as you enter the tower, you will see a wide tower floor, which is made of ancient bluestone slabs and the ground is spotless. The space inside was very spacious. Yihan walked on the bluestone slabs, looking around as he went deeper into the bronze tower. There is still a slight fragrance of elixir in the tower. It seems that this must have been a place for refining elixirs a long time ago. Ever since the mysterious flame broke in, this tower has been sealed for several years. After walking for a few minutes, a low bronze door appeared in front of them. The moment Yihan approached the bronze door, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. It seems that the flame is inside. Thinking of this, Yihan did not dare to be careless. The spiritual power in his body surged secretly, and then he gently pushed the bronze door inside with his palm. Rumble. With a dull sound, the bronze door was pushed open easily. Whoosh whoosh. The moment the bronze door opened, an indescribable wave of hot air surged out from inside. This kind of heat made the spiritual power in Yihan's body boil and explode uncontrollably. He walked in and found that it was a stone chamber, closed and narrow. The stone chamber was extremely hot, like a steamer, causing people's spiritual energy to evaporate. That is. As soon as Yihan entered the stone chamber, his eyes were almost caught by the fire in front of him. There was a stone platform in the center of the stone chamber, with a mysterious flame floating above it. The color of the flame was strange, it was a kind of wavy glass color, extremely gorgeous. However, amidst the beauty, there is a strong sense of danger. Laugh. Huh? What's going on? Yihan's expression suddenly changed. The flame seemed to sense his presence, and in an instant its color changed, the gorgeous colored glaze slowly turning dark and deep. It actually turned into a ball of dark black fire. What kind of flame is this? Yihan was amazed. It was the first time he saw a flame that could change color. The flame seemed to suddenly become gloomy, as if carrying a strong hostility and murderous intent. It kept surging, like a cloud of miasma coming out from the underworld. Yihan was secretly alert and approached the flame cautiously. Boom. However, when it was less than 1 meter away from the flame, it suddenly became more powerful and rushed over like a ball of fire. Not good. The violent aura that came towards him made Yihan retreat quickly. At the same time, spiritual power surged in his palms and he slapped it forward. Bang. This palm repelled the black flames, and at the same time, scattered sparks fell on his palm. Laugh. Damn it. Yihan's face changed drastically, and he quickly shook off the black spark. He looked down and saw that his palm was burned to pieces. What a domineering flame. Whoosh whoosh. And at this moment, the flame suddenly changed again. I saw the black flames swirling violently, and gradually, they condensed into a human figure with black flames burning all over. Hiss. This. Yihan took a breath. When his palm touched the flame, a wisp of his breath was absorbed by the flame. Unexpectedly, this strange flame turned into his appearance. When he saw himself, who was transparent and burning with black flames, his heart was shaken. What kind of flame is this? Yihan frowned, and at this moment, the fireman's legs shot towards him. Boom. It was so fast that Yihan could only see a flash of black light in his eyes, and then he was horrified to see that a fireman that looked exactly like himself appeared in front of him. A slender palm slapped out like lightning, leaving Yihan no time to think about defense. He immediately crossed his arms and blocked the front. And that palm, with spiritual power erupting like a volcano, fell on the arm without hesitation. Bang. A low sound rang out, and the violent force made Yihan's feet step on the floor. He retreated more than 10 meters, and his arms were burned red. Amazing. Yihan looked down at his burned arm and frowned secretly. However, the moment the flame touched him, a picture seemed to emerge in his mind. That seems to be the memory carried by the flame. And at the moment of touching, Yihan actually glimpsed some memories. This flame is very strange. It seems that if we want to subdue it, we need to understand its origin. When Yihan thought so, the spiritual power in his body surged and shot out like an arrow, fighting with the figure condensed by flames. Bang. 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 Every time the collision came into contact with the flame, a memory flooded into Yihan's mind, and his expression gradually became shocked. Because the origin of this fire is terrifying. Brush. Inside the stone chamber, 2 figures suddenly rose up from both sides at the same time, one black and one green, as if they had penetrated the air and rushed straight out. They did not dodge at all, just like 2 wild bulls colliding head-on without hesitation. Bang. The space was shaken by the spiritual power. The violent spiritual power spread everywhere under the impact, and even the hard floor was cracked. Yihan and the figure formed by the flame retreated at the first touch, each of them was pushed back dozens of steps. Every step they took left a deep mark on the hard floor. The human figure formed by the flames was in no way inferior to Yihan's original body and strength. However, as Yihan retreated, frames of images appeared in his mind. It turned out that he discovered that this ball of fire had memory and intelligence, and every time it collided, he could secretly steal the memory of the flame. Hiss. Yihan was immersed in those fragments of memory and couldn't help but take a breath. Because he accidentally discovered a shocking secret. No wonder this flame turned black, it turns out it carries such deep resentment. Yihan's eyes were blank and he was extremely shocked. As far as I can remember, this mysterious flame is actually related to an event that shocked the entire Tsongkong continent 500 years ago. That is, the Liuli imperial clan was destroyed. 500 years ago, the Liuli Emperor clan, which was famous throughout the continent, was wiped out overnight, and to this day no one knows the reason. And in the memory stolen from the flame, Yihan saw the scene of the Liuli Emperor clan being massacred, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. 3 peerless warriors stood in the air and used their extraordinary means to kill the Liuli Emperor clan. The origin of this flame was extraordinary. It was transformed from the ancient Liuli tree, a sacred tree that protected the Liuli Emperor clan. This ancient sacred tree finally burned itself, breaking through the blockade of the 3 emperors, and only a wisp of residual fire fell to the Dan Tower. So this flame is the divine fire formed by the burning of the ancient glass tree. This divine fire can last for 10,000 years. It seems that in order to subdue this flame, we must appease its resentment. Yihan's eyes suddenly flashed, as if he had a plan in mind. He stared at the figure that had transformed into a human form, and then said in a deep voice. Even though you were an ancient sacred tree in your previous life, you are now just a remnant of fire. If you allow me to command you, when I grow up, I will definitely avenge the Liuli imperial clan for this blood feud. Laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the black aura around the figure quickly faded away, and then slowly shrank into a ball of glazed flame. The flame that had been appeased had now turned into a crystal clear glass color again. It was suspended in midair, the aura of violence and ferocity completely gone, replaced by a softness, mystery, and magnificence. Yihan took a closer look and saw that the flame was a crystal clear glass color, like water, flowing gently. Under the refraction of light, the surface of the glass flame had a colorful and gorgeous feeling, which looked extremely beautiful. He stretched out his hand and touched it lightly, and immediately a wisp of his soul flowed into the flame, leaving a mark. The flame was extremely hot, but it did not cause any harm to Yihan. After a while, the flame established a mental connection with him. Buzz. Huh. At this time, an ancient scroll emerged from the colorful flames and hovered in the air. Is this what the 3 great emperors wanted to obtain when they destroyed the Liuli Emperor clan? Yihan was secretly shocked. Even the 3 emperors wanted to snatch this treasure. What kind of shocking secret was hidden in it? Thinking of this, he took the scroll and a wisp of his soul immersed in it. It's actually a fragment of a picture. Yihan frowned and said with some regret. The ancient colored glazed tree burned itself and landed here with the remaining map. The other half of the remaining map seemed to be scattered throughout Qingzhou. He vaguely realized that in this yellowed piece of ancient paper, there must be a secret that would make even the emperor crazy. However, the scroll is only a fragment at the moment, and Yihan doesn't know what is inside. The ancient glazed divine tree was willing to burn itself to death, leaving only a wisp of remaining fire in order to bring out this scroll. It seems that we must find a way to find the other half and see what secrets are hidden inside. Yihan made up his mind secretly. Puff. At this moment, he raised his palm and a ray of beautiful and colorful glass fire shot out. Although this flame is just a remnant of fire, it was formed by the burning of an ancient sacred tree after all. It possesses astonishing divine power. If it were placed on the Don Huang ranking, it would definitely be ranked on the heavenly ranking, right? Yihan muttered to himself, and then he remembered that this flame had no name yet. He pondered for a moment, staring at the flame in his hand and said, "Since your predecessor was the ancient glazed tree, I will call you Glazed King Fire. Since this flame is a divine fire, it is perfectly suitable for refining elixirs. Of course, the uses of this flame are probably far more than that. Yihan is planning to study its function after returning. I have to hide this scroll well, otherwise it might bring me a fatal disaster. Yihan muttered, and as he spoke, he hid the incomplete drawings in his soul. The three emperors did not hesitate to destroy the Lioli imperial clan, but failed. They will definitely look for this map again. Therefore, Yihan dare not take it lightly. Thinking of this, he glanced at the stone chamber again, and it was empty. Having obtained the glazed king fire, Yihan was extremely surprised. He put down his robe and walked out of the Dan Tower. Inside the Dan Tower, the sun is scorching. President, Mr. Yi hasn't come out yet. Could something have happened? Master Zuga looked at the silent tower gate with an anxious look on his face. That flame is extremely dangerous. Even the one you invited to the city lord's mansion couldn't subdue it. I think we should go in and take a look. Master Yunlong also had a serious look on his face. The president frowned. After all, Yihan had done a favor to their Alchemist Guild, and he would definitely not let the latter suffer any harm here. After saying that, several people were about to enter the tower. Rumble. At this time, the tower door opened, a hot breath surged out, and a figure in a green robe stepped out energetically. Friend Yi, you finally came out. Master Zuga and others were very excited. And the flame? Master Yunlong asked impatiently. Is that what you mean? Puff. A flame came out from Yihan's palm, and the colorful glass color was extremely gorgeous in the sunlight. Hiss. You surrendered. The president's pupils suddenly shrank and he looked at Yihan in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Yihan nodded. Elder Zuga, Elder Yunlong, and other elders looked at each other in complete shock. They originally just wanted Yihan to go in and try his luck, but they never expected that he would succeed. You know, the city lord of the Purple Mansion realm retreated from the tower in a miserable state. It seems that this is luck. This flame is destined not to be ours. The president had no choice but to shake his head. However, he did not say anything. It was not a loss to exchange a Danyan-level pill for a Dan fire that they could not control. Not long after, Yihan returned to the Yi family. During this trip, he unexpectedly obtained a powerful flame, Lioli King fire. And this flame also became his Dan fire. Ever since the Yi family knew that Yihan had such a terrifying identity as a fourth-grade alchemist, the entire Yi family had treated him with an almost servile respect. They knew how terrifying the future and prospects of such a young fourth-grade alchemist were. Yihan didn't care about the Yi family's attitude. If it weren't for Yi Xiaotian, he wouldn't have helped the Yi family so much. After returning to the Yi family, Yihan went directly to the backyard where Yi Xiaotian was recuperating. Dad, how is your injury recovering? As soon as he entered the hall, Yihan asked about Yi Xiaotian's injuries. Seeing Yihan coming back, Yi Xiaotian smiled and said, I'm much better now. Your medicine is really effective. My damaged dantian has been almost repaired. It won't be long before I can resume my cultivation. That's good. I'll make you a bone-repairing pill later and heal your broken legs at the same time. Yihan said with concern. Good. Yi Xiaotian looked at Yihan and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. He had not expected that Yihan could grow to this point. He felt extremely proud and gratified. Honor, forget about the Yi clan's matter. They are a superior clan, and it is understandable that they are unwilling to lend spiritual medicine to us, the inferior clans. At this time, Yi Xiaotian suddenly said heavily. Dad, I have my own plans. Of course Yihan understood that Yi Xiaotian did not want him to compete with the huge Yi clan, because Yi Xiaotian knew that in front of the Yi clan, they, the lower clans, were just like ants. He was worried that Yihan would be defeated by Yi Lingxiao and even lose his life. But Yihan will not give up, he will definitely make Yi Lingxiao pay the price. Even though, he is the pride of the upper clan. Crunch. At this time, the door of the hall was pushed open. The great elder and a group of Yi family leaders walked in from outside. Yihan looked back and suddenly saw a figure kneeling on the ground. Yihan, I know I was wrong. Please make me a magic pill to repair my dantian. Yi Tiange burst into tears. At this moment, there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in his body. He was so weak as if he had lost all his energy, and his face was extremely pale. Without his cultivation, he is just an ordinary person. I am willing to take responsibility for what I have done. Yi Tianba also knelt on the ground. It turned out that after Yi Tiange knew that Yihan was a fourth-grade alchemist, he hurried over to ask for a pill to repair his dantian. They knelt on the ground humbly, looking at Yihan, who was so dazzling that they couldn't look directly at him. But looking at the father and son, Yihan's eyes were cold and without any emotion. Yihan, Tiange is from the same clan after all, I hope you can think of our brotherhood. The great elder also sighed. You want the elixir to repair your dantian? Yihan's eyes were full of indifference, like a piece of ice. He slowly took out a pill and handed it to Yi Tiange. Yi Tiange's eyes burst into brilliance and he quickly swallowed it. Ha ha ha, I'm going to recover. Yi Tiange's dark eyes held a kind of morbid madness, and he was trembling with excitement. However, suddenly a black gas emerged from the top of his head, and his expression suddenly became painful and hideous. Phew! You! Yi Tiange spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the bluestone slabs on the ground were corroded and rotted in an instant. Then, he fell to the ground and died in pain. Wow! This! At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What Yihan gave was actually a poison pill. I was merciful to you by letting you go. Now you want the elixir. You are really courting death. You asked me to consider the feelings of my fellow clansmen. Back then, you two destroyed my elixir field and chained me in the broken courtyard. Do you think you can let go of this grudge so easily? Yihan's eyes were grim, and then he turned and left the hall, leaving behind his back. Everyone shuddered, and even the great elder didn't dare to say anything. They had just witnessed how decisive and ruthless Yihan was. But this was also Yi Tiange's own fault. Gore! A miserable voice echoed throughout the hall. Yihan did not return to the small courtyard, but went straight to the alchemy room arranged by the clan. Since knowing that he was an alchemist, the Yi family built an alchemy room for him overnight. Rumble. The stone door was pushed open, Yihan entered the stone chamber, and turned around to seal the entrance. In this closed stone chamber, there were countless medicinal herbs. There was a metal box placed on the stone platform. Yihan opened it and saw a burst of golden light suddenly burst out from the box. This is Dian golden sand. Yihan was slightly surprised. It turned out that he had previously told the Yi family that he needed the 5 elements treasure, but he did not expect to find the gold treasure so quickly. Puff! At this time, Yihan spread out his palms, and a wisp of glazed flame rose into the air. The scorching temperature instantly made the closed cave entrance stuffy. What a pity. Previously, this glazed king fire could turn black and was extremely aggressive. Now that it has returned to the glazed color, it seems to have lost that powerful aggressiveness. Yihan said with some regret. Puff. Suddenly, the glazed-colored flames turned black again, filling the air with an eerie and violent aura that made people shudder. It can actually be converted. Yihan was overjoyed and marveled at it. In this way, this glazed king fire can not only be used to refine pills, but also be used as a killer weapon with extremely strong lethality. And this black flame is the blackened state produced by the glazed king fire absorbing resentment. To be precise, it was the resentment that the ancient Liuli tree felt after witnessing the demise of the Liuli imperial clan. This force is destructive and powerful. Thinking of this, Yihan took out another ancient scroll and spread it out on the stone platform. Vajra Buddha hand. He read the 5 elements Tiangang Sutra and wanted to practice the Vajra Buddha hand, which required a golden treasure. At present, he had obtained the Dian golden sand. Therefore, Yihan was ready to practice the Vajra Buddha hand. After reading it, he used his spiritual power to lift the golden sands and suspend them in the air. Laugh. Then, the black-colored glass king fire quickly enveloped the sand. The Dian golden sand was an extremely hard gold treasure, and even if ordinary flames burned for 3 days and 3 nights, it would never change. However, the moment they came into contact with the glazed king, the golden sands quickly melted into a pool of golden liquid. Yihan took a deep breath, and then poured the golden liquid onto his right arm. Laugh. The scorching hot liquid burned the delicate skin, emitting smoke and a pain that penetrated into the bone marrow. The first step in practicing the vdra Buddha hand was to pour the golden spiritual treasure liquid into the hands and arms, making them look like they were made of gold. Laugh. The hot golden liquid poured onto his arm inch by inch, and Yihan gritted his teeth to endure the excruciating pain. After a while, the liquid spread evenly on his arm, making it look like it was made of gold. After it cooled down, Yihan gently pinched the skin with his hand. Unexpectedly, the surface of the golden skin was as hard as iron. Moreover, there was a faint metallic luster on the arms. However, this is only the first step in practicing the vdra hand, and it still needs to be forged. How come this arm is as hard as a spiritual weapon? It seems to be quite powerful. After that, Yihan sat cross-legged and circulated his spiritual power according to the formula in the scripture to open up the acupoints on his arms. Gradually, the golden liquid condensed on the surface seemed to be absorbed by the body and slowly disappeared. This kind of practice lasted for 3 hours. When Yihan opened his eyes, he stretched his arms. At this moment, the layer of golden liquid on his arms had been completely absorbed and returned to normal. It's amazing. The gold liquid on this surface seems to be hidden. After saying that, Yihan urged his spiritual power and poured it into his arm. The originally faded arm actually glowed with light, and then turned into a golden color like it was cast in gold. Boom. Yihan clenched his fist suddenly, and mysterious lines appeared on his arms, instantly filling his arms with infinite power. This power. Yihan's expression suddenly changed, because the power contained in the arm shocked and moved even him. He seemed to vaguely feel that his fist contained the strength of 10 oxen and 10 elephants, and could even easily crush a huge rock. The power fluctuation contained in this vdra Buddha hand has surpassed the 9th grade spiritual technique and is even infinitely close to the minor mystical technique. In other words, it is at least a quasi-mystical technique. Although there is only a half-level difference between quasi-mysterious arts and 9th grade spiritual arts, the power between the two is completely incomparable. You know, even in the entire Yi family, it is not known whether it has any quasi-mystical arts collection. I didn't expect that the vdra Buddha hand in the 5 Elements Tiangang Sutra is actually a quasi-mystical technique. The other 4 techniques are probably not weak either. Yihan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he couldn't help but secretly feel that the Liu family really didn't know the value of a thing. Even if the Liu family threw such a powerful quasi-mystical technique into an inconspicuous corner, it would be like a pearl covered in dust. Now that he has mastered the vdra hand, he has one more trump card. It's a pity that it's not so easy to gather treasures of 5 attributes in a short time. And I suspect that the higher the grade of the 5-element treasure, the more powerful it may be. Yihan secretly felt that it was a pity. If he practiced with a higher level 5 elements treasure, the martial arts he practiced would be more powerful. In fact, it is comparable to real mystical arts. Young patriarch. While he was deep in thought, a familiar voice of a man and a woman suddenly came from outside the alchemy room. Yihan frowned, pushed open the stone door of the secret room with a rumble, and walked out. Yi Long, Yi Ling. Outside the cave entrance, there stood 2 men and women in their early 17s and 80s. Yi Ching and Yi Long were siblings, and they were one of the few tribesmen who had a good relationship with Yihan. Yi Ching was petite and delicate, wearing a light blue dress. When she saw Yihan coming out, her eyes narrowed into crescents. On the side, Yi Long was wearing a gray robe and holding a sword. Yihan looked at Yi Long holding a sword emitting a 5th grade fluctuation in his hand, and before Yi Long could speak, he smiled at him and said, "Yi Long, try to chop me with the sword in your hand." Ah. Yi Long was frightened by Yihan's sudden words, but he smiled immediately. Before Yihan's dantian was destroyed, the two of them often sparred with each other. Could it be that Yihan wanted to test whether his skills had improved? So, Yi Long nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to be careful. My Azure Dragon sword is a 5th grade spiritual weapon, made of heavy black iron. It is extremely hard and can cut iron like mud. Don't get hurt by it." Boom. After saying that, Yi Long's whole body of spiritual power shook. He drew out his sword and rushed forward like a wild bull. When he got close to Yihan, he suddenly leaped into the air and chopped down at Yihan from a high altitude. At this moment, Yi Han's arm suddenly turned into bright gold and he gently clenched it upwards. Clang! A metallic sound was heard, and before Yi Long could react, there was a click, and in front of Yi Long's horrified eyes, the sword shattered. The Qing Long sword shattered, and Yi Long staggered and almost fell, but was supported by Yi Han. Hiss! Your hand. Yi Long's eyes were as bright as copper bells. He looked down at the broken sword and couldn't help but twitch. This is a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, and it was broken by bare hands. This guy is so scary. Brother Yi Han is so awesome. Yi Qin clapped his hands and cheered. It seems that the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. At first, I could tie with you, Yi Long said unwillingly. However, seeing that even a 5th-grade spiritual weapon was broken by this guy with his bare hands, he had no doubt that Yi Han could defeat him with just one palm. Yi Han took a look at the vdra hand and was obviously very satisfied with its power. By the way, what's up? Yi Han asked in a deep voice. At this time, Yi Long handed over a metal casting post and said solemnly. The City Lord's mansion has received an invitation, saying that the Tianyang spiritual lotus in Yanqing will bloom in 3 days, so the geniuses of the entire Yanqing are invited to gather. This is a rare treasure. Maybe if you go, you will have a chance to win the spiritual lotus seed. Oh. Yi Han raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew about the Tianyang spiritual lotus. This was a treasure that the 4 major families had discovered in Yanqiu, and was later snatched away by the City Lord's mansion. Now, why would the City Lord's mansion invite the geniuses of Yanqing to admire the Tianyang spiritual lotus? Yi Han vaguely felt that the City Lord's mansion might have no good intentions this time. I see. After Yi Han finished speaking, he pondered for a moment, then took out a red pill from his arms and handed it to Yi Long. Yi Long's eyes were burning as he asked. This is Lingxian pill. After taking it, you should be able to break through the Linghai realm within half a year, Yi Han said with a smile. Real. Yi Long was overjoyed and delighted. Good brother, thank you very much. After that, the 2 siblings left happily. Yi Han took the invitation and returned to the alchemy room. He took out the herbs and started to make the bone-renewing pill. With the glazed fire, he was like a god, and it became easier and easier to make the pill. I have to say that high-end stuff is different. It is many levels stronger than the Emerald Earth Core fire and the Glazed King fire. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Yi Han had been confined in the alchemy room alone to study the art of alchemy. In this almost crazy way of repeatedly refining the alchemy day and night, time passed unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye it was the day to go to the City Lord's mansion to keep the appointment. Rumble. The stone door opened, and a dusty fragrance of elixir and hot air suddenly gushed out. Then Yi Han walked out in a somewhat sloppy manner. He had been refining medicine day and night for the past few days, so he neglected to take care of himself. There were some stubbles at the corners of his lips, and he actually looked more mature than before. However, compared with a few days ago, his eyes were deeper and brighter. It was obvious that the hard training in the past few days had made his soul power more abundant. Outside the stone cave, the Great Elder and some disciples of the Yi clan had been guarding here for a long time. Great Elder, is everything okay with the clan? Yi Han walked over with his hands behind his back and asked in a deep voice. These days, the Yi family hasn't had any major problems. It's just that after the Wu family and the Su family formed an alliance, they have repeatedly provoked us. Yi Bailey leaned on the scepter and frowned. 2 days ago, some of the younger generations of my Yi family had a conflict with the Wu family in the Lion and Tiger Forest, and Yi Long and his men were injured by them. Ever since these 2 families formed an alliance, they have become more and more arrogant. A hint of anger flashed across the second elder's face. Yi Han glanced at Yi Long, who had bruises on his face, and it looked like the other party had hit him pretty hard. The Wu family and the Su family seemed to be targeting the Yi family intentionally. However, after the 2 families formed an alliance, their strength was not weaker than that of the Yi family. Yi Han was secretly planning how to annex the Wu family and the Su family in the next step. Prepare a carriage first. I will go to the City Lord's mansion later. As for the matter between the Wu family and the Su family, it will be settled sooner or later. After saying that, Yihan returned to the small courtyard and changed into clean clothes. Not long after, a carriage set out from the Yi family and headed for the city lord's mansion. On this day, the city lord's mansion was particularly lively. The reason was that the city lord's mansion had invited talented young men from all forces in Yanqing to come together to watch the Tianyang spirit lotus mature and bloom. In addition to the three major families, the Yi family, the Wu family, and the Su family, the Lu family, the Guangdao Martial Arts School, the White Tiger Village, and other forces whose strength is second only to the three major families were also invited. Therefore, on this day, the entire City Lord's mansion was a gathering of heroes and was extremely lively. City Lord's Mansion, White Jade Square. This magnificent square has already gathered many talented people. They are waiting here in groups of 3 or 5. I heard that the Tianyang spiritual lotus is a rare treasure that blooms once every 3 years. After blooming, it will spit out precious spiritual lotus seeds. Each of these spiritual lotus seeds is a mysterious spiritual treasure. A young man in white had fiery eyes. Xian-level spiritual treasure. Hearing this, the crowd around him immediately caused quite a commotion. Because the invitation from the City Lord's mansion mentioned that each of them had the opportunity to obtain spiritual lotus seeds. However, if one does not have sufficient strength, it would be wishful thinking to want to obtain the spiritual lotus seeds. It seems that quite a lot of people have been invited. Soon, 3 figures also arrived at this White Jade Square. In addition to Yihan, he also brought Yilong and Yiqing along, so the 3 of them had someone to chat with. Yes, there are quite a lot, but the competition for the spiritual lotus seeds will probably be even more intense later. Yilong looked around and nodded. Ah! Isn't that Yihan? Why is he here? It is said that this kid has not only resumed his training, but his strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. Naturally, he has also been invited by the City Lord's mansion. Seeing Yihan and the other 2 approaching, everyone around immediately cast their eyes over to him, and he instantly became the focus of attention. After all, Yihan was once the #1 genius in Yanqing. Yihan turned a deaf ear to these discussions, but Yiqing felt a little timid when he saw the eyes coming from all around. Why is that guy here too? Among the crowd, a young man in a long green robe had a gloomy face. This person is Lu Qingshan. Yihan glanced and saw Lu Qingshan, who had a sullen face. They had met before in the Spirit Beast Valley, and this guy had repeatedly provoked him. However, the Lu family's strength in the entire Yanqing was not weak. However, Yihan didn't take people like Lu Qingshan seriously at all and simply ignored him. This guy is so arrogant. Just wait and see. Someone will take care of him soon. Lu Qingshan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky. As time passed, more and more people gathered. In the past few hours, dozens of geniuses had gathered in the square. At this time, 4 figures walked out from the crowd in front. The leading one was a young man wearing a dark green robe. He was tall, with strong limbs and bronze skin, like a tiger. Yihan, you are here too. The young man walked towards Yihan. Wu Kuei. Seeing the young man in dark green robe approaching, Yilong and Yiqing both gnashed their teeth. What's wrong? Seeing the expressions of the 2 men, Yihan frowned and looked at Yilong and asked. That's him. 2 days ago we found a flaming sungrass in the lion and tiger forest. This guy not only stole the spiritual treasure, but also injured my brother. Yiqing bit it lightly with her pearly teeth. I see. Yihan nodded slightly and looked calmly at Wu Kuei, who came with ill intentions. Hey, let me tell you, this guy got into trouble so quickly. In the distance, Lu Qingshan gloated. The people around understood what was going on and made way for a passage, surrounding the 2 groups of people. Yihan, long time no see. Wu Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of teasing at the corner of his mouth. He slowly stretched out his hand towards Yihan, wanting to shake hands with him. What the hell is this guy doing? Yihan secretly became alert in his heart. He was naturally unwilling to shake hands with Wu Kuei, but he wanted to see what tricks this guy was going to play, so he took a look at the hand that Wu Kuei had just extended, and then shook it. Boom. As soon as the 2 hands were clasped, Some spiritual power surged on Wu Kuei's palm, and the blue veins on the back of Yihan's palm were throbbing. Want to show me your power? Yihan felt the strong pressure coming from his palm and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He then secretly practiced the dragon suction technique to transform and absorb all of Wu Kuei's powerful spiritual power that was rushing along his palm into his body. Wu Kuei frowned, and immediately the spiritual power in his body pressed forward along his palm again. But no matter how he activated his hidden power, Yihan remained calm and motionless. This made Wu Kuei look ugly. Don't waste your time. You are just relying on the pills to forcibly improve your strength. You are not qualified to show off in front of me. Yihan couldn't help but sarcastically said. It turned out that although Wu Kuei's spiritual power had entered the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm, his aura was weak. Obviously, he swallowed the great enhancement pill. The Wu family has invested all their resources in this seedling, but unfortunately, in Yihan's eyes, it is still not worth mentioning. Haha, you really have some abilities. Wu Kuei withdrew his hand. Although his face remained calm, he was furious inside. Yihan didn't want to fight with this guy here for the time being, so he turned around and left. Brother Kuei, how is it? Behind him, 3 disciples came over and asked. Shut up. Wu Kuei was so angry that his palm was burned and peeled. It turned out that Yihan had secretly activated the fire to make his palm as strong as a branding iron. If Wu Kuei had not found a way out himself, his hand would have been disabled. I will definitely make him pay later. Wu Kuei clenched his fists and said with a vicious look. Just as geniuses from all races continued to gather in the square, on the wall of the city lord's mansion, a figure stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the square from afar. A breeze blew his hair, revealing a handsome and slightly feminine face. He was wearing a purple robe and looked arrogant. This person is Dugu Qianxing. Young city lord, they have arrived. Behind him, an old man in a gray robe bowed. Father, this is really unnecessary. Why do you have to come up with this plan to test their background? Dugu Qianxing stretched his arms lazily and glanced at the gray-robed old man with his brown eyes. Young city lord, the preliminary examination of the 3 major sects is coming soon. We in Yen City only have one place for promotion, so we cannot afford to make any mistakes. The city lord is doing this to test the foundation of these geniuses and to clear the obstacles for you to get the promotion place. The gray-robed old man said respectfully. He worries too much. Dugu Qianxing had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't take those people seriously at all. Now he has entered the spiritual soul realm, and has also cultivated the spirit of a monster named the Northern Territory Golden Eagle that ranks high on the 10,000 beasts list. With his strength, he can fight even if he encounters a strongman in the middle stage of the spirit soul realm. How can those people compare with him? Moreover, the city lord's mansion has invested almost all of its best resources in him over the years, which is simply incomparable with other forces in Yanqing. Therefore, Dugu Qianxing is determined to win the only qualifying spot in this assessment. Young city lord, according to the information we secretly gathered from the city lord's mansion, Yihan from the Yi family is your potential threat. It is said that Lu Shi from the Lu family, who was in the late stage of the spiritual sea realm, was killed by him, and Lu Zhentian's death was also related to him. The gray-robed elder said in a low voice. Oh. Dugu Qianxing frowned, and was slightly shocked. Lu Zhentian was a late-stage spiritual soul realm expert. Was his death related to Yihan? I have wanted to meet him for a long time. Let them enter the city first. I want to see if he is qualified to be my opponent. After saying that, Dugu Qianxing waved his sleeves, turned around and left the city wall. Soon, at the invitation of the city lord's mansion, the geniuses of all forces were invited to a luxuriously decorated hall to enjoy lunch first. The huge palace has a floor paved with cold jade that exudes spiritual energy, and there are carved beams and painted buildings everywhere, with grand decorations, which shows the heritage of the city lord's mansion. Soon, these dozens of invited geniuses took their seats around a stone table. On the stone table, there are all kinds of spiritual wine, spiritual fruits, and delicacies, emitting bursts of special fragrance. There is everything you can expect. Wow, these are all top-quality spiritual foods. Yi Qing lowered his head to take a look at the spiritual rice in the bowl in front of him, which was emitting a faint emerald glow, and for a moment he was so greedy that he could hardly control himself. These spiritual rices contain rich spiritual power. Unlike ordinary food, eating them has great benefits for cultivation. As expected of the city lord's mansion, our Yi family is probably far behind them. Yi Long couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of the city lord's mansion. Yi Han sat between the two of them, and opposite them happened to be Wu Kuei, whom they had met before. At this moment, Wu Kuei was staring at Yi Han with a gloomy face. Not far to the left of Wu Kuei, there was a girl in white clothes. This girl has black hair like a waterfall, eyes like glass, skin whiter than snow, and is extremely beautiful. Many eyes were attracted by her, but Yi Han did not have any good feelings towards her at all. Because this girl is none other than Su Biyue, the darling of the Su family, one of the three major families. Su Biyue had a cold temperament, and a murderous intent secretly surged in her eyes as she looked at Yi Han. The Wu family, the Su family and the Yi family are now mortal enemies. Of course, in addition to Wu Kuei and Su Biyue, there are many other powerful talents gathered in this hall, such as Mo Yunlua from Baiyu Village, and Zhu Jinqing from Guangdao Martial Arts School. But in Yi Han's eyes, people like Lu Qingshan are not geniuses. At most, he is just relying on the Lu family's reputation to eat and drink for free. Sorry guys, I'm late. At this time, a hearty laugh came from behind the golden curtain, and then Duga Qianqing slowly walked out from behind. Every step he took left a shallow mark on the hard floor, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Duga Qianqing's body made everyone present gasp. Early stage of the spiritual soul realm. Yi Han frowned and said in surprise. At this moment, everyone felt the invisible oppression, and the space was a little turbulent. Haha, young city lord, you are too polite. Wu Kuei immediately raised his fist and said. Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. The other warriors echoed that it was the first time they saw Duga Qianqing, but at this moment they were extremely shocked. I didn't expect that the young city lord of Yanqing is so powerful and profound. Su Biyue also raised her eyebrows, secretly considering Duga Qianqing as a potential opponent. This time, she was also preparing for the preliminary test. Duga Qianqing sat in the first seat, then glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice. Everyone, there is still 1 hour before the Tianyang spiritual lotus blooms, so please gather here and enjoy a delicious meal first. Thank you for your hospitality, young city lord. The other warriors nodded. At this moment, Duga Qianqing's eyes suddenly fell on Yi Han and said with a smile. Your Excellency must be Yi Han, right? Although I seldom leave the city lord's mansion, I am familiar with your name. That smile conceals a sinister aura. Yi Han secretly sensed this hostility, but he smiled calmly and said. Yeah. Since I have heard of your great name for a long time, I will naturally toast you today. Pour the wine. Duga Qianqing winked at a servant behind him, and the servant took out a wine jug from behind him and poured it into the cup. Please. Duga Qianqing waved his sleeves, and the cup of strong liquor with a fragrant aroma was lifted into the air by spiritual power and flew towards Yi Han. However, the moment Yi Han took the wine glass, his expression darkened. As an alchemist, his sense of smell is different from that of ordinary people, and there is a faint smell of strong poisonous gas mixed in the wine glass. How vicious! Yi Han narrowed his eyes, his expression was cold. He didn't know when he had offended Duga Qianqing, and he was given poisoned wine. Isn't this clearly an attempt to trick him? If he drank it, he would surely die. If he did not drink it or exposed it in public, it would mean that he was not giving face to the young city lord Duga Qianqing. Right now, he is in a dilemma. Duga Qianqing had a strange smile on his face and a playful look in his eyes. The other warriors present also obviously realized that the wine in the glass was poisonous. They all had different expressions on their faces and did not dare to say much. Only Wu Kuei had a sinister smile on his face, secretly delighted in his heart. Seeing that Yi Han was slow to drink, the attendant beside him couldn't help but frown and snorted coldly. Haha, Your Excellency is being too disrespectful to our young city lord, aren't you? After hearing this, Yi Han showed a calm smile and raised his glass. Since it is the wine offered by the young city lord, of course I will drink it all in one gulp. Want to trick me? Yi Han's face remained calm, and he did not show the slightest sign of panic because of the cup of poisoned wine in his hand. However, he also had a hint of murderous intent towards Dugu Qianxing in his heart. Did this guy offend the young city lord? On the side, Wu Kuei and Su Biyue looked suspicious. But they immediately showed an attitude of watching a show, and secretly sneered in their hearts. Of course, they hoped that Yihan would drink the cup of poisoned wine, which would be equivalent to the young city lord removing the biggest worry for their two families. The brother and sister Yilong and Yiqing frowned and looked very worried. Haha, I want to see how you drink this cup of poison. On the first seat, Dugu Qianxing narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yihan, teasing in his heart. This cup of poisoned wine is made from more than 40 kinds of highly poisonous spiritual herbs. Even if a person in the spiritual soul realm drinks it, he will die instantly. He absolutely did not believe that Yihan would have the courage to drink this cup of strong poison. At this time, Yihan used his spiritual power to lift the wine cup gently into the air with both hands, and his smile suddenly became strange. He didn't drink it all at once, but put 2 fingers together and reached towards the drink, and suddenly, puff! A glazed flame shot out from his fingertips and swayed gently in the wine. Laugh. This. Everyone saw that black gas was coming out of the wine glass. After a while, the originally black wine turned into a light emerald color and gradually emitted a faint light. Instantly, a refreshing aroma of wine wafted out. Seeing that the wine had no poisonous gas, Yihan raised the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Then he held the empty glass downward and said, "The wine young city lord offers is indeed different. It is indeed fragrant and delicious." Seeing this scene, the gray-robed old man behind Dugu Qianxing was also dumbfounded. And Dugu Qianxing's face, which originally had a hint of mockery on its lips, suddenly froze at this moment and became extremely ugly. He clenched his hands tightly in his sleeves, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Unexpectedly, the death trap he carefully set up was cleverly fooled by Yihan. I have to admit, this guy is quite capable. Yihan put down his wine glass and felt much better when he saw Dugu Qianxing's frustrated expression. You are not qualified to play dirty tricks on me. Dugu Qianxing suppressed his anger, and now looked at everyone again, trying to force a smile and said, Everyone, enjoy your meal. The Tianyang spiritual lotus will bloom and spiritual lotus seeds will be born. However, each time the spiritual lotus blooms, usually only 4 to 5 precious spiritual lotus seeds will be born. If you want to get them, I'm afraid you will have to rely on your own abilities. What, only 4 or 5? Hearing this, the geniuses from all parties sitting in the seats frowned secretly at the same time. There are dozens of people invited here, and you can imagine how fierce the competition will be if they want to win a spiritual lotus seed. However, the spiritual lotus seeds are a rare mysterious spiritual treasure, so this time they are secretly determined to snatch them no matter what. After a while, after the meal, everyone followed the people from the city lord's mansion to the backyard. The backyard of the city lord's mansion is a vast lake. The lake is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and is secluded and quiet, with only one path leading to it. Located beside the lake, there is a stone tablet with the words Bai Bo Lake written on it. After a while, everyone arrived at the shore of the Bai Bo Lake. A breeze blew from afar, and the water waves rippled gently, looking magnificent. However, when everyone approached the lake, they were surprised to find that the water was blazingly hot and steaming. Even the sky above the entire Bai Bo Lake was shrouded in steaming heat waves, as if the air was distorted. So everyone raised their heads and looked towards the center of the water curiously. Buzz. In the center of the lake, there was a golden lotus with dazzling light. It seemed to be wrapped in a golden sun. The flower was burning like a raging fire, and the heat waves it emitted kept surging towards the shore. Such pure fire attributes spiritual power. Yihan was secretly surprised. The moment the heat wave hit him, the spiritual power in his body began to boil. A hint of heat flashed across the faces of Wu Kuei and others around him. It is worthy of being a Xian-level spiritual treasure, it is filled with such rich fire-attributed spiritual power. If they could obtain a spiritual lotus seed, it would definitely be of great benefit to their cultivation. Everyone, please wait a moment. The Tianyang spiritual lotus will soon bloom. Dugu Qianxing stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, everyone could no longer suppress their greedy thoughts, and their eyes were all fixed on the golden lotus with burning intent. Finally, another half-hour passed. Boom. At this time, the entire lake began to boil, and waves of golden spiritual power continued to ripple from the surface of the lake to the surroundings like ripples. And in the center of the lake, the golden lotus that seemed to be enveloped by the sun finally slowly bloomed under the gazes of everyone. Boom. At this moment, a huge golden beam of light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a huge heat wave. Then, everyone was shocked to see the Tianyang spirit lotus slowly blooming, with a special fragrance filling the air. Then, 5 emerald-like lights emerged along with the golden waves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 emerald-colored, thumb-sized spiritual lotus seeds were directly washed high into the sky by the surging waves of spiritual power. A turquoise light slowly emerged, and it was rippling with extremely pure spiritual power waves, which made people salivate and look fanatically. Spiritual lotus seed. Grab it. Boom. 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 At this moment, all the geniuses burst out with a powerful spiritual power and rushed directly to the center of the lake to grab the spiritual lotus seeds. At this moment, Duga Qianqing was standing on the shore of the lake, with his hands behind his back, as if watching a good show. This time, the city lord's mansion wanted to use the spiritual lotus seeds to induce a war among the geniuses from all sides, so that Duga Qianqing could see through their true strength. It would be great if they could kill each other for the spiritual lotus seeds and suffer a few casualties. Brush. Dozens of figures rushed across the lake, and countless eyes stared at the small number of spiritual lotus seeds, with their eyes turning red. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the whole Baibo Lake was filled with the sound of fierce fighting. They were indeed fighting for the spiritual lotus seeds. Call out. Among the crowd, Yihan's eyes were fixed on one of the spiritual lotus seeds. Without hesitation, he tiptoed and rushed over. However, just as Yihan stretched out his hand to grab the spiritual lotus seed, suddenly an extremely sharp gust of wind rushed towards him. If you want to take the spiritual lotus seeds, you have to ask me if I agree. Boom. Wu Kuei swung his fist, and his muscles burst out with powerful force. His punch came forward with a low explosive sound. The spiritual power in Yihan's body shook, but he did not show any sign of avoiding. The light golden spiritual power wrapped around his fist, and he chose to confront Wu Kuei head-on. Bang. A deep voice rang out, and at the moment the two fists collided, the air waves formed by the collision of the two spiritual powers immediately set off a series of heat waves and cyclones that continued to spread. Thump thump thump. As the air wave swept across, the two figures were also shocked and retreated. Wu Kuei retreated dozens of steps, while Yihan retreated 1 step. Obviously, in the head-on confrontation between the two, Yihan still had the upper hand. Brush. But at this time, a white figure also landed not far away. Su Biyue's body was filled with pale blue spiritual energy, and her beautiful eyes were as sharp as swords. Above the Baibo Lake, 3 figures were facing each other in midair. When the 3 people's eyes met, there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Not far away, Su Biyue was standing on tiptoe, her long black hair dancing. Her whole body was filled with light green spiritual power, and her jade hand was holding a spiritual sword, pointing at Yihan from afar. She and Wu Kuei looked at each other secretly as if they understood each other, and the spiritual energy in their bodies began to flow. Are you ready to join forces against me? Yihan stood in the air, clasped his arms, slightly tilted his body and squinted at the two of them. From the look in the two people's eyes, he had already seen that Wu Kuei and Su Biyue must have discussed joining forces long ago. The Wu family and the Su family wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Yihan. That's right. Yihan, you don't stand a chance this time. It will be easy for us 2 middle-stage spiritual Sea Realm warriors to kill you together. Wu Kuei clenched his fists and laughed wildly and coldly. His burly figure was wrapped in a light brown, strong spiritual power, making his muscles as hard and strong as rocks. Oh. Really? Yihan smiled when he heard this, then waved his hand towards the two of them and said in a deep voice. Then give it a try, but isn't it a bit too naive for just the two of you? Arrogant guy. Su Biyue's beautiful eyes were as cold as the moon, and she spat out these cold words. Then she glanced at Wu Kuei beside her and shouted. Get started. Boom. Boom. The powerful spiritual energy of the two people spread out, shaking the void up and down, just like waves spreading out in all directions layer by layer. Call out. Subduing stood on tiptoe, her figure lightly passing over the lake, like a white streak shooting straight at her, while Wu Kuei, who was not far away, also clenched his fists, his spiritual power surged. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, rushed towards Yihan in an outflanking posture. Brush. The sword in Subduing's hand was sharp, leaving a green mark in the air, and stabbed towards Yihan's chest with a strong wind. The sword was lightning fast and extremely tricky. However, when it was close to Yihan slightly tilted his body to the side, leaving a shadow in the air and easily avoiding the sword. Then, his two fingers together emitted golden light, turned into gold, and shook the sword fiercely. Clang. With a crisp sound, the sword in Subduing's hand was almost shaken out of her hand. What? Subduing stumbled back, the sword in her hand humming and trembling, her arm numb. She suddenly had an incredible look in her eyes. This guy broke his sword energy with just 2 fingers, and even bounced her Ching Feng sword away. Mountain-splitting fist. Boom. At this time, Wu Kuei on the right also pounced over like a tiger, roaring. His strong muscles bulged, veins were visible to the naked eye, and he burst out with powerful strength, and the brown spiritual power wrapped around his fist and bombarded him. 6th grade spiritual technique, mountain-splitting fist. This punch is just as its name suggests, it can split mountains and crack rocks. If an ordinary warrior is hit by this punch, his bones will be broken. However, Yihan raised the corner of his mouth in a strange arc and struck out with a palm as well. Bang. A punch and a palm struck, and at the moment of impact a burst of intense spiritual light erupted, and then the two figures once again kicked back in the air at the same time. Damn it. Wu Kuei retreated while cursing angrily. After he steadied himself, his pupils shrank slightly and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He could vaguely feel a slight pain in his fist, and the spiritual energy in his body was vibrating continuously. Although he and Yihan were both in the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm, he was clearly at a disadvantage in the collision of these two spiritual powers. It seems that even if you take the Dazengdan, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Yihan looked at Wu Kuei's embarrassed appearance with a hint of sneer on his face. This guy is just relying on the Dazengdan and spiritual treasures. His aura is weak, just like a fake tiger, bluffing. Ah. I'm going to kill you. Boom. Wu Kuei seemed to be enraged, veins bulging on his forehead, and he rushed forward like a mad bull. Not far away, Subduing's delicate body also burst out, with the sword in her hand intimidating. A white rainbow pierces the sun. Boom. Subduing rushed to a high place, and the sword in her hand burst out with a strong light, like a scorching sun slashing down towards Yihan below. And this white rainbow piercing the sun is at least a high-level spiritual technique of the 7th grade or above. Hong Yuan breaking the void hand. On the left side, Wu Kuei also displayed the Wu family's unique skill, a 7th grade peak spiritual technique. At once, the pressure from the two spiritual arts came over Yihan, and he couldn't help but step back several steps. Then flames suddenly burned on his palms, and then he suddenly pulled his hand upwards to the right, and a huge sun burning with blazing flames was suddenly shot out. Great sun burning sky palm. Under the gazes of the three people, that terrifying flaming handprint whizzed over and collided with the other two spiritual arts. Bang. In an instant, a loud bang was heard, and a huge fireball appeared in the sky, then exploded into countless flames and fell into the lake. Under the recoil force, the three of them retreated dozens of meters at the same time before stopping. Why is this guy so strong? Subduing's beautiful eyes rippled, and her jade hand secretly clenched the Ching Feng sword in her hand, gritting her teeth. Unexpectedly, when she and Wu Kuei teamed up to fight 1 against 2, they did not gain the upper hand at all and were even suppressed. Interesting. Meanwhile, Dugu Qianxing was watching the battle by the Bai Bo Lake. He licked his lips gently, staring at Yihan as if he was looking at a prey that had aroused his interest. However, he is undoubtedly conceited. Even though Yi Han's current strength is quite strong, Dugu Qianqing does not think that he can fight with him. Boom. 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 At this moment, three figures were already engaged in a melee and fighting each other. Bursts of spiritual light exploded in the void, causing a sensation. Oh my god, Yi Han is actually fighting two alone. Because the noise was so loud, some of the other warriors scattered in the distance to watch the battle. This guy was able to fight two people at the same level. I want to ask, who among you here can do that? Mo Yunlua from the White Tiger village looked at the others and said in a deep voice. The rest of the people were silent. You know, Wu Kuei and Su Biyue are both outstanding in the same realm, but now the two of them joined forces and couldn't suppress Yi Han. This guy is such a pervert. The young man from the Crazy Blade martial arts school sighed. The sky is broken by the red thunder. Su Biyue shouted tenderly, waving the Qing Feng sword with her wrist. At this time, red lightning crackled and entangled the sword embryo. Boom. At the moment the sword fell, streaks of destructive lightning danced wildly along the sword. The sky lion shatters the golden roar. Roar. Bang bang bang. The horrifying sound waves raged, brutally shattering the thick thunders. Use your trump card. At this time, Wu Kuei and Su Biyue stood side by side and nodded to each other at the same time. Stone python breaks the sky. Roar. A roar was heard, and the brown spiritual power wrapped around Wu Kuei's body turned into a brown rock python, several meters tall. It's the Wu family's unique skill. Everyone was shocked. This spiritual art has entered the ranks of 9th grade peak spiritual arts. Not far away, Su Biyue's long black hair danced wildly, and his sword burst out with a strong light, as if it could cut through the Milky Way. Day Sword Chi. Boom. This extremely terrifying sword technique is also a 9th grade peak spiritual technique. Day Sword Chi. Su Biyue let out a delicate cry, and the Qing Feng sword in her hand burst out with a sharp light and slashed down from a distance. Boom. A green sword beam was slashed out, spreading to both sides and forming a green river of sword energy. The vast river of swords soars into the sky, seeming to tear the sky apart. The sword power contained in this green sword river is enough to easily kill a person in the middle stage of the Spirit Sea realm. I didn't expect that Su Biyue actually learned the Su family's unique martial arts, the Great River Sword Cannon. A young man in a gray robe had a look of shock in his eyes. It is said that this sword technique has been lost in the Su family for many years. It is said that the ancestor of the Su family used this sword technique to kill a demon beast at the peak of the spiritual soul realm. It's over. Yi Han is finished now. He actually forced Wu Kuei and Su Biyue to use all their best tricks. These two 9th grade peak spiritual arts are the top skills of the Wu and Su families. I wonder if he can resist them alone. The geniuses around couldn't help but gasp when they saw the python and the river with such overwhelming momentum. They immediately felt their scalps tingling and shuddered. It seems that these four major families still have some foundation. Dugu Qianqing raised his eyebrows slightly and also smelled a scent of danger. The two killer moves of Wu Kuei and Su Biyue even posed a slight threat to him. However, Dugu Qianqing immediately looked at Yi Han again, with a teasing smile on his lips. He was curious whether this guy could be stopped. Yi Han, let's see how you break through. Wu Kuei's hair fluttered wildly, he clenched his fists and laughed wildly. A giant python was wrapped around him, and thick brown mist was spitting out from the python's mouth, with surging momentum. Kill him. Roar. Boom. High in the sky, the brown rock python opened its bloody mouth and roared towards Yi Han with violent spiritual power. At the same time, Su Biyue's pair of cold eyes not far away suddenly became sharp, and as the 3-foot green sword in her jade hand suddenly chopped down, the river of sword energy containing terrifying murderous intent also roared and crushed down. Rumble. Two terrifying spiritual arts burst out in the sky with a blindingly bright light. Even those in the late stage of the spiritual sea realm would be wary of such power. Yi Han stood in the air, his robe fluttering in the strong wind. Just as the two 9th grade peak spiritual arts were falling on his head, he suddenly raised his palms and a burst of light burst out. Vdra Buddha hand. Buzz. Instantly, his palm burst out with intense golden light, and layers of golden liquid attached to his palm like gold. Ancient and mysterious patterns appeared on that golden arm, and the aura fluctuations were extremely terrifying. This fluctuation. Suddenly, Dugu Qianqing's eyes narrowed. Sensing the terrifying power accumulated in his palm, Yihan gently slapped the sky. Boom. A golden seal tens of meters long emerged and collided with the brown rock python and the sword energy of the river under the shocked gaze. Bang. The three forces collided with each other, bursting out with intense light. With a terrifying loud noise, the several-meter-long brown python roared fiercely and was shattered by the vdra Buddha's hand. The green sword river was also annihilated in an instant. Mysterious technique. In midair, Wu Kuei and Su Biyue's eyes suddenly widened and their faces turned pale in an instant. Unexpectedly, the Yi family possesses a mysterious skill that is powerful enough to crush the Wu family and the Su family's unique skills. Under their horrified eyes, the huge golden handprint came over. Bang. Puff. The moment the two were hit by the vdra Buddha's hand, their chest collapsed, blood spurted out, and their bones were shattered. Then, they fell directly down like kites with broken strings and landed into the lake. The two great geniuses Wu Kuei and Su Biyue were defeated miserably even when they joined forces. All the warriors present swallowed their saliva, their eyes widened, and they were secretly shocked. Even though Wu Kuei and Su Biyue used their trump cards, they were still defeated completely and with ease. This is almost an absolute crushing. Too terrifying. Even if Yihan's martial arts cannot reach the level of Xuanchu, it is at least a top-level quasi-Xuanchu. Mo Yunluo of the White Tiger Village was shocked. He asked himself in his heart, even if he defended with all his strength, he might not be able to stop Yihan's move. Although he was Yanqing's #1 genius and has been silent for a few years, he is still not comparable to ordinary people. The other warriors all sighed with emotion. The Yi family actually has a quasi-mystical technique. Dugu Qianqing narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of murderous intent emerged. He thought that only the city lord's mansion had such high-level mystical arts. Unexpectedly, a small Yi clan actually had a collection of quasi-mystical arts. It's really not that simple. Although Yihan is in the middle stage of Linghai realm, I am afraid that ordinary people in the late stage of Linghai realm may not be his match. The preliminary selection for the 3 major sects will be held in 3 months, and this guy might really be a stumbling block. It seems that I really underestimated you, then let me do it myself. As soon as he thought of this, Dugu Qianqing turned into a purple light and soared into the sky. Yihan waved his sleeves, and the emerald-like lotus seed fell into his palm. At this time, Dugu Qianqing circulated his spiritual power, and his whole body was filled with purple light. He spread his palms, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be attracted, and gathered towards his palms at an extremely astonishing speed, and in an instant it turned into a magnificent purple spiritual light ball. Boom. He clapped his hands lightly, and a ball of purple light filled with violent spiritual power blasted out. This martial art is also a quasi-mystical technique. Seeing the terrifying fluctuations in the ball of light, Yihan activated the vdra hand again without hesitation. Buzz. The golden giant handprint slapped through the air and collided with the purple light ball. With a loud bang, a violent spiritual power shock wave swept across the sky. Under the impact of this energy, Yihan flew backwards dozens of feet. Although Dugu Qianqing was impacted, he did not move a single step, but his purple robe fluttered in the wind. Dugu Qianqing frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this guy could actually withstand his move. Thinking of this, his eyes showed a hint of coldness, and he stepped on the air with his toes, like a purple lightning whistling down. With a swish, his movements were like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Dugu Qianqing appeared in front of Yihan. His palm, as white as jade, burst out with purple light and hit Yihan's dantian hard. Dragon suction technique. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Yihan's aura surged as he entered the late stage of the Spirit Sea realm, and slammed forward with his palm. Bang. The two palms collided fiercely, and 2 arcs of electricity, one purple and one gold, flashed continuously. The space around the two people was distorted like waves. You really don't know how to live or die. With your spiritual sea realm, you dare to fight me. Dugu Qianqing was filled with tremendous strength and could not help but sneer. He took a deep breath and was about to strike with his palm when suddenly, with a puff, a ray of glazed flame shot out from Yihan's palm. The glazed flame wrapped around his palm and instantly turned into a palm of fire. Laugh. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke rose from where their palms faced each other. How dare you use a dirty trick on me? In an instant, Dugu Qianqing's pupils shrank and a piercing burning pain came from the palm of his hand. The severe pain made his face look hideous in an instant. Chi. A sharp burning sensation spread from the palm of his hand, like thousands of needles piercing his bones, making Dugu Qianqing's face grim with pain. He was so careless. He also didn't expect that Yihan actually had such a secret trick to trick him. Dugu Qianqing was so angry that he gritted his teeth and subconsciously tried to pull his hand out, but the strange and colorful glazed flame was so sticky that it firmly attached his palm. Not good. Ah. Dugu Qianqing's pupils shrank, and suddenly a scream echoed above the Baibo lake. In an instant, his palms were burned by the glass fire, leaving skin and flesh torn and bloody. What's going on? At this moment, all the geniuses looked towards where the two were confronting each other with shocked eyes. Boom. Dugu Qianqing's whole body burst out with the powerful aura of an early-stage spiritual soul realm, and the cry of an ancient golden eagle could be faintly heard from his body. The colorful flames burned down his arm, and he was so frightened that he shook violently without hesitation. Bang. The two palms separated, and the spiritual power caused the space to distort, and Yihan was also shocked back dozens of feet. However, the glazed king fire attached to Dugu Qianqing's arm was still burning, causing him to grimace in pain, his heart broken. He stood unsteadily in the void and fell from a great height into the Baibo lake with flames on his face. Young city lord. Several guards were instantly panicked and at a loss as to what to do. Boom. 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 At the same time, inside the city lord's mansion, it seemed that a strongman had sensed something and was rushing towards the Baibo lake. Powerful auras whistled from far away, causing the space to fluctuate. The city lord's mansion is indeed extraordinary. Yihan frowned. He actually sensed the aura of 4 spiritual soul realms at once. There was no way they could stay here any longer, so Yihan lightly pointed his toes into the air and turned into a ray of rainbow light, fleeing out of the city. This guy is really ruthless. He even injured the young city lord of the spirit realm. In the air, the geniuses from the White Tiger camp and others were also stunned and completely dumbfounded. Humph. Having offended the city lord's mansion, the Yi family will probably be expelled from Yanqing. Lu Qingshan gloated. Young city lord. After a while, 4 old men in gray robes arrived. The other geniuses saw that the situation was not good and decided not to stay here, so they quickly left the city lord's mansion. Not far away, the disheveled Dugu Qianqing was helped up. At this moment, he was so angry that his body was shaking and his eyes were almost murderous. Play tricks on me. How dare he play tricks on me? Dugu Qianqing's face was distorted and he gritted his teeth. That arm was almost burned, and now it looked bloody and charred. Send someone to wipe out the Yi family. Yes. At the same time, in Yanqing, Wu family. Kuaer. Who? Who did it? A roar mixed with anger suddenly shook out from the Wu family hall. Inside the hall, Wu Kuei was lying on the floor, covered in blood, half dead. A man in a red robe roared in agony. He was the current head of the Wu family, Wu Xiong. Clan leader, it was Yihan who did it. A disciple from the clan looked pale. Yi family. Wu Xiong's eyes were bloodshot and he clenched his hands secretly in his sleeves. He didn't expect that even though his Wu family had spent all their resources to cultivate Wu Kuei over the years, they were still no match for the kid from the Yi family. This kid was extremely ruthless. Kueier's internal organs were shattered, and even his bones were broken. If there is no high-level elixir to repair him, I'm afraid we will be unable to save him. A white-browed elder sighed. Quick! Go to the Alchemist Guild and ask for the magic pill, no matter how much it costs. Wu Xiong said urgently. The entire Wu family was immersed in anger. Yi family, inside the hall. What, you injured the young city lord? Throughout the hall, all the elders stood up suddenly, looking nervous and uneasy. Although their Yi family is powerful, it is still far behind the city lord's mansion. If they offend the city lord's mansion, I'm afraid the entire Yi family will suffer a devastating disaster. Yi Han stood in the hall, frowning as he looked at the Yi family, which was in a mess. This couldn't be blamed on him, because it was Duga Ching who wanted to kill him first. Seal off the Yi family as soon as possible. If the city lord's mansion really wants to take action, we can only fight to the death. Although my Yi family is far less powerful than the city lord's mansion, whoever wants to destroy my Yi family will have to pay a price. Yi Bailey held the scepter tightly and said with a firm look, "No need." At this time, an old voice came from outside the hall, and then an old man in a golden robe stepped into the hall. Elder Yunlong. Yi Han turned around and saw an old man with a smile on his face and his disciples walking towards him. Our Alchemist Guild has already taken care of your problem. Although the city lord's mansion is very powerful, it still has to give our Alchemist Guild some face. Elder Yunlong stroked his beard. Solved. Yi Bailey and the others looked at each other, and only after hearing Elder Yunlong's words did they breathe a sigh of relief. If the Alchemist Guild were to step in, they would most likely be able to suppress the anger of the city lord's mansion. After all, the reputation and status of an alchemist are of great importance. Moreover, the city lord's mansion has often asked the Alchemist Guild for elixirs. Thank you, Elder Yunlong. Yi Han quickly cupped his hands. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. You are the benefactor of my Alchemist Guild. If the city lord's mansion wants to touch you, the president will definitely not agree. Elder Yunlong stopped talking, then suddenly changed the subject, narrowing his eyes and smiling. Besides, our Alchemist Guild still needs your help right now. Oh. What's that? Yi Han asked curiously. Registration for the Alchemy Emperor Conference is about to begin. My Alchemist Guild has decided to nominate you and Lu Qingtan to register on behalf of our Yanqing Guild. I just don't know if you are willing to do so. Elder Yunlong said in a kind tone. Hiss. Den Wangui. Behind him, Yi Bailey and the others heard that Yi Han was invited by the guild to attend the Dan Emperor Conference, and their eyes immediately flashed with brilliance. They have mentioned it before, participating in the Don Huang Conference not only gives you the chance to win generous rewards, but if you win first place, you can even be admitted as a core disciple by one of the 3 major sects. That's like reaching heaven in one step. Qingzhou hosts a Grand Alchemy Emperor Conference every 3 years, and each local Alchemist Guild can only nominate 2 disciples with the most outstanding alchemy talent in the local guild to participate in the competition, and the candidates must not be over 25 years old. Yi Han, no one from our Yanqing Alchemist Guild has entered the top 100 of the Alchemy Emperor competition for decades. If you can participate, you might have a chance, and you might even be able to enter the top 50. Elder Yunlong said solemnly. Top 50. Yi Han couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. You have to know that alchemy is his unique skill. Even though there are many talented alchemists in Qingzhou, no one can take away the title of the Alchemy King Conference champion. However, Elder Yunlong was well aware that the competition in the Don Huang Association was extremely fierce, so they conservatively guessed that Yi Han should be able to make it into the top 50. This result is actually quite impressive. Well, have you thought about it? Elder Yunlong asked again. Elder Yunlong, I am willing to participate in the Don Huang Conference. Yi Han pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded. That's great. In the past, almost all the contestants from our Yanqing Alchemist Guild were eliminated in the first round. This year, we finally have something to show for ourselves. Master Yunlong said with great satisfaction. Although the Don Huang Association brings together all the talented alchemists in Qingzhou, with Yi Han's extraordinary alchemy talent, he should be able to rank among the top 50 in the overall list, right? However, Yi Han doesn't think so. His goal is not to be ranked 50th, but to win the first place in this Don Huang Conference. If the high and mighty people from the Yi clan in Qingzhou knew that a mere person from the lower clan like him had won the first place in the Don Huang Conference, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. When Yi Xiaotian went to the upper clan to ask for the elixir to repair Yi Han's dantian, he was rejected on the grounds that a useless person was not worthy of obtaining the resources of the Yi family. And this useless person in the mouth of the upper clan will shine in the Don Huang conference. In that case, my Yenqing Alchemist Guild will report you and Qingtan to the list later. 3 months later, you and Qingtan will go to Qingzhou to participate in the Alchemy Emperor competition. Master Yunlong smiled and nodded. He pondered for a moment, then said, "If you need any medicinal herbs or materials for alchemy in the future, you can come to my Alchemist Guild and let us know. We will prepare them." "Thank you very much, Elder Yunlong." Yihan cupped his hands and expressed gratitude. "Now that the message has been delivered, I should go back and report to the president. He will definitely be very happy when he knows about it." After saying this, Elder Yunlong turned around and walked out of the hall with his disciples, leaving with satisfaction. With the protection of the Alchemist Guild, I think the city lord's mansion will not dare to touch my Yi family. This matter is settled. Yi Bailey heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at Yihan with a proud look in his cloudy eyes. This was the first member of the Yi family's lower clan who was qualified to participate in the Don Huang conference. Northwest matter what place Yihan finally achieved, he felt proud. After the incident was settled, Yihan returned to the alchemy room to study alchemy. He was almost obsessed with alchemy. Whenever he had free time, he would immerse himself in the alchemy room all day and all night. Of course, in this life, most of his energy is focused on cultivation. Compared with his previous life when he would often seclude himself for several years to refine pills, it is indeed not worth mentioning. Puff. Inside the alchemy room, a wisp of glass-colored flame rose up, moving up and down in the darkness. This strange flame is extremely dangerous. I don't know what level the alchemists in Qingzhou are at. Let me refine a Tongxin pill first to practice my skills. Thinking of this, Yihan took out some herbs from the medicine basket behind him. However, the herbs were placed on the stone slab, and a musty smell came out. He took a closer look and found that these herbs had been improperly stored and had deteriorated. Using these spoiled herbs to make pills would not only affect the efficacy, but it might even result in the pill being just a semi-finished product. In desperation, Yihan waved his sleeves and wrapped the medicinal materials with the glazed king fire, intending to burn all the spoiled medicinal materials. Laugh. Ha. However, the moment the flame touched these herbs, Yihan was surprised to find that the herbs that had been dim, dry and moldy were now regaining vitality. The withered and yellow medicinal leaves slowly turned back to lush green, and gradually, they were not much different from the medicinal herbs just unearthed. Hiss. This flame can actually restore and enhance the medicinal properties of medicinal herbs. Yihan's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Unexpectedly, Liuli King Fire has such a wonderful use. In this way, no matter how low quality the medicinal materials are, they can be revitalized like dead wood in spring in his hands. This flame is so magical. The leaves of the ancient glass tree contain magical powers that can heal injuries, and after being burned, they actually have the vitality to revive the vitality and medicinal properties of medicinal materials. Just based on this wonderful use, Liuli King Fire is enough to be ranked among the top pill fires. Yihan was amazed. Even his Chaos Divine Fire in his previous life did not have such miraculous effects. Whoosh whoosh. So he simply waved his sleeves, and the flames enveloped the withered and yellow herbs. Soon, a pile of green herbs emitting a fresh scent appeared before his eyes. Knowing the wonderful use of glazed king fire, Yihan was secretly surprised and immediately began to immerse himself in alchemy. As a pill saint in his previous life and possessing the sky pill body in this life, Yihan had almost no bottleneck in alchemy. Some troubles encountered by ordinary alchemists were easily solved by him. Unconsciously, Yihan had been immersed in the alchemy room for more than a few days. During this period of time, except for stopping to practice for a while, he did not leave the alchemy room for a single step. Ha! 5th grade elixir, golden lotus pill. He opened his palm and a golden pill appeared in it. The pill exuded a strong fire attribute. This pill was a 5th grade pill made with the Tianyang spiritual lotus seed as the core. After being refined into pills, its efficacy was enhanced by at least 3 times. Yihan wanted to use this pill to reach the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. With this thought in mind, he sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed the pill. Qingzhou, the upper clan of the Yi family. At this moment, in a secluded courtyard, a young girl was refining an elixir, with a black cauldron floating in front of her. The girl was in her early 20s, wearing a purple dress. Her eyebrows were like green feathers, her hair was waist-length, she had a petite figure, a flawless oval face, and an absolutely stunning beauty that could overturn a whole country. However, the girl was serious and her eyes were as cold as ice. Puff. She raised her palm upwards, and suddenly an icy white flame burst into flames. This flame was filled with an extremely cold feeling, as if it was going to freeze the surroundings. However, if you even slightly touched it, you would be burned by its high temperature. This flame is extraordinary, it is the Guangan Ice Flame, ranked 39th on the Zhangqiong continent's Danhua ranking. Puff. A wisp of white flame supported the furnace, and then the girl began to refine the elixir. After a while, the fire went out and the stove fell. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a sound of clapping was heard from behind, and a tall and handsome young man walked out. "Why are you here?" The girl immediately raised her eyebrows. The young man in front of him was none other than the top genius of the Shang clan, Yi Lingxiao. And this girl is her younger sister, also a talented alchemist, Yi Lingshuang. Your alchemy skills have reached perfection. You will surely shine at this Alchemy Emperor Conference and be qualified to compete for first place. Yi Lingxiao said with a smile. Yi Lingshuang did not comment. Her talent in alchemy was enough to rank among the top 3 even in the entire Qingzhou. This time, she was also a hot candidate to win the Alchemy King Conference. Inside the alchemy room, a figure was sitting cross-legged, his body emitting a faint golden glow, a halo of light flowing around his muscles, and the spiritual energy around him was also constantly surging towards this body. Yihan was refining the Golden Orifice Spirit Lotus Pill, a 5th-grade primary pill made from the lotus seeds of the Tianyang Spirit Lotus. After the pill entered the stomach, it quickly turned into rolling spiritual power, like a rushing flood, pouring into every part of the body. As the elixir turned into majestic spiritual power, a feeling of fullness came over Yihan, causing his tendons to ache slightly. Obviously, he did not expect the elixir to be so effective. So he quickly used the dragon suction technique. Roar. A high-pitched dragon roar came out from his body, causing the stone chamber to vibrate slightly. Then countless black whirlpools emerged in his dantian, swallowing up the medicinal power like a whale swallowing the ocean. With the surge of such powerful spiritual power, the ocean of spiritual power in Yihan's dantian gradually expanded, and the flashing golden light became brighter and brighter. Call. The entire spiritual sea was in turmoil. Spiritual energy continued to roar through the meridians. Under such high-speed operation, it almost burst the meridians, causing a sharp pain. Yihan wanted to stop here, but when he thought about not wasting the medicinal power, he focused his mind and pushed the dragon suction technique to its extreme. Under this pressure, the dragon suction technique, which originally had only more than 100 spiritual energy vortexes, gradually expanded to more than 300. As time passed, the pain in the tendons finally disappeared completely, and the spiritual sea began to glow with golden light. Boom. At this moment, a powerful energy burst out from Yihan's body, shaking the air around him like waves. I finally succeeded. Yihan opened his eyes and felt the abundant spiritual energy in his body. It made him feel as if all the pores in his body were completely opened and his body felt light and comfortable. After several hours of refining, he finally reached the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. He was only one step away from the spiritual soul realm. Yihan slowly stood up, stretched his arms, pushed open the stone door, and left the alchemy room. He has been in seclusion for several days and has no idea what is going on outside during this period. As soon as he left the alchemy room, Yihan went straight to Yi Xiaotian's backyard. In the quaint backyard, after Yi Xiaotian took the elixir refined by Yihan, not only was his damaged dantian repaired, but his disabled legs could also get out of bed and walk slowly. "Dad, how are you?" As soon as he entered the hall, Yihan walked over and inquired about Yi Xiaotian's injuries. "I'm almost recovered now. I should be able to resume my training after a while." Yi Xiaotian nodded, and suddenly he looked outside the door again. Seeing that there was no one around, he waved and said, "Honor, come here for a moment. I have something to show you." "Dad, what is that?" Yihan walked over curiously. At this time, Yi Xiaotian mysteriously took out a black, iron lump from his arms. Yihan took it and looked at it. It was a piece of copper covered with dark green rust. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was quite heavy. He observed it carefully. Apart from feeling that the copper piece seemed very old, he couldn't tell what it was. He frowned and looked at Yi Xiaotian, wondering. "Dad, what is this thing?" Yi Xiaotian looked at the copper piece and said. "This is something that the last patriarch of my Yi family gave to me personally. Before he died, he told me that there was a great opportunity hidden inside the copper piece. Unfortunately, over the years, I have not figured out what secrets this thing hides." A great opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yihan raised his eyebrows and immediately became curious. What kind of opportunity could this seemingly ordinary piece of copper contain? Laugh. Thinking of this, the glazed king fire suddenly burned in his palm and tried to burn the copper piece. Hiss. It can actually withstand the burning of the glazed king's fire. It is indeed not an ordinary thing. Yihan's expression gradually became solemn. You know, his glazed king fire could easily burn the dying golden sand, but this piece of copper did not react at all under the flames. After burning for a few minutes, just when he was about to give up, suddenly the patterns on the copper sheet slowly emerged and emitted light. Buzz. These rays of light shot out from the copper sheet and then formed a light curtain in the air. In this light curtain, one can vaguely see a black forest shrouded in miasma. Just as the two were watching intently, suddenly a loud dragon roar was heard. Then, a giant python covered with purple dragon scales was seen shuttling through the miasma. Hiss. This is a purple gold dragon python. Yihan and Yi Xiaotian looked at each other, and both of them couldn't help but gasp. This purple gold dragon python is the 37th most ferocious beast on the myriad beasts list. Violent. At this moment, the figure of a second monster appeared in the picture. It was a white crane with flames burning all over its body and emitting a gloomy and cold air. Yihan naturally recognized this white crane. It was the Frostfierce crane that ranked 28th on the 10,000 beasts list. What are they going to do? Yi Xiaotian stared at the light screen. Afterwards, the two ferocious beasts started a terrifying battle that tore the sky and split the earth, and finally fell towards the valley shrouded in miasma. After a while, the light curtain disappeared and turned into an ancient map floating in the air. I know. The secret on this copper piece should be the place where these two powerful Earth-list monsters died after fighting each other. As long as we can find this place, we can get their bones and spirits. Yihan took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. If he could get one of these two spirits, it would be an unimaginable help to him. However, Yihan did not recognize the location marked on the map, so he asked. Dad, do you know where this is? Yi Xiaotian frowned, pondered for a long time, and seemed to remember it, and said in a deep voice. This place seems to be the Black Miasma Valley in the northwest of Yanqing. Black Miasma Valley? Yihan had northwest impression of this place. However, Yi Xiaotian seemed to be very familiar with the Black Miasma Valley. He shook his head and said. What a pity. This is a place that not everyone dares to enter. The Black Miasma Valley not only has terrible miasma, but also a group of vicious criminals occupying that area. These vicious criminals failed in their attempt to seize power from Lord Dugu and fled there. The leader of this group of extremely vicious criminals is called the Dark Lord. He kills people without mercy, and commits all kinds of evil, such as arson, murder, and robbery. He is truly terrifying. If you enter his territory, it is like walking into a tiger's mouth, courting death. It turned out that when Black Hades lost the battle for Yanqing with Dugu City Lord, he was forced into the Black Miasma Valley by Dugu City Lord. However, Black Hades did not lose heart because of this, but re-established his power in the Black Miasma Valley and took root there. Over the years, Dark Lord has always wanted to make a comeback and fight for the City Lord's mansion again. However, ever since City Lord Dugu broke through the Purple Mansion realm, the matter has been left unresolved. The Black Miasma Valley is not only filled with poisonous miasma, but the Black Pluto King is also cruel and murderous, so almost no one dares to set foot there. Yi Xiaotian shook his head and said solemnly. Yihan frowned. According to the records on the bronze plate, there were remains of the purple gold dragon python and the ice fierce crane in the depths of the black miasma valley. These were priceless treasures. They are monsters that rank very high on the myriad beasts list. Whether it is their blood essence, soul, or the accompanying spiritual arts, they are absolutely rare treasures and extremely valuable. Honor, I think it's better to forget it. Although the opportunity is good, you still need to be alive to take it. Don't rush into the black miasma valley recklessly. Seeing that Yihan looked unwell, Yi Xiaotian warned him in a stern tone. Dad, I understand. Yihan nodded slightly, but he only said this verbally. After all, he was worried that Yi Xiaotian would have many concerns. Now that he was close to the spiritual soul realm, he just needed to prepare a powerful demon beast spirit to assist in his cultivation. The purple gold dragon python and the frost crane have a fatal attraction to Yihan. That's good. Only then did Yi Xiaotian nod with relief. Dad, I'll take this copper piece first. Maybe I can find other information from it. After saying that, Yihan put the copper piece into his pocket and left the hall. Ah, this kid. Yi Xiaotian looked at Yihan's departing back, shook his head helplessly, and looked extremely worried. After all, he is his son, how could he not know what Yihan is thinking? However, Yihan has been stubborn since childhood, and Yi Xiaotian was worried that this kid might really have the idea of going to the Black Miasma Valley. Yihan did not leave immediately, but returned to the alchemy room to retreat. This time, the elixir he was going to refine was called Miasma Voiding Pill. As the name suggests, as long as you take this pill, you can resist the poison of miasma. Before I knew it, more than 3 days had passed. Yihan took the miasma pill and the last talisman, the barbarian bowl talisman, and quietly left the Yi mansion and headed for the Black Miasma Valley. Wu family, hall. Chief. An old man with white eyebrows bowed. What's up? Sitting in the first seat, Takeo had a gloomy face. Clan leader, some disciples of the clan met Yihan outside the Black Miasma Valley. The boy seemed to be going into the depths of the Black Miasma Valley alone. The white-browed old man said in a deep voice. What? This kid actually dared to break into the depths of the Black Miasma Valley alone. He must be tired of living. That is the territory of the Black Pluto King. Even I dare not rashly break in. Takeo couldn't help but look shocked. What is this kid doing in the Black Miasma Valley? Behind him, the old man with white eyebrows had a sinister and cunning look in his eyes, and said, Clan leader, our Wu family had some secret connections with the Dark Lord. Why don't we send him some of the supplies he needs and ask him to get rid of Yihan? Hearing this, Wu Xiong's eyes flashed with brilliance, and then a strange smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he could ask the Dark Lord to take action, Yihan would definitely never come back. Yihan, you crippled my Kue'er, this time I will make sure you die without a burial place. Wu Xiong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a surge of spiritual power swept out, causing the tables and chairs in the entire hall to shake. The Black Miasma Valley is located in the border area northwest of Yanqing. Because of its extremely closed terrain, it is shrouded in miasma all year round. From afar, the Black Forest was covered by a thick gray mist, making the area within a radius of 10 miles appear gloomy and eerie. These gray mists are miasma. These miasma are very serious and contain highly poisonous substances. Once inhaled into the body, they will block the spiritual power in the Dantian at best, or even kill you at worst. Is this the Black Miasma Valley? Yihan stood on a steep slope opposite and looked into the distance, his expression becoming solemn. Although he had not yet entered the Black Miasma Valley, he could already smell the danger, especially the strong poison of the miasma and the pungent stench that made people feel uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Yihan took out a miasma voiding pill, swallowed it, then carefully walked down the hill and entered the valley. As soon as we entered the Black Forest area, the air was filled with a strong smell of death. In this Black Forest, there were swamps everywhere. A sticky gray gas is emanating from the sky above these black swamps. Luckily I brought the miasma voiding pills, otherwise I would have died here before I even got in. Yihan was secretly shocked. He glanced at the copper piece in his hand, which did not react at all. He put it away immediately, looked around, and went deeper cautiously. After crossing the poisonous swamp area, the view ahead suddenly became darker. There were towering trees everywhere, and these trees were also in the color of miasma. The lush branches extended everywhere, covering the sky tightly. Not even a ray of sunlight could penetrate, and it looked extremely cold. Yihan moved slowly towards the forest, with powerful spiritual power rippling around him. At this moment, he was extremely alert, and would be aware of any disturbance. Rustle. Suddenly, there was a movement ahead. Then, a huge creature slowly crawled down from a huge black camphor tree. Hiss. Green-eyed scorpion. Yihan subconsciously took a few steps back, and the spiritual power in his body quickly enveloped his entire body. It was a 5-meter-long black scorpion, with a thick gray miasma wrapped around its body and its pupils showing emerald green. The pair of sinister pupils stared at Yihan greedily, and it was obvious that it had regarded him as its prey. In this black miasma valley, these poisonous insects and ferocious beasts are also one of the biggest threats. The green-eyed poisonous scorpion in front of him was emitting the aura of a late spirit sea realm. Boom. Suddenly, the green-eyed poisonous scorpion shook its body slightly, and the poisonous hook on its back shot out like a poisonous arrow. Bang. Yihan's body movements were exquisite. He dodged fiercely. An ancient tree behind him was pierced by the scorpion's tail, then shattered into 2 pieces with a bang and collapsed with a rumble. How dare you treat me as prey? Let's see who will hunt whom. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Yihan's eyes, and then he wrapped his spiritual power around it and shot it towards the green-eyed poisonous scorpion. Boom. 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 Soon, a war broke out. 3 hours later, in a palace located deep in the Black Miasma Valley, there was a magical black mirror in the palace. The scene in the mirror was exactly the scene of Yihan's fierce battle with the green-eyed poisonous scorpion. And in front of the mirror, a figure covered in miasma was staring at the mirror. This person is none other than the Dark Lord. In the eerie black hall, wisps of gray miasma filled the air, making it seem like the nether world. And in the center of the hall, there is a dark bronze mirror floating. This bronze mirror has ancient patterns and a faint glow of precious light. It is not an ordinary treasure, but a mysterious weapon. This mysterious weapon is called the Netherworld Mirror. Through this mirror, you can peek into most of the Black Miasma Valley. Pluto, it's this kid. Behind him, a white-haired elder spoke in a cold voice. This elder was the 3rd elder of the Wu family, named Wuxian. At this moment, Wuxian was looking in awe at the mysterious man in black robe who was surrounded by miasma and had a sinister aura all over his body standing in front of the nether mirror. He is just a kid from the spiritual sea realm, but he dares to break into my territory alone. I have to say that I admire his courage. The Dark Lord stared at the nether mirror with his dark eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. He turned his head slowly and saw a face covered with poisonous sores, festering and hideous, which frightened Wuxian so much that his face changed immediately. However, Wuxian quickly suppressed the fear on his face and said to the Dark Lord, "King of Hell, this guy has an irreconcilable feud with my Wu family. If you can take his head, in addition to these spirit stones and medicinal herbs, my Wu family's patriarch will also give you an additional 100,000 spirit stones as a thank you gift after he agrees." These words made Dark Hades frown and feel quite moved. He was forced back to the Black Miasma Valley by the city lord Dugu, where there was a shortage of materials for cultivation, especially a large number of spirit stones. If the Wu family hadn't paid a large sum of money to buy your head, I wouldn't have to kill you. Dark Hades narrowed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath of miasma, and then said in a hoarse voice, "Black Hades guard." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind him, streams of miasma shot in from outside the hall and transformed into more than a dozen figures wrapped in black robes kneeling on the ground. "In 1 hour, take off that boy's head and send it back to the Black Nether Palace." "Yes." After saying that, these black-robed men rushed out of the hall like a black cloud, surrounded by layers of miasma. "Pluto, that kid is full of tricks, please send more people to kill him." Elder Wuxian walked over and said with a sinister look, "A mere spiritual sea realm warrior would be more than enough to kill him with a dozen dark nether guards." Dark Hades slowly closed his eyes, his tone calm and indifferent. Elder Wuxian showed a cold smile and said, Yihan, this time you are courting death, so you can't blame my Wu family." The entire hall was deathly silent, with only the faint blue flame rising from the furnace. In the heart of the Black Miasma Valley, within a dark forest. After 3 hours of fierce fighting, the area around was in ruins, with huge trees broken in half everywhere. On the ground not far away, the gray shell of the green-eyed poisonous scorpion was covered with scars and it was already dead. This green-eyed venomous scorpion is really tenacious. It took me a lot of effort to defeat it. Yihan slowly gathered his spiritual power, then brushed off the dust on his robe, looking a little embarrassed. After saying that, he walked towards the scorpion's corpse and knocked on its hard shell with his hand, making a metallic sound. Then he skillfully pulled out a shiny dagger from his pocket and cut into the scorpion's chest, intending to take out its spirit. Unexpectedly, when the dagger just entered the poisonous scorpion's body, there was a hissing sound, a burst of white smoke came out, and it was corroded and broke into 2 pieces. It seems that these monsters have lived in the Black Miasma forest for many years, absorbing a large amount of miasma and have evolved into poisonous creatures with extremely poisonous bodies. Yihan threw away the dagger in his hand, feeling somewhat shocked. So, he stretched out his palm through the air and took out the essence of the green-eyed poisonous scorpion. This is the spirit of a demon beast from the Linghai realm. Even though you may not necessarily need it, it would be enough to sell for a good price at the Tianyan market. After collecting the essence, Yihan glanced at the green-eyed poisonous scorpion. He had no intention of taking its bones, and his figure disappeared into the miasma forest. As we went deeper and deeper into the dark forest, a chilly feeling came from all directions. Yihan walked in the miasma forest, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings from time to time, and even before he dared to settle down, he would explore carefully before doing so. The ground was full of soft, rotten leaves, which were very soft to step on, without making any sound. On top of these leaves, you could occasionally see a few white skeletons. Some of these animal bones were 4 or 5 meters long, and were shockingly white. They must have been very powerful when they were alive. Seeing so many skeletons of monsters, Yihan became more alert, and even the violent spiritual power in his palms surged. Why has the miasma around here suddenly become so thick? Suddenly, Yihan felt something was wrong, stopped and frowned. Waves of strange gray miasma came from all directions, making him feel vaguely uneasy. At this moment, in the gray and poisonous miasma, black figures quietly emerged. The prey appears. A man in black robe was hiding in the miasma, and a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes were staring at Yihan from the darkness, as if staring at his prey. This kid is only in the late spiritual sea realm, and the Hades actually sent us to take action. Isn't that a bit too much of an overreaction? Another ghostly figure frowned, feeling somewhat unhappy. Since this is the order from Hades, we must not be careless and act accordingly. Suddenly, the miasma raged. Boom. 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 Fierce gusts of wind came from behind him. Yihan reacted quickly, turned around abruptly, stuck his toes into the dead leaves, and lifted them up heavily. The dead leaves flew all over the sky, and his body quickly retreated. Dozens of miasma in front of him condensed into black poisonous arrows and stabbed towards him. A burst of light burst out from Yihan's palm, and his palm seemed to be made of gold. He slapped the first miasma arrow that came at him hard. With a bang, the poisonous arrow was exploded by the palm force into black miasma and was quickly annihilated. Swish, swish, swish. He dodged backwards again, and poisonous arrows of miasma shot at him one after another, like a rainstorm. Yihan's figure rose into the air, like a shadow constantly moving in the void. Countless poisonous arrows passed through his body, and a whirring sound came from his ears. "Who are you, the bastard, who ambushed me?" Yihan's eyes were cold. While dodging countless miasma and poisonous arrows, his palms suddenly burst into flames. The flames condensed into a big sun, and suddenly shot out a blazing sun towards the thick miasma, whizzing away. Great sun burning sky palm. Boom. The blazing sun exploded, the miasma was dispersed by the flames, and the raging flames engulfed several ancient trees around them, burning. At this time, more than a dozen black-robed figures emerged from the miasma, looking mysterious and strange. Snort. A man in black robe snorted coldly, and gray spiritual energy emanated from his body. He shook his entire body, causing the leaves on the ground to be blown away. Boom boom boom. Kill. A dozen grey-robed men rushed over, carrying rolling miasma around them. Yihan was secretly frightened and did not dare to neglect it. All his spiritual power burst out, and his golden fist burst out with golden cyclones, waving forward like a series of afterimages at a speed as fast as a shadow. Boom. These terrifying fist winds made the pupils of more than a dozen grey-robed men shrink, and they immediately scattered in all directions. Brush. Suddenly, a pitch-black claw like an eagle's claw reached out from behind. Yihan suddenly turned his neck to avoid it and was almost scratched on the face. It's not that easy to kill me. He condensed a palm-sized ball of spiritual energy in his palm and suddenly slapped it behind him. Bang. Puff. A figure was hit, blood spurted out, and he flew backwards and fell to the ground without breath. Seeing this scene, the faces of the remaining black nether guards also changed. They did not expect that this young man would be so cruel and tricky. Surround him. Brush, brush, brush. These black-robed figures moved as fast as ghosts, like a series of afterimages. One of them suddenly appeared on Yihan's left side. He gathered miasma in his palm, and it turned into a black miasma knife and chopped down. On the right side, another man in black robe sneered and slapped over with his palm filled with miasma. Court death. Yihan snorted coldly, and then his whole body was burning with the glazed king fire. The colorful flames wrapped around his body, burning fiercely, making him look like a fireman. The moment the knife condensed by the black miasma touched the flames, it was burned into nothingness with a hiss. This kid is weird, be careful. At this moment, the black nether guard's face changed drastically and he quickly retreated. A strong breath of death rushed towards him. Laugh. At this moment, Yihan's body was covered with a layer of colorful glazed flames, burning with flames like a fireman. And the moment the miasma came into contact with the flames, it was like ice and snow melting, and disappeared into nothingness. Back off. The black nether guard's face suddenly changed, and he retreated frantically, looking at the colored glaze flame with horror, as if he was staring at his natural enemy. His mind was trembling violently, and even the gray miasma around him was restrained and shrank rapidly into his body. This fear is actually instinctive. It turns out that the glazed king fire can actually clear away miasma. It seems to have a miraculous effect in restraining miasma, which is extremely cold and Yihan frowned, somewhat surprised. If the glazed king fire could restrain the miasma, then it would be much easier for him to deal with this group of men in black. When he thought of this, he looked at the men in black robe with a teasing smile on his lips, and then gathered all the flames in his body onto his arms, causing the flames on his arms to violently churn. He then emitted a burst of spiritual power and slapped it forward. Glass firearm. Boom. A flaming arm several meters in size rose into the air, burning with rippling glass flames, and roared towards the dozen or so black nether guards. Not good. A breath of death blowing towards him made the black nether guard turn pale with fear and his eyeballs tremble violently. He immediately waved his sleeves to gather the miasma around him in front of him, forming a gray miasma barrier. Bang. However, the glazed firearm destroyed the miasma barrier effortlessly and suppressed the dozen or so black-robed men. Boom. Ah. Suddenly, screams were heard. The men in black robes were burned by the glass fire and black miasma came out of their bodies. They struggled frantically and finally melted into a mass of black sticky substance, emitting a foul smell. Yihan looked down and was forced to cover his mouth and nose due to the foul smell. Could these black-robed men be the Dark Lord's men? But judging from their expressions, they seem to have been lying in ambush here for a long time. Is someone monitoring me? Thinking of this, Yihan slowly raised his head and looked around vigilantly. At this moment, he did have a vague intuition that someone was watching him. Brush. Then, he paused for a moment, pointed his toes at the ground, and then flew into the depths of the miasma forest like a wisp of green smoke. Inside the Black Palace. Who on earth is this kid? He is only in the late spiritual sea realm, but he was able to wipe out more than a dozen of my black nether guards. The Dark Lord's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at the netherworld mirror, his voice extremely cold and sinister. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a little devil from the spiritual sea realm could actually cause such heavy losses to their black nether palace. The strength of these dozen or so black nether guards is enough to deal with a strong man in the spirit soul realm. You're really lucky, but I don't believe you can escape next time. Behind him, Elder Wuxian, who had been smiling so proudly before, now had a gloomy look on his face, and clenched his dry hands like branch. Black evil. Dark King glanced to the side and saw a burly man with a centipede scar on his face. He looked ferocious and fierce. The man bowed and said, "Pluto, what do you want me to do?" "Go and deal with that kid, but this time, I want you to capture him alive." Dark Hades' eyes revealed a strange light as he spoke darkly. "I understand." Haisha cupped his hands, his whole body wrapped in black spiritual power, releasing a powerful aura that made Elder Wuxuan's face change slightly. This was because Haisha's aura had already entered the middle stage of the spiritual soul realm. "Call out." A green figure swooped through the miasma forest, its body wrapped in glazed flames. The moment the miasma approached, it shrank back as if in fear of something and made way for a passage. The glazed fire can restrain the miasma, which makes Ihan more comfortable in this black miasma valley. After a while, he landed in front of a valley. There were huge black rocks scattered here and there. The sky was shrouded in miasma and it was dark without seeing the sun. Ihan leaped and landed on a huge black rock. At this time, he took out the copper piece, and saw that the copper piece was emitting a faint golden halo at this moment. The copper piece has detected something. It seems that the remains of the purple gold dragon python and the frost fierce crane may be in a valley nearby. Yihan's eyes were slightly surprised, and then he glanced around, his expression became solemn again. This area should be the core area of the Black Miasma Valley. No wonder the miasma is countless times more intense than outside. Even the miasma pill in my body has no effect in resisting it here. The miasma here is extremely terrifying, but fortunately, the glazed fire that permeates Yihan's body can make the miasma avoid him actively. With a swish, his figure quickly sank into the depths of the miasma valley and disappeared again. Soon, another group of people appeared in front of the miasma valley. Haisha looked at the valley with a serious look, showing a little fear and said, "That valley is full of dangers. Even Hades doesn't dare to set foot in it. How dare this kid break in? He is really courting death." It turns out that this valley is the forbidden area of the entire Black Miasma Valley, Death Valley. "General Haisha, Hades asked us to capture that guy alive. What should we do now?" Behind him, a man in black robe bowed. "Let's wait here for a while. If that guy doesn't come out, he will definitely die. We can only go back and report to Hades." Haisha frowned and said in a deep voice. After entering the Death Valley, the surrounding vision began to become blurred because the miasma was so thick that it blocked the vision, and the gray gas actually turned black, and every strand contained a deadly poison. Yihan was secretly shocked. If he didn't have the glazed king fire protecting his body, he would probably not be able to survive here even if he was in the late spirit soul realm. The vegetation and trees here are all dark and eerie, exuding a sense of weirdness and beauty. Buzz. Suddenly, deep in the miasma ahead, a burst of emerald green fluorescence flickered. What is that? Yihan frowned immediately, raised a ball of fire in his palm and shone it forward curiously. In an instant, the miasma retreated to both sides. There was a figure lying on a huge black rock. Yihan walked towards the rock and saw a woman in green clothes, who was surrounded by miasma. "He's still alive." Yihan used his fingers to probe her breath and found that the woman in green was breathing evenly. It seemed that the green light on her body was protecting her. The woman was barefoot, and even though she was poisoned by the miasma and her face was black, her absolutely beautiful face still made Yihan slightly dazed. This is a nearly perfect face, as if it was carefully carved by the creator. "Forget it, you're lucky to have met me." Yihan hesitated for a moment and didn't want to help, but he still helped the woman up. It's not that he was attracted by her beauty, but facing such a beautiful woman, it is impossible for any man to not be affected at all. Laugh. Yihan activated the glazed king fire to expel the miasma that was wrapped around the woman in green, one by one. Groups of black air emerged from her crown and quickly disappeared. Buzz. At this moment, the woman's light-colored skirt accidentally slipped down a little, and a faint green lotus pattern appeared on her shoulder. Laugh. As Iena used the glazed king fire to continuously clear away the miasma from the green-clothed woman's body, her complexion gradually regained its vitality and rosy color. Buzz. At this time, a green light emanated from the body of the woman in green, wrapping her up and making her float up with her perfect figure like a water snake. She groaned and opened her eyes. A pair of light brown eyes, full of mystery and coldness, have a fascinating magic that captivates people. She has skin as white as cream, a slim waist and legs, and a flawless face, like a fairy who has descended from the heavens to the mortal world. Such extraordinary temperament can be admired from afar but not touched. It is breathtakingly beautiful. Ien's gaze also swept over the woman in green, and he was also amazed for a moment. However, the woman in green looked down at her messy clothes, and then her eyes fell on Iena in front of her. She was immediately pale and quickly jumped up and scolded. Shameless. Boom. Before Iena could explain, she raised her eyebrows slightly, and her bare hands emitted a burst of green light, like a blue moon, and slapped Iena. Iena was caught off guard, and his legs stepped on the huge rock and suddenly jumped up behind him. With a loud bang, a 10-meter-tall rock was shattered into powder. Iena flew into the air, looked down at the huge rock that was shattered, and couldn't help smacking his lips. He said, "You are such a rude woman. I saved you, but you want to kill me." At the same time, the spiritual power in his body also began to circulate secretly. Because he realized that the strength of this green-clothed woman was extremely terrifying, even reaching an unfathomable level. "You are talking nonsense. You can save me with your mere spiritual sea realm. This is ridiculous." The woman in green had a cold voice and a pair of beautiful eyes as beautiful as the full moon. She was about to wave her palm again, when suddenly the hidden disease in her body erupted, her spiritual power instantly weakened, and she fell weakly on a huge black rock. At this time, the miasma around gathered again, and the woman in green's face changed drastically. Just as the miasma was about to attack again, a wisp of glass-colored flame rose up, and all the miasma retreated again in an instant. What kind of flame is this? The woman in green stared at the colorful flame in Ien's palm with her beautiful eyes, and was secretly shocked. Although this guy is only at the spirit sea realm, that ball of fire is obviously not an ordinary fire, and even she feels a sense of danger. Now you believe it, don't you? Iena slowly landed. The woman in green frowned, then she believed it a little and said softly, "I'm sorry, I was rude just now." After saying that, she suddenly found that the sling on her shoulder had fallen off. She was immediately terrified and hurriedly pulled it up, staring at Iena and said, "What did you just see?" The voice suddenly turned cold. Iena thought that he didn't seem to have seen anything he shouldn't have seen, so he said casually, "I only saw the green lotus on your shoulder." "You." Hearing this, the green-clothed woman's delicate body trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. "Isn't it just a spiritual pattern?" Iena curled his lips, feeling for a moment that this woman in green was a little bit weird. The woman in green tried to calm down. She glared at Iena fiercely. Of course, this guy didn't know why the lotus pattern couldn't be seen. At this moment, she even wanted to kill Iena, but when she thought of this guy saving her, she could only suppress the murderous intent in her heart. This lotus pattern is not an ordinary spiritual pattern, but the family pattern of their clan, which has special divine power. As long as any man sees the lotus pattern for the first time and it reacts, it means that he must pledge his love to him. At this moment, the green lotus pattern on her back was emitting a faint light. The woman in green glanced at Iena. This guy was just a small martial artist in the tiny place of Yencheng. How could he be worthy of being her husband? It's really inexplicable. Iena stood up and was about to leave. When the green-clothed woman behind him saw him, her face suddenly changed. Now her cultivation could not be used temporarily. If a person was trapped in this valley, he would almost certainly die. Etc. The woman in green bit her lip lightly. "Why, you want my help again? You're going to kill me, why should I help you?" Iena said with a sarcastic look. "I was rude and impolite just now. This mysterious magic is my apology to you." The woman in green snapped her fingers, and a green light wrapped around the scroll fell into Yihan's palm. Hiss. Mysterious level magic. After Yihan's investigation, his pupils suddenly shrank, and a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. He looked at the woman in green seriously again, and was surprised at her background and how she could give him the mysterious magic skill just by asking. Yihan concealed his surprise, walked over and helped the woman in green up. When his palm touched her arm, he felt a cool and silky feeling, like mutton fat. The woman in green gritted her teeth, feeling a little uncomfortable for a moment. It was her first time touching a man's body. But there was no other way but to let this guy take advantage of her for the time being. Puff. Yihan waved his sleeves, and a ball of glazed fire whizzed towards the front, and all the miasma retreated into a passage. The two of them walked slowly forward and entered the depths of the valley half an hour later. It looks like it's nearby. Yihan turned his palm over, and the copper piece emitted an intense light, even getting slightly hot, as if it was sensing something strongly. Soon, a huge black lake appeared in front of them, filled with thick miasma. In the center of the lake, there was a violent ball of light, like a rising sun. In the center of the ball of light, there were two skeletons. Within that ball of light, there was also a faint sound of ancient dragon roars and crane cries. This voice. The blue-clothed woman's expression also changed. Brush. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed towards this side from not far away. Yihan instinctively took a few steps back and circulated the spiritual power in his body. At this time, a young man in a white robe slowly walked towards them in the darkness. Junior Sister Mingyue? When the young man in white saw the woman in green, he was stunned at first, but then he was surprised. The woman in green is named Tan Tai Mingyu. Zhao Qing. Tan Tai Mingyu frowned, but her face showed a deep disgust. The two of them came out together to carry out the sex mission, but they never thought that they would encounter danger in this black miasma valley, and this guy actually left her and ran away alone. Junior Sister Mingyue, I'm so glad you're okay. Zhao Qing forced a fake smile on his face, but suddenly he noticed that Yihan was holding Tan Tai Mingyu's arm, and the jealousy in his eyes instantly turned into reality. This is the goddess of the sect, and he has never even touched her with his finger once. How could this guy be so close to his junior sister? Let go of junior sister's hand. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth secretly, burning with jealousy. However, a hint of coldness flashed in Tan Tai Mingyu's eyes, and she said slowly, "Get lost." In an instant, Zhao Qing's face turned extremely ugly and gloomy. Junior Sister Mingyue actually spoke to him harshly because of this boy. For a moment, the look he gave Yihan was filled with a hint of murderous intent. There was an imperceptible hint of murderous intent and hostility in Zhao Qing's eyes. Although it was hidden very secretly, it was still noticed by the careful Yihan. It turns out that this guy is not only afraid of death, but also narrow-minded. Although it was their first meeting, Yihan felt a little disgusted with Zhao Qing. Tan Tai Mingyu's cold eyes immediately looked towards the black lake not far away. Seeing the dazzling light in the center of the lake, she was surprised for a moment and said softly, "The dragon roars and crane cries we heard just now really came from this lake. If I'm not mistaken, the two corpses should be the purple gold dragon python ranked 37th on the Earth ranking and the frost fierce crane ranked 28th. Anyone would be crazy about the relics left behind by monsters of this level." On the side, Zhao Qing shook his head and said, "Junior sister, I tried it just now. This lake contains profound power. No warrior can fly over it. However, if you use the power of the soul, you can enter it." Xianzhong water. After hearing what Zhao Qing said, Tan Tai Mingyue and Yihan were both slightly startled, and their gazes turned to the dark lake in front of them again. This lake was as calm as a mirror, as if it was carrying a heavy force, with layers of faint mysterious air permeating it. Any object passing over the lake would be sucked in. In the center of the lake, two huge skeletons vaguely emerged in the dazzling light. The sound of a deep dragon roar and the melodious cry of a crane were heard alternately, causing the space to be slightly turbulent. Soul power. Then I might have a chance to fish out the remains. At this moment, Yihan's eyes flashed slightly. Hearing this, Zhao Qing on the side couldn't help but sneer and said sarcastically, If you want to use your soul power to sink into the bottom of the lake and fish out the remains, you need to have a soul that is at least at the great perfection of the spiritual realm. Even I came back empty-handed just now, let alone you who is only at the late stage of the spiritual sea realm. It's simply ridiculous. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Yi Han's eyes met Zhao Qing's, and there was a hint of tartness in his words. I think you want to show off in front of junior sister and attract her attention. There was a hint of contempt in Zhao Qing's eyes. On the side, Ten Tai Mingyu also frowned slightly. She was quite disgusted with this kind of behavior of showing off without enough ability. For a moment, she felt a little disgusted with Yi Han. After all, her soul was far stronger than that of the average warrior, but it had only reached the middle stage of the spiritual realm. Yi Han is only 17 or 18 years old, and his cultivation level is only at the spiritual sea realm. Even if he has been practicing since his mother's womb, it is absolutely impossible for his soul power to reach the level of spiritual perfection. While Zhao Qing had a sarcastic look in his eyes, Yi Han was sneering in his heart. You know, he is an alchemist. Maybe his cultivation level is not as good as Zhao Qing's, but when it comes to spiritual power, even 10 Zhao Qing's added together are not enough to beat him. I have to remind you that the water in the Xianzhong Lake is extraordinary. If your soul power is insufficient, you may be crushed to pieces. The corners of Zhao Qing's mouth slightly raised. Although he said so, in his heart he was eager for Yi Han to give it a try. This guy was so close to Tan Tai Mingyu before, which made him have no place to vent his nameless anger. No need to bother. Yi Han approached the lake, then looked at the lake with a calm gaze and took a deep breath. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force surged out from his sea of soul, causing even the space around him to vibrate slightly. That majestic spiritual power rushed into the water of Xianzhong Lake with a bang. This. Zhao Qing, who was originally planning to watch how this guy would embarrass himself, suddenly widened his eyes like bells at this moment, filled with disbelief and horror. Heavenly soul. Tan Tai Mingyu's beautiful eyes were like moonlight shining on a lake, creating ripples. This was the second person she had met so far whose spiritual power had reached the heavenly realm. However, although the other person's spiritual power had also reached the heavenly realm, he was more than 4 or 5 years older than Yi Han. At that moment, all the aversion that Ten Tai Mingyu had towards Yi Han completely disappeared, and was replaced by amazement and admiration. It turned out that he was not, as Zhao Qing said, a person with no ability but fond of showing off. On the contrary, his heavenly soul was enough to make him extremely dazzling. At this moment, Yi Han's soul was searching at the bottom of the dark and cold pond. As Zhao Qing said, this lake contained a mysterious and heavy aura, and his soul was under great oppression. If it were an ordinary person, his soul might really be crushed by the Xianzhong energy. But, he is a divine soul in the heavenly realm. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 10 zhang, the soul continued to explore in the dark waters. Suddenly, Yi Han seemed to have discovered something. A gleam of light burst out in his eyes, and he was extremely surprised. Boom. Under the water, a purple gold light suddenly rushed up into the sky, and then slowly retracted under the wrapping of the soul, and soon turned into a drop of purple gold liquid. Buzz. It fell into Yi Han's palm. It's the blood essence of the purple gold dragon python. Zhao Qing's eyes were full of greed, jealousy, and anger. It was obviously he who first discovered the corpse, but he didn't expect that this guy would take advantage of it. Who said I couldn't do it just now? There was sarcasm in Yi Han's words, and he felt very happy when he saw Zhao Qing jumping up and down. There was also a hint of heat in Tan Tai Mingyu's beautiful eyes. This was the blood essence of the purple gold dragon python, the 37th ranked monster on the Earth list. It was said that it contained a trace of the blood of a true dragon. If used for cultivation, the effect will be huge. Yi Han took out a jade bottle, carefully put the drop of precious blood into it, and then put it away under Zhao Qing's jealous gaze. His soul entered Xianzhong Lake again. Zhao Qing, who was standing by, was so jealous that he gritted his teeth and couldn't help but send his soul into the lake as well. However, his soul had only just stepped into the threshold of the spiritual realm, and he could not hold out for more than a few minutes before he retreated from Xianzhong Lake in a panic. Boom. Suddenly, another ball of light rushed out of the lake, turned into a stream of light, and fell into Yi Han's hand, flashing continuously. Buzz. This is the spirit of the frost crane. Zhao Qing was so jealous that his eyes seemed to burn with flames and his face turned ashen. I'm so mad. Zhao Qing's face looked extremely ugly. If it wasn't for Ten Tai Mingyu's sake, he probably would have been unable to resist snatching them all away. This was an opportunity that I discovered myself, but now I had to watch Yihan snatch it away. How could he not be jealous? The essence of the frost crane contains the power of ice and fire, and is what Zhao Qing wants most. But it fell into the hands of others. On the side, Ten Tai Mingyu was not angry at all because Yihan took away the treasure. Instead, she looked at Yihan carefully. He found that although this guy's cultivation level was a little lower, he had many advantages. Compared with Zhao Qing, he was more than 100 times stronger. Buzz. In Xianzhong Lake, accompanied by a burst of red and white light flashing alternately, the spirit of the ice crane floated up from the lake. Yihan waved his hand lightly, and it landed in his palm. As soon as this ball of light came into his hand, an extreme cold and extreme heat converged in his palm, making Yihan feel hot and cold, and feel extremely mysterious for a moment. This frost crane is the 28th ranked monster on the myriad beasts list. It is said to contain two kinds of spiritual power at the same time. It is a rare and unique monster in the world. At the side, Ten Tai Mingyu's eyes revealed a bit of strangeness. Obviously, she was quite coveting this spirit essence. When Zhao Qing saw Yihan getting treasures from the lake one after another, he clenched his hands tightly in his sleeves, his nails piercing into his flesh, and the jealousy in his eyes almost turned into substance. His mentality has completely collapsed. Not only did this guy take away all the treasures right under his nose, but more importantly, he won the favor of his junior sister. This immediately made Zhao Qing feel furious and he gritted his teeth secretly. Yihan, how about I exchange this frost crane essence with you for a treasure? At this time, Ten Tai Mingyu said softly. Oh. What treasure? Yihan frowned and did not agree immediately, but he did not refuse either. If the treasure was worth the money, an exchange would not be impossible. Buzz. At this time, Ten Tai Mingyu took out a golden armor from his Qian Kuan bag. The armor looked like it was made of gold, and was engraved with strange patterns and characters. Is this a mysterious weapon? Yihan was a little surprised and became even more curious about Ten Tai Mingyu's identity. You know, the entire Yi family didn't have a single mysterious weapon, but this woman actually took out a mysterious weapon casually. This mysterious weapon is called the Mysterious Gold Armor. It is made of mysterious gold and has seal characters left by the Talisman Master. It is a treasure with extremely strong defensive power. Even if a Purple Mansion realm expert attacks with all his strength, it is difficult to break it. Ten Tai Mingyu explained. Well, let me think about it. The Xianzhong Qi of the Xianzhong Lake is too oppressive to the soul. I am afraid I can only try one last time to see if there is anything else I can gain. Yihan pondered and said that he only had this essence in his hand right now. If he could take out the purple gold dragon python essence from the bottom of the lake this time, he would be happy to make the exchange. Boom. With that, the spirit dived to the bottom of the lake once more, but this time the search would take longer. As time passed, Yihan's face gradually turned pale. After all, even if he was a divine soul in the heavenly realm, he could not withstand so many treasure-collecting trips to Xianzhong Lake. As his soul became weaker and weaker, just when Yihan wanted to give up, he suddenly sensed a ball of purple gold light at the bottom of the lake. Roar! The surface of the lake burst into purple gold light, a whirlpool formed in the center of the water, and a loud dragon roar resounded through the center of the lake. It's really the spirit of the purple gold dragon python. This guy is so lucky. Damn it. Zhao Qing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Miss Tantai, deal. After receiving the purple ball of light in his palm, Yihan immediately handed over the ice crane light ball, because among the two spirit essences, he actually liked the purple gold dragon python spirit more. Although the frost fierce crane is ranked higher, Yihan vaguely feels that this purple gold dragon python is more suitable for his cultivation. Thank you very much. Ten Tai Mingyu nodded slightly, then waved her hand and handed over the black gold armor. When Yihan took over the black gold armor, he could clearly feel its uniqueness. What's more important is that he really needed a defensive treasure. Yihan, you took away all the monster relics in Xianzhong Lake. Isn't that a bit too much? Since you have obtained the essence of the purple gold dragon python, shouldn't you hand over the dragon python blood essence? Zhao Qing said with a cold look. Haha, you are so funny. I took the treasure with my own ability, why should I give you a share? There are other treasures in this lake. If you have the ability, you can take them yourself. Yihan couldn't help but sneer. Is this guy so jealous that he has a problem with his brain, that he actually wants to share the dragon python's blood essence? You. Zhao Qing was so angry that his face turned blue, and a light green spiritual power surged in his palms. Zhao Qing, you are so arrogant and unreasonable. You are bringing shame to our sect. If you report this to Master, you won't stand a chance the next time you go on a mission. Tan Taiming Yue looked at Zhao Qing with cold eyes, and her voice was like a series of needles that made Zhao Qing feel extremely uncomfortable. Obviously, Tan Taiming Yue had completely lost her good impression of Zhao Qing, and even had a hint of disgust towards this guy. No matter how strong Zhao Qing's murderous intent was, he could not show it completely in front of Tan Taiming Yue at this moment and could only endure it. Junior sister, take care of yourself. Brush. In a rage, Zhao Qing was wrapped in a ball of green light and left like smoke. Yihan ignored it and looked around. He saw a huge black rock not far away and jumped up immediately. He sat cross-legged on the rock and immediately took out the jade bottle containing the dragon python's blood. Boo. The jade bottle was opened, and a drop of purple gold blood floated in front of Yihan's eyes. Although there was only one drop, the power contained in this drop of dragon python blood was huge enough to shock Yihan. It is said that the purple gold dragon python contains traces of true dragon blood. Its blood essence is extremely domineering and contains extremely huge energy. I am afraid that your body at the spiritual sea realm will not be able to withstand its energy and will be directly blown up. Tan Taiming Yue kindly reminded. This drop of essence blood requires a purple mansion realm expert or above to refine. Thanks for the reminder, but now that you mention it, I'm more willing to give it a try. Yihan didn't take it seriously. He practiced the dragon suction technique, and no matter how overbearing or powerful the force was, he could swallow it all. After saying that, Yihan took a deep breath, sucked gently with his mouth, and with a whoosh, the drop of essence and blood was swallowed directly into his mouth. Boom. As the essence and blood entered his body suddenly burst into an intense purple light, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded in his dantian, and then his body suddenly expanded rapidly. So domineering indeed. Yihan's face changed drastically. This essence and blood turned into an uncontrollable violent force, rushing around in his body, as if an ancient real dragon was turning the world upside down in his body. His internal organs and even his meridians were impacted, causing him excruciating pain. Since you saved my life, I will help you this time. Tan Taiming Yue opened her palm, and a green lotus shrouded in chaotic mist emerged. Roar. However, just as she was about to make a move, a second dragon roar came from Yihan's dantian, and then the huge and violent energy seemed to be suppressed and quickly quieted down. It turned out that the dragon suction technique unleashed a terrifying suction force that was madly sucking away the essence and blood. At this moment, a hint of disbelief appeared in Tan Taiming Yue's beautiful eyes, and ripples appeared. The power contained in the dragon python's blood was far beyond Yihan's imagination. This power was domineering and fierce. Once it entered the body, it was like an out-of-control beast attacking his limbs and bones. If you are not careful, your body may be burst by this power of essence and blood. However, although this force initially rushed violently through his body like a wild horse, Yihan was not without ways to deal with it. At this moment, bursts of low dragon roars were constantly coming from his dantian. One after another, black whirlpools were emitting terrifying suction forces, devouring and refining the dragon python's essence and blood. No matter how powerful the dragon python's blood is, it will be madly snatched and swallowed by the dragon suction technique. Gradually, this violent force was suppressed in the body, and Yihan's slightly ferocious expression finally calmed down. He sat cross-legged on the black rock, gradually becoming like an old monk in meditation, motionless, with purple gold light faintly emanating from his body. Tan Taiming Yue's eyes were like a clear moon, quietly watching Yihan. She found that this guy was not as simple as she imagined, and the domineering and fierce dragon python blood power was actually dissolved by him. It seems that I underestimated you. She raised the corner of her mouth, and the green lotus in her hand disappeared into green mist and melted into her palm. She had to admit in her heart that she had underestimated Yihan from the beginning. This guy seemed to be far from as simple as he seemed. Thinking of this, Tin Tai Mingyu found a place to sit cross-legged, practicing qigong and regulating her breathing. Suddenly, a green lotus pattern appeared between her eyebrows. However, there were two mysterious and powerful forces competing with each other in her body, causing her to be in an extremely weak state at the moment. It took a long time to refine the dragon python's essence and blood, and 3 hours had passed unknowingly. Buzz. At Yihan's dantian, the vast spiritual energy gradually condensed into a palm-sized purple gold figure whose shape was quite similar to his original body. As the magic formula changed, the purple gold figure in the dantian was actually repeating the same training movements as him, one inside and one outside. The two streams of spiritual power circulated throughout the body. This little purple gold figure is the spirit. As time passed, the light all over the body of this purple goldman became more and more condensed, and finally sank into the dantian like a small Buddha statue. At this moment, Yihan's originally golden spiritual power completely turned into purple gold, and quickly converged into his body. He opened his eyes, slowly stood up from the rock, and said in surprise, "Is this the power of the spiritual soul realm? It is indeed much stronger than the spiritual sea realm. Unfortunately, this dragon python is too powerful, and 1/3 of its remaining power is sealed in the dantian. Otherwise, it would not be impossible to break through the middle stage of the spiritual soul realm." While he was pleasantly surprised, he suddenly discovered a faint purple gold luster under his skin. "Ah! My body seems to have become much stronger. It seems that the dragon python's blood essence has some miraculous effect on the body." Yihan pinched the skin and found it seemed to be tougher than before, which surprised him a little. Not far away, Tin Tai Mingyu came over with light lotus steps and said in a cold voice, "The body of the purple gold dragon python is extremely ferocious. It is not surprising that your physical strength has been enhanced after you refined its blood essence. However, it is said that by refining the blood essence of the dragon python, you will also gain a dragon python mountain-piercing force, which is extremely powerful." Real. Yihan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately tried to secretly mobilize the spiritual power in his body. His arms flashed with purple light in an instant, and a purple gold mist wrapped around his fist. This is the power of the dragon python that can penetrate mountains. Boom. This punch smashed towards black rock, and a purple energy brought with it a whistling wind, instantly piercing through it like the back of paper, and the powerful force smashed it into powder. What a domineering punch. Yihan flexed his 5 fingers. This simple punch alone was more powerful than the average 9th grade spiritual technique. If he used this dragon python piercing mountain power against the enemy, it would definitely have a surprising effect. "Miss Tantai, your injury should have almost recovered, right?" Yihan immediately looked at Tin Tai Mingyu. Although the latter looked a little pale, her natural face was still breathtakingly beautiful, especially her eyes which were like the bright moon, making people sink into them. Tin Tai Mingyu shook her head and frowned. "It's not that simple. I need to return to the sect to recuperate for a few months to recover from my injuries. In that case, let's leave the valley." Yihan looked towards the lake. Under the cover of layers of miasma, the light in the center of the lake gradually dimmed. After a while, the two remains sank completely into the lake. After a while, the two of them left the Death Valley. Just as he reached the valley entrance, Yihan suddenly stopped, looked around, and his expression became serious. He looked towards a dark forest on the left and said in a deep voice, "You must be someone from the Black Nether Palace, right? Since you're already here, why are you hiding?" Boom. Just as the voice came out, miasma suddenly rose up from the black forest. The black miasma blocked out the sky and instantly enveloped the sky above the valley, as if a dark curtain was covering it. "Hee, I didn't expect that we hid so deeply, but you still found us." A dark sneer was heard in the miasma, and then a man in a black robe took a step forward and stepped into the void. His body was surrounded by miasma, his figure was as big as an iron tower, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. "My name is Haisha. Hades wants to invite you to the Black Nether Palace." Do you want to come with me, or do you want me to capture you personally? The black evil spirit said in a sinister and gloomy tone. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Yihan said with a cold look. That's not up to you. Boom. The black evil claw grabbed in the air, and the rolling miasma condensed into a giant claw that whizzed away. Snort. Yihan snorted coldly and slapped his hand forward in the air. A purple gold palm print whizzed away in the void. With a bang, 2 spiritual powers exploded in the void, shaking continuously. Brush. In the violent fluctuations of spiritual power, at this moment 2 figures burst out at the same time, wrapped in spiritual power, as if they were meteorites passing through the sky and then collided heavily with each other. Bang. At the moment of collision, the palms of the 2 touched each other, without any fancy moves. It was a pure collision of spiritual power. Then with a bang, the wind raged, tearing the black rocks on the ground into cracks, and the vines entangled on them were shattered layer by layer under the impact of this wave. The moment their palms collided, they were thrown backwards at an extremely fast speed and landed on the black rock. Their feet kept moving backwards, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints. Laugh. Miasma. Yihan stopped and a black miasma wrapped around his palm. At this time, flames suddenly burned in his palm, burning it to ashes. You really have some skills. You can even dissolve the miasma I have cultivated for decades. No wonder you were able to wipe out dozens of black nether guards. If you were at the same level as me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Haisha's gaze became completely solemn. Above the valley, 2 figures stood facing each other in midair, emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations from their bodies. Then they collided and merged with each other, like the collision of thunder in the clouds, and a low sound was heard, and the void continued to vibrate. During this silent confrontation, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if it would explode at any moment with just a fuse. This kid is really not simple. Haisha was also secretly surprised, his brows furrowed. The miasma energy he had practiced for decades was actually easily resolved by the other party. Moreover, during the collision between the 2 spiritual powers, he did not have any advantage at all. In fact, the fierce fire spiritual power on Yihan actually had a restraining effect on his miasma. With this thought, Haisha took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body began to vibrate. He opened his 5 dark fingers. At this time, the miasma around him seemed to be attracted, and burst towards his palm, turning into a black miasma light ball with extremely terrifying fluctuations. Boom. Haisha's feet burst out into the air. At the same time, the black light ball hidden in his palm, which was emitting violent spiritual power fluctuations, slapped towards Yihan fiercely. Break. The black light spun over, and Yihan's whole body burst into purple gold light. The blue veins on his arms bulged like a dragon as he waved his arms out. Bang. The punch hit the miasma, and a dazzling light burst out from the fist, instantly covering the entire valley, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The miasma was annihilated in an instant. Seeing that the second move was broken, Haisha's face became even uglier. He rolled up his sleeves, and the black miasma continued to condense around his body, and then turned into hundreds of black magic spears. Miasma Demon Spear. Brush. 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 In the black fog, black spears filled with miasma pierced through the void, making a violent whistling sound, like a rainstorm. Faced with such a fierce attack, Yihan not only did not retreat at all, but instead rushed directly towards the countless miasma guns. Brush. His fist burst out with purple gold light, and then he blasted towards the first miasma demon spear. Bang. The punch hit the black gun, shattering it in an instant. Then he moved like a ghost, stepping on the flying black guns. He lightly tapped the black gun with his nimble toes and shot away with the force. Seeing Yihan rushing over, Haisha condensed poisonous miasma on his fingertips, lightly pointed in the air, and a beam of black spiritual power whizzed away. Brush. Yihan's body slightly turned, and the moment the beam of spiritual power passed by him, his palm suddenly ignited with a glass-colored flame, and he continuously slapped it towards Haisha's side. Boom. 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 The 2 men engaged in close combat, punching each other continuously, and their fists were waving like afterimages. they were fighting in the most brutal manner, punching each other. With every impact of the punch, an astonishing burst of spiritual power would ripple out in all directions, causing a strong wind to blow through the entire valley, and pieces of broken rocks would be swept up and rotate in the air. However, in this brutal confrontation, Yihan obviously had the absolute upper hand. Bang. This damn kid. Haisha cursed inwardly and took a few steps back, because every time he hit the opponent's fist, a hot spiritual power would vibrate into his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that Haisha was slightly distracted, Yihan took advantage of the situation and slapped him again with a fire palm. The fire palm came at him with such force that Haisha's pupils shrank, as if he smelled a strong breath of danger. He did not fight back with a palm strike, but instead, a rolling miasma escaped from his body and turned into a miasma shield. Bang. The flaming palm hit the shield, exploding it into miasma. At this time, a whistling sound was heard from the front, and a black spear suddenly penetrated the miasma and stabbed towards Yihan. Haisha held the black gun and stabbed wildly and quickly. Brush, brush, brush. The speed of the black gun was so fast that only a shadow could be seen, and it rushed towards Yihan frantically. However, Yihan's reaction was naturally extremely fast. Under such a fierce and rapid attack, his head and body kept moving left and right. Then with a swish, the hand that was burning with the glazed king fire took the opportunity to grab the black gun, and with a hiss, bursts of black smoke came out, and it broke. The black evil figure retreated wildly, gritted his teeth, and mobilized all his spiritual power again. Netherworld Claw. Boom. A terrifying black claw tore through the miasma, as if it had come out of hell, filled with a terrible aura of death, and then enveloped Yihan's body. This Netherworld Claw was a 9th grade spiritual technique. Buzz. The move of Haisha was extremely ferocious, and Yihan did not dare to be careless at the moment. He shook all the spiritual power in his body, causing the void around him to twist and vibrate, and then his arm turned golden. Vdra Buddha hand. Call. The large golden handprint burst out with light, forming a sharp contrast with the netherworld hand that was filled with deeping energy, and then, under the gaze of the two men, they collided fiercely. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire valley began to rumble and shake. The waves generated by the collision of the two energies actually broke the huge trees in the valley in half. Brush. However, the violent spiritual power had not yet subsided, and Haisha launched an attack again. His figure flashed like a ghost, and a gust of wind passed behind Yihan. Then, Haisha's figure instantly appeared behind him, and the palm surrounded by black miasma slapped Yihan's back fiercely. Want to sneak attack me? Yihan had already noticed it, and he dodged quickly and disappeared on the spot. His palm hit nothing, and the void was shaking continuously. Glass firearm. Call. High in the sky, Yihan's palm, which was burning with flames, slammed suddenly. Boom. A glazed firearm, filled with terrifying fluctuations, came down to suppress the black evil. This flame seemed to compress the miasma and spiritual power in the black evil spirit's body, causing the light to dim. It was like encountering a natural enemy and being weakened a little. I never thought that a person in the early stage of the spiritual soul realm could actually defeat me to this extent. Haisha's face became ferocious, his eyes turned red, and he roared fiercely. Netherworld Python. Roar. A howling sound was heard, and billowing miasma emerged from Haisha's body, and a giant black python emerged in the miasma. This is the spirit cultivated by Haisha, the 9th grade spirit, the Hell Netherworld Python. Boom. The giant tail of the Netherworld Python swept out like a streak of silk, containing extremely powerful force, and collided with the firearm. Bang. The flaming arm was annihilated in an instant, and then the giant tail swept towards Yihan again. Yihan dodged like lightning. The giant tail was as heavy as 1,000 pounds and smashed down heavily. A huge pit collapsed on the ground and turned it into ruins. Is this the power of spirit? Yihan was also secretly shocked. The most powerful means of those in the spiritual soul realm was not spiritual power, but the power they gained from cultivating their spirit essence. Roar. A roar shook the valley, causing the rocks on the ground to shake violently, and even the miasma that was shrouding the surroundings was directly dispersed. In the rolling miasma, a towering black python suddenly appeared. It was filled with dark mist and had a bloody mouth with teeth as sharp as daggers. This black python with a terrifying aura is none other than the essence of black evil's cultivation, the Hell Netherworld python. Although it has not been included in the record of 10,000 beasts, due to years of consuming miasma, it also possesses strength comparable to that of the late spirit soul realm. Vdra Buddha hand. As Yihan's figure exploded backwards, gusts of wind made his robe flutter. He released all his spiritual power, and his palms burst into golden light, and he slapped towards the hellish ghost. Boom. The handprint exuding a quasi-Xian level aura was like the hand of a giant Buddha, bursting with intense light in the sky above the valley and falling from the sky. Not far away, Haisha sneered, then formed seals with his hands and shouted. Pupils of the Netherworld python. Buzz. Two black rays of light shot out from the pupils of the nether python. The rays were like the light of death. They shot through the Vdra Buddha's hand, leaving two pinhole-like gaps. Then with a hissing sound, the two gaps were continuously corroded by the darkness until the light of the Vdra Buddha's hand completely dimmed and shattered. Boom. At this moment, the nether python's tail, as thick as a rock pillar, suddenly attacked from below, and even the void was swept by the tail, making the air roll like waves. Careful. Behind him, Tentai Mingyu's beautiful eyes condensed, and then her jade hand condensed a green lotus. She flicked her finger lightly, and the green lotus flew out with emerald light, turning into a lotus platform and landing at Yihan's feet. Buzz. The lotus petals condensed by spiritual power around the lotus platform quickly closed, covering Yihan and protecting him like a flower bud. Bang. At this moment, the python's tail, which contained enough power to shake the rocks, hit the lotus platform. The green lotus platform only trembled slightly, but it was still as solid as before and looked intact. What a strong defense. What kind of treasure is this? It can actually withstand the attack of the nether python without any damage. Yihan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After a while, the lotus platform slowly disappeared. In the distance, Haisha snorted coldly. Boy, don't waste your time. With your current state, it is absolutely impossible for you to compete with my Hell Nether python. After hearing this, Yihan's expression became solemn. This Hell Netherworld python could deal with it even if it encountered a late soul realm cultivator. He was only in the early soul realm, how could he be the enemy? However, even though he cannot compete with the other party in terms of cultivation, it does not mean that he has no other means. Buzz. A golden talisman quietly appeared in Yihan's palm. This talisman was one of the 3 talismans obtained from the Tianyang mine. Its name is Barbarian Bull Talisman. I don't know if this Barbarian Bull Talisman can deal with the black evil nether python, but I can only give it a try. Yihan took a deep breath, and at this time his palm injected a stream of spiritual power into the talisman. Buzz. In an instant, the talisman floated up, and gusts of air wrapped around the talisman paper. Then a burst of intense light burst out, and terrifying energy fluctuations surged to the surroundings like a tide. This fluctuation. Tentai Mingyu frowned, then relaxed her eyebrows, revealing a strong sense of surprise and joy. Unexpectedly, this guy actually had a trump card like the Xian-level talisman in his hand. Moo. An ancient roar was heard, and the golden light of the runes merged into an ancient wild bull. It is like a majestic bronze bull, several feet tall, covered with runes and shrouded in golden light, looking extremely sacred. This is a mystical talisman. Haisha's expression changed drastically at this moment, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it. This kid actually has a Xian-level talisman. Boom. Above the valley, the sacred golden bull stared at its horns as if it was crashing into a mountain, and stepped forward towards the hell python. Boom. Boom. Every time the barbarian bull's golden hoof stepped on the ground, the void would sink and a vast ocean of golden spiritual power would appear under its feet. This was the unique skill of the ancient barbarian bull, the barbarian bull's sky-shattering step. Kill. The black evil robe rolled up, and the miasma swept through. The netherworld python in the darkness also opened its mouth to swallow the sky and rushed towards the ancient wild bull. Bang. However, the collision between the two spirit beasts was not as intense as imagined, because the ancient barbarian bull raised its front hoof and stomped lightly, causing the nether python to let out a scream and be completely annihilated. Bang. Puff. The spirit exploded, and Haisha seemed to be hit back. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, and fell into the valley in terror. Pluto, save me! Haisha roared in horror. Snort. Just as the ancient wild bull was about to step on the black evil, suddenly a dark cold snort sounded, and with a loud bang, a black claw covered the sky and the sun in the darkness, covered with strange black lines and pressed down. Bang. The black claw instantly crushed the wild bull. Whoosh whoosh. Then, the overwhelming miasma gathered towards the left, and a figure emerged. Black Hades. Yihan subconsciously took a few steps back, as if he had met a natural enemy. The spiritual power in his body began to circulate rapidly, because he could sense that the Black Pluto was very terrifying. Half-step Purple Mansion Realm. Tentai Mingyu looked towards the Black Hades, her eyes changed for a moment, but there was not a trace of panic in them. The Dark Lord stood in the void, the powerful spiritual power around him seemed to make the flow of air stagnant and solidify. Pluto. The Black Evil's aura was weak, and he bowed. Useless. You were actually made so embarrassed by a junior in the early stage of the spiritual soul realm. He Ming's eyes were sharp. However, the look he gave Yihan was filled with admiration. This kid was only 17 or 18 years old, but he had such strength. It was not simple. If the Wu family hadn't wanted his head, King Black Hades would really want to recruit Yihan to join the Netherworld Palace. King of Hell, please kill this boy quickly. If you can take his head, my Wu family is willing to give you another 100,000 spirit stones. Behind him, Elder Wu Xian said grimly. Wu family. Yihan's eyes turned cold instantly. No wonder the Dark King chased him all the way. It turned out that the Wu family was behind it. How despicable. Come with me. After He Ming Wang finished speaking, he was about to raise his hand, when suddenly Tentai Mingyu took a step forward, and then an ethereal voice was heard. Black Hades, if you kill him, I'm afraid no one will be able to cure the miasma in your body until you are completely devoured by the miasma. Hearing this, the pupils of the Dark King shrank slightly. The little girl could see at a glance that he was deeply poisoned by the miasma, so she narrowed her eyes and asked. What did you say? If my guess is correct, the technique you are practicing requires you to devour miasma. Although it is extremely powerful in a short period of time, as the miasma poison accumulates in your body, it will eventually backfire and kill you. As she spoke, Tentai Mingyu looked at Yihan with her beautiful eyes like cold moons, and continued. And only the fire in his body can drive away the miasma in your body. What? At this moment, Dark Hades' expression changed drastically. Why should I trust you? Dark Hades frowned and said coldly. The martial art he practiced was called the miasma poison technique, and to practice this technique, one had to constantly devour miasma as a source of spiritual power. Although practicing the miasma poison skill can rapidly improve a person's strength, it also has a very terrible side effect, backlash. Over the years, the effects of the miasma backlash on Black Hades have increased day by day, and the poison of the miasma has already penetrated into his bone marrow. Even panaceas are of no use at all. Therefore, King Black Hades did not believe that the little ghost in the spirit realm before him could drive away the miasma. Tentai Mingyu smiled and said calmly. If you are attacked by the miasma, at the very least, your bones will feel like they're being bitten by thousands of ants, and at the worst, they will be corroded by the miasma and turned into a pool of pus and blood. Even if you don't believe it, why don't you dare to give it a try? Dark Hades frowned and remained silent. The severe backlash of the miasma over the years has indeed tortured him to the point of wanting to die. After a moment of silence, the Dark King looked at Yihan with his inky black eyes and said, Okay, I will give you a chance for now. However, if you dare to play any tricks, I will make you die miserably. Hearing this, Yihan nodded slightly towards Tentai Mingyu, then he walked behind the Dark King, took a deep breath. I'm going to start expelling the poison. Laugh. After saying that, Yihan raised his palm, and a glazed flame rose up and kept rolling in his palm. The terrifying temperature instantly made the surrounding air boil, and even the terrible miasma automatically retreated. Seeing this strange flame, Dark Hades actually smelled a strong scent of danger. The miasma of the Black Hades has entered his bone marrow, so the glazed fire must penetrate into his body to completely eradicate the miasma in his body. However, this method is very dangerous. Yihan didn't dare to play any tricks. With the strength of the Dark King, even a counterattack before his death would surely wipe him out. Thinking of this, the glazed flame in his palm quickly condensed into a tiny ray of fire and penetrated into the body of the Dark Lord. Laugh. The moment the flame entered the body, it was as if ice and fire were merging together, making bursts of sound. The Black Hades veins popped out in pain and his face became hideous, but the glazed king's fire was burning in his body, and soon wisps of sticky black liquid were forced out. These are miasma. It actually works. Sensing that the poisonous miasma in his body was dissipating, He Ming's pupils suddenly shrank in surprise. Don't be distracted. My flames will penetrate into your bones and completely eradicate the miasma. Yihan frowned and reminded. At this moment, Tentai Mingyu's expression also became a little worried. This step is extremely dangerous and requires extremely sophisticated fire control skills to be able to accomplish. However, as a top-level alchemist, Yihan's control over fire has reached perfection. Under his exquisite fire control technique, the flames penetrated into his bones. Laugh. A sharp pain came like a needle prick, and the Dark King's face twitched in pain. Then a large amount of sticky miasma poison continued to pour out from the top of his head. Gradually, Tentai Mingyue looked at it intently, and a hint of surprise gradually emerged on her beautiful face. She did not expect that Yihan's fire control technique was so exquisite. This guy is really not simple. As the two came into contact, Tentai Mingyu felt more and more that this guy seemed to be a hidden talent. This expelling of the poison lasted for 3 hours. After 3 hours, Yihan slowly exhaled the foul air, retracted the flame, and said, "It has been almost expelled." Dark King slowly opened his eyes and quickly circulated the spiritual power in his body. His tendons seemed to be opened up. A powerful force surged and he suddenly felt extremely comfortable. "I can't thank you enough for your kindness." King Darkness was so excited that he bowed to Yihan, his eyes filled with ecstasy. "You're welcome, Pluto." Yihan stopped. The reason he took action was just to save his life. After saying that, he looked at Elder Wuxian who was behind the Dark King. At this moment, the old man was pale and his eyes were full of fear. Snort. Dark King snorted coldly, and then a burst of black light burst out from his palm and slapped towards Wuxian. "Pluto, no." Bang. Before Elder Wuxian could finish his words, this palm blasted his body into a bloody mist. "Friend Yi, I will definitely repay the kindness you showed my Black Nether Palace today in the future." After Black Hades finished speaking, he left with the people from Black Hades Palace, covered in miasma. Huh. Yihan heaved a sigh of relief, and smiled at Tentai Mingyu. Then the two of them left the Black Miasma Valley and returned to the Yi family together. A few hours later, Yi family. As soon as he returned to the Yi family mansion, Yihan heard that the Great Elder and others were in the conference hall, seemingly discussing something important, so he quickly went there with Tentai Mingyue. The Great Elder. As the two stepped into the hall, all eyes focused on them and then fell on Tentai Mingyue. Everyone's expression was filled with surprise. Who is this woman? Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Could it be the young patriarch? In the meeting hall, everyone was talking about it. As soon as Tentai Mingyue appeared, she stunned everyone, especially some of the male disciples of the Yi family, who stared at her in a daze and couldn't move away. The phrase, "beautiful as a beacon of beauty," was not enough to describe this woman's beauty. She was like a fairy who had descended to earth. Her temperament was a little cold, like a lotus flower that was isolated from the world. Her long black hair was bound by a hairband. Without any decoration, she was already a little breathtakingly beautiful. "Honor, you're back just in time. We just happened to have an important announcement to make," Yi Bailey said to Yihan with a smile. "Great Elder, what's the matter?" Yihan looked suspicious. "This matter is related to the future of our Yi family. It is also the most important matter in the entire Yanqing. That is, in half a month, the three major sects will hold a preliminary election in Yanqing. The Great Elder said in an impassioned tone. Wow. Is it finally starting? I wonder if my Yi family can win the only spot this time. Of course there is a chance. Yi Han's strength is no less than that of other geniuses in Yanqing. However, the competition this time is likely to be fierce. For a moment, the disciples of the clan below also started discussing heatedly and were very excited. The preliminary selection of the three major sects only happens once every 3 years, and this time there is only one quota allocated to Yanqing. And this event is also the most important event in the entire Yanqing. This time, Yi Han, Yi Lang, Yi Long, Yi Xianfeng, and other 15 disciples will represent our Yi family to fight for the only spot in Yanqing in the preliminary selection of the three major sects. The Great Elder also had a fiery look in his eyes. The three major sects. At the side, Tentai Mingyu's beautiful eyes were slightly rippled, because she was a disciple from the three major sects who came out to gain experience. Although there is still more than half a month to go before the assessment of the three major sects, the entire Yanqing has already become boiling hot in advance. The sect assessment held every 3 years is definitely the hottest focus in Yanqing. This year, Yanqing only had one spot for promotion, which made the competition unprecedentedly fierce. Whoever wins the only qualifying spot will surely be a major event that will shock the entire Yanqing. In order to prepare for this assessment, Yi Han went into seclusion for more than half a month after returning to the clan. During this half a month, he hardly left the training room, and no one knew what he was practicing in there. However, occasionally when some family disciples passed by, they could vaguely hear the low roar of dragons. Time flies, half a month passes in a flash. This day, the test day finally arrived. Located in a courtyard, Tentai Mingyu sat on a stone bench under a willow tree. The mottled sunlight filtered through the branches and fell on her beautiful face, creating a burst of white light. She was wearing a light blue dress, like a lotus, independent and aloof from the world. Her eyelashes were curled, her light brown eyes were calm and full of charm, and her soft hands were holding an ancient book. Outside the courtyard wall, many disciples of the clan were secretly peeping at the beautiful girl through the holes in the wall, and they were stunned. It would be difficult for any men in the world to remain calm when seeing a woman like this, let alone the young men of the Yi family who are full of vigor and vitality. Crunch. After a while, the wooden door of the hall opened, and a figure in a green robe walked out with high spirits. Tentai Mingyu's pair of light brown eyes slowly moved away from the ancient book and fell on Yi Han, examining him carefully, and said calmly. Not bad. You seem to have made a lot of progress compared to half a month ago. How is the practice of the Xian-level martial arts I taught you going? It can't be considered perfect, but it can be considered a successful one. Yi Han pondered for a moment and said with a smile. Oh. There was some surprise in Tentai Mingyu's beautiful eyes. The Xian-level martial arts that she had given to Yi Han before was extraordinary. Even if the disciples in the sect wanted to master it completely, it would take at least 3 months. Yi Han had only practiced for half a month, but he was able to use it in a preliminary way. If she hadn't seen this guy's many tricks in the Black Miasma Valley, she would have thought that Yi Han was just bragging. Then let's go. Today is the assessment for the 3 major sections. The only spot is the time to test your achievements over the past half month. Tentai Mingyu nodded her head lightly. Yi Han slowly raised his head, looked at the scorching sun above his head, and exhaled. Only by getting this promotion quota can he participate in the Qingzhou final selection. And in the Qingzhou final selection, he will definitely meet the genius of the Yi family's upper clan, Yi Lingxiao. Therefore, I must get this spot. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the courtyard. Yanqing, Yanrong Square. This stone square was surrounded by huge and mottled stone pillars, and the floor was red as if it had been burned. It is said that there is an underground fire vein under this square, so fire energy continuously emerges from the ground and hot steam rises. Moreover, this kind of flame seems to be able to refine spiritual power, so there are many people who practice it. However, even though it was hot here, it was nothing compared to the heat caused by today's test. Countless warriors gathered in this square, almost a sea of people. The flow of people was huge, and it was unprecedentedly hot. This year, Yanqing only has one spot for promotion, and the competition is unprecedentedly fierce. A shirtless man said. Yes, it's because for several consecutive years, the disciples from Yanqing who advanced to the next round lost in the first round of the final selection, so the three major sects reduced the 3 places from Yanqing to 1. An old man shook his head and sighed. In previous years, Yanqing had 3 finalists. However, as Yanqing's talents did not perform well in the finals, the number of finalists was reduced. However, the reduction in the number of places has made this assessment even more suspenseful. Tell me, who will get this one spot? A thin young man turned his eyes and observed his surroundings like a monkey. This one and only promotion spot belongs to the young city lord. This mysterious young city lord is said to have already entered the spiritual soul realm. An old man with fiery hair said. That's not necessarily true. It is said that Yihan from the Yi family has also been very popular recently. He was the #1 prodigy in Yanqing back then. He is also a hot candidate for the spot this time. Mo Yunluo from the White Tiger Village, Wu Kuei from the Wu family, these are all the geniuses of Yanqing, none of them are weak. Yes, it's too early to draw conclusions now. We have to see how they perform next. Warriors from all walks of life were discussing the matter, and the entire square was packed with people. It was extremely lively. However, most people believed that the mysterious young city lord would be the final winner of this quota. After all, his father was the city lord, a purple mansion realm expert. As time passed, more and more geniuses gathered in Yanrong Square, including Mo Yunluo from the White Tiger Village and Wu Kuei who was seriously injured by Yihan before. However, the genius sent by the Su family this time was not Su Biyue, but Su Tianqing. The Yi family's genius is here too. Oh my god, who is that woman? Could she also be a prodigy of the Yi family? A scream was heard, and instantly everyone in the square focused their attention on the group of people from the Yi family. Tan Tai Mingyu wore a light blue veil, so her face could not be seen, but even so, she caused a sensation, and everyone's eyes unconsciously focused on her. That kind of natural temperament will surely be the focus of attention no matter where it is. Even Yihan had his limelight stolen, and he felt helpless about it. Those wolf-like and ferocious gazes, this is probably the cause of trouble due to beauty. This guy is finally here. Wu Kuei clenched his fists tightly, making a creaking sound. A strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes, and he secretly made up his mind to take revenge this time no matter what. However, Yihan just glanced at Wu Kuei indifferently and didn't take it to heart at all. Being looked down upon by the other party, the anger in Wu Kuei's heart burned like a flame. Bang bang bang. However, at this moment, a magnificent carriage came driven by a dragon horse. Wow. Everyone looked over there, their faces filled with shock. Is this purple cloud horse? I heard that a beast like this would cost at least 200,000 spirit stones. Oh my god, who's making such a big fuss? Countless people gasped, and when Yihan looked at the extremely luxurious carriage, his eyes narrowed slightly. The identity of a person who can have such a grand ceremony is obvious. The luxurious carriage pulled by the purple cloud horse slowly drove towards the square, causing an uproar and discussion among everyone present. They knew that the owner of this carriage must be extremely noble and extraordinary, because such a purple cloud horse beast would cost at least 200,000 spirit stones, and ordinary forces would not be able to afford such a purchase. After a while, a young man in a purple robe got off the carriage. This young man had a face as sharp as a knife, with sharp edges and corners, and a pair of eyes as bright as the starry sky, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Is he the young city lord? Oh my god, so handsome. The appearance of Dugu Qianxing also caused quite a stir, especially among the young girls present who were secretly sending him flirtatious glances. As the young lord of the city lord's mansion, Dugu Qianxing rarely shows up, so even the warriors of Yanqing are very unfamiliar with him. Such a strong aura, this young city lord may have already entered the middle stage of the spiritual soul realm. A young man from Heishan village frowned immediately and said with an extremely serious expression. It seems that the one who has the best chance of winning the only spot this time is the young city lord. The rest of the onlookers nodded. Mo Yunluo, Wu Kuei, and other geniuses looked at each other with great fear and even clenched their fists secretly. They knew that if they wanted to get the only qualifying spot in the assessment, their strongest opponent would be Dugu Qianxing. Dugu Qianxing got off the carriage and quickly spotted Yihan's figure in the crowd. The two looked at each other instantly, and there was a faint murderous aura colliding with each other, causing pedestrians to quickly retreat to both sides and make way for a passage. Dugu Qianxing walked over. His eyes first fell on Tan Taiming Yue, who was standing aside. A flash of surprise appeared in the depths of his eyes, and then he looked at Yi Han, with a sneer on his lips. You, a stray dog, escaped in disgrace from my city lord's mansion last time. I didn't expect you to show up again this time. But this time, I'm afraid you won't be as lucky as last time. After hearing this, Yi Han was not angered by his words, but smiled faintly. Your hand hasn't been disabled yet. Hearing this, Dugu Qianxing was instantly filled with anger, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. At this moment, there were hideous scars on his right palm, and his index finger was burned off. However, he quickly forced a smile on his face and said, Don't be too proud, because the only consequence of angering me is that you will die a more miserable death on the battlefield later. You are not naive enough to think that you can be compared with me just because you used some dirty tricks last time, right? Dugu Qianxing's arrogant gaze was filled with contempt. The Yi family was as insignificant as an ant in front of the city lord's mansion. What qualifications did Yi Han have to be his opponent? Don't be too confident. If you can't take it back later, won't you lose face? Yi Han narrowed his eyes and responded sharply. A month ago, he was definitely no match for Dugu Qianxing. But now, it was not certain who would win. Then we'll see who loses face later. The promotion spots in the preliminary selection of the three major sects are definitely not something you can get your hands on. Dugu Qianxing snorted coldly, then turned to another place surrounded by guards. His strength is very strong. He must have cultivated an extremely powerful spirit. On the side, Tan Taiming Yu saw through Dugu Qianxing's background at a glance and said in a light tone, How does that compare to me? Yi Han raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Tan Taiming Yu pretended not to hear, but her silence already represented her answer. It seems that this young city lord has a grudge against Yi Han. There will be something interesting to watch later. Humph. This guy really overestimates his own abilities. How can the Yi family compare with the city lord's mansion? Everyone also sensed something was amiss in the conversation between the two and felt happy about it. As time passed, more and more warriors gathered in the square. The huge square was filled with people, and all kinds of noisy sounds gathered together, rising straight into the sky, and then spread far away, so that they could be heard within 10 miles of the entire Yanqing. Looking around, black shadows spread to the end, and even some buildings around the square were covered with shadows. It is enough to see how popular this assessment of the three major sects is in Yanqing. Violent. Suddenly, a cry was heard from the sky, and then a giant bird with flames burning all over its body fell from the sky. The mentors from the three major sects are here. Oh my God, is that a red flame eagle? Countless people burst into exclamations and raised their heads to look at the firebird, on whose back stood three upright figures. They are the elders of the three major sects and are also the instructors in charge of this assessment. After a while, the red flame eagle circled down and landed in the center of the square. Then, three mentors jumped up and stood in the square with serious expressions. On the left is an elder with white and gray hair, short and thin, with a thunderous mouth, and he looks serious and has a cold expression. And one of the old men was the mentor of the Star God Palace, one of the three major sects, named Wan Kuan. The mentor in the middle is a beautiful middle-aged woman with a smile on her face, wearing a palace robe. She is the mentor from the Yunhai sect, Hong Yuan. The last one was a middle-aged man with a burly build and an expressionless face. He was from Wujiman and his name was Shantu. As expected of one of the three great sects, even the three outer sect elders have already entered the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, this scarlet flame eagle is so precious, yet it is only their beast. Everyone around was shocked, and looked at the three mentors with fear. At this time, the instructor Wan Kuan from the Star God Palace stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Today is the preliminary selection for my three major sects, but this year is a little different from previous years. Not only are there fewer places, but the way of assessment has also changed a bit. This year's preliminary selection adopts a 2-round rating system, 2 rounds of drawing lots, and 2 rounds of competition. Our three mentors will rate the candidates based on their performance during the competition. Wow. What? They actually changed the rules this year. Suddenly, discussions broke out below. Quiet. A beautiful voice came from the Red Lotus teacher from the Yunhai sect. She glanced around and continued. The highest rating is 5 stars, which means that the best performer, if he or she can get 5-star ratings from the 3 mentors in 2 rounds, then the one with the highest cumulative rating will be the winner. I see. This year seems to be much more difficult than previous years. Now, there may be a little more suspense. I wonder if there is any player in Yanqing who can get all 5 stars in 2 rounds. The crowd watching was extremely curious. Next, we will proceed to the first step of the primary election and draw lots for the first round of competition. After saying that, the 3 elders nodded to each other. One of them, Master Shintu, waved his sleeves, and glowing fortune sticks floated in the air and fell on the square. There were hundreds of them in total. Let's get started. Let's start drawing lots. Teacher Hong Yuan said with a smile. At this time, all the candidates for the assessment rushed to the center of the square to choose their lottery lots. They rubbed their hands together excitedly, their eyes scanning over the hanging fortune sticks. These lots are covered in aura, and the serial numbers cannot be seen. As long as the candidates draw the same serial number, they will form a group. Yihan looked at the jade plates emitting spiritual light in front of him, hesitant, then looked at Tentai Mingyu beside him, and said with a smile. How about you help me pick one? Do you need me to do this kind of thing? Tentai Mingyu said in a calm tone. With your good luck, maybe you can draw a good lot for me. Yihan gave a meaningful smile. Tentai Mingyu did not say anything else. Her beautiful clear eyes quickly glanced at the lottery sticks. Then she lightly touched one of the lottery sticks with her slender jade hand, and the lottery stick flew into her palm with a whoosh. Buzz. The light gradually dissipated, and a black token appeared before his eyes. On the front of this token, there was a red serial number. Here, number 8. Tentai Mingyu handed the token to Yihan, and the moment the token fell into his palm, it suddenly trembled slightly. Yihan's gaze quickly looked towards a figure not far away. Su family, Su Tianqing. Su Tianqing seemed to have sensed something as well. He slowly raised his head, and when he saw that the serial number of the token in Yihan's hand was the same as his, an undisguised murderous intent surged in his eyes. It's actually him. Wow. The young master is in the same group with that kid from the Yi family. How abominable. Enemies always meet each other, I'm going to make him suffer later. The disciples of the Su family clenched their fists and shouted with gritted teeth at this moment. However, the elders of the Su family and the head of the Su family, Su Butian, frowned. Yihan had defeated Su Biyue before, and he was very powerful. This draw was not a good one. What about the opponents you drew? At this time, Yi Bailey and a group of elders of the Yi family came over and asked nervously. The young clan leader drew number 8, and his opponent is Su Tianqing from the Su family. Yi Qing spoke first. Oh. It's Su Tianqing, ha ha ha, then this is a really good fortune. Yi Bailey stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Yi Bailey, don't be too happy too soon. Whether it is a good or bad fortune will be revealed on the battlefield later. Not far away, the deep voice of Su Butian, the patriarch of the Su family, came, snorting coldly. The disciples of the Yi family and the Su family were staring at each other with cold eyes at this moment, and a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Su Tianqing clenched his fists, and stared at Yihan fiercely with his wolf-like eyes, obviously regarding him as a very strong opponent. However, Yihan's expression remained calm, and no emotion could be seen on his face. Great Elder, I seem to have bad luck. I drew a bad lot. At this time, Yi Long looked at the token in his hand with a pale face and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The token in his hand is number 3, and the person in the field who also has number 3 is Duga Qianxing. It's over. The others also felt depressed. They didn't expect Yi Long to be so unlucky as to draw the most difficult opponent in the field. It's okay, just try your best later. If it doesn't work, just admit defeat. Yihan comforted. Yi Long took a deep breath and nodded. At this time, Elder Wan Kuan's deep voice was wrapped in spiritual power and spread throughout the square. Okay, the draw is over. Everyone will be grouped together according to the numbers they drew. The next 5 groups to appear are the contestants who drew numbers 1 to 10. Area number 1, Luo Tian versus Ling Baiyang. Area number 2, Yilong versus Dugu Qianqing. Area number 3. Area number 4. Area number 5, Yihan versus Su Tianqing. Contestants please enter. Wow. At this command, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless onlookers raised their arms and shouted, like an overwhelming tidal wave roaring across the square, one wave higher than the other, deafening. It was so popular that the 3 elders couldn't help but smack their lips. Brush. Yihan jumped lightly on his toes and landed lightly on the battle stage in area number 5. Come on, young clan leader. Come on, brother Han. Beat the Su family's dog to death. The disciples of the Yi family also started shouting wildly at this moment, their faces flushed, and they all raised their middle fingers towards the Su family. Su Tianqing will win. Kill Yihan for me. The Su family's disciples were not to be outdone. They waved their arms, gritted their teeth and roared. The competition hasn't started yet, but the scene seems to have reached its climax. It's so hot as if a pot has exploded. I declare that the assessment begins. Boom. At Elder Shintu's command, the contestants on the 5 battle platforms quickly released their spiritual power. Snort. Boom. Su Tianqing rushed towards Yihan quickly from a distance like a cheetah. There was a faint green spiritual power wrapped in his palms, like a whirlwind. Green wind palm. He roared, and the palm technique brought with it a strong storm, causing the surrounding air to explode with a whistling sound and bombarded Yihan. Bang. The palm strike came hard, but Yihan's figure moved lightly to the left, and the palm strike instantly missed. At this time, Su Tianqing used the wind shadow step again, and his figure moved quickly like a breeze, and instantly appeared behind Yihan and struck out. Brush. However, at this time, Yihan seemed to have already seen through Su Tianqing's bombardment, and his figure turned into a residual image and disappeared on the spot. Brush, brush, brush. The 2 of them went back and forth like this, and every time Su Tianqing launched a fierce attack, Yihan avoided it easily. Instead, Su Tianqing was panting and looked particularly embarrassed. Ha ha ha. The young patriarch is teasing Su Tianqing. TSK, after using so many moves, I couldn't even touch the young patriarch's robe. There were bursts of cold laughter from the Yi family disciples. Hateful. The Su family members gritted their teeth secretly, feeling furious and having no place to vent. Wind God Hand. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a green whirlwind whistled up on the field and continued to gather. Soon it condensed into a palm print above Su Tianqing's head. That palm print was 5 meters wide. Oh my god, Su Tianqing actually used the Su family's most powerful weapon. It seems that this guy was completely enraged by Yihan's teasing. The grade of this spiritual technique is at least above the 9th grade. There were bursts of surprises all around. I'm going to beat you into a ball of minced meat. Su Tianqing gritted his teeth, and then pressed his spiritual power palm down hard towards Yihan. Boom. The terrifying palm whizzed down, and Yihan's palm burst into golden light, and then a large golden handprint slapped out from the air. Call. Boom. The 2 huge palm prints collided, and a deafening sound was heard instantly. The aftermath rushed to the surroundings of the stands, almost causing all the warriors in the audience to fall. Then everyone was shocked to see that the palm print condensed by the wind power exploded in an instant. Bang. Puff. At this moment, Su Tianqing's figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and a mouthful of scarlet blood splattered into the sky. Wow. One move. Yihan easily defeated the Su family's prodigy, Su Tianqing, with just one move. At this moment, there was a commotion all around, and even the 3 elders were extremely shocked. This victory was simply an absolute suppression. One move. No one expected that Yihan only used one move to crush Su Tianqing like a piece of dead wood and knocked him out of the field. At this moment, Su Tianqing dug himself up from the ground with a pale face, a trace of scarlet blood at the corner of his mouth, and his expression became ferocious. Impossible. Su Tianqing roared in a low voice, as if he had suffered a great blow and was stunned. He had put in so much effort to prepare for this test, how could he not even be able to take Yihan's palm? But the cruel reality is happening right before our eyes. The three elders nodded, and said in a deep voice wrapped in spiritual power. Battleground number 5, Yihan wins. Wow. And at this moment, intense cheers broke out again inside and outside the stadium, rising into the sky and spreading towards the sky above the city. The deafening shouts could be heard within a 10-mile radius of Yancheng. Yihan is so abnormal. He won the duel so easily. He is totally not in the same league as Su Tianqing. He is indeed the #1 prodigy in Yancheng. I wonder how many stars this guy can get for his performance this round. It should be 5 stars at least. There were bursts of heated discussions all around, and Yihan stood in the middle of the field, attracting the attention of all the warriors. At this moment, he was like the bright moon among the stars, extremely dazzling. The disciples of the Yi family were also cheering, their faces flushed with excitement. Tan Tai Mingyu looked at the figure in green clothes with her beautiful eyes, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In contrast to the ecstasy of the Yi family disciples, the Su family was depressed, disappointed, and pale. Their original goal was to compete for the only qualifying spot, but now Su Tianqing couldn't even pass the first round and was directly eliminated. Snort. Su Butian's face turned pale and he snorted coldly, feeling jealous and furious. Yes, he is excellent in every aspect, almost impeccable, and a good candidate. Teacher Wan Kuan of the Star God Palace showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and commented. Although it was only a few words, it expressed his approval of Yihan's performance. What a pity. Su Tianqing is also a genius with good talent and aptitude, but it's a pity that he met someone who is even more evil than him. Teacher Hong Yuan still smiled. Then, the three of them slowly stood up. Instructor Shinta looked at Yihan and said solemnly. Yihan, your performance in this match is almost impeccable. After discussion among the three of us instructors, we all give you a 5-star rating. Wow. Did I hear correctly? All 3 instructors gave this guy a 5-star rating. It seems that the only promotion spot will fall into the hands of the Yi family. That's not certain. Maybe there will be another outstanding genius appearing later. Around the square, warriors from all walks of life were discussing with shocked expressions. After all, getting 5-star ratings from 3 instructors at the same time was almost equivalent to getting a chance to advance. Boom. At this time, a violent burst of lightning suddenly erupted from the battle stage in Area 2, attracting everyone's attention. In the light, Duga Qianqing's body was wrapped in silver lightning arcs, and the destructive thunder power was released from his body and spread to the surroundings. Bang bang bang. The blue stone floor was constantly shattered by thunder. Boom. He punched out, and the fist-carrying violent thunder force landed heavily on Yilong's chest, with a loud bang. Puff. Yilong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled directly off the battlefield. Is this a top-grade spiritual vein black thunder body? The 3 elders looked surprised. Possessing a top-grade spiritual vein is definitely a significant weight in the assessment. Well, not bad, not bad. The future growth of the Black Thunder body is limitless, and there is even a certain chance that it will evolve into the Heavenly Thunder body. This test player is also a seed-level player. Elder Wan Kuan stroked his beard and said, I never thought that Yancheng would have such outstanding disciples this year. Why did they perform so poorly in the final selections a few years ago? Elder Shinta frowned and said in confusion. Then, after the 3 of them discussed for a while, Master Hong Yuan looked at Duga Qianqing and said with a smile. After discussion among the 3 of us, we unanimously give you a 5-star rating. Hiss. Another 3 5-star ratings. This is going to be interesting. Yihan and Duga Qianqing both received 3 5-star ratings. Now the only qualifying spot is likely to come from between them. As expected, there was a lot of discussion below. They thought it would be difficult to get a 5-star rating, but they never expected that 2 people would get a full 5-star rating in the first round. At this moment, Yihan and Duga Qianqing's gazes met again. They both narrowed their eyes slightly, and an icy breath emanated from their eyes, like a needle against a thorn. It seems that the 5-star rating of this assessment is not very valuable. You'd better pray that I won't be picked in the next round, otherwise you will definitely fail miserably. Duga Qianqing said with a cold smile on his face. Yihan stood with his hands behind his back and smiled back. I also give this sentence to you. Boom. 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 Meanwhile, on the other battle stages, the battles between the various candidates were still going on fiercely. Luo Tian advances to the next round. Rating, 3 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars. Yi Xianfeng advances to the next round, rating, 2 stars, 2 stars, 2 stars. All the competitions in the first round were then conducted in turn. However, apart from Yihan and Duga Qianqing, no third examinee received a 5-star rating from the 3 instructors. Wu Kuei, whose performance could be said to be exceptional, only received ratings of 4 stars, 3 stars, and 3 stars. The first round of assessment is over, and the qualified contestants will proceed to the second round of drawing lots. After the 3 elders finished speaking, they waved out the spirit sticks again, which floated in the air. The remaining disciples who advanced entered the arena and began to select their opponents for the second round. Yihan waved his sleeves, and a spirit stick fell into his hand. He squeezed it lightly, and light exploded. Then a red number 1 slowly appeared before his eyes. At the same time, the red light of the fortune stick turned into a beam of light and rushed into the sky. Buzz. Not far away, a beam of red light also rose to the sky, and number 1 appeared on the lottery ticket in Duga Qianqing's palm. At this moment, both of them were stunned. In an instant, their eyes, as sharp as daggers, looked at each other at the same time, and a sharp spark flashed when they looked at each other. The sparks intersected in the void, causing the space to become violently turbulent. Number 1, oh my god, 2 5-star rated players are going to face off. Is the Battle of Kings going to start so soon? At this moment, there was no violent noise below. Instead, it became abnormally quiet, as if one could hear the breathing and heartbeats of the audience. Because the most exciting duel is finally coming. You can hear a pin drop in the entire square. Everyone stared at the 2 figures facing each other silently on the stone platform, not daring to blink for fear of missing the wonderful moment. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense. The air was frozen in silence, as if it would explode completely with just a fuse. Boom. And just when everyone was extremely nervous, Yihan and Duga Qianqing, who were in the middle of the arena, suddenly released their spiritual power at the same time, then stomped their legs hard on the floor, and shot out at the same time at an extremely fast speed. Brush. Bang. At this moment, the 2 men flew into the air like 2 wild bulls. They did not take any evasive measures and collided with each other with a bang, generating a violent spiritual power shock wave that suddenly swept towards the surroundings. Boom. 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 Roar. At the moment of collision and confrontation, both of them glared at each other fiercely, and bloodshot appeared in their pupils as if they were torn. Light burst out from their bodies, and 2 spiritual light shields formed around them, confronting each other. And during the collision of the 2 spiritual light shields, the air made a whistling sound. Brush. In the stalemate, 2 spiritual power shields were absorbed into their bodies, and the 2 people spun their bodies in the air at the same time. At the moment when their bodies passed each other, they suddenly turned back, their palms burst into light, and slapped forward, and their palms lightly touched. Bang. A terrifying force emanated from the point where the 2 people's palms collided, and in an instant the floor under their feet was shattered on the spot. The hearts of all the audience members also skipped a beat along with a vibration. The moment the 2 palms touched, the impact force caused the 2 men to be knocked back dozens of steps. Brush. Yihan and Duga Qianqing each stepped back, leaving deep scratches on the ground with their feet. Although it was only a split second, the fight between the 2 was already quite fierce. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, Duga Qianqing's figure moved quickly, sometimes left and sometimes right, and only a series of afterimages could be seen moving. Then in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yihan. Palm thunder. Duga Qianqing let out a low cry in his heart, and arcs of silver lightning crackled and entwined on his 5 fingers, then gathered in the palm of his hand and condensed into a palm-sized silver lightning ball. And the moment he appeared in front of Yihan, His palm was carrying a ball of violent lightning with great force and struck forward fiercely. 9th grade spiritual technique, Palm Thunder. Boom. The ball of thunder slapped out, spinning continuously like a spiral, and the spiritual energy around it was absorbed by its continuous rotation. Then, the palm-sized silver ball of thunder expanded hundreds of times in an instant. Vdra Buddha hand. Buzz. Yihan was forced to retreat dozens of steps, his palm burst into light, and a huge purple-gold handprint came forward with mighty power. Boom. When the palm print collided with the thunder ball, a huge explosion occurred. The center of the entire stone platform collapsed with a loud bang, and smoke and dust billowed. Before the smoke and dust had dispersed, Dugu Qianqing had already launched another fierce attack. His figure burst out with lightning, and then he transformed into 3 identical spirits, and then besieged Yihan from all directions at the same time. Is this a spiritual clone? Instructor Wan Kuan took a breath and stared at the clones in the field. This Dugu Qianqing is truly extraordinary. He is able to condense an avatar at such a young age. It seems that Yihan is going to be in a state of panic. Teacher Hong Yuan raised her eyebrows. Swish, swish, swish. 3 clones together with 1 original body, a total of 4 figures rushed away at the same time, and Yihan's face changed slightly for a moment. Bang. 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 4 figures approached Yihan and launched a fierce attack at the same time. Fists bombarded Yihan's head, lower body, and even every part like a rainstorm. The attack was so fast and intensive that the faces of everyone present changed drastically. However, what shocked everyone was that, although the attacks of Dugu Qianqing and his 3 clones were as fierce as a rainstorm, Yihan still fought steadily, sometimes slapping, sometimes punching, and sometimes cleverly avoiding. Incredible. Facing such a fierce attack from Dugu Qianqing, this kid was able to remain calm and even launch sneak attacks from time to time while retreating. Elder Shintu couldn't help but praise. Yes, although 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, Yihan did it perfectly. If it were someone else, they would have been defeated long ago. Elder Wan Kuan looked at him with admiration. You poor rat, all you know is to dodge my attacks. Seeing that the combined 3 clones were unable to hurt Yihan at all, Dugu Qianqing could not help but break his defense and said with gritted teeth. How could he know that while Yihan was resisting the fierce attack, he was still thinking about how to break the clone? When he heard Dugu Qianqing's voice, Yihan's figure burst into brilliant light. Who said I can only hide? Boom. Yihan clenched his fists, veins popping out, and gathered his spiritual power on them, attacking the figure on the far left. At this moment, Dugu Qianqing's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. In an instant, the other 3 clones suddenly exploded into arcs of lightning and were annihilated. It turns out that as long as you find the original body, you can crack the rest of the clones. Yihan took a deep breath, and all the wind above the battle stage was sucked into his mouth, making bursts of roaring sounds, and then a low sound wave like that of a lion suddenly swept out. The sky lion shatters the golden roar. Roar. A violent sound wave shattered the floor inch by inch and bombarded Dugu Qianqing. Dugu Qianqing clapped his palms forward and a spiritual wall emerged. Bang. The sound waves hit the spiritual wall. Although it blocked this wave of attack, Dugu Qianqing still felt severe pain as if his eardrums were torn. I can't let you jump around anymore. Dugu Qianqing gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy in his body roared like a river, and he formed seals with his hands. Buzz. I saw a black tortoise mark appear on his palm, and then an indescribable terrifying wave roared out. Wow. This fluctuation. It's a mysterious technique. At this moment, the originally silent square once again erupted with sounds of exclamations. Yihan, I think your Yi family has never seen such a real mysterious technique. Dugu Qianqing sneered, his palms contained violent power and his expression was arrogant. Even the vdra hand cannot match that kind of violent power. Mystical technique. Sensing this fluctuation, the great elder's eyes were filled with a bit of self-blame. Yihan's talent and strength were not inferior to Dugu Qianqing. However, their Yi family's foundation was naturally not as good as the city lord's mansion, and they had no collection of mystical arts at all. Alas, they are unwilling to lose. Mystical technique, Xuanwu Divine Palm. Go to hell. Boom. A black tortoise handprint covered the battlefield. You are not the only one who possesses the mysterious art. Buzz. At this moment, a golden seal suddenly appeared in the center of Yihan's palm. This guy actually really mastered it. In the audience, Tintai Mingyu's eyes, which had always been as calm as water, finally began to ripple.